There was always a legend that a hero with immense power would appear, sacrificing themselves to defeat the Demon King and save the world. But when the 66th Demon King appeared, he possessed power that surpassed the gods, making him the strongest Demon King in history. He parried the hero's attack with one hand, breaking the curse that heroes always win. Even when a god appeared, he showed no fear. Van K will not prolong the introduction any further. Let us begin now. The story usually begins like this. Once upon a peaceful day, long, long ago, suddenly a purple spatial portal appeared in the middle of the blue sky. The Demon King led an army, all with eerie faces and eyes that looked as if they would devour others. Footsteps appeared on the ground, and soon an unnamed hero emerged. He held a sword radiating a brilliant halo in his hand, stepping onto a rocky outcrop as if he had been standing there waiting for a long time. His gaze was as sharp as a child caught using their phone by their mother. His agile feet touched the ground. In the final battle, the colossal Demon King wielded purple energy, while the small hero was enveloped in brilliant golden energy. They clashed, leaving only a single ray of light between the Demon King and the hero. The hero sacrificed himself, defeating the Demon King and saving the world. The Demon King was utterly defeated, falling into an eternal slumber awaiting the day he would return. These are the hackneyed stories you've heard ad nauseum. The world finds peace and the hero becomes a legend. Just hearing them makes one yawn from boredom. I don't know who the authors of these stories are, but this type of tale repeats itself endlessly. And after a long time now, before our eyes stands a brown door. A slender long hand opened the door. A red light seeped out from the room. The one who opened the door had curly hair fluttering in the wind. "Your Majesty, something bad has just happened." He knelt before a being many times larger than himself. The being wore armor that glowed with a fiery red aura. "What is it?" he asked in a low voice. The man hesitated. Demi-Ugos, still on his knees, the curly-haired man spoke as if a switch had been flipped. He spoke without breathing. "Demios, the 666th Demon King, has just awakened and left the demon realm," the man shouted, spitting as he spoke, the very thought of it repulsive. "He said he no longer wishes to be the Demon King." The being asked again, surprised. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The man hesitated, full of fear. "Well, I think the colossal being grew irritated. "Speak quickly." The man held up a piece of paper that read, "I'm tired of being the Demon King, don't look for me." It also included a drawing of a tongue sticking out along with the signature, 66, the curly-haired man said in a voice on the verge of tears. He ran away. Even a demon would cry out. "What is this?" The scene shifts elsewhere. Someone's light footsteps touched down, the person hummed as they walked, standing before a magnificent and opulent white palace. The person marveled, "Is this a coma palace in the Verde Kingdom?" He closed his eyes and felt the wind caress his face. "This is indeed the human world I've longed for." He leapt up, spun like a top, and laughed maniacally, shouting, "Cozy!" Suddenly he saw something. His red eyes sharpened. He muttered a curse. If only it weren't for that cursed cross. Just as he was enjoying the human world, voices from afar interrupted his moment. "You country bumpkin, where do you think you're going?" Two soldiers appeared, weapons in hand. One raised his weapon and spoke in an arrogant tone. "Do you think this is a place you can just wander around freely?" He thought, puzzled. "Country bumpkin, are they talking about me?" He looked down at the clothes he was wearing. "Is it because of my clothes?" His face was handsome. The two soldiers continued to interrogate him. "How dare you swagger presumptuously in front of a coma palace? Do you have a death wish?" When he didn't answer, the soldier pointed his weapon at his face. "What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. State your full name immediately." He pointed at himself and asked again. He couldn't very well tell them he was Demios, the 666th Demon King. As if something occurred to him, he snapped his fingers. "Ah, right. I just need to remove a few letters." With a friendly smile, he put his hands in his pockets and spoke. "Hello, humans." He introduced himself with extreme confidence, fearing absolutely no one. "I am Dur." As soon as he finished his introduction, someone approached, stomping their feet forcefully. "How dare you use the name of an ancient god as your own? Do you even know that this is the capital of the Verde Kingdom?" The soldiers immediately became deferential upon seeing the newcomer. Count Bruo, unperturbed, spoke to him. "If you didn't know, I'll let it slide. Now disappear immediately." Dur still smiled and asked, "Is the Verde Kingdom strong?" Count Bruo replied in a low, displeased voice. "What did you say?" Dur's eyes still smiled, unconcerned by Bruo's displeasure. "Is it strong enough for me to become king?" These words truly provoked Bruo's anger. He drew his sword, ready to finish him off. He didn't forget to shout, "How dare you mock royalty? You shall pay for it with your life." "So you're drawing your sword to fight? In that case, I'm not afraid either." At that moment, Dur's gaze changed. After a single glance, Bruo's body exploded. To the horror of the soldiers, one soldier hesitated at the sight, muttering, "Count Bruo." But before he could even comprehend what had happened, his face contorted. As blood splattered in the air and a man's head burst, his face was filled with a friendly smile. Amidst the chaotic scene, some screamed, some asked, "What? Why are they suddenly exploding?" While he was whistling, singing, his hand drew a purple line in the air. The remaining soldiers also exploded like those who had gone before, without even a chance to utter a last word. Ranged soldiers on the palace walls, witnessing this spectacle, quickly grabbed their bows and arrows and aimed at him. The arrows flying towards Dur transformed into purple petals. He calmly accepted those arrows. As he looked up, the two soldiers who had shot the arrows also exploded, returning to the earth. Straightening himself, he opened his mouth. "Welcome your new king." The soldiers who had been exploded by him stood upside down, bleeding from their heads. Their blood was splattered along the path to the gate, and he said as if singing, "May all my steps be blessed by your blood and this body blessed by your tears." Inside the palace, soldiers moved with loud footsteps. "Everyone prepare for battle, the enemy is approaching." What, has war broken out? Everyone outside was already dead. Everyone was tense, gripping their weapons tightly, beads of sweat forming. They took defensive positions in front of the palace gates. But as Dur approached, the gates vanished and the walls crumbled. At this moment he was extremely dangerous, using his screams instead of a wicked trumpet blast. The soldiers were so terrified by this immense power that without even time to yawn, Dur, with a single burst of purple energy, returned them all to the earth. Sky-piercing screams. A chaotic scene. Some cried for help, others called for their mothers in fear. Someone in excruciating pain shrieked, "Kill me!" The soldiers were enveloped in purple energy. Dur laughed with great amusement, as if the sight before him was exquisitely beautiful. A face smiling like a child, a shy-looking but fear-inducing laugh. His amusement was cut short by a voice that sounded like it was reciting scripture. "Almighty One, Creator, God of virtue, our Father God, Holy Spirit." Even amidst the chaotic scene, a figure, shining like a protagonist, continued to chant, "In the name of the glorious Lord, in the name of the Almighty, the Alpha and the Omega." He stood firm, clad in armor, one knee bent, leaning on his sword. "Lead us by the light of truth in darkness, bless us with complete victory to defeat the god of death, and let truth overcome the flames of chaos," he chanted as he drew his sword. "Defeat the demon before me and grant me strength." The sword left its scabbard. He shone with the brilliance of pure 999 gold. Dur, fearless, assessed him. "Oh, is that light an aura? Are you the rumored blood warrior?" The youth who shone like pure 999 gold answered calmly. "I do not know who you are, but you wield dark magic. I cannot believe you infiltrated a coma palace in such a manner. Prepare yourself." He was supremely confident. "You cannot defeat me." "Not me, blessed by the gods." He leapt forward, saying, "Even if I'm not of pure blood, I can defeat you." As soon as his power touched the ground, stones scattered everywhere. His eyes seemed to show relief, but then he heard a voice say, "What is this?" What had he expected? Dur lightly parried the sword with his bare hand while his other hand was still gathering purple energy. "Now it's my turn, isn't it?" He mimicked the words of the youth who shone like pure 999 gold. "Our Father in heaven, Holy Spirit, please put this fool to sleep." The youth did not understand what was happening. Dur laughed with extreme danger and said, "I can pray too, you know. Let's see who the gods answer, me or you." Before he could comprehend the situation, the youth was impaled through the heart. His heart was held intact in Dur's hand, still beating. "Don't ever mention those gods in front of me again," he warned, even after killing the man. The youth stared at Dur in horror. "Impossible." Dur crushed his heart, replying, "Well, it just happened." Having breached this defense, he advanced deeper. Inside, there was another group of soldiers armed with shields. He asked, "Have you been waiting for me long?" The soldiers were thrown into confusion. "He's inside. Why is it just one person? We are the last line of defense. Defend with your lives, quickly." The old king, seated above, asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you, you wretch?" Dur walked across the hall as if there were no one there. "It seems you're the king. Shall we have a little chat?" One of them raised his weapon. "How dare you disrespect his majesty?" Again the familiar snap of fingers. The soldiers exploded once more and sky-piercing screams echoed. Again the familiar smile bloomed. Dur spoke as if daring someone to hit him. "Anyone else care to speak?" The remaining soldiers still guarded the king, cursing, "Damn it!" Seeing that there were still those who dared him, Dur leapt up, praising them sarcastically. "Good." Before everyone he unfurled his red demonic wings and flew past the soldiers towards the throne above like a bird returning to its nest. Dur flew to the king's side. "Hee, shall we have a chat?" The king stared in horror at this power. "What do you want? Riches, fame? I'll give you everything. Is that enough?" He smiled again, and with brimming confidence uttered astounding words. "I want this kingdom." The king, as if still ignorant of fear, shouted again. "No." He was unconcerned. He casually replied, digging in his ear, "Really? So what did you think I wanted? No. Then die. If you die, I'll take over the royal family. Then this kingdom will be mine." The king hesitated. "My family?" And then, as if a nerve had been touched, he shouted, "I knew it, you damned bastard. You want my daughter, don't you?" He scratched his head as if listening to nonsense. "Daughter? What daughter? I didn't even know you had a daughter." The king was taken aback. "Not my daughter. April is the pride of the Hot Sense continent and the flower of our royal family." He paid no mind and immediately said, "No, I don't need her. What I need is the royal lineage." The king continued to shout, spitting a bit unhygienically. "Why do you keep wanting what isn't yours?" At this, Dur's eyes looked as if he was ready to deal with him. "What? So everything is yours?" The king, as if unafraid of death, still asserted. "Of course the kingdom belongs to the royal family." His red eyes asked him back, "Who said that?" Then the interrogation continued. "Was this world yours from the moment it was first created? Did your royal family not also seize what wasn't theirs? You've enjoyed that throne for decades, so now hand it over to me and make way for me to sit." The king still only shouted. "No," he asked him. "Do you think the Maximus Populi Sanctuary will acknowledge you?" He wore a triumphant smile. "Maximus Populi Sanctuary? Who cares about that, you fool?" With these words, the palace was engulfed in red flames. As the palace exploded, crosses crumbled, the magnificent castle shattered, and the heat reduced everything around to ashes. Only corpses remained. Seeing something, Dur paused. He admired. "It seems you weren't the blood warrior after all." The youth who shone like pure 999 gold was already completely consumed by fire and gone. But Dur continued to speak as if someone was still there. "If you had been, you might have lasted a few more seconds." "How boring." He took a step forward and looked up at the sky with a provocative tone. "Hey gods, this is far too boring." These guys weren't even prepared. Even at this display he received no reply. The sunlight shining through the palace windows remained. He thought, I should wander around and have some fun before the pure blood's power awakens. He put his hands in his pockets and calculated. 20 more years, that's usually around the time my power wanes. A sharp scream echoed, drawing Dur's attention. He turned around out of curiosity. Suddenly a girl appeared amidst the burning debris. She had skin as white as snow and wore a white dress that revealed her chest adorned with intricate and delicate lace patterns. Her hair was neatly combed with an elegant blue ribbon pinned atop it. The girl stood in stark contrast to the chaotic scene around her. The girl looked at Dur, crying, and asked, Who are you? Tears streamed endlessly, soaking her cheeks. Dur was slightly surprised and perhaps showed a hint of curiosity. He slowly asked back, Who? The scene changed. Sunlight poured down upon the remnants of a fierce battle. Below, corpses were piled high. There were those who died with their eyes open, and also demons defeated in the first battle. They were banished to the demon realm along with the damaged soul of the demon king. Hordes of demons followed in a line. They escorted a soul bound in chains, or what could be called a temporary vessel. Though it was merely a damaged soul, the malevolent aura around it was still chillingly powerful. The purpose was to protect that soul and install it in a new body. The demon hordes carried the soul deeper and deeper into the demon realm. For 100 years they poured all sorts of magic and curses into that soul. Then they resurrected him once more. The new demon king. The new era of the demon king once again began to rule over all demons, and then the second war erupted. We thought there would be no more heroes, and thus we shall dominate this land. New demon king was filled with immense confidence, but life doesn't grant everyone everything. Damn it, another cursed hero appeared. That hero fought tirelessly, and even though arrows rained down and pierced his entire body, he did not fall. He firmly gripped his sword and glared at the new demon king. His gaze blazed like fire, as if it would incinerate his enemy. His will was so powerful that our army was defeated again. And so the era of the demon king ended once more amidst piles of corpses. Once again the demonkind resurrected the new demon king using the same method for 100 years. They cultivated the soul using magic and curses, and inevitably, a shield appeared for every spear. As the new demon king was resurrected, another hero appeared in the light of justice. The demonkind remained indefatigable. They spent another 100 years resurrecting the demon king, and whenever a new demon king appeared, another hero would emerge. It was like an endlessly repeating loop, with neither side willing to yield. This happened 665 times, an impressive and persistent number lasting over 66,580 years, and this is why the story of heroes saving the world became such a matter of course. They even staged plays about how bravely heroes fought to defeat the demon king. Thus everyone believed that when the time came a hero would appear again. The demon soldiers deep underground thought this would be the very last new demon king, and they ceaselessly used magic and curses to resurrect their last new demon king. The new demon king's new body was nurtured within a magic stone placed on a high pedestal, and the new demon king, of course, was asleep. The horde of demons below looked up and cheered ecstatically. Oh, our new king, come into this world and lead us. They poured all their power into resurrecting the 666th demon king. The new demon king still had his eyes closed, deeply asleep, and appeared entirely harmless. His name was Demios. Dur, the 666th demon king, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and cold, bearing the breath of hell. Thus the one who would bring despair to all humanity on earth opened his eyes. That day he ran away. Yes, you are not mistaken. The new demon king ran away politely, leaving a note that read, I'm not playing this boring demon king game anymore. Don't look for me, you fools. Goodbye, signed Demon King 666. Beside it was a drawing of a tongue sticking out as if mocking them. New Demon King 666 hurriedly wrote the note and left just like that. The remaining demonkind could only cry out in despair. Returning to the scene we first witnessed, the girl glared at Dur, who stood amidst the destroyed debris, and asked in an angry voice, What did you do to my father, you wicked sorcerer? Dur said nothing, his hands in his pockets. He looked at her with a gaze as if seeing a madwoman. What on earth is this woman? Dur recalled the king, who had been sniveling and shouting earlier. Don't touch my daughter. April is the pride of the Hot Sense continent and the flower of our royal family. Thinking back, I know who she is now. Dur looked at the girl and asked, So you are Princess April? His eyes emitted a strange red glow. That damned king is dead, so now's the time to seize his daughter and ascend to the throne. Excellent. An opportunity right before my eyes. Time to get to work. April seemed to have a broken tear duct. She looked at Dur in confusion and disbelief, saying, What are you talking about? Without a word, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a click. April suddenly stopped and stared blankly ahead. She lowered herself, placing both hands on the ground. She knelt before Dur and spoke, This lowly body fully belongs to its master. Please take me, master. Her current appearance was a complete contrast to the girl who had been crying moments ago. She had been subdued by Dur. Dur leapt high and gracefully flew to where April was kneeling. He slowly landed and lifted her chin. With red glowing eyes he looked at April's blank face and said delightedly, Good, from now on you are my first human. April replied mechanically, Thank you, master. As Dur moved closer, their faces were almost touching. This scene would make anyone who saw it blush. Two looked as if they were about to kiss, but Dur stopped. He glanced to one side and said in a cold voice, Stop peeking and come out before I pluck out your eyes. A small crack appeared in space looking like an eye and a voice flowed out from it. Haha, just as I expected, master. Did you already know? Der looked towards the crack and Princess April still stared blankly at him, tears welling in her eyes. Behind that crack was a man. The crack widened progressively, and the man walked out like a pop star. He wore a fedora and a stylish suit. His long hair fluttered in the wind. The man took off his hat and cleared his throat once, clearly revealing his face with demonic platinum blonde hair and purple eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alex, your faithful servant. It is an honor to meet you, master. Der still looked at him, hands in his pockets in a lazy posture. Have you been watching me all this time? The man bowed his head pitifully. Master, you sadden me. Wherever you go, I have always been by your side, master. Der's lips curled up and he shot him a look of contempt. Stop talking nonsense. You served my father. Not me, to be precise, but the deceased former demon king. The man didn't see it that way. He said, your body was inherited from your ancestors, master. Now you are my true master. Der waved his hand as if shooing a fly. Ah, whatever, go play somewhere else. I'm not going back to the demon realm. Surprisingly, the man readily agreed. Understood, master. At these words, Der couldn't help but cock his head. He smiled brightly and said, I will only obey your commands, master. Don't worry about me and please continue what you were doing. Now that you mention it, what was I doing just now? Because this fellow suddenly appeared, Der forgot what he was about to do. The man tilted his head back and pointed at the princess who had been kneeling there all this time. She was no different from a living statue. Weren't you about to bestow your great seed upon that woman, master? He proudly said. I am Alex. With a demon's soul, I have never left your side for 80 years. As he spoke, he produced a swirling wine glass from somewhere. Alex looked up at the sky, tears welling in his eyes, and said sadly, will you listen to my sacrifices for you, master? Those tears could fill a wine glass and the old garden has already withered away. This person, it would be a waste if he weren't a movie star. Alex, still feeling a sense of lament, continued his story. Throughout your childhood I transformed my body and fed you milk, master. Yes, he was describing how he had breastfed Der, and Der couldn't help but exclaim, I'm going to throw up. He didn't stop there and continued to praise himself. Through dedicated education I became a perfect teacher, but of course the handsome Der was no fool. I still remember you beating me almost to death. What kind of teacher ties up a student with ropes and whips them? I was the only demon who saw you off with compassion when you entered the Egg of Awakening, master. Saw me off, my ass. You tied me up and threw me in there, you damned bastard. Who on earth ordered those demons to tie me up like a madman and push me in? Alex sounded like a nanny reminiscing about her master's upbringing. It feels like only yesterday your tiny hands and feet were wiggling. I can't believe you've grown up to know women. I'm easily moved, master. You wouldn't know. At these words, Der was enraged to the point of wanting to fly off and kill Alex immediately. Der narrowed his eyes, looked at him and said, I've heard enough of your foolish talk. Let me make it clear. I will not play that demon king game. And from today I am reborn as a normal human. Truly normal. Alex looked at him and smiled gently. Understood, master. As you wish. Der couldn't understand what this madman was up to now. Der cast a sidelong glance at Alex with his dangerously glowing red eyes. What is it? Alex pretended to be calm, still maintaining his standard friendly smile and feigned ignorance. What do you mean? At this point, Der no longer needed to pretend to be dangerous. He shouted angrily in the fellow's face. He raised his hand and summoned dark magic. What conspiracy are you plotting? Tell me why you're leaving me alone. Speak. Alex's body was distorted by Der's power. He still chuckled haha and said, My apologies, master. I will tell you. The two demons resumed a serious and normal conversation. Alex asked, Master, is there any particular reason you chose to attack this kingdom? Der asked back. Reason? What reason? Yes. Reasons like that arrogant fellow invading your territory, or coveting the wealth of the demon realm, or at the very least you being in a bad mood, master. Even those reasons would be acceptable. Alex stared intently at Der, expecting a satisfying answer. Der rested his chin in his hand, thought, and then said, Nothing in particular. I just figured since I decided to live as a human, I should live like a king. Oh, how fantastic. Alex clapped beside him, and Der wore a puzzled expression. Alex clapped, his smile full of admiration. Could anything be more fitting for the title of Demon King, crushing the largest kingdom as soon as you arrived on Earth, single-handedly facing human armies, killing the king and taking the princess? Truly magnificent and splendid achievements. Alex praised him cruelly. You are truly cruel, master. What could be more fitting for a Demon King? Hearing that, Der cocked his head once again. He was listening to Alex's praises beside him. It's something even ordinary humans or high-ranking demons like myself would never dare to imagine. You are a born demon king, Der asked himself. Is that how it is? Alex continued. Since a great one like you, master, has abandoned us and declared you will not be the demon king, I shall take your son to the demon realm and raise him as another demon king. As soon as Alex uttered those words, Der was profoundly shaken to his core. Alex added one more thing. And on that day, 20 years from now, Alex's voice echoed through space, your son will become the 66th Demios and I will bring him down here. The demon's wicked laughter pierced their ears, and Der, silently with a cold sweat, envisioned the powerful new demon king, the overlord of hell that Alex had depicted. He looked down at the princess kneeling at his feet. Wow, how beautiful and pure. Der remained silent. He looked back and forth between Alex and April, then let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Damn it, I almost screwed up here. I nearly became a father at 80. I'm still at an age to eat and play around. Alex gaped at his demon king, unable to speak. Master. Suddenly Dur's gaze changed. His eyes were sharp and filled with murderous intent. Alex, caught off guard, couldn't quite grasp what was about to happen. Dur shouted, "Shut up!" Simultaneously, he unleashed a destructive attack on Alex, who had to curl up to block it. Dur's attack flew from the top of the castle, pierced through several mountain ranges, and caused a massive explosion. Alex gripped his fedora tightly and looked towards the explosion. He secretly broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment the scene was truly desolate, and the flames illuminated several mountains. After unleashing this fury, Dur was very satisfied. "Phew, so you guys tried to trick me, huh, you damn bastards," he breathed with a phew sound, and smoke rose from his backside like an incense burner. Alex could only bow his head behind him and remain silent. At this moment Alex looked like a snake. He narrowed his eyes and concluded inwardly, he's so different. Even seeing that monkey prancing and spewing fire right before him, Alex had to admit that his demonic energy was still incomplete. Yet he is this strong. The 666th Demon King is definitely different from his predecessors. Perhaps this time we might truly win. We might finally succeed. Alex's face was filled with ambition as he thought of the future. Suddenly Dur's voice echoed, he was right. Being a king is too flashy, so I'll have to do that then. Alex rejoiced, thinking that, what is that? But the next moment Dur's words froze him. Defend justice. Be a hero, Alex asked blankly. What a hero? Dur's face flushed with excitement. A hero's companion. Yes, Dur wanted to shed his role as Demon King and become a hero. At this intention, Alex froze behind him as if he had swallowed poison. His head filled with question marks. Dur couldn't hold back and began to outline his path. From now on I'll join hands with a hero and get attention. But I'll stay one step behind the hero, making sure not to stand out too much. An ambiguous position where no one would suspect me of being the Demon King, a hero's companion. I'll put that foolish hero in front and enjoy a sweet journey from behind. What a perfect plan. He couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laugh heartily. You will suffer and I will enjoy the glory. The game is easy, ha ha ha. Alex knelt, grabbed Dur's leg and desperately tried to salvage the situation somehow. If there's no Demon King, there will be no hero. How then can you become his companion, Master? Please reconsider, Master. Hearing that, Dur made an immediate decision. Then I must go. I need to find a hero. Let's go, Alex. He said this as he soared into the sky, leaving the struggling Alex behind. Alex could only shout helplessly. Master, he shouted towards Dur's retreating figure flying far away. What about the princess? Dur simply tossed back a single phrase. I don't know. You deal with it. She's not one of those fake heroines anyway. Meanwhile, this scene was contained within a crystal ball held in someone's hand. Alex's voice still echoed. Master, the profile of a beautiful woman appeared. Thank you for appearing at the right time. An orange dragon's eye opened and gazed at the back of the woman. The woman sat with her legs crossed at ease, holding a glass, and said languidly, I'm sorry, but I'll need to borrow your power for a while. He will forgive me too. After all, everything is for the future. A song echoed throughout the entire street. Oh hero, our naive hero, where could you be? If you don't want to die, show yourself. Dur, lying on a carriage, hummed a song with teasing lyrics. Oh foolish hero, push him forward, give him the hard tasks, let him enjoy the glory. Our naive hero, you shouldn't have fought the new Demon King. Oh, there's no Demon King anymore. A voice calling Dur echoed, interrupting his singing mood. Master, Alex asked the one thing everyone would be curious about. Alex, why are we bothering with a carriage when we can fly? Dur was annoyed, finding it too much of a hassle. What, you fool, are you trying to let everyone in the world know you're a demon? Alex, at a loss for words, pointed to the castle Dur had just destroyed. Your Majesty, you worry so much, yet you made the castle like that. Didn't you make too much of a spectacle, Dur? Well, never mind, it's burning, it's engulfed in flames right now. Alex's expression turned serious. But your Majesty, are you planning to become a hero, or a hero's companion? Dur pointed to the sky with his finger, answering nonchalantly. Yes, people say you can be a companion even without a pure bloodline. I just want to live the life of the top 2 of the world. The life of a rich person who earns money on the front lines by slaying monsters. Alex coldly stated the truth. Even if your Majesty becomes a hero's companion, it will be difficult to be among the top 2. As the carriage continued across the field, Dur leisurely explained, the former Demon King and one of the 7 strongest demons in the demon realm are here. So what's there to worry about? If we help a little, the hero can kill dragons as easily as catching chickens, right? Alex said, surprised. I thought your Majesty wanted to become human. Is your Majesty planning to use magic? Dur, now exasperated, said. You fool, why wouldn't I use what I have? Isn't that why you lost 665 times? Dur put his arms behind his head and added, you simple-minded fellow, or rather heroes, don't they have a ranking system? Alex provided the information. They do, they have a ranking system. Your Majesty was so surprised. Ranks like A grade, B grade, Alex replied. Roughly so. Alex spoke about the ranks like an encyclopedia. First is D grade, Dragon Slayer. Dur repeated, D grade. Alex, like an old mother, patiently said, they refer to those who can kill dragons. Dur asked, lazily frowning, is that like a title you get for killing a dragon? Alex replied, no. Currently dragons are neutral between humans and demons. Dragons only attack villages in old stories. That is, they have enough power to kill a single dragon. Next is G-grade Giant Slayer. They are those who can fight giants. Dur asked. G-grade, what's next? L-grade Lich Slayer, Alex continued. They are those who can kill liches. Dur's patience wore thin. Why are there so many? Is there more? Alex, still driving the carriage, said. After that it's just alphabetical order, Dur complained tiredly. They just make up names as they please. Why are the rest so bland? Alex replied. I don't know, it's decided by the Hero Management Bureau. Finally, there's F grade. They are considered defective products, like food that hasn't sold and has gone bad, like rotten apples rolling on the ground dripping with water, unwanted by anyone. Defective products? How unfortunate. Dur said this with a sarcastic tone. Alex reminded him, Your Majesty could receive more help from nobles higher than yourself or gain status in the state. Failed individuals not only receive no support, but everyone wishes they would disappear, like ants swarming a rotten apple, Dur admired. The human world is quite cruel. Alex turned his head, continuing with a dangerous expression. But there is one thing more important than a hero's rank. It is bloodline. Dur showed unpredictable eyes as he heard Alex say, The purer the bloodline, the stronger they are. Alex continued to go back in time to explain. 66,580 years ago, the first to save the world were two saviors, a hero and a saintess. The hero wielded a sword and the saintess held a holy cross. Their descendants and their descendants' descendants continued to pass on their seed. Alex continued to speak like an encyclopedia. Holy blood, bloodline. They measure how much of their blood remains in the family. The purer the blood, the stronger the aura they can use. The one with the purest bloodline will become the hero. They won 665 battles against generals. Bloodlines branch out like roots. For some reason, Dur's face eventually appeared like a picture illustrating this sentence. Dur listened, puzzled, and asked, So, do they measure a person's rank by the purity of their bloodline? The purer the blood, the higher the rank? Alex hesitated slightly and said, There are a few exceptions, but usually the purer the blood, the stronger they are. Dur's face turned increasingly pale like an old woman watching a drama, and he said, So what does pure blood have to do with impure blood? It sounds like some silver spoon talk. I was trapped in an egg for 80 years because of that war. The reason Dur referred to silver spoon is that in Korea, people born into wealthy families are called gold spoons or diamond spoons, while those born into poor families are called dirt spoons. Alex added in a cold, dismissive tone, Everyone values it greatly, prioritizing their life and pride above all else. As Dur listened, he flopped around on the carriage like a fish out of water. HMPH, it doesn't matter. In the end, the hero and the demon king will fight each other anyway. People have been fighting for 60,000 years over that one phrase. Amidst the strong wind, Alex's back appeared. Because it was a promise, Dur still hummed comfortably, lying on the carriage. The carriage moved along the winding road. He couldn't understand. Can't they live ordinary lives slowly and comfortably, like this carriage? He raised his eyes and looked up. His half-closed eyes opened wide. He quickly sat up and pointed at a white object floating in the air. Alex, what's that? Something like a bush is flying around. Alex's hawk-like eyes slightly lowered to where Dur was playfully touching it, just as it was about to touch Dur's pitch-black fingernails. Alex slowly replied, It's a butterfly. He repeated, his eyes wide in surprise. A butterfly. Just as the butterfly was about to touch his hand, the wind blew harder, shaking the flowers and grass and stirring Dur's temper as if to blow him away. After the wind passed, the butterfly flew upwards and Dur quickly reached out to catch it. Dur, like a child, turned his back to Alex and grumbled, asking, What was that? That thing that just messed up my hair. He replied briefly, It's the wind. Dur murmured wind and then looked up at the sky. Then what's that up there? That round thing that's been floating above our heads for a while now. He raised his hand and light streamed through the gaps in his fingers. His hand covered half of Dur's face and he still said, puzzled, That round thing hurts my eyes if I stare directly at it. Alex also looked up. That is the sun. Dur sighed as if smoking a cigarette and asked, Then what is this sweet scent? It's stirring my heart. Alex, driving the carriage in the field, replied without delay. That is the scent of spring, Dur repeated. Scent of spring. Tired of smelling, he asked again. Alex, you've really lived a long time, haven't you? The handsome Alex patiently said. Yes, I was born after the First War. All 7 of our Grand Dukes were born in the demon realm, naturally. Dur's tone of voice changed abruptly. Then you must have come here once every 100 years since the First War? He folded his arms, leaned against the carriage wall and looked up at the sky. It must be wonderful. They call this the human world. Alex, finding it difficult to understand, quickly looked back. It turned out he was simply admiring. The former demon king must have never experienced these things. Beside the road they were traveling there was a peaceful lake reflecting the sky. Dur's lazy voice echoed. If everything had gone according to plan, I would have been trapped for over 2 centuries before setting foot on the human world. My destiny would have been to die at the hands of a hero I'd never even met, and he sighed with a hint of pride in his voice. Luckily I escaped. Sunlight shone on Dur's face as he leaned against the carriage. Being a demon king is a job that should disappear, don't you agree? Haha. Alex said nothing, only giving an assessing glance. Not getting a reply, Dur lay back in the carriage and swayed his body. HMPH, whatever, I'm going to sleep. Dur's laziness lying on the straw inside the carriage grew as large as our reluctance to open our eyes for work or school every morning. Wake me up when we arrive. Just in case, if you take me back to the demon realm, we'll both die. Alex gave another assessing glance. He still drove the carriage, saying politely, Yes, master. At this moment the wheels stopped. Alex turned and said, Master, we have arrived. Dur awoke from his dream and sat up, his head buzzing from the awakening. Arrived before them was a very beautiful rural village with a sea and a green forest. Alex introduced, This is the place your majesty described, a small commercial area, a humble rural village not belonging to a military zone, a village called Jorich. Dur yawned widely and said, Jorich isn't bad either. The sound of hooves continued across the village, past people buying and selling goods, and Dur asked Alex, So what about the heroes? Alex provided information like a machine. There are only two families, one G-grade family close to A-grade and one F-grade family. He looked around and assessed. It seems there are no D-grade families. He looked up at a house full of flags. Der speculated, if every castle had a D-grade hero, our demon army wouldn't dare to set foot on the human world. Der yawned again and said, is D-grade that strong? Alex still spoke politely, yes. If we had such a superior we would go mad. The Demon King Der still criticized, HMPH cowards. As he yawned he now heard someone talking. Hey, do you know the Castle of Trials was attacked by a dragon? 3 villagers were talking to each other. The oldest man exclaimed, surprised, how can that be? They see they haven't caught the dragon yet. Don't go near there, the young man next to him added. I heard that too. Half the castle burned down, they said. The young woman standing there also stammered in fear. Weren't dragons extinct a long time ago? How can this be? Another person said. Is the age of dragons returning? That would be terrible. Hearing this, Der pointed at Alex extremely rudely and said, hey, I thought dragons were neutral. Alex knew nothing, so he could only reply, I thought so too. Alex drove the carriage awkwardly, continuing to explain, the last time I was on the human world was 80 years ago. Something must have happened in the meantime. From behind, the voice of the old man from before echoed, we must quickly notify the Maximus Populi Sanctuary and request them to send a D-grade hero. The scene shifted to a large house. Alex introduced, Master, this is the best inn nearby, let's stay here. Der openly showed his dislike. This is an inn, no other option then, and from now on don't call me master. Alex couldn't believe his ears. Pardon? He impatiently urged. How long are you going to keep calling me your master? Book a room now. Alex's voice sank weakly. Yes, the innkeeper greeted the guests warmly. Welcome esteemed guests to our inn. Alex took off his hat. He said in a friendly manner, we'll take the attic suite. Our young master is very particular. Der, true to his character, was looking around. The innkeeper, greedy but professional, was inwardly extremely displeased. What kind of clothes are they wearing? Are they country bumpkins? Outwardly he still rubbed his hands professionally and said, ah, you must be from far away and don't know. The attic suite is very expensive. His words were interrupted by what he saw, treasures from the castle. They shimmered with golden light, making him break out in a cold sweat. Years of experience and greed for money gave him keen insight, and he shouted, Holy Bee, quickly show the guests to their room. Hearing that, an attendant rushed over. It's me, Holy Bee. This fool. He hadn't gone 2 steps before he tripped and fell face first. I'm sorry. Alex was speechless at the situation. The owner shouted angrily, shut up and quickly guide the esteemed guests. The man, flustered, put on his hat and bowed to Alex and Der. Hello, his face was bruised and his nose was bleeding, but he smiled brightly. He introduced himself. My name is Jack Van Holy Bee. Just call me Jack. I'll carry your luggage, please go ahead. Even though he had to carry luggage up the stairs with Alex and Der, the man still spoke kindly. It's a bit noisy right now because of the news from the Castle of Trials. I never expected a legendary dragon to appear. Sweating profusely, he still reassured the guests, but you don't need to worry. This village has a very famous G-grade family close to a grade. Alex smiled like a gentle mother. That's good to hear then. Upon arrival, Jack opened the door for the guests. The room was spacious and clean, and the furniture was much more complete than in a small rented room. Jack cheerfully invited them in. This is the pride of our golden pavilion, the attic suite. Because of the heavy boxes, Jack's mouth couldn't rest. To be honest, this is my first time serving such esteemed guests. Haha, I don't know if it will suit your taste, but I'll do my best to serve you, so please call me if you need anything, Der said with disinterest. He looked tired but still replied in a cheerful voice, yes. Der's eyes seemed to see through the world. You have a bloodline, don't you? It was a question that bewildered those present. Especially Alex and Jack were surprised but still maintained their politeness. Yes, yes, Der assessed. I knew you were a little different. Something extremely dangerous was hidden in Der's smile, as if he was plotting something. It turned out he was evaluating Jack. For someone with a bloodline, your stamina is quite weak, and seeing you work here, you must be from the fallen family of the 2 hero families in Jorich. Your family must only have impure descendants. At these heart-piercing words, Jack froze in the middle of the room holding the box and only managed to utter an ah. Der asked the man, what is the purity of human blood? Jack hesitated at the question. Oh ah, he scratched his head, his face red as if about to confess something. I am unfortunately an F-grade, a defective product. As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted above their heads, sending Jack flying to another spot. The 3 simultaneously looked up as if on cue. Before them was a gigantic dragon and the roof it had burned. The dragon roared, seemingly oblivious to its sore throat. Jack was dumbfounded in front of the dragon. People below shouted, it's a dragon has invaded, scattering and fleeing in all directions. Someone screamed, Mommy, clearly trembling. Jack continued to act like a hero. Sir, please run away, he pointed towards the door. Contrary to Jack's panic, Der pointed at the dragon and questioned Alex. You said dragons were peaceful. Alex, unable to bear it any longer, snapped back. I said I wasn't sure, didn't I? He looked bewildered. Huh? His expression changed from bewildered to perplexed when he heard the phrase, it's all right. Der, with his demonic red eyes, comforted Jack Van Holy Bick. I will become your aide, so become a hero. Der spoke as if coaxing a child with candy. Anyway, I'm looking for a hero. It must be destiny. Accept my offer and I will bestow upon you the wealth and fame you desire. I will erase your title as a failure. Everyone gaped, and Jack was no exception. Der continued to entice him. Live the rest of your life as a waste or accept my offer and change your destiny. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. His eyes at this moment were resolute. At this moment Jack thought back to his past. Blood soldier. How can an F rank be a blood soldier? Why do they even have children? In the end, they're just failures, a good for nothing. It's a miracle if they don't starve to death, a slightly older child led a crying one. Brother, where father and mother were so hungry, this appeared in his mind. Jack thought, is this my chance? He knelt before the two demons. He spoke loudly, fearing they might change their minds. Please take care of me, sir. I am but an ordinary person, but I will do my utmost. I will certainly not disappoint you, he said, his face snotty and tear-streaked. I will offer my soul to you. At this moment, Dur's demonic nature became clear. I was just about to ask you. Dur immediately introduced to Jack. So today will be the day you go into battle to hunt that dragon. Jack couldn't believe his ears. Shouldn't I start with goblins instead? Jack, truly an adaptable hero, immediately knelt before the two demons. Jack was extremely outspoken at this moment. Please support me. I may only be an F rank, but I will try my best. I will ensure that you two will not regret giving me this opportunity, he vowed, snot and tears streaming down his face. If you wish, I will dedicate my very soul. Dur had already approved of him anyway. He extended his hand surrounded by purple light streams. Then let us form a contract. At this, Jack was completely bewildered. A contract appeared before Jack's eyes with the following content. Contract Party A is Dur, Party B is Jack Ban Holy Bick. Clause 1. Party B shall choose Party A as a hero's associate. Clause 2. Party B shall absolutely obey all commands from Party A. Clause 3. The relationship may last indefinitely at Party A's discretion, and only Party A has the right to terminate the contract. Clause 4. All fame and assets acquired during the journey shall be shared with Party B in any proportion Party A desires, whenever Party A wishes. Clause 5. Party B shall have no objections to the above conditions. Reading this line, Jack couldn't help but feel that this contract was ridiculously unfair. Dur's blood-red eyes gazed down at the person below, his voice like a seductive whisper. Sign if you agree to the contract will be complete. He gritted his teeth, a sound escaping him, his eyes filled with determination, automatically zooming in on the words fame and assets. With snot and tears streaming, he shouted his name, Jack Ban Holy Bick, and his name was printed on the contract. Seeing this, Dur couldn't hide his smile. He cheerfully pointed upwards. Then it's time for your debut. Go kill that dragon. He just kept giving him a difficult task, making Jack's eyes widen in bewilderment. What? Alex, unable to take it anymore, reminded his master. Humans usually don't defeat dragons, sir. Dur raised his index finger, flashing a bright smile as if something fun was about to happen. I know, he just needs to pretend he's killing it, and I'll be the one who actually does it. Both Alex and Jack were utterly astonished. Dur explained his idea. First, Alex will go and greet the dragon, then drop it in front of our defective product. At that moment, our defective product will swing his sword at the falling dragon. Dur even imagined Jack standing on the dragon swinging his sword. The surrounding villagers would cheer, that's a hero, wow, so cool. He saved us, because others would see it and think that the defective product had arrived and killed the attacking dragon. This scenario even made Jack, who was crying, stop cold. As for Alex, everyone knew he was speechless. He decided to voice his doubts. But people will be suspicious if an F rank like Jack suddenly kills a dragon. Furthermore, wouldn't being a D rank hero's associate make you too conspicuous to live peacefully, sir? Dur didn't answer. He just whipped his head around to look at Jack with a ravenous gaze as if seeing prey. Jack felt a chill down his spine. How come you're suddenly looking at me like that, sir? Dur still didn't respond, instead directly tearing Jack's clothes. Jack couldn't react in time, only blushing. Dur immediately grabbed a pot and with eyes like laser beams drilled 2 holes in it. Without a wasted movement, he immediately slapped the pot onto Jack's face. Jack yelped in surprise. Dur didn't care. Ta-da, masked hero appears. Jack wore the punctured pot on his head, a cloak made from a server's uniform, and only his boxers remained on his body. He awkwardly screamed in his mind, what in the world is this? Dur's eyes and lips all radiated a smile. A hero must wear a cloak and hide their face, right? Now no one will pay attention to the appearance of a mysterious hero, isn't that brilliant? Alex bent down, grabbed something and adjusted his hat. He said to the male lead, then I shall bring the dragon. Dur gestured with his hand. Okay, Alex geared up, preparing to fly, when Dur turned to Jack and said, let's go. Jack was flustered. He stammered, embarrassment making him sweat profusely, his face turning crimson. Are we really going out like this, to fight a dragon? Thinking he might lack something, Dur looked to the side, saw something, and being unceremonious, kicked it straight over, calling out, here, a holy sword? Jack managed to catch the sword, but upon closer inspection it was clearly a floor-scrubbing broom. Jack's bewildered expression annoyed Dur, who reminded him in a terrifying demonic voice, stand still and hold that broom, even when the dragon is right in front of you. After that, I will give you fame and wealth far beyond what you can ever use. He sweated even more at these words, feeling that he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Suddenly he clenched his fists as if he could destroy anything in his path. The atmosphere around him changed, and he let out a roar. Extreme desire, perhaps, stemming from something deep within Jack's blood, an instinct of a hero always dormant within his red blood cells. The hero's bloodline was craving to tear the demon king in front of him into pieces. Around Dur was the black color of demons and a savage smile. But because he didn't know what was happening, Jack thought this. Seeing Sir Dur's eyes, I'm starting to gain courage, as if I can achieve fame and wealth. He was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling like a child's. Yes, master, Dur commanded him. Go, my attendant, he quickly replied. Yes, and ran off. On this side the dragon was spewing fire everywhere. The cries of the villagers echoed in the chaotic scene. Save me! The dragon still roared and growled terrifyingly. It circled upwards with its own fire, then flew in another direction. Before it could fly far, a purple circle appeared in midair and a pair of legs descended. Then Alex himself appeared. How ironic that a demon was standing on a cross, blocking the dragon instead of a hero. It was unclear what Alex's expression was, but at this moment the dragon's eyes were covered by Alex's magic and it roared. Alex grabbed one of its shoulders, pulled, revealing a part of his true form. He had many arms, and on his arms were things like claws and again the familiar hat-adjusting motion. Using the dragon's wing as a springboard, he leaped high and landed with a thud on the dragon's body. All dozens of Alex's hands were raised high, continuously striking the dragon's body. His hands precisely targeted the dragon's golden heart. The dragon's heart was clutched. Alex immediately let out a threat. "I have grasped your heart. You should not resist me or my commands. I will ask you this first." Alex's eyes glowed red. He wanted to know why the dragon appeared here. Didn't dragons and humans have a pact? Suddenly, his eyes widened. On the dragon's body were Alex and his invading hands, which looked like monsters, each purple and with an eye. Alex was utterly surprised. "What is this?" The dragon's mouth moved, speaking in an untranslatable language. Upon hearing this language, Alex's face turned extremely terrifying. "How does a dragon like you know that filthy language? What are you?" "Something is wrong." The dragon plunged rapidly downwards from the sky. In the distance on the ground, Jack was taking steady, defiant steps. Holding a broom, wearing a pot on his head and only his boxers, he trembled in the burning landscape. He glanced aside when he heard a voice. What was that? Two people were looking down through a window, asking each other, "Who is that? Why isn't he running away?" Others nearby also chimed in. "Is he planning to fight the dragon alone? Is he a hero, but isn't his appearance a bit perverse? Or is he just a pervert?" Jack clutched the pot tightly. He tried to act normal, but deep down a sea of tears raged. How embarrassing! Fear and shame were mixing together. Dur dispelled the doubts by sitting in a cart, waving his hand and loudly calling out, "Hey, masked hero, fight hard and save us." Jack heard the voice and turned around. "Ah, Sir Dur." Everyone around, hearing that someone had come to save them, joyfully cheered. "Masked hero, the hero has come." "Really? Is he a hero?" "There's the hero." He awkwardly raised the floor-scrubbing broom in response. "Aha, thank you everyone." Clenching the broom handle, he became determined. "That's right. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. I mustn't miss it." Jack's eyes grew even more determined as he thought of fame and wealth. In the sky, the dragon was still spewing fire furiously, letting out incomprehensible cries. It felt as if Alex on its back was driving it mad as it flew erratically. He was riding on the dragon's back as if he wanted to grind it down, and it seemed difficult to control it in this state. There was no other way. Alex decided to unleash his move. 100 demon hands. Hundreds of arms burst forth from his body. They wrapped tightly around the dragon's entire body. The dragon's brown color mixed with the black of his sleeves and the purple of his magic. This move was called imprisonment. Bound tightly, the dragon shrieked in pain. Alex raised his hand with his characteristic demon black claws. "This is the final blow." The hands went straight into the dragon's heart. This move was called Heart Piercer. There's no need to describe the pain. The dragon opened its mouth wide, spewing fire and roaring. Alex looked down with a bit of confusion. Purple-eyed things were tightly wrapped around his arms and body. Alex's eyes showed surprise when he heard a sound of preparation. The dragon struggled to utter fragmented words. "I certainly saw. Him who you thought was dead, return here." Then it let out another cry. The purple thing on the dragon's back seized the opportunity and flew straight into Alex's face. Seeing the situation, he understood. "So that's how it is." Dur, sitting in the cart, had lost his patience. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing, Alex? Hurry up and get down here. The audience is waiting." He annoyedly picked his nose, looking at the thing in the sky and judging. "Are you molding a dragon? Why is killing one taking so much of your time?" Alex was having a purple slime-like object fly into his eye. Clung tightly to him, leaving only one eye exposed. Alex understood. "So that's how it is?" The dragon cried out in pain, its purple eyes slowly dimming. Its enormous body was tightly bound by the arms. It just kept falling from high above. Dur below called out to the failure. Jack turned his head, bewildered. "Ha?" Dur pointed up at the sky. "Get ready, it's coming." Jack shyly turned his face away. Dur reminded him, "Try to time your swing accurately." In the sky, the dragon was falling almost in front of them, its head pointing downwards, its mouth wide open. Suddenly he called out, "Sir Dur." He looked up at the dragon, sweating profusely. "I don't want to die." Seeing the person holding a broom in a defensive stance, uttering those words just now, Dur couldn't help but laugh. "Coo. He placed his hand on his chin, making a commitment. "Jack, I give you my word of honor. No matter what happens, I will not let you die." Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes completely changed. Sparks in his red blood cells surged. Clenching the broom handle even tighter, he became determined. "That's right, I can do this." He drew the broom back. Jack loudly shouted the name of his move. Moonlight, first movement. The dragon at this moment was writhing above. Alex on the dragon's back was annoyed by the purple goo clinging to him. That thing had already covered half of his face. Alex roared with anger. His hands extended far, then slowly transformed into purple-eyed hands, rushing to directly confront Alex's still untransformed hand. Seeing himself fighting himself, Alex realized this was becoming a bit troublesome. He looked down. In his current state, Alex was not far from the ground. He understood he had to hurry quickly, using his move. Demon hand. Next was Heavenly Light Arrow. Only one of his arms was seen sweeping everywhere, scattering the purple swarm. One purple creature's eyes widened in surprise. Alex tensed his arm, grabbed the thing on his face and pulled it off with a yank. It clung on like a fish to water. Dur looked up at the sky where the dragon was falling, getting closer and closer. He cheerfully reminded the large falling object, "You should slow down or our hero will be crushed." At this moment Alex was still pulling the leech-like thing off his face. The tenacious creature, it still clung to his face, refusing to let go, a stubborn pest. The dragon was now almost touching the ground. People around screamed and yelled at each other. "Look, the dragon is attacking, everyone run!" Jack watched, trembling. Those inside the houses urged each other to quickly get out into the hallway. Mothers shrieked in fear. "It's invading!" Jack trembled as he watched the dragon getting closer and closer to him. At this moment Dur jumped off the cart and shouted at the one on the dragon's back. "Alex, what are you doing?" he said to the dragon in a slightly annoyed voice. "Slowly now." But Dur saw Alex struggling to remove the purple object from his face. The dragon was now almost touching the ground. Jack stood still, determined not to move, vowing to defeat it in one blow no matter what. He remembered someone telling him when he was a child, "Jack, watch closely." Little Jack, carrying his younger sibling on his back, asked the man with a sword and a missing tooth who was burying something in a mine. His father, carrying another younger sibling on his back with a sword missing many teeth, said to young Jack, "This sword technique is a secret of our family. Learn it in case the army of Demon King Samrung invades our world someday." Jack hesitated and said to his father, "The village kid said, I can't defeat the Demon King and our family can't either." His father said gently, "You can't, it doesn't matter what people say, our Holy Bee family has the sacred blood of heroes, so you will surely become the hero who defeats the Demon King." He coughed a few times and young Jack, worried, advised him to keep practicing hard. Jack smiled and said, "Yes, father." Back to the present, Jack gritted his teeth and swung the broom. Light first form. At the same time, Alex broke free from the purple object and Dur unfolded his arms. When he released his arms, one of his eyes had transformed into a demon's eye. He shouted, "Zombie Slayer!" Red energy flew towards the dragon. Jack swung his broom and shouted, "Demon King Sever!" The broom created a streak of light like a sword and the dragon exploded just as it was about to touch the ground. Its massive body caused chaos all around. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. When it hit the dragon's tail, a house shattered into pieces, and Jack squeezed his eyes shut just before the blood splattered. He slowly opened his eyes, looked down at his blood-splattered body and shouted, "Ah!" He turned around and dragon blood was splattered everywhere. Someone saw the dead dragon and shouted, "Oh, there's the hero." Others also shouted, "He defeated the dragon, our savior, the unprecedented hero. God must have sent him. Long live the hero, there's the hero." The words of praise thrilled him with happiness. Dur quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He pulled Jack back to the present, reminding him quietly so others wouldn't hear. "Are you going to run away without even changing your disguise? Masked hero." Jack suddenly remembered and quickly replied, "Oh yes," and immediately ran away. Alex was now standing on the cross that the dragon had destroyed and his eyes were fixed on the direction Jack had run off to. Half of his face was covered in an unknown pattern. He turned his gaze to the fallen dragon's corpse. The dragon lay motionless, along with its previous actions and the clinging purple swarm. Alex realized that the one he thought was dead had returned. Clouds drifted across the clear morning sky. Someone casually stretched and enjoyed the air. "I slept well," Alex said, placing a coffee cup on the table. "Master, are you awake? Have some coffee." Dur, about to yawn, froze. Alex saw his master's blank face and chuckled, explaining, "People say they start their mornings with a cup of coffee." Dur exclaimed in surprise. "Oh," they heard Jack rushing over. "Party leader, something terrible has happened." Both turned around. Dur was surprised by the name. "Party leader?" Jack's face was full of excitement. He told Dur and Alex that the entire village was looking for the masked hero. They said they needed to make him the village's hero. Dur, seeing Jack's dirty appearance, couldn't help but ask, "What's with your clothes?" Jack only then realized. And he scratched his head with his bandaged arm. The village was destroyed by yesterday's disaster, so I was helping the residents. The physical labor pay is quite good." Dur brought the coffee cup to his mouth. "It's all right, everything is going according to my plan." He hadn't even taken a sip when the sunlight stung his eyes, forcing him to close one. He looked at the sunlit spot and exclaimed, waking up in the sunlight and drinking fragrant coffee. Mornings on Earth are quite nice." The room he was staying in had been destroyed and was a mess from the dragon attack last night. Alex maintained his polite demeanor. "This coffee is made from the dragon's tongue and left eyeball. Fortunately, it suits your majesty's taste." Below, the residents were helping each other, pulling each other out of the ruins. "Hurry, someone come and pull this out." Someone was sad. "Oh, my house, Mom, where are you?" Someone was trying to clean up last night's events. This is too heavy. Don't complain. If you don't move quickly, you'll have to work all night. Just a little more." A woman brought them bread. "Eat and keep going." They happily said thank you. Someone shouted, "Move, move." Another person put stones into a basket and said to Jack, "Let's go." Because of the weight, Jack let out a small, pot-bellied man put a stone on and cheered him on. "Jack, hurry up, still a long way to go." Jack, though burdened, happily replied, "Yes, ha." Dur watched the joyful sight of them moving stones and commented, "They're trying to rebuild this devastated village." He rested his chin on both hands like a child. "Failures are diligent too." Alex didn't object. "Yes," he told Dur what he knew. "I spoke with him yesterday. Jack said he's done all sorts of work since he was a child. He grew up in a poor family. And raising a hero is expensive." Seeing Jack still smiling brightly, Alex continued, "Laundry, cleaning, plumbing, even grave digging, there's almost nothing he hasn't done." Dur seemed to be thinking something as he listened to the story. When Alex said he even worked at an inn, Der replied. Then it's decided. Alex didn't understand. Seeing the ruins contrast with the distant shimmering sea and the people below, Der lazily said, we found a hero, and moving around is a hassle. It was unclear if Der was criticizing or praising. Let's start in this village. It's small and ordinary, but I like it. He happily concluded that this was Der's beginning. Suddenly he unburdened his thoughts. Alex had to turn his head then. Der was already up and walking ahead, his face blooming like a cat's. Let's go, we'll leave the rest to Jack. Alex's head was full of question marks. He asked where they were going. Joy and happiness were unmistakable on his face. Of course we're going to sell the dragon hide. Dragon hide is expensive because it's used to make equipment, isn't it? Our goal is to be in the top 2. Alex pointed to the sky, remembering that the Hero Bureau had taken everything last night. Der shouted in anger. What did you say? Alex added that the dragon's corpse was too heavy for ordinary people to carry. Der's face at this moment was like a stretched-out pump. Damn it, then why did I kill it? He pointed ahead with a darkly trembling hand. Let's go. Alex trembled too. Yes, where were they going now? Der's eyes were full of vengeance. Let's load the corpses of those guys in the Hero Bureau onto a cart. Alex quickly stopped him. Wait, master. His heart trembled like Der's. Oh no, the Hero Bureau is the headquarters for all heroes. No matter how strong the master is, fighting them alone. Besides, if they find out the Demon King isn't in the demon realm, we're doomed. He quickly forced a laugh and tried to change the subject. Didn't your majesty say you wanted to fight alongside heroes? Der, annoyed at this point, retorted. So what? Alex realized he could distract Der and smiled. In the human world, to become a hero, you must register with the Hero Bureau. Who would recognize you as a hero without the Hero Bureau? Hearing this, he looked blank, turned his body, rested his chin in his hand, and thought. Really? Behind him, Alex was breaking out in a cold sweat. Did I just prevent the extinction of the demon race? After thinking for a long time, he suddenly remembered something. Then I'll have to go there. Alex thought he had successfully prevented it, but was surprised. Ah, again. He revealed a demonic face and a long tongue. I will compensate for the losses with the treasures of neighboring countries. Alex couldn't believe his ears. I thought your majesty intended to become human. He paid no mind and said firmly. We leave tomorrow. Alex's eyebrows twitched. Couldn't we return to the underworld? Alex's voice echoed across the field full of flowers. Der. His silence couldn't stop Alex's mouth. Der. Still no answer. Alex grew annoyed. Der, excited like a child, replied. Ha, he asked, annoyed. Hasn't your majesty enjoyed Earth enough? Why aren't we returning to the demon realm? The entire demon realm is waiting for your return. Your destiny will come in 20 years, and there's no time to waste. Your majesty must quickly learn demon magic and dominate the world. Der, lying on the straw, said, It's none of your business. Do you guys think I have to do that? Alex refuted the reasons why the Demon King would appear and attack the human world. It's inevitable. 665 Demon Kings before your majesty, both the demon realm and humanity accepted it as natural. He enjoyed the wind in the field. If everything went your way, why would there be a need for gods? I'm just telling you. Think again, there's no Demon King anymore. But Alex, annoyed, suggested, then your majesty should get married at least to produce the 666 Demon King, shouldn't you? Anyone is fine. Der was appalled. What did you say? Anyone is fine? How dare you say such a thing to me? You're a demon. Get lost. Alex didn't care. But if you don't entrust us with a successor, I won't leave. He lay comfortably, closing his eyes. Fine, if you're going to be like this, then be my assistant forever. Alex didn't give up. Shall I find a suitable woman for your majesty and arrange a marriage? Der threatened. If you bring up marriage one more time, I'll destroy the demon realm with my own hands. Knowing he couldn't do anything, Alex went back to driving the carriage. Suddenly, Der asked him, By the way, is that possible? Alex, unable to understand, asked, What do you mean? Der's face turned red and embarrassed. That princess earlier, you know. Alex still didn't understand. Which princess are you referring to? Der's face turned even redder at this point. Alex's mouth gaped wider in confusion. Oh really? Because of this, Der's embarrassment exploded and he flung his arms as if about to fly off. I mean, can a human and a demon have a child? Alex was surprised and replied, Oh, of course they can. At Alex's answer, a smile bloomed on Der's face. Alex spoke like an encyclopedia. The method of conception between humans and demons is the same. Generally, Der heard the overwhelming amount of information pouring from Alex's mouth. Male semen is secreted, and when sperm meets a female egg, fertilization occurs, forming an embryo, and after 37 to 42 weeks a baby is born. He listened with one ear and let it out the other. Der covered Alex's mouth and said, I don't need sex education. Knowing it was hard to tease him, Alex also replied, Ah yes. His eyes suddenly changed, and he told Der shocking news. If you wish, you can even plant a demon seed in another person's body. He wore a dangerous smile. You can get pregnant just by mating. Even after a kiss, the chance of pregnancy is 50 and a light kiss is 25. Der's brain was shocked. What? You can get pregnant just by a light kiss? Alex spread the unbelievable news. You can even get pregnant just by holding hands, so what? Only Der. He believed it was true. He unconsciously lay down. What's wrong with this body? His face became as stiff as a block of wood. I almost got into big trouble because of the demon bloodline. This body feels like it was born to maintain the bloodline. His eyes were blank from this shocking news. Damn it, this body's purpose is so clear. Kill and reproduce. The more I know, the more I hate it. Alex looked at his master behind him. This body is blessed. Your majesty is the faith and savior of our demon realm. This perfect body was given to your majesty by God. Even with such words, it couldn't stop Dur's crude mouth. Bless my ass, I'm just one of those demons born once every 1,000 years. He was so annoyed that he said directly, I don't like it. The blue sky and the sunlight before him lessened Dur's annoyance. To be expected like this. So what about my opinion? Suddenly a scream was heard. Look, Alex and Dur simultaneously looked in the direction of the sound. A girl was running towards them with a group chasing her from behind. She was wearing a yellow dress. The group behind looked very fierce. They rode horses, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, quickly catch that woman. Ah, the blonde girl cried and pleaded. Save me, I'm being chased by bandits, Alex, expressionless, said to his master. Oh, a beautiful lady is in danger. We should help. Alex was puzzled. Why should we? We're demons. Alex thought positively. Your majesty might not know. Something good might happen. Dur was more suspicious than he looked. Don't you think it's suspicious? Alex was puzzled. What do you mean? He said casually. That woman suddenly ran towards us asking for help. Alex didn't understand his words. A beauty asking for help is the most classic cliché in the fantasy genre. Is there a problem? Yes. The girl in the group got closer to them. Dur analyzed. No, there's nowhere to stay nearby, so where did they come from? Even if they were in the forest, it's very far from here. The atmosphere became more serious as Dur said more importantly. The appearance of the girl in the group seemed distorted in his eyes. Do you think they didn't spot us while chasing that woman? Dur said the key issue is that neither of us saw them. This is strange and unlikely to happen. If someone could deceive Dur and Alex, there's one possibility. Dur looked at Alex with a suspicious expression, narrowing his eyes. Was it your doing? Alex looked back and asked, What do you mean? Dur pouted his lips and said, You're using that woman to make me produce a successor. Alex turned around and sneered. Ha, what do you take me for? I am Alex, the demon realm's greatest strategist. I would never think of such a terrible thing. The yellow-dressed girl who had been chased earlier ran past their cart. She grabbed the cart handle and lay down, staring intently at Dur. He furrowed his brows, looking at her in confusion. The girl, with a pitiful, vacant expression, tried a tearful plea. Sir, I'm being chased by bandits. Please save me. She sobbed weakly, gripping the cart handle tightly with both hands. This sight would make any man want to protect her. Dur remained lying on the cart, arms still crossed. He glanced at the girl and replied indifferently, I'm not a merchant, I'm a hero's assistant. Hearing that, the girl exclaimed, Ah, and forgetting her tears, looked stunned, but as soon as her mouth was reprogrammed, she continued to wail. Hero's assistant, please save me. The bandits are trying to catch me. Dur propped his chin in his hand, looking at her, and shifted his position, but still showed no sign of hurrying to get up and help. But we are a high-ranking unit. We only hunt dragons. We don't do such trivial things. The girl lowered her head and cursed inwardly. Ha, damn it, why is he so difficult? Dur wasn't deaf. He shot up, pointing at her, and said, Hey, did you just curse? She continued to act, crying and explaining. Me? What? No, I'm just asking for help. As Dur continued to point at her, about to curse her further, an axe flew and embedded itself precisely behind Dur. Bold and accurate. Dur turned to look at the axe that had pierced through the stirrup. His expression was complex. An unfamiliar voice echoed, Hee hee hee, you little brat. Dur turned around towards the annoying voice. A group of bandits with gruesome faces were galloping towards them on horseback. They laughed, mocking and uttering provocative words. Ha ha ha, look at that guy's pale face. Ha ha ha, if you don't want to die, get rid of all that trashy luggage and disappear, another bandit said. What are those clothes? Did he come from the future? Ha ha ha. Dur looked at the bandits and pouted his lips, saying, Speaking of luggage, my precious luggage is damaged. You will burn forever. As Dur's voice lowered, the bandit leader was immediately engulfed in purple hellfire. This sight was so terrifying that the girl could only stand there stunned with fear, watching the man slowly burn. The bandits, who had been arrogant and impudent moments ago, now merely stared blankly as their leader writhed in agony on the ground. Unable to bear the pain, he screamed, Arg, and pleaded for help from his comrades beside him. It's hot, put out the fire. As the remaining bandits rushed to put out the fire, Dur's cold voice suddenly echoed, You can't put it out. The bandits froze, cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies. Dur spoke indifferently, as if telling a story, with purple flames still in his hand. No matter what divine power anyone uses, this fire will never be extinguished. You cannot even die. You will simply burn like this forever. Until the end of days, he kindly asked the remaining bandits, Who else? Who wants to be burned at the stake with him? This punishment was truly worse than death, and naturally the bandits did not want to experience it. They fled on their horses with all their might. Oh, we're sorry. Please forgive us, Demon Lord. Run away quickly. Dur looked at the girl below and said, All right, now go. The girl looked at him, forcing a smile, beads of sweat on her forehead. Just a moment, assistant. The bandits have also occupied our temple. She gave a shy eye-crinkling smile. All the nuns have been taken as slaves and the sacred artifacts are gone. Please eliminate the bandits and save our temple. Despite her pleas, Dur indifferently picked his nose and replied, No, I don't do such trivial things. The girl was so angry she almost broke the cart handle. Dur turned to Alex and said, Let's go, Alex. Yes, master. Wait, the girl suddenly cried out. Dur, still with his pinky finger stuck in his nostril, watched indifferently what she was about to do. The girl was sweating, seeming to barely manage to conjure up a final reason to stop them. You just mentioned a dragon, right? Are you perhaps the companion of that underpants hero? The temple occupied by the bandits is the temple of the strongest golden dragon, Jin Jiamryong. If you defeat them, we will reward you with Jin Jiamryong's helmet. Dur stopped picking his nose, and his eyes narrowed and elongated like a snake's, seeing the delicious bait. What more do I need to do? Why am I still standing here? And so, they began a new journey. Their steps were heavy and their breathing was labored, but something felt off. Alex's panting voice echoed. Master, when they finally stopped, Der asked Alex, panting, couldn't we have flown? Alex, staking his hundreds of years of life as a demon, gasped for breath. Of course we could have flown. Just now Der was standing on my back making me climb stairs, Der replied, as if it were the most obvious thing. Well, how do I fly? I'm not the Demon King, Alex cried out in despair. Then at least let me carry you normally. My legs are a mess, even the birds have flown away because of my pathetic sounds, Der said. Hey, I am the dignity of the demon realm, Alex said sarcastically. I thought you weren't the Demon King. The two continued to bicker as they climbed. Alex was now drenched in sweat, but he said, but it's really interesting. He looked up at the stairs dozens of meters above. The girl in the yellow dress was still walking as if flying. She had been running for 30 minutes. The fact that she could continue on such a steep mountain with ordinary human stamina, and even hum as she walked, was astonishing. Der nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets and stood on Alex's back, looking at the girl. It doesn't matter who that woman is. Alex was still panting like a horse below, looking at Der in confusion. Der's eyes were sharp and murderous intent emanated from his red pupils. I don't know what that woman wants, but if she tells even one lie, I'll skin her alive. Der paused and then looked up. The girl was still walking briskly, humming away. Der voiced his question. Jin Jiamryang's temple, do dragons worship gods too? Alex frowned and panted. No, but it's similar. Just as your majesty is worshipped in the demon realm. Huff huff. Jin Jiamryang is a divine dragon, surpassing all other dragons. To be precise, all living beings in this world, including our demon race, dragon race, and humanity, worship only one god, the creator god who created the world. A picture of the three races coexisting in one world was painted in its entirety. Der still looked up but said nothing. The sun was still blazing intensely overhead. Der remarked, then God truly favors humans too much. Demons and dragons are merely supporting characters, Alex hastily corrected him. Do not doubt God. God is the sole truth and complete love. If we conquer Hawthorne where God's light shines, we too will be favored. Below the mountain was a peaceful kingdom bathed in sunlight, vibrant with life. Der pondered for a moment and then concluded. A very peculiar way of expressing love. Alex did not hesitate and continued his duty of carrying Der up the mountain. The moment they reached the summit, Alex exclaimed, we've arrived. After that, he collapsed completely. Der nonchalantly stepped on his head once and sneered, you're too weak. Poor Alex could only groan, trampled under Der's thick shoe. Der looked ahead. An ancient temple appeared before his eyes, with a very intricately carved dragon head made of stone towering above the entrance. Der nonchalantly walked inside, throwing a remark at the still unconscious Alex. You have to carry me on the way down too. The two pushed open the stone door and loudly called for the high priestess. Der's eyes were filled with greed, unable to hide his excitement, and he asked, where are the bandits and Jin Jiamryang's helmet? Hand them over quickly. Alex, still panting and weak from not having recovered his stamina, advised helplessly. Master, be careful. Something is wrong. Indeed it was. The stone door behind them closed with a bang. Everything went dark and a voice was heard. Hee. A blonde woman full of power sat in invisible space. Her face was covered with a very delicate veil. Behind her a large dragon's eye was wide open, gazing straight ahead. She laughed and said, you've come a long way. Your subordinate seems smarter than you. Der still smiled brightly, looking at the woman, and said, Hee, you seem to be the bandit leader who took over this temple. Where's the helmet? Alex behind him was very worried about his master's IQ. The woman floated high in the air, swinging her feet, observing the two below. How dare you open your mouth? Do you still not understand your situation? Kneel. The one before you is... She paused, as if about to say something terrible. Her eyes shone, and she clearly introduced herself. The divine dragon is the ruler of all dragons and the mother of all dragons. The one and only Jin Jiamryang. Hearing that, Der's face froze in shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Alex behind him also exclaimed in horror. The divine dragon Jin Jiamryang. Oh my goodness, master, we are in big trouble. Der merely snorted. And the woman laughed even more crazily. Ha ha ha, you're surprised, aren't you, you pathetic fool, that this was beyond your expectations? Foolish human. Her eyes were filled with excitement, and she said, now that you know fear, beg me for forgiveness. I am not petty. Der stroked his chin, thinking, divine dragon, interesting. The woman thought she had the upper hand when Der said that. You finally understand, don't you? As an act of repentance, I command you. Before she could finish speaking, Der cut her off. Hey, what are you chattering about? Dragon law, dragon mother. What I mean is, I want a cool title like that too. Der picked his nose with a dry hand, wearing an arrogant expression, and his fearless demeanor made the dragon mother burn with rage. Der turned to Alex, grinning, revealing a double chin. Every time I introduce myself, it feels like something is missing. Lord of Darkness, an extraordinary man in the top two. What do you think, Alex? Alex's eyes sparkled and he clapped, responding enthusiastically. Oh, as expected of my master. The dragon mother, being treated like air, was so angry that her leg muscles cramped. She whimpered, trying to get back to the point, but the two simply ignored her with cold indifference. The dragon mother was sweating, looking on the verge of crying from anger. She growled, stop talking nonsense and quickly beg me for your life. Don't you want to apologize? Der, with an innocent expression, thought, what did I do wrong to you? Ah, she shouted furiously, pointing her finger at them. You killed a dragon yesterday. I am the mother of all dragons. You killed my child. Der laughed. Oh, you're making such a fuss over just that. The woman stepped into the air and lightly floated upwards. She approached Der, who still didn't move, a slight upturn of his lips, a confident expression of a powerful being. The two moved closer to each other, and the woman looked directly into Der's eyes and said, just over that, in the end you chose death. Immediately, a wall of fire appeared surrounding them. This is the Golden Jade Realm. The Dragon Mother's eyes gleamed and she said coldly, even if you are demi-ugos you will not be able to defeat me. Alex, clutching his clothes and hat, spoke from within the flames. The Golden Jade Realm? Oh my, this is Jin Jiamryang's territory. I'm in her home ground. Fighting her is very dangerous. The Dragon Mother laughed triumphantly. Aha, your subordinate knows a lot. Quickly kneel. Number 66. Do you do this even knowing who I am? This remark from Dur was incomprehensible to her. Dur's eyes changed, piercing through her like burning hellfire. He said in a low voice, if you're Jin Jiamryang, I can skin your face and wear it, can't I? Get ready. I'm going to skin you now. The Dragon Mother's eyes flashed like lightning, unable to believe the arrogant one before her dared to say such a thing. She asked, how dare you? Dur now looked like a snake eyeing its prey, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Do you dare do this even knowing who I am? Get ready, I'm going to skin your face. The Dragon Mother's eyes flashed like lightning, unable to believe the arrogant one before her dared to say such a thing. She asked, how dare you? Dur raised his finger as if telling her to be quiet. You don't want to apologize? Are you disappointing me? The Dragon Mother's head was filled with question marks. She opened her eyes wide in anger and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Dur chose his words carefully. No, in fact, she listened with curiosity. He calmly explained his reasons, hands still in his pockets as usual. I didn't come to Earth to cause trouble. I just wanted to go to a quiet village and be friends with a hero. But suddenly your little brat came and breathed fire, destroying the whole village. So what was I supposed to do? That was just self-defense. But when your brat caused trouble, you didn't even show up and now you drag us here for revenge? What kind of attitude is that? The poor Dragon Mother didn't know how to respond to Dur's scolding. He continued calmly, you disguised yourself as a witch and bandits and tricked us, and then you suddenly say, I am the Divine Dragon, confess your sins before me. Did you think I would kneel and say, oh God, oh Divine Dragon, please forgive me just this once? Ah, just because you're the Divine Dragon, you think you can do whatever you want? Are all dragons like that? Being directly accused of being an irresponsible parent, the Dragon Mother could only stammer, ah-ha, sweating profusely. Alex also chimed in. His words are correct. To always assume you are right just because you have power is arrogance. Dur didn't know Alex would also speak up. I thought you were scared. The accused Dragon Mother remained speechless. If everyone suddenly rebels against you, you're going to say they're wrong. What does that even mean? Furthermore, the dragon race was the first to forget and violate the peace treaty with humans. Now it's your turn to beg for forgiveness. Alex looked directly at the Dragon Mother and said. Dur asked her, now as the Divine Dragon, are you willing to apologize to the people of Jorich village for the sins your child committed? What nonsense is this? This seemed to deviate from the Dragon Mother's script. Dur spoke as if scolding a junior. Look, it's always the mother's fault for spoiling the child. She forced an excuse. I am not their mother, Alex pressed her. Is this shirking responsibility? Do you not want to take responsibility and just blame us? Did I get the script wrong? The Dragon Mother could no longer tolerate it. She sighed and shouted, hey, don't you have any shame? Just because the children are bad doesn't mean the parents are bad. Don't you know that? Dur immediately retorted, look, people who know nothing about their children and don't care when their children cause trouble. They'd claimed their children were well behaved at home, but because of people like them, all other parents got a bad name. Alex continued, this is not a matter to be overlooked. As the representative of the dragon race, the Divine Dragon must apologize for violating the peace treaty. Shouldn't you take responsibility and step down because of one fallen dragon? Dur and Alex exchanged words, pressing her so hard that blood seemed to flow from her ears. She could no longer maintain her earlier momentum and seemed intimidated by their eloquence. The Dragon Mother scratched her head, stammering, surely it's not that bad? Do I feel like I did something wrong? Yes, you did. Now can you let us out of here? The two turned sharply and prepared to leave. The Dragon Mother hastily stopped them. Wait a moment, she scratched her head, embarrassed. Since you've come all this way, could you do me one favor? Dur looked at her and said, apologize first. Hearing that, the Dragon Mother paused, unable to answer, and Dur immediately turned around and said, if you don't want to, then don't. You won't lose anything by apologizing. She immediately called out to them. Wait, Dur's eyes lit up. Success, she hesitated, then said. I'm sorry. Those 3 words are really hard to say. The sound echoed in the vast space. Dur suddenly raised his hand and patted her head, and she didn't understand what was happening. He again played the role of an old man praising a junior. Well, I don't really like it, but since you apologized, I'll accept it. He still patted the Dragon Mother's head. The Dragon Mother's face twitched and sweat beaded on her forehead. I'm just letting it go because I'm magnanimous. Dur laughed ha-ha when he heard that. Dur returned to his usual expression and asked her, so what do you want? The Divine Dragon frowned, simply put, dragon hunting. Dur pouted his lips. He looked at her with a suspicious expression full of contempt. The true Golden Dragon, the rule, the mother, the Divine Dragon, is asking me, the Demon King, to hunt her own dragon children? The Dragon Mother weakly replied. Yes. Hearing that, Dur chuckled. Do you think I'm a fool? This is clearly a trap. You think I'd believe that nonsense? You're crazy, you stupid dragon. Dur laughed and cried, using his hand to hit the dragon's head to make her understand. The Dragon Mother raised her hands to cover her head. No. As Dur was about to swallow her whole, Alex interjected. Is it because of the purple parasites? Dur stopped his motion of biting her cheek and looked puzzled. Alex remembered when he fought that dragon. Countless sticky purple masses with many eyes were wrapped around the dragon's body. It was like a parasite clinging to the dragon's body. Perhaps that was what was driving the dragon's mad. The dragon mother broke free from Dur's grip. Yes, something is wrong. It's because of the hardliners who rejected peace and made a pact with humans. Dur frowned and asked, hardliners? The dragon mother said, yes. That dragon yesterday was also one of the hardliners' victims. She glanced at Dur and continued, the hardliners are a group who were hurt by humans, like losing their wives or children to them, the dragon mother explained. She turned around and spoke slowly. Though their souls are pure, the two looked at her, waiting for her to finish. The dragon mother looked into the distance and reminisced. But they are blinded by rage. Hordes of red-eyed purple parasites were infecting the children who were living peacefully, making them attack villages. With strange and powerful magic never seen before, they infected the dragons and made them destroy villages to once again spark a war between humans and dragons. She turned to the two of them and said seriously, so you must capture them first, so that innocent children will not die tragically as tools of war again. At this moment, the dragon mother looked unusually warm and gentle, and Dur put on a sly smile. I understand what you're saying. He looked at her with sharp eyes, nonchalantly putting both hands in his pockets and said, this is a hunt, but the problem is that there are hardliners who manipulate peace-loving dragons, furiously attack humans, and you want us to capture them before they are killed by humans, is that right? Dur slowly looked at her, reiterating her intentions. The dragon mother replied yes. Dur asked her, then what will you give me? At this question the dragon mother was confused again. Dur's red eyes flashed again, showing he was ready to make a deal. There must be a price for my services, right? She frowned and asked, Dur, what do you want? Dur held up 5 fingers, 5 dragon scales. That's the price. He had known for a very long time. There were weapons made from the dragon race. For each one of them I catch, I'll take 5 dragon scales. How about it? Dur continued. And I'll add a few weapons and armor refined with dragon's breath, worth over 1,000 gold. How about it? The dragon mother listened and pondered for a moment. After hearing the price, she broke out in a cold sweat and asked, what, are you a swindler? Dur snapped his fingers again and said, think what you want. Immediately a contract appeared, stating that Dur would undertake the work and the golden dragon would pay the cost. The work description was as follows. To capture the dragons that disrupted the city and castle and deliver them to the golden dragon. The price, 5 dragon scales and weapons worth 100 gold per dragon. Payment due the morning after completion. Breach of contract results in becoming Dur's slave. It was a truly shocking contract. Dur looked at her with a sly smile. Just say your name and the contract will be complete. This is a deal with a demon. Don't think lightly of it. You're risking your soul. The golden dragon growled. All right, after cursing. She shouted loudly, divine dragon, golden dragon. Immediately the contract turned red, like a torn contract. Dur smiled cunningly. He looked at the dragon before him and said, the contract is concluded. Open the door. I'll be back in a few days after taking care of it. After speaking, the two headed for the door. The golden dragon called out to them, demon. She looked at Dur earnestly. Please spare them. Let there be no more deaths. That is my last plea. Dur looked at her and smiled brightly, replying politely, yes, customer. As they walked out, Dur smirked. The two left the temple in single file. Dur asked, Alex, everything didn't go according to plan, did it? That's right. Suddenly, Dur remembered something. Oh right, he turned around and called out to the divine dragon. But behind him there was only a dilapidated temple covered in ancient moss patterns, and the stone door from earlier was no longer there. Alex hastily said, what are you doing? King Dur shouted angrily. Damn it, she still didn't give me the golden dragon helmet. I'm ruined. Alex could only remain silent. Alex, sweating cold, reminded him. We are not dragons, so we cannot return to the golden jade realm. Dur bristled. This dragon tricked me again, he shouted. Someday I'll definitely skin your face. His angry voice shook the mountain, scattering the birds. Alex shouted, weapon merchant? The sound echoed throughout the ruined castle. Dur smiled gently and rubbed his hands together, admitting, that's right. Alex looked at Dur and asked. Standing next to him, he didn't understand what they were talking about. Alex couldn't hold back and unleashed the demon within him. He grabbed Dur's shoulders tightly and shouted, why are you selling weapons again? Did you abandon us all and come to the human world just to sell weapons to us? Dur still maintained his smiling face, unfazed by Alex shaking him. Alex was like a mother who caught her son going to an internet cafe. Lich embraced him, desperately trying to calm Alex down. As Alex finished speaking, Dur began to retaliate. He shouted in Alex's face, hey, how did you feel when humans hunted baby dragons and made weapons out of them? Dur pointed at Alex's face and said, this is business. You foolish brainless idiot. Alex was overwhelmed by this momentum and couldn't say a word. After speaking, Dur proudly rubbed his nose, his eyes shining with thoughts of reward. Monopolizing dragon scales is the weapon Jin Jiamriam gave me. Oh this, how many DTI lives can I get with this? I knew it. No, I'm actually already in the top 2. She said she'd give me a pile of weapons just for catching dragons. This is practically free money. The more he spoke, the more Dur drooled. Since war breaks out every 100 years, the weapon business is the most profitable. It will never fail, right? Alex, shedding tears, tried to persuade Dur. No, if there's no demon king, there's no war. An ordinary person just scratched his head, thinking to himself, hunting dragons for free. Dur suddenly turned around and asked Alex, besides you idiot, do you still not know who I am? Alex was stunned by this question. Dur's eyes flashed and he said excitedly, the weapon business is just capital for the true plan. I have no intention of living as a merchant my whole life. Did you forget? One keeps watch in the darkness and the other possesses all the weapons in the world. Hearing this, Alex was relieved. He looked at Dur with excited eyes. As I expected, I knew it. You haven't forgotten hell, Der immediately commanded. Then quickly take that useless fellow and find a useful shop for us. Let's go. Alex, overjoyed, flew away like the wind. Yes, my lord. Alex and Jack jumped out of the castle and disappeared. Der stood there watching the two of them. At this moment he finally revealed his true thoughts. Why do I have to keep doing business? Der rubbed his fingers together, an ambitious smile on his face. The ultimate goal, of course, is to build a building. It feels great to think of becoming the owner of the coolest fantasy building in the world. It's a good thing you're stupid, Alex. Der happily wiggled his feet. He was now lying in bed waiting for the two of them to return. The sun was already high in the sky, shining brightly. Der lay in bed calmly looking at the sky and smiled slightly. He recalled the first time he met Lich. Lich was a shy hotel employee. When Lich first met Der, he scratched his head and said shyly, "I'm so sorry. My rank is F grade and I'm just a useless being." And then the scene of them fighting the dragon came to mind. Everything was like a movie playing in slow motion in Der's memory. Another person came to his mind. The golden dragon looked at him, pleading, "Please spare them. Let there be no more deaths." Der smiled silently, his eyes half closed. Sunlight streamed through the broken roof onto the crumbling building. Der admired. "Now I've created a stable source of income and I've saved a foolish hero. It's over now. I can get rich just by sitting still. But what is this empty feeling? Blood and slaughter?" The image of Lich scratching his head shyly reappeared. Only now he was engulfed in flames. Der thought hollowly, "Would I feel better if I killed all the people in this village?" Der's mental image distorted, his eyes veiled. Lich was still smiling but crying. A dull voice whispered around Der, "Kill them all." The space was covered in dark energy, and Der looked in an unknown direction. The voice echoed again, "Destroy the world." The image of the former demon army reappeared in Der's mind. Enslave humanity and turn the human world into hell. Scenes of war and slaughter erupted. The entire world was engulfed in flames. The whole sky lit up and demons flew everywhere, destroying everything. A horrific sight. The demon king will rule again, and then you will end the cycle of resurrection and death underground. Every 100 years in this place where sunlight never reaches. Der stared straight ahead, expressionless, his eyes shining brightly. Then he closed his eyes and said coldly, "Go to sleep and shut up." The sunset painted the entire sky red, and Alex stopped and said, "We've arrived." The two stopped in front of the ruined building, the new weapon shop. The owner of this place had lost his life during the dragon invasion, and the shop was acquired at a bargain price. Der stretched and yawned. Not bad. You found it really fast. I haven't even slept yet." Alex covered his face and spoke like a shy maiden. "After hearing about your true plan, I was too excited to sit still." Hearing this, Der winced and laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's work hard for the true plan." Alex looked at the shop in front of him and calculated, "If we step in, this will become quite a good shop." Der was puzzled. "Can he fix the house?" "Yes, he said he was a carpenter." Der listened and admired. "Really, he's amazing for his age. But isn't bloodline rank passed down through generations? I mean, even if a pure-blooded human has a child, that child could still be F grade?" Der asked Alex, turning to him in confusion. He admitted, "That's right, and there have been cases where children or adults of F-grade heroes eventually became the ultimate victors," Der concluded. "So it's all just a coincidence then?" "Yes." Suddenly Der asked, "Then is there no hope for useless people? Just because a family is all F-grade, does the child have to be branded as F-grade too?" Alex didn't know much about that. It was a rather vague issue. Der looked at him expecting an answer. Alex smiled and said, "Although not a skill, wealth is inherited. Families that consistently produce high-ranking warriors or saints can have as much wealth as kings. With that money, they can raise a child's hero rank or bloodline rank in various ways." Alex narrowed his eyes meaningfully and smiled. He leaned back and looked ahead, saying, "So in other words, even if that child is F-grade, they can still succeed, right?" "Yes. But he himself said he's F-grade, so he must have already been ranked as a hero." Hearing that, Der just remained silent. He asked Alex, "Do you know what I'm thinking right now?" "Of course not." "Alex, I'm not a bug in your stomach." Der transformed into an enraged demon. He grabbed Alex's head, throttling him, and shouted, "Poor humans decide hero ranks with money. Why do demons keep losing to humans like that? Why, you damned fools, this chapter should be called The Demon King's Fury." Poor Alex could only weakly say, "I'm sorry, it's not my fault." Der released Alex, but his entire body was red with rage. "HMPH, I won't say any more. The demon realm isn't important anymore anyway." Alex staggered, silently swallowing his tears. "But where did our hero go?" Alex hesitated. In the middle of the market at a small stall, Jack was happily selling noodles. It was the warrior's noodle shop. He saw the two of them and stopped slicing meat. Jack's face was covered in dirt, but he squinted and greeted Der. "Master, are you awake?" Der looked at him as if he couldn't understand. "What? Why are you suddenly selling noodles?" Jack awkwardly scratched his head. "I had some free time at night and wanted to try it. It actually brings in quite a good income, haha." A faint sound. Der sat on a chair in front of the counter waiting for his order. "Then give me a bowl of noodles," Jack replied excitedly. "Yes, master." He skillfully made the noodles, chopped green onions, sliced meat, and poured broth. A very appetizing bowl of noodles was complete. "Here you go, master." Seeing the steaming bowl of noodles, Der's mouth watered automatically. "Is that noodles?" He picked up a strand of noodles and put it in his mouth, the taste as it went down his throat. Der was surprised and his face was filled with happiness. Delicious. He was amazed by this taste. Truly delicious. Alex couldn't help but speak when he heard that. "Really? Then I'll try some too." As soon as this taste reached Alex's mouth, he exclaimed, "Truly delicious." Alex and Der pointed at Jack simultaneously. "Hey, give up on being a hero. Switch to this profession." Jack awkwardly scratched his head. "Haha, I'll take that as a compliment." Seeing the two of them eating deliciously filled Jack's heart with joy. While Dur was eating ravenously, he heard Jack say, "Master, thank you very much." He happily expressed his gratitude. "But I still can't afford the school uniforms for my younger siblings who attend the Warrior Academy. It always bothered me that those two didn't have uniforms. They pretended not to care, but they were really happy when you gave them money," Dur asked, eating his noodles. "Warrior Academy?" He replied, "Yes. Though it may sound arrogant, I send my 2 children to a private warrior elementary school. I am not strong, but I am confident that my 2 children can become true warriors, so I will pour all my assets into their future." While he was happily talking, someone shouted, "What is this? There's a fly in my noodles." A man threw the bowl of noodles. "Damn it, I didn't want to eat at such a shabby restaurant, but I was hungry and just eating temporarily." "But what is this?" The sexily dressed woman sitting next to him didn't stop him and openly showed her contempt. "I told you I don't want to eat in dirty places." Jack, like a standard clerk, spoke to such people. "I apologize, but there are no flies near here, sir." Before he could finish speaking, the bowl of noodles flew towards him, and Jack could only cover his face with his hands. Dur was still chewing and said nothing. Seeing that, the man became even more arrogant. "What, are you saying I'm lying, you damned bastard? Do you know who my father is? If I say one word, this shop will close immediately." The woman next to him smiled as if not trying to hide her villainous nature. The man suddenly stopped swearing and something dawned on him. Even with the noodle bowl spilled on his face, the man said loudly, "Wait, isn't this guy from the Holy Bee family?" The woman was surprised. "You mean that influential family," she said. "Ah, I see. Are there still Holy Bee family members sitting here?" Then he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." The people around also whispered, "Oh my, the Holy Bee family, what is this? Since when did a hero become a chef?" Jack's face was filled with sadness and he said in a low voice. He said Bak was not beach. In Korean, beach means jade, but people changed it to Bak. The man didn't listen and showed his superiority. "I know, that miserable Bak family. Their father came to our house looking for work and this damned bastard is selling such garbage on the street. It's truly disgusting." As if insulting Jack wasn't enough, he directly touched on his family. "Like father, like son. Is that a hero? A hero selling noodles? Wow, ha ha ha." At these words, Jack froze. Dur had had enough. He snapped his chopsticks with a crack and the 2 unpleasant guests were startled. He didn't forget to sneer at them. "I think I hear flies buzzing." Jack hadn't expected him to intervene. "Sir Dur," he still spoke loudly. "What, did you just call me a fly? Do you want me to rip your head off?" Challenging anyone was wrong. Challenging Dur was a mistake. He raised his hand and the man still didn't understand what was about to happen. As Dur clenched his fist, yes, a few flies needed to be killed. The man popped and returned to the earth. Jack was bewildered and Alex was indifferent. The woman next to him screamed in fear. She grabbed her skirt and ran out, no longer showing a contemptuous expression. "Help me." Dur had no intention of letting her go. He raised his hand again and a black circle appeared in his palm. "Do you want to run away?" She was slowly sucked into the black hole in his hand, and at this sight, Jack's jaw dropped. When only a few strands of her hair were left flying, Dur clenched his fist. Dur's face was very displeased. Those who do not respect a hero who risks their life to fight for them do not deserve to live in the human world. Alex just watched and said nothing. The people around had wide eyes and open mouths at what had just happened, but Dur returned to his bowl of noodles. "Let's eat." At these words, Jack regained his senses. "Ah yes." Before he could pick up his noodles, a piece of paper slowly floated to Dur's seat. The paper read, "A dragon has appeared in Lea Castle. You must depart immediately." Dur immediately slammed his hand on the table and looked happily into the distance, saying, "Hey you good for nothing, close the shop. A very important first mission has arrived. Let's go make some money." Jack hadn't fully come to his senses, but as soon as his boss spoke, he followed. "Oh yes, master." The bright moonlight illuminated the sky and the sound of hooves and carriage wheels echoed in the air. In the carriage, Dur, Jack and Alex were speeding along as if flying. With sharp eyes, Alex noticed Jack's trembling hands. Jack looked at Dur as if he had something to say. He was trembling. Alex noticed and asked him, "Are you nervous?" Jack scratched his head and admitted, "Yes, haha, perhaps." He was wearing the pot on his head just as he had when he played the hero earlier. His eyes were happily squinted. "I never imagined I'd be fighting orcs or goblins, let alone dragons. Before meeting Master and you, I never even dreamed of a day when I'd fight orcs. Goblins and dragons too." His gaze suddenly shifted. He looked at Dur, who was lying behind the carriage, drooling and picking his nose. Jack, still moved, said to Alex, "You might not believe me, but every time I see Master now, he always exudes a confident aura like dragons are just dragons. What's there to worry about? If it were me, I'd be too scared to move if I faced a dragon." "Haha." Alex, on the contrary, praised him. "Knowing fear is a good thing," he called Jack. "Jack, no matter what you're thinking, Sir Dur has designated you as a hero. Even if you don't always feel like a hero, you are clearly the vanguard of this adventure, so be confident." At these words, Jack's face flushed. He replied in a hesitant voice, "Yes." Alex looked at him encouragingly. "You're the vanguard, so why speak so weakly? Be strong." Jack also understood those words. "Ho ho." "Yes." Alex's words zipped along as if on a motor. He quickly reminded him, "Good, turn over there and we'll almost be at Lea Castle." "Holy holy." Jack's voice rang out loudly. Yes, the carriage wheels passed the place where they spun rapidly. Jack squeezed his eyes shut at this speed. As soon as he opened his eyes, a huge castle was before him with a gigantic white dragon wrapped around it. Jack was surprised. It's really big. The white dragon was screaming in pain, its face covered in purple masses. Dur sat up slightly and looked. Jack was surprised. Did that dragon destroy the castle? Then what happened to the people inside? Dur, still lying down, pointed to one side and said indifferently, "Calm down, everyone is gathered over there." Alex judged that a castle of that size would have a few G-grade heroes. They had probably succeeded in evacuating everyone inside. Jack understood and was relieved. Dur didn't care. The stage was set for him, and the audience seemed to have gathered sufficiently. "It's showtime, get ready, you good for nothing," Jack, sweating, replied. Yes, people looked at the castle and coughed. Ahem, damn it. Residents in thin brown coats exhaled in the cold. Where did that dragon come from? Is it the end of the world? Give warm blankets to the injured. It's too cold. I feel like I'm freezing to death, someone prayed. Lord help us, while another cursed. Damn it, will you stop praying? The fat man didn't care and continued to pray. Lord, stop this storm. Lord, have you abandoned us? The person next to him just skied. He added, it seems even the king abandoned us and left us to perish, so God wouldn't abandon us, would he? The person next to him was still praying with clasped hands. Lord. Elsewhere, there was a fat king on a throne below him. People from the temple were casting spells to fight the cold, but the king still complained. Heh, it's so hot, like a sauna. He scratched his face. How much food did he eat to get so fat? Hey, where are all the heroes who went to find the savior? My goodness, it's so hot. They should return to the castle. An old priest answered the king's question. They probably died to that dragon. No one is responding. The king shrieked as if his tail had been stepped on. What? Then move on your own. At this rate, I'm going to die of heat. A familiar sound echoed. Make way, quickly. Jack appeared, wearing a pot on his head and a clerk's uniform. He was standing on the carriage. Alex was driving the horses. The residents shouted. The hero is coming. The king leaned back and watched in surprise. Jack's eyes were as bright as car headlights. The carriage flew over the king's head. The king was so surprised that he stammered, "Hero." He couldn't believe his eyes. Really, damn it. You're just a pervert in underwear holding a broom. They're running away, catch them. Jack, on Alex's carriage, also flew over the king and the soldiers. He struck a cool pose, but inside he was dying of embarrassment. At this moment his underwear was exposed and cold wind blew. The king said gruffly, "Hey, it's cold. Quickly cast the spell again." The old priest, truly like an employee, knelt. Yes, the king scratched his angry red bald head. How dare he jump over his head? He wished he'd be eaten by that dragon. One of the residents, a small child, was hugged tightly by his mother to keep warm. The child saw something. The child pointed and called out, "Mommy, look at that." The mother looked where the child's hand was pointing. "What is it, baby?" The carriage was speeding towards the dragon and the castle. The child asked his mother, "Is that big brother fighting the dragon in just his underwear, Mommy?" Hearing that, the people who followed his gaze were surprised. They couldn't believe their eyes. "Are you kidding? You're not trying to tell me that person is the hero who will defeat the dragon and save us, are you?" On the carriage, Alex was seriously driving, Jack was posing, and Dur was lying down. After posing, Jack trembled and sat down. HMPH, it's cold and embarrassing. It's already embarrassing and now it's cold too. Alex praised him. Well done. Jack clenched his teeth and looked at the frozen people around him. Many who hadn't had time to escape had all frozen to death. They had countless expressions and countless pains. Jack looked up. He saw something. Yes, we're almost there, not far from the dragon. Only then did Dur speak. "Alex, you good for nothing, get ready." He was lying comfortably in the carriage. "The plan is still the same, you good for nothing. You'll stand where everyone can see. Alex, you'll grab that fellow and drop him right in front of the good for nothing." He still gave lazy commands. "Then you good for nothing. You'll finish him off with one swing of your broom, understand?" Jack was so cold that his snot ran. He thought to himself, "I knew it was this plan." Dur, still like a slacker, especially said to Alex, "Hey, don't mess around like last time. I ended up having to step in." Alex replied, "Don't worry, my lord." As Alex drew his hand, a purple spatial rift appeared. He revealed his demonic form and stood on the carriage, declaring, "Last time this humble one struggled a bit, but that was because I hadn't grasped their condition. But I won't make the same mistake twice." Jack was surprised. Just as he was about to leave, Dur called Alex again. He requested Alex, "Don't kill it, bring it back alive." Alex also revealed an equally dark face. "Yes, then I will only half kill it." Then Alex, trembling, called out to Jack, who was holding him. He took off his hat and reminded Jack, "That dragon is very big, so everything will be a bit chaotic, so hold on tight and stand still." Jack was so cold that he replied mentally, "Understood." Alex entered the spatial rift he had just created. "Well then, goodbye." Only then did Jack's brain start working. It's a bit chaotic, hold on tight." Alex called out to Jack to stop the carriage. "You good for nothing." He waved his hand lazily. "I need to get some sleep here. Go deal with that dragon quickly." Jack replied obediently, like someone working for low wages. Yes. Just when he thought it was over, he called out again, "But master!" The dragon roared in the distance. Jack was scared, hugged himself, and awkwardly suggested, "Master, could you come with me? I feel like I'm going to pee my pants." "Haha, you're laughing out of embarrassment, I know. I also know that if you faced it, you'd be terrified." Purple-eyed objects were clinging to the dragon's body. Hearing this sound, they all simultaneously turned their gaze towards the source. Alex, in his demonic form, appeared in the air, slowly approaching the dragon and them. Sensing the approaching danger, the purple masses, which had been slithering like slime, suddenly hardened and rushed at Alex. He deftly dodged them all. Every time they tried to touch his face or anywhere else, they were blown away by his purple power after several intense skirmishes. The dragon released the castle and plunged downwards. A blizzard raged. Jack's hands trembled as he watched the dragon fall. In the bitterly cold wind, seeing the defeated dragon at Alex's hand, he silently exclaimed, "Amazing!" But the smoke obscured everything. "Hasn't it started yet?" He quickly turned around. "I need to find a place where Alex can easily find me." Der again lazily called him good for nothing. At the same time, Jack held a wooden shield in his hand. Before he could even understand, Der, lying in the cart, explained, "Didn't you always carry this shield? I think you said something like a hero should at least have a shield, right? Wasn't this your father's heirloom?" Moreover, as Der pointed his finger at the shield, dark purple energy enveloped it. Jack still didn't understand anything, even looking at the shield wrapped in Der's magic. Before he could open his mouth to ask, Der answered as if he already knew. "This is a magic shield. It can even block a dragon's breath." Jack was so moved he almost burst into tears. He was just about to speak his mind. Der hadn't finished speaking, and Jack saw that Der had already become a sleeping princess in the bed. He got out of the cart. He didn't forget to say good night to Sir Der. Holding a floor-scrubbing broom and a magic-infused shield, he ran confidently. "I can't make Alex wait any longer. I need to get to the right place quickly." He looked around, searching for a conspicuous spot high and central, and he found a suitable location. Jack quickly walked towards his chosen spot. Trying to get there fast, he stumbled. He rolled like a ball and arrived at the location. At this moment, the dragon slowly rose. It roared in pain. The purple sticky objects were truly irritating. Alex ruthlessly stomped on the purple masses. Alex's hands cut through the purple masses like knives, and his eyes were extremely cold. The eyes of one of the purple masses suddenly changed. It delivered a surprising blow to Alex. The dragon seemed to have shed something from its body and flew into the sky. A blizzard raged in the air. Hands appeared in the air, blocking the dragon's snout as it soared. Alex appeared. He was unharmed. Only his handsome face had been attacked. He flew directly towards the dragon as he approached. He used magic. Numerous purple arms appeared from behind his back, and Alex's demonic gaze became even clearer. With a single strike, the dragon fell straight from the sky, creating a massive impact. It let out a groan, whether from pain or injustice, he couldn't tell. Alex transformed one arm into its demonic form and approached it. "Quick recovery, huh? Is it because of your size?" It still roared as if trying to answer him. Alex swung his hand. "This is the end." From afar, he saw the dragon getting beaten to a pulp. He thought, truly amazing. Jack stood on a rock watching. "It's a bit scary to just stand here. Alex is handling the dragon alone." His eyes widened, assessing the situation. From behind, questions arose. "Is that a D-grade hunter?" He turned and looked at where the citizens were standing. Some watched with delight. A hero saved us." "What, he's winning?" Someone doubted. "Is he a pervert? Why is he dressed like that?" Someone was happy. We're saved. Move, I can't see." Someone cheered. "Go, hero." Someone rejoiced. "God heard our prayers." All the citizens cheered. "Hero." The king bit his nails, worriedly saying, "Is that a hero?" Jack was extremely surprised by the cheers. "Everyone is cheering for me." The cheers grew louder and louder. "I can do it, let's go like this." But Alex, from afar, looked like the real hero, not someone standing here trembling like me. He is the true hero. I'm so envious. He stood there blankly watching. "I want to be a hero like him too, a true hero who saves everyone and gives hope." As he stood there blankly, he heard a cry for help. "Please save me." Jack turned his gaze towards the sound. One person was frozen, only half of their face remaining. "Please save me, hero." Jack was utterly shocked. On the other side, the dragon's tail swung once from left to right. Because of this, Alex had to fly far away to dodge. The dragon's tail struck an ice block. Jack quickly turned his head towards the battle. Alerted by the sound, ice blocks fell on Alex, forcing him to dodge. Alex skied, clearly annoyed, and the dragon's claws powerfully struck the ground. The dragon roared as if it had gone mad. It spoke the untranslatable language again, but Alex understood. "So it can recover indefinitely as long as the host doesn't die. Is it because of the parasites?" Alex coldly assessed. "You're like a zombie dragon." The dragon's foot touched the ground and it charged in another direction. Its roar was full of pain, but Alex understood. "So it can replicate endlessly unless it's removed from the host, as expected, a zombie dragon." The dragon still stood firm, even after he had stomped on it several times. Alex was slightly annoyed. "If I can't kill it, there's only one way. I'll just cut off all its limbs." The dragon again pushed off with its feet and flew upwards, roaring in terror, its mouth wide open. It charged directly towards the rock where the people were. Alex, without hesitation, used his 100 hands technique. Numerous arms sprouted from Alex's back, and before the dragon could charge, the smaller arms slowly wrapped around it, merging into one large hand. This technique was called like a single arm. The massive arm gripped tightly, mercilessly delivering a punch of love to the dragon, flattening it onto the ground. This time, Alex used the 100 demon hands hell hammer technique. The gigantic arms continuously struck the fallen dragon, preventing it from uttering a single word. The arms merged again, gripping the dragon's neck and lifted it high. White energy spewed from the dragon's mouth. Alex, unconcerned, focused on his magic. The dragon unleashed a powerful colossal beam of ice energy, and Jack, far away, was also affected and fell. He lay in the pristine white snow, breathing heavily, and numerous arms wrapped around Alex's entire body. Alex lost his patience and said, "This is the end." As the massive arm tightened its grip on the dragon's neck, the dragon roared. Alex's eyes widened, and the 100 demon hands' threefold birth, meaning the single arm, split into three. Two arms grabbed the dragon's wings, and before his eyes a magnificent sight unfolded like a three-axis graph. Two of these axes represented yin and yang. Unable to move, the dragon continued to roar. Alex, undeterred, struck it down. Reverse flow severing finger. The arm swung again, mercilessly beating it to a pulp with the great demon descent 10,000 fist technique. The citizens watching from afar were horrified to see the dragon collapse. Jack was also shocked by how fast everything was happening. He realized, oh no, this isn't the time to just stand here and watch. He ran towards the person who had just called for help. I need to save that person quickly. In the cold wind, the person was almost dead, and only then did he remember. The person could barely utter, help me. Jack saw this and steeled his resolve. Don't worry, I'll get both of you out right away. He touched the ice block. The cold permeated every cell of his body. Ah, it's so cold. Jack took a breath. He saw something. It was a man, frozen and almost depleted. His tears were also frozen. Sight was truly pitiful. Jack felt that he was dead. A woman, seeing him standing blankly, urgently called out to him. She lifted her child, whose face was red from the cold, and tearfully pleaded, please save the child. Jack, hearing the child's cry, quickly struck the ice block with the broom handle. The ice block shattered into several pieces. He comforted them. Just hold on a little longer, I'll get you out soon. But inwardly he thought, actually I should abandon the father and save the mother and child. On the other side, Alex and the dragon were still fighting. He calculated, Alex will be here soon. I need to save them quickly and get back to my position. A white light appeared from the dragon. The citizens recognized the light. One person, bleeding from their eyes, quickly shouted, move, hero, that light is the one that destroyed our castle. The light grew stronger. A powerful light burst out like a shockwave. It approached where Jack was standing. He quickly raised the shield that Dur had enchanted earlier, but he couldn't block its power. He was sent flying and the shield shattered. From afar the citizens saw the approaching light. As they approached they could barely utter a few screams. Even the king had to scream when he felt it. Ah, it's so cold. Ice blocks appeared around the dragon, and it roared as if being slaughtered. Alex still stood firm. Ah, it was like this before too. His body was covered in strange symbols. It's a bit hard to strip off. I was saving it for the battle 20 years from now. Truly annoying. Jack was buried in the snowdrift at this time. He slowly opened his eyes. I'm still alive. Is it because of Sir Dur's shield magic? It's cold. He opened his eyes wide and remembered the child. He quickly got up from the snowdrift and looked around. Seeing the child still crying, he rejoiced. The child is alive. Seeing the shattered mother still holding the child, he admired. Truly, a mother's strength is amazing. I'm here. As he stood up and then fell, he looked back and saw that both his legs were frozen and destroyed and one arm was also gone. On the dragon's body the ice block moved again. The citizens trembled at the sight. It's coming back. Hero, quickly run away. Jack clenched his hands tightly. He had to crawl if necessary. I have to save the child. I'm a hero. I might be a good for nothing but. The citizens cheered him on. Hero, be careful, hero. Hero, over here. He struggled to get closer to the child. I might not be able to save everyone like other heroes, but I will save the child. On the other side, Alex saw the dragon about to use that power again. Don't you know that doesn't work on me? Alex scoffed at it. That's why you're always exploited by humans, you foolish lizard god. White light continued to spew from the dragon. Jack held the child tightly, but he couldn't avoid it and was sent flying. Jack, with his eyes tightly shut, was buried in the cold snowdrift. From somewhere a fur coat covered his body and he squinted his eyes. The person who threw the clothes sat down and admired. I truly don't understand. Dur, wearing thin clothes, watched Jack lying prone holding the child. How can someone so weak think they can defeat us? He propped his chin in his hand. His demonic gaze was clear. They're like candles in the wind. One blow will extinguish them, and yet they sacrifice themselves to save others. Did we truly lose to them 66,580 years ago? I don't understand the human race. Jack was still smiling at this time. Sir Dur, I'm sorry I didn't make it on time. I'll do better next time. As soon as the word next finished, he collapsed into the snowdrift. Jack opened and closed his eyes in a daze, just like we do every Monday morning. Jack, covered in blisters, sprang up. What about that dragon? What happened to that dragon, Sir Dur? He looked around. It was still the familiar destroyed room. He was flustered. Is this Sir Dur's room? He scratched his head, dazed. Wait, why am I here? Did I faint? Remembering that his hands were damaged by the cold. He raised the hand he had just used to scratch his head and stared at it blankly. He pulled back the blanket and looked at his legs. The legs, which had seemed lost, were intact, only showing marks as if sewn with purple thread. He couldn't believe his eyes. I thought my body was broken. Why is it like this? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh, the divine dragon is fine too. These items aren't as bad as I thought. Yes, probably, Jack realized. Is that Sir Dur's voice? He quickly looked down. Sir Dur in front of his eyes was perfectly fine, as was Alex, and there were countless swords, shields, and other weapons. Dur raised his head and greeted him. Oh, you're awake. He raised his perfectly fine arm in confusion. Yes, but what about my body? Oh, before that, what about the dragon and the child? He had many questions. Dur smiled like a benevolent mother and said, both the dragon and the child have been taken care of, so don't worry. If you've rested enough, come down and clean up this mess. We have to open our shop, don't we? You good for nothing. Jack was stunned and frozen by these words, but then he smiled happily. Seeing his face, all my worries disappear. He replied loudly, yes, master. From that day on, they continuously received missions from the divine dragon. Jack stood on the familiar cart. He blankly looked at the dragon, and the surrounding citizens frantically shouted, run, save yourselves. Dur called him with 5 fingers. Good for nothing, attack. Receiving the command, he steeled his resolve. Alex, I'm ready. Alex at this moment answered from a purple magic circle in the sky. Seth will land soon and harass the dragon. Alex moved like a flash of lightning. There was no mercy for the dragon. Every time they successfully killed a dragon, someone would come and take it away. How they took it was unknown. From below, Jack's voice echoed upwards. Dur, in blue pajamas, rubbed his eyes and looked down from inside the room. He was picking his nose when a sword appeared. He traced his gaze along the numerous weapons. Jack was overjoyed, holding countless weapons, and Alex smiled gently, watching this scene like a benevolent mother hen. Because the next morning a mountain of weapons would appear in front of their house, Dur gave a thumbs up in response. And so they continued their journey. A peacock-colored dragon appeared before Jack. Now accustomed to such events, Jack took his stance and shouted loudly, "Lord Alex!" Hearing his call, Alex leapt once and immediately silenced the dragon. Dur, as always, slept undisturbed, showing no interest. And so the weapons piled up again. The carriage continued on its way. Sometimes disguised, Alex and Dur, like professional gangsters with sunglasses, would throw flash bombs, and everything continued to flow that way. The carriage sped along the road. Dur, no matter what happened, slept like a bug. Weapons kept appearing in front of the house the next day. Jack still sold noodles to the people around him every day. Seeing Dur and Alex eating happily, Jack felt extremely content. A familiar scene reappeared. Dur, eating his noodles, saw a piece of paper fall from the sky into his noodle bowl. The paper read, "A divine dragon has appeared in Suneri Lotto." Dur, with noodles still in his mouth, climbed into the carriage Jack had prepared. They traveled by carriage to a place with a bone-like dragon. Dur, of course, was still asleep. Jack was now much more accustomed to these things. But as soon as Dur opened his eyes and gave the command to attack, he would charge. Yes, it wasn't just blue dragons. Next came fish-like dragons and even fire-breathing dragons. He became so familiar with it that he was now accustomed to the Demon King's sever technique. A green dragon was the next victim, then a blue dragon, and then a gray dragon. After the battle they obtained countless weapons, and Jack, covered in blood and with bandaged legs, left the battlefield. Behind him was the dragon he had just defeated. Jack turned his gaze towards the sound. It was the cheering people. "Thank you, Dragon Slayer. The Lord must have sent him here. The Dragon Slayer has come to save Doria Castle in our village. He's so cool. Mr. Hunter, Mr. Underwear Hunter, please look this way." A person appeared before Jack. It was Dur. He praised Jack. "Well done, you good-for-nothing." Jack happily laughed, clapping hands with Dur. Yes, the rumors spread far and wide. Jack's team became the most famous team in the region. Alex, Jack, and Dur looked in one direction. He asked, puzzled, "Oh, is it finally over?" Alex replied softly, "Yes, this is the first branch of the Demon Weapon Shop." Introduced by Alex, a splendidly repaired house appeared, brightly lit, indicating that the shop was open. A grand and luxurious interior space appeared instantly, with thousands of high-quality weapons sparkling on the shelves. Jack gasped in admiration at the sight of them. "Goodness, master, this place is truly luxurious." Innocent Jack had never seen such a luxurious place. He was so excited that he put his hands in his pockets and danced. Dur turned to Alex and praised him. "It must have taken a lot of effort for this interior space to turn out like this." Alex smiled with extreme pride. "Of course, no other weapon shop around here can compare to this one. Not even the shops of large guilds." Dur gave a typical demon sly capitalist smile. "Oh really? But that doesn't matter. You two will be managing this shop anyway." Hearing this, both men froze. Alex and Jack asked again in confusion. "Us, then what about you, master?" Dur clasped his hands behind his head and explained very reasonably. "Hey, have you ever seen a boss who works themselves?" Alex, grinding his teeth behind him, asked. "Jack, did you hear master just spout nonsense?" Jack fully agreed. "Yes, I did." Suddenly a purple hand quietly reached back and wrapped around Alex and Jack's shoulders, making them freeze. Then Dur's ghostly voice was heard. He pulled the two closer and whispered, "Listen, I just want to count money. I don't want to manage a shop like this." "If you're still hesitant, honestly, weren't you more enthusiastic about managing this shop?" "Not me, right?" Alex and Jack, flattened and helpless, resigned themselves to their fate. "Understood. Yes, that's right." Seeing that an agreement had been reached, Dur released the two and said cheerfully, "Good, then this problem is solved. All right, you two work hard and develop this shop." Yes, understood, boss." Jack suddenly asked, Sir Dur?" Dur stopped laughing and turned to him. Jack scratched his head and carefully asked him, "Can I still work at the counter when I'm done here? I still need money for my twin siblings' tuition, haha." Dur looked at him, arms crossed, and agreed without hesitation. "Do whatever you want, as you please," Jack said gratefully. "Thank you, master." Then Dur turned to the side. "And Alex?" "Yes, master," Dur said mysteriously. "Bring what I asked for." Afternoon weapon shop. Twilight sunlight painted the outside red. The three put their heads together and observed the newly brought item. Jack subconsciously widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wow!" The item on the tray continuously emitted a eerie purple aura. It looked like a shield with an eye-shaped pattern in the very center. And around it, smaller eyes were arranged in a circle. It was truly magnificent. Dur walked over and picked up the shield. Purple lightning flashed at the point where he touched the shield. He lifted the shield and turned to Alex. "Read it." Yes, Alex's calm voice resonated. "Doom Slagan. This was created by combining dragon scales obtained as a reward for dragon hunting, countless emeralds, rubies, and excellent artifacts. This is in sulfur monosulfide grade shield specially crafted by H, the world's best underground blacksmith, and only heroes are worthy of using it." Alex added that this item can block the Demon King's attack 3 to 4 times. Dur exclaimed, "Wow!" upon hearing that. Jack next to him couldn't hide his excitement. "It can even block the Demon King's attack. As rumored, the dwarves are indeed skilled artisans." He didn't know that Demon King Dur was standing next to him. In fact, what Alex referred to as the underground world meant the demon realm, but Jack misunderstood it as the dwarves. Jack received the shield Dur threw. "Hey, you good for nothing, hold on tight." Jack didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly a purple flash flickered before his eyes, making Jack squint. When his vision recovered, Jack was extremely bewildered. "Where am I?" It was a dark space with no discernible beginning or end. Jack broke out in a cold sweat from fear. He looked around and called out in confusion, "Sir Dur," an eerie voice was heard. "Is that a human? Did you call me?" Jack, flustered, turned towards the source of the voice behind him. A large red eye appeared, resembling the eye on the shield earlier. Compared to it, Jack looked like a mouse. The eye slowly spoke. "My name is Doom Slagan. I accept you as my master until the day your life's flame turns to ash." Hearing this, Jack couldn't believe his ears. Such a sacred object would accept him as its master. Before he could calm down, the eye emitted an extremely dazzling lightning. Jack cried out, shielding his face with his hands from the glare. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the weapon shop, standing with Dur holding the Doom Slagan shield. He looked around in confusion. Where did Lord Doom Slagan go?" Dur didn't answer the question, only reminded him. "He's coming, block it." Jack was still confused and understood nothing. Suddenly Dur lightly waved his hand and a massive force flew towards him. Jack's face turned pale and he raised the shield to block it. The eye on the shield glowed, blocking the attack, but the attack was so powerful that it pierced through the wall and flew away, scattering bricks and stones everywhere. Alex cried out, seeing Dur's masterpiece. "Goodness, what kind of owner destroys a freshly built shop?" Dur casually put his hands in his pockets. Now I was just testing it." A bony hand popped out from the pile of stones. Jack, clutching the shield, crawled out of it. He joyfully waved his hand. "Sir Dur, this shield is really amazing. Even great heroes would want this." Dur looked very satisfied. He looked ahead and exclaimed, "Oh, even though it's only 1/100th of the size, it seems capable of easily blocking my spear of destruction." Dur called Jack a good-for-nothing, and Jack still replied cheerfully, "Yes, master is indeed optimistic," Dur said. "From now on, that's yours." This news was extremely surprising for Jack, who was at the bottom of society. He held the shield in both hands, eyes wide, cheeks flushed, unable to believe his ears. Dur said reasonably, "We want you to use powerful equipment. You're too weak. We'll keep adding more, so let's start with this." Jack asked, moved. "Really?" At the same time, his tears fell onto the shield on his chest, extremely surprising and confusing Dur and Alex. Jack hugged and stroked the shield, overcome with emotion. Unable to stop his tears, he awkwardly asked again, "Is it really okay for an F-grade good-for-nothing like me to have such an excellent shield?" Dur looked down at him. He pursed his lips and was silent for a moment before softly saying, "Yes." That confirmation moved Jack even more and his tears continued to flow. He happily clutched the shield like a treasure. Jack, with snot running down his face, said, "Even if I lived another 1,000,000 years, I would never dare to dream of having such a magnificent shield in my life. This shield is the most amazing shield in the world." Dur looked at him as if he were watching a monkey. He said contemptuously, "You fool, why are you crying? I didn't even hit you." Night, Verde Kingdom, Akoma Castle. Inside the destroyed and riddled castle, various riffraff from soldiers to fake nobles were eating, drinking, and dancing as if they had forgotten their lives. "Drink, haha, drink until you drool." The boss, with his 5 fingers laden with gold rings, looked at them with satisfaction. "They weigh quite a bit," he praised. "You've collected quite a lot." The boss laughed cheerfully, looking at the jeweled decorations on his body. "Who would have known you had so much? You can't take it with you when you die. That old man has no conscience." He looked down at the princess lying on the ground. "I'm right, aren't I, Princess April?" This princess, forgotten by Dur, had remained kneeling since the beginning of the story. The boss sat on the throne, chuckling heartily. Below, the debaucherous revelry continued. Suddenly someone appeared. Footsteps lightly halted on the ground. Curious. A black shadow wrapped in a blanket crawled through the crack in the door, moving stealthily like a ghost, laughing as it walked. The person without a word went straight from the door to the stairs. The people in the hall stopped eating and drinking and stared at him like beasts tracking a scent. This person and that person here and there. Even those who were drinking were interrupted. The person in black continued to go up to the second floor, muttering, "Not here." He came back down to the first floor hall. His footsteps were light. Even the drunken people stopped and observed him strangely. They couldn't even chew the shrimp in their mouths. He expertly weaved his way through the drunken people sprawled on the ground. The search wasn't over. Then he stopped in the middle of the hall. He knelt and bent over, placing one hand on the ground as if sensing something. From the castle gate to here, there's no trace of battle. The bandit boss sitting on the throne looked down and shouted imperiously, "Who are you?" Only then did his face become clear. Short green hair, a face with a scar across the bridge of his nose. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, replying, "Oh, don't mind me, just continue what you were doing." His feet pushed off the ground and he leaped unexpectedly high, such a jump, an abnormal height. And when he landed, he appeared right before the boss's eyes, startling the boss so much that he couldn't close his mouth. He bent down again and touched the floor with his hand. It was a handful of rings on 5 fingers. Green flashes flickered in his eyes. He saw that this place had been destroyed by a single explosion. Suddenly, the man shot up and continued to speak. To scare the boss to death. A single technique makes mountains appear like objects. Under the full moon, a mountain split into 2. He asked himself, can a human do this? Again, a dangerous aura emanated from his green eyes. The boss gritted his teeth. He tried to say something. The boss, with all his might, barely managed to shout, "Drag this damn bastard out of here." The soldiers below all shouted at once. The mysterious man turned around and waved his hand once, saying, "Don't move, it's dangerous. You're just like crawling cockroaches, but your lives are still precious, aren't they?" The crowd below was still excited and charged forward. "This guy doesn't want to live. Kill him, die." The mysterious man raised his hand and wagged his index finger. God's creation shouldn't be like this, right?" Immediately, a lightning-like light swept through everyone who had just moved so fast they had no time to react. He pointed at the others and said, "If you don't want to end up like those guys, stand still." Everyone writhed in pain, rolling on the ground. The boss pointed at him and said, "Magic, what's happening? Who are you?" The mysterious man, still maintaining his standard bright smile, said, The higher-ups are very concerned about what's happening here. For example, they say Suez is doing bad things, so I've been dispatched here for an investigation. Please cooperate. Just a moment, the boss brought his index finger close and asked, higher-ups? No one has shown up for 5 years. The mysterious man narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes? A towering, shining, demonic castle appeared. The mysterious man slowly said, the savior. The bandit boss was bewildered. The savior, the most sacred one. The green-haired man approached the boss, smiling and threatening. If you already know, there's no need for me to say more. Just confess everything yourself. What happened that day? Questions poured out. Who, what, and why? The boss's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't wait for an answer and continued to praise. Destroying Akoma Castle. Destroying one of the largest castles in an instant and disappearing without a trace. What a formidable skill. The boss trembled in fear and gritted his teeth. I don't know anything, he told the young man again. I only overheard village merchants saying he had white hair. The young man was surprised. White hair, he replied. That's right, that morning they said they saw a man with suspicious white hair entering and leaving the castle gates. Immediately after, they heard screams, sweat dripped from their foreheads, and suddenly the castle exploded. The young man's eyes flashed blue. He spoke in a trembling voice as if begging for forgiveness. That's all I know. Everyone inside the castle died, so only God knows what happened next. Without answering rashly, the young man smiled an unfathomable smile. He turned and left. Thank you for the answer. Goodbye. At this, the bandit shouted madly. He is the savior of this land. You don't understand. King Verdi's tyranny was too arrogant. This wasn't just his cry from the heart, but the cry from the hearts of all the people. Akoma is the largest castle in the world. How ridiculous. It was built with the blood and flesh of the people within the castle. That white-haired young man is truly the savior sent by God to kill the tyrant and return what was rightfully ours. He shouted as if to awaken the young man. He is the true savior, far better than that damned bastard who lives a life of luxury by exploiting God. The young man turned back to him with dangerous eyes and said, Very well, but we will investigate whether he was truly sent by God or is part of some faction. He raised his hand laden with rings and without another word snapped his fingers, splitting the bandit in two. How dare you insult him? Die. The scene shifts to Jack's party. Familiar feet trample a purple mass cursing. So it was you, you damned germ. Alex helplessly explained, It's a parasite, not a germ. Seeing the dragon lying in a crevice in the ground, said indifferently, It's all the same anyway, report its location and leave the rest to Jin Jiamryong. Alex dared not argue and could only reply, Understood. After finishing their business, the two left the spot and walked across the green grass. Clasped his hands behind his head and sighed to Alex. At first I enjoyed doing this kind of thing, but if there's so much to do, isn't it a serious problem for the dragons too, since it's already come to this? Jin Jiamryong should have clarified her stance and ended everything. Didn't she call herself a divine dragon? Alex offered his opinion. The reason she can't take care of it herself is probably because she exists in a human body. Understood nothing. What do you mean by that? Alex looked at and replied, I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with what's recorded in the Library of Time, repeated in surprise. The Library of Time? You're really like an encyclopedia, Alex explained. That's right, it's where the history of the world is preserved, officially recognized by the gods from a very long time ago. Memories or ordinary records can be easily manipulated with spiritual magic. But once something is recorded in the Library of Time, it's unalterable, irrefutable, and thoroughly verified evidence. At this, seemed to understand. So Jin Jiamryong behaves that way because she's afraid of being recorded in the Library of Time. If that's the case, then her appearance here must be a secret that shouldn't be revealed to other temples. Alex gave a similar answer. Wondered why Alex was holding back. I don't know either. How can an ordinary demon like me understand the personal issues of divine dragons? Was surprised. Is it an adult problem? Alex didn't understand his master's thoughts. Closed his eyes and leaned back in the carriage, uttering a sarcastic remark. Is that failure asleep again? Alex said he was probably tired. But didn't understand, looking at Jack, who was covered in blood but still smiling even in his sleep. Alex explained. He pretended it was nothing, but he faced a dragon, something even an S-rank hero would find difficult. Perhaps only he could do that. He learned how to fight that dragon and deal with it. It was unclear if understood, but suddenly he said ha as he noticed something. Looking at the shield beside him, couldn't understand. What's wrong with it? Why did he bring a shield wrapped in cloth? The wind rustled and Alex's voice was heard softly. He always said he cherishes that shield. It's very important to him. He said that if he became a hero he would pass this shield on to his younger siblings. Laughed. Haha, this fool. He could just unwrap it and use it, then buy his siblings another one. Alex agreed. That's right. Haha. Ended this conversation. Hey, let's keep going. Just throw him in the carriage and let him sleep. Alex had no choice but to agree. Yes, master. The moon was high in the sky. They continued their endless journey. Broke the romantic atmosphere with the words, It hasn't burst yet. Alex still didn't understand anything. Turned around and looked at the cloth on his limbs. Alex finally understood. Ah, that's right. At this, Jack was still clutching the shield and sleeping soundly, which slightly surprised I thought those doctors would do a sloppy job, but they seemed to be quite sincere. Alex chuckled like an old man. Ha ha ha, if they dared to cut, they must know how to reattach. They probably do a lot of that kind of work. Suddenly, wondered. Anyway, do you think he could have become a great hero if he had had a better starting point? His sense of responsibility is very high, so he would if he could, right? but he couldn't understand why Alex was laughing. "Ha ha ha, master, don't say such inauspicious things." Alex spoke the truth. "If that were truly the case, the two of you would be enemies in 20 years. Dur didn't understand. "Why would I have to do that with that fool?" Alex shouted. "Because you must follow the path of the Demon King." Dur put his hand to his mouth and smiled innocently. "Ha, what are you talking about? Doesn't it look like I'm a close companion to the hero rather than the Demon King?" Alex at this moment wanted to bite Dur. He no longer had the energy to speak. Dur wondered again, but if that really happens, can Jack become humanity's hero? Alex replied, "Impossible, because he's not from the O generation." Dur couldn't understand. "O generation?" Alex's eyes sharpened. "That's right, it's a natural law of this world. The last hero must be born in the 5th generation." Images of children appeared, and Alex continued. "An ordinary person has a child at 20, that child has a child at 20, and so on until the 5th generation child is 20-year-old, completing exactly 1 century. In that very year, the Demon King descends." As Alex's words explained, a blonde young man appeared, "and that child will declare war on us, and the cycle of the O generation begins again." Alex finally concluded with the O generation children. Only one person can become the hero. Furthermore, a 4th generation child like Jack cannot become a hero. If it were his child, perhaps with luck. Dur burst out laughing, surprising Alex. He looked at the gradually darkening sky. "A hero is born every century to confront the Demon King who invades humanity. That's the law of this world." As the moon rose high, Dur's voice became clearer. "Ha, what a ridiculous game." He laughed again, leaving Alex speechless. Alex asked honestly, "Your Majesty, can you please tell me now why you left and no longer wish to be the Demon King so I can understand?" Dur avoided Alex's gaze, feigning innocence. "Didn't I tell you?" This rude behavior drove Alex crazy. "No, you haven't." Dur brought his hand to his mouth. "Really? I wonder why I haven't told you yet." Alex still glared. "How would I know?" Dur didn't look at Alex, turning his gaze away. "Ah, well, it's nothing. I just don't want to be the Demon King." Before he could finish speaking, something exploded in the sky, passing above their heads and illuminating the entire sky. Dur looked in the direction the exploding object was flying and wondered, "Isn't that an airship?" Alex guessed. Seeing this, it must belong to royalty or nobility. Alex saw a red dragon flying. He quickly reported, "It's being attacked by a dragon," Dur said with annoyance. "Another dragon, or dragons so common in this world?" Suddenly, Alex saw something and his face turned ashen. How can this be? The flames were slowly burning the crest engraved on the ship, but Alex's sharp eyes could not be fooled. The crest was a sacred fur, a symbol of pure bloodline. Dur heard this and was excited. "Pure bloodline?" Alex replied. "That's right." He found it truly strange. "It has produced hundreds of heroes and is the most noble pure-blooded family. I don't know why two races that have been allies for thousands of years are attacking each other. The recent events are truly difficult to understand." While deep in thought, Dur called out, "Hey Alex." He was surprised. "Yes?" Seeing the burning airship that had crashed behind the mountain, Dur was excited, like a neighborhood ant calling friends to watch a fight. "Come on, let's go." The burning ship had crashed through the mountain. The commander shouted, "Hey, be careful, it might catch fire, hurry up." Two soldiers were struggling to pull a huge object wrapped in white cloth. "Is it really this heavy?" 1-2, 1-2. Suddenly, dirt and rocks flew up from somewhere and the two soldiers closed their eyes, taking the hit. A fat man stood on a rock holding a weapon and shouting, "You fools, I told you to be careful not to break it." The hit soldiers could only reply, "Yes." The fat man, wearing glasses on one eye, didn't utter intellectual words but cursed them. "You idiots," he thought to himself. "Would these guys do this if they knew how much this thing was worth? If there's even a scratch on this item, I'll cut all your necks." The soldiers continued to load the item onto a cart, cheering each other on. "Lift it, 1-2, 1-2. A piercing scream ripped through the air. The fat man trembled, seeing a dragon flying towards them. "It's been discovered." The red dragon had evil eyes and burning flames around it. He quickly shouted, "It's coming!" As the dragon charged madly, he was terrified. "It's coming," the fat man commanded with his finger. "That thing is chasing this item, stop it no matter what. Evil wizards, prepare to fire." Those who heard the command replied yes. Bowstrings were drawn and mages chanted spells. They were ready to face the dragon. As the dragon approached, the fat man gave the order to fire. Bows and arrows flew towards the dragon. Blue magic in the form of letters was also cast and golden energy charged forward. The three forces combined and flew towards the dragon, and the dragon, not to be outdone, opened its mouth ready to respond to this heartfelt gift. Indeed, how could human power compare to that of a dragon? The dragon blew away everything below with a single breath. The fat man could only scream, "Ah!" He lay on the ground like a cockroach. The fat man looked at the flying dragon and could only utter one angry word, "Damn it!" He turned and asked his subordinates, "The item, is it still safe?" They replied clearly, "Yes, no problem." "Out, my leg hurts, ouch." Despite the screams, he was only interested in the item. Good heavens! The fat man looked up at the sky again. The dragon had changed direction this time and he cried out anxiously, "It's coming again." So it seemed, but he could tell that the item was still underage. "Don't forget to shoot them." This time everyone aimed. At this moment bows, arrows and mages were ready. Yes, the dragon still opened its large mouth ready to roast this place. The fat man shouted with all his might, "This is the final blow, 3. Before he could finish speaking, someone appeared and called out to him, "Hey, get out of the way!" Without time to react, the fat man's head was used as a stepping stone by another person. He was bewildered, unable to believe his eyes. A man with blonde hair and sharp eyes appeared. The man loudly shouted, "Camellia twin cut." The sword in the man's hand created a golden sword line. As soon as he cut the dragon, blood splattered. and the fat man's eyes turned into heart shapes, screaming as if he had met an idol. Lord Barius? The dragon fell to the ground after being struck by the sword. With his sword planted in the ground, Barius, whose face had a cross pattern, immediately cursed, "Do you want to die? If you can't dodge that attack you'll die, you fool." Unlike his earlier wicked demeanor, the fat man now acted extremely obsequiously. "Ah, Lord Barius, we would have handled it no problem. Even though it was an underage dragon, you split it in two. Your lordship is truly amazing." Barius threw his sword at the fat man. "It's a dragon. Why do you keep adding underage? Just clean my sword quickly," he submissively replied. "Yes," Barius pointed again with his finger. "Clean this place up and send reinforcements." Though slightly flustered, the fat man agreed. "Yes." Barius's eyes were extremely menacing, threatening the fat man. "If that item is exposed for any reason, your head will not remain on your body," he replied tremblingly. "Yes." The fat man still broke out in a cold sweat, flattering him. "Your lordship can rest assured for about 100 meters. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly, Barius heard a sound from behind him. "Is this what you were talking about?" At those words he paused. Dur and Alex were standing on top of the item, and the soldiers were surprised. The fat man holding Barius's sword quickly shouted, "Who are you?" Without hesitation, Dur stepped on the ropes covering the item, snapping them. A red dragon with golden eyes appeared, crying out, and Dur said somewhat incomprehensibly, "What? They said it was an item, but it was another dragon." Suddenly he realized something. Looking at the dragon's clear golden red eyes, Dur assessed, "Its eyes seem normal, so there are normal dragons that aren't infected with parasites?" He deduced, "Aha! So that little dragon was chasing after its mother to save her." Alex also thought the same. "I think so." Dur smelled something abnormal and questioned the nobles. "Weren't you on a truce with the dragons? You're members of a hero family, so I'm smelling a conspiracy here." Now that the truth was out, Barius decided he needed to dispose of a few more corpses. Alex asked Dur, unable to understand, "Master, why are you provoking him?" Dur's face looked like he had caught something interesting. "Aren't you curious about the direct descendants technique?" Barius ignored them and ordered them to be dealt with. The fat man replied confidently, "Yes." He turned and looked at Dur. His demeanor was completely different from his earlier fawning. "I don't know who you are, but you've seen what you shouldn't have seen. Kill them." The fat man's subordinates were ready with swords and shields. "Yes." Dur, seeing Barius dust off his rear and walk away, wondered if he was really just leaving like that. This made Dur angry, and steam seemed to pour out of him. I had such high hopes for him, a direct descendant hero. How boring. "Alex, kill them all." Alex didn't rush. "But Lord Dur," Alex asked if they weren't supposed to be playing the role of the hero's companion. Dur didn't understand what that had to do with anything. Alex explained, "It's not good for a hero's companion to fight a direct descendant." Dur finally understood. "Now that you mention it, I get it. Come to think of it, he was a member of the Holy Bee family." Alex replied, "Yes, the Holy Bee hero family. It means they are blessed." But Dur found it strange that the first hero was a tree. Why do they keep using tree names? Alex provided additional information. "They use the name of the tree they plant the most in their territory." Dur burst out laughing at that. "What kind of joke is this? It's not Arbor Day." Truly ridiculous. The fat man, seeing that the two were ignoring him, shouted unpleasantly, "You damn bastards, what are you doing? Kill them quickly." Hearing the command, the mages and soldiers moved again, pouring their strength into the spot where they stood. But surprisingly, Alex and Dur were already behind them. Dur reminded Alex, "They're attacking us, aren't they? Deal with them quickly. Jack might wake up." The fat man was extremely surprised. "Ah, when did they get there?" Alex asked Dur curiously. "Killing them won't be difficult, but are you sure about this?" Dur said unpleasantly. "Why do you keep asking?" Alex reminded him again. "Didn't I tell you, aren't you the hero's companion?" Dur said angrily. "So you want me to beg for their forgiveness and ask them to let us go?" Alex pointed with his finger. There was something wrapped in cloth that they had destroyed. "It was probably too late to beg for forgiveness. We've already seen such a big secret." Dur, annoyed, clapped his hands and said, "Then what do you want me to do, you troublesome fellow?" Alex asked, "Can't we escape?" Dur shouted, "Are you afraid of them?" Alex, as if to prove it lest anyone misunderstand, said, "I am Alex." Dur scoffed. "Yes, that's right." Alex flinched. The fat man was fuming with anger at this point. "You damn bastards, how long are you going to keep interfering?" He waved his hand and immediately ordered them to kill them. His subordinates obediently replied, "Yes." Alex saw the group preparing to attack him. "I don't want to get involved with the hero's family, but it seems unavoidable." Alex bit his lip, which looked rather cute. Then he opened his mouth and unleashed his power, firing it at the subordinates. On the other side, Jack lay asleep in the carriage, completely unaware. Dur and Alex calmly watched the charging soldiers. The soldiers were all clad in iron armor, carrying swords and spears and shouting menacingly. A mage ran up beside them, taking a firing stance, raising his hand and shouting, "Flaming fist." Alex coldly glanced at the mage and remained very calm. Alex opened his mouth and power spewed forth, flying straight at the mage. He looked like a fire-breathing dragon. When the mage was hit by the attack, there was no longer any doubt. He opened his mouth against that immense power and was reduced to ashes. On the opposite side, a soldier rushed forward with an axe, attacking Dur. He shouted fiercely and stabbed Dur. Alex coldly glanced at him with his red eyes. Without a word, he impaled the man like lightning, causing the iron axe to break into several pieces. The soldiers were slightly intimidated by this sight and had not expected Alex to act so quickly and mercilessly. Before they could even think, Alex dashed straight through the group, mercilessly swinging his demon claws, killing everyone he touched. Cold and ruthless, the soldiers died before they could even react. Limbs were severed, blood splattered like rain, and weapons became useless before they could be used. In the distance, a man seized the opportunity while Alex was massacring, secretly drawing his bow and aiming at him. The soldier leapt and shouted, "Arrow of the fierce tiger!" A flaming arrow whistled through the air. Alex was completely unfazed, coldly looking at the man and raising one hand, preparing to snap his fingers. He aimed with cold eyes. Immediately, the soldier was struck by the attack and fell in midair. He screamed as he fell, and blood scattered in the sky. Another mage standing near Alex summoned a lightning attack and aimed it at him. Alex calmly raised both hands as if taking a picture and spoke a command from his mouth. A purple circle slowly appeared. The circle expanded and became a mobile portal. Alex used it to absorb the incoming lightning, and another similar portal appeared. It fired the lightning back at the mage, electrocuting him and causing him to scream in pain. Alex's 2 feet, viewed from below, appeared very vivid like a blockbuster movie. But unfortunately this was reality, and all the soldiers exploded and died. Alex brought his blood-stained hand to his mouth and licked it deliciously. Corpses lay strewn around the two, and Dur yawned from behind. Alex licked his fingers and chuckled gleefully. His eyes were full of murderous intent. It was the red eyes of a hunter. Strangely, Alex lamented, "Killing is indeed the most enjoyable thing." The man, still looking like a fat noble, clutched his sword, sweating, and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are they?" From behind him, a shadow rose and prepared to leap. The person ruthlessly used his head as a stepping stone to jump. The foolish noble didn't understand anything and shouted in surprise. The person swung his sword and leaped high, aiming behind Alex. He shouted his technique name loudly. Shadow split slash. With a single strike, earth and stone scattered in all directions. The slash split a huge rock in two. After delivering the slash, he landed softly on the ground. He held his sword and looked at the result of his work, looking very proud. From behind, Dur's voice was heard. Dust flew everywhere, and Dur said, "Be a little more careful." At this moment, Barius turned around and looked towards the sound with blue glowing eyes. Dur and Alex stood on a high cliff looking down at him. It was very cool and striking. Barius glanced up and asked, "Who are you? You easily killed my soldiers and even dodged my sword. Are you a blood soldier of the Black Killgrass family?" Dur looked down and immediately denied his guess. "Tisk, wrong. Do you think everyone strong is a blood soldier? Use your head a bit." He narrowed his blue eyes and became even more wary. "Then are you from the dragon race? Well, whatever, I just need to eliminate the witnesses." Before the two could answer, Barius turned and drew his sword. Took a fighting stance. Dur heard that and quietly scoffed, "Kill me." This was a completely mocking question. Dur's eyes glowed with thick murderous intent, and he said contemptuously, "That will never happen, you fool." The moment he saw the smile on Dur's face, Barius's eyes widened. Something deep inside him boiled and something dazzling shone. Something deep inside Barius awakened and immense power erupted. Barius felt it and cried out in pain. The blood flowing through his veins burned fiercely. His eyes glowed and his pupils were no longer visible. He accepted it, tensing his body and shouting. Alex frowned and observed below. "Dragon's heart, I see, it has awakened." The man used his power to violently stir up earth and stones. The fat noble covered his face with his hands to block the flying earth and stones. Terrified, he tried to call Lord Barius, but he heard nothing. His body already consumed by power. Barius stopped shouting, gritted his teeth, stabilized his body, and looked straight ahead. The surrounding earth and stones still continuously surged. Dur looked even more interested. He was quite surprised and excited, and his red eyes shone brightly. "What else are you going to show me now?" Barius stepped forward and leapt. He leapt in front of Alex and Dur, more precisely just tens of centimeters from Dur's face. He looked more like a villain than the Demon King. Alex froze, looking at him. A beastly growl came from Barius's throat. Dur looked at him and lamented, "You've changed a little." Barius, like a rabid dog, raised his sword, baring his fangs, and slashed. Every slash sparkled like starlight. All the stones could not escape their fate of being cut and flew violently again. Dur was invisible and Alex was retreating to avoid. Dur lightly landed on a small mound of dirt outside the combat zone. He chuckled cheerfully. "Hey, that fool is still slow. Come on, the witness is about to fall asleep." Suddenly, Alex's voice came from beside him. Lord Dur." Dur turned, curious. Alex narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "We should just go." "That expression is definitely one of enduring," Dur complained. "I only just started having a little fun. Why won't you let me play? Are you perhaps afraid of heroes?" Alex immediately replied, "Yes." Alex continued to smile. "Honestly, I am a little afraid of him." A dazzling light of justice burst from Alex's severed right arm, surprising even Dur. Dur frowned and looked at his arm. "What? Disgusting." At this moment, Barius again drew his sword and rushed forward, closing in on Dur's face and shouted, "Ah!" Dur did not avoid him and confronted him. Dur said calmly, "You can't fool my eyes, Alex. You could easily kill that damn bastard, so why are you hesitating?" Barius's shadow split slash was activated again, scattering earth and stones in all directions. Dur's red eyes widened, looking straight ahead. He seemed quite surprised. So surprised that he had to exclaim, "What is that disgusting thing?" A dazzling streak of light flowed from Alex's severed arm. Barius leapt and swung his sword, rushing towards them. His brightly glowing eyes revealed his awakened blood. He leapt close to Dur's face, and the two were almost touching. One was golden, the other red. Barius gripped his sword tightly, and uttering a single word, "Destroy," he slashed. The shadow split slash activated, instantly shattering the surrounding earth and stones and scattering them everywhere. Dur said leisurely, "I told you." Barius was extremely surprised to see that his sword was right in front of Dur's head, but the slash could not be completed. Dur's eyes widened, looking excitedly at the opponent in front of him. He said, "That's impossible." His red eyes narrowed ominously, and he said, "You can't even touch a single hair on my head." Der casually put both hands in his pockets, not even bothering to block. Barius, unable to believe it, used his left hand, which wasn't holding a sword, to gather a bright yellow power. Barius continuously slashed at Der, asking as he slashed, Are you a blood soldier?" Der dodged lightly, as if floating on his tiptoes. All the surrounding earth and stones fell. Barius continuously slashed at Der. He still maintained the same posture, continuously retreating and dodging his attacks. Retreating, Der said, "Do I look like a blood soldier?" He looked as if he was taking a stroll. Barius's incessant attacks shook the entire mountain, and suddenly the surroundings shone brightly, and earth and stones scattered in all directions. Der tilted his body, dodging a sideways throwing attack, and sighed as if bored. The current situation was very comical. Meanwhile, Barius gritted his teeth and slashed madly, but never once hit. While Der, dodging attacks as flexibly as a feather, was so relaxed that he had to exclaim, "How boring. I had high hopes for you, thinking you had the blood of a former hero, but you're just a slightly faster fly." Der lowered his eyes and looked at the opponent dancing in front of him. "I'm too lazy to even kill you. Those who die by my hand like you are just a useless lot." Der said no more, stopped, and firmly stomped his foot on the ground, pushing earth and stones to one side. He was so bored that perhaps Der now wanted to stop. His eyes were tinged with the red of death. It was a sign that the Demon King's wrath was approaching. Der slowly uttered the name, Annihilation. As soon as the words were spoken, his red eyes widened, preparing to unleash his final attack on the worm in front of him. At the same time, Alex's eyes also glowed red. He too was about to act, and just as Der was about to unleash his attack, Alex put his hand in front of Barius, blocking him, and Der watched, surprised, as his other arm also fell off. Blood splattered everywhere, and a flash of light from behind pierced through. Barius, who was behind, did not miss this opportunity and unleashed the shadow split slash. Of course, the attack pierced Alex's abdomen, who was standing between the two. Alex spewed blood from this attack. Der called his name, unable to understand. "Alex, what are you doing?" But Alex's eyes were still calm and emotionless. After that, Alex spewed a black liquid, firing it directly at Barius's head, and he fell, bewildered. The substance Alex spewed took effect immediately upon contact with his face. Barius's bright white eyes returned to their original blue pupils, and he just fell to the ground unconscious, and Alex and Der were silent. The sword he had condensed in his hand also disappeared. Der looked at the man lying unconscious on the ground and asked, unable to understand, "You knocked him out instead of killing him. Why?" Alex turned to Der, his eyes still deep and calm. Der asked, "You kept avoiding him, grumbling that you were afraid of him, and now you block me and save him?" Alex remained silent. Der looked at Alex nervously and said, explain the reason right now." At this moment, Alex also turned around and replied, "I'm sorry, master. My concern isn't for this young hero, it's for the will of the people of this world." Alex's expression was very serious. Der still didn't quite understand. "Wasn't causing chaos, destruction, and slaughter in this world your specialty?" Alex said. "That is only possible on a small scale." Alex and Der looked down at the landscape below. Soldiers were piled up on the ground like corpses. A rumor was circulating that if Lord Der merely stood on this land, the whole world would shake. They would come endlessly like swarms of cockroaches. Even a baby in a cradle would crawl with a knife. Humans are like that. Der had also considered this problem at some point. If he just left them, they would gather as much as they wanted and he would burn them all at once. He had thought about this problem for a long time but had yet to find an answer. He pouted his lips, looking at the man lying unconscious on the ground. "How can these weaklings defeat me? It's absurd." As soon as he finished speaking, Der looked at Alex with curious eyes. Alex was smiling, eyes narrowed, without wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. As Der watched Alex smile silently, a thought crossed Der's mind and his expression turned serious. "So there's still something else? Something I don't know." Alex still smiled with his eyes closed, saying nothing. This proved the correctness of Der's conjecture. The wind ruffled Der's hair where he stood. Der asked, "And I'll know in 20 years, won't I?" The answer matched. Only now did Alex smile and say, "Yes." Der narrowed his eyes and coldly asked his conjecture. "Even if I ask, you won't tell me, will you? At best, you'll just spout nonsense like the will of the world, won't you?" Alex smiled brightly. He did not deny it. "Your Majesty has guessed correctly. Shall we return then?" Der's hand turned purplish black and sharp claws sprouted as if the demon inside was about to burst out. A hoarse voice emerged from his throat. "Then if I..." Alex stood beside him, unable to tell what Der was about to do. Der's face gradually darkened and his eyes glowed red. Hellfire blazed in his hand. Der still spoke in a hoarse voice. "What would happen if I killed this damn bastard right here?" Der's red eyes gleamed with madness and murderous intent. "That will you fear so much quite intrigues me. Is there truly a descended god?" Alex gasped and said one word. "I don't know, but one thing is certain." This sentence extinguished the demonic flame within Der at once. Alex looked at Der with a wicked gaze and said, "Your dream of becoming a member of a hero's team and living the life of the top 2 of the world would be meaningless. You would have to eliminate all heroes and destroy the world for everything to end. Forget about becoming the Demon King. Your Majesty will become an exemplary Demon King remembered throughout history." Upon hearing this, an alarm blared in Der's mind. Alex added salt to his wound, saying, "Attacking before a hero appears also seems like a good idea." Der froze solid. "Demon King, it's just a name now." "All right, I'll take care of it myself. Master can rest." After speaking, Alex made a motion as if to kick Barius's backside. Der hastily stopped him. "No." Der, smiling, grabbed his shoulder and pleaded, "Alex, can't you take a joke? I was just teasing. Demon King or war, it has nothing to do with me." So there's no need for me to dirty my own hands, Alex, still pretending to want to tease Dur, said. Are you just going to leave him like this? If I took care of it, everything would be over. At this, Dur had no choice but to acquiesce. Fine, just open the portal quickly. After that, a magical portal emitting a purple light appeared. Dur placed his foot on the portal but did not rush in. He turned back and asked Alex, "Aren't you coming?" Alex replied, "I'll clear all traces here and follow right away. Your Majesty, please go rest first." Alex pushed Dur into the portal with his two severed arms. Dur looked back and asked, "Are your hands all right?" Alex grinned and replied, "Injuries like this will heal instantly once we return to the demon realm. Don't worry, please go back first." Dur's entire body passed through the portal with only his feet remaining. He still looked back and asked, "Really, come quickly." Alex stood behind him and said, "I wish you good fortune." After that, the portal closed and the space became quiet. Only Alex and the unconscious Barrios remained. At this moment, Alex finally revealed the demon within him. He leapt beside Barrios and leaned close. His eyes gleamed with undisguised hatred and murderous intent. Alex licked his tongue like a leopard eyeing its prey. His voice was hoarse and ominously resonant. "How dare this damned brat cut me, one of the 7 Grand Dukes of the demon realm, with that filthy light?" Something was about to burst from Alex's red pupils. And in 20 years I will take the life of your descendant with my own hands and sever the bloodline of the Holy Stewardia family." Simultaneously, in another space, Jack was fast asleep, clutching his shield to his chest, drool trickling from his mouth. A purple light flashed, illuminating his face, and immediately after a shadow quietly appeared before Jack. But Jack remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to everything. Dur chuckled as he looked at the sleeping Jack. He must have been very tired to collapse and sleep in such cold weather. They were standing on a green hill and Dur was fast asleep inside the carriage. The scenery was very peaceful. Dur narrowed his eyes and asked himself inwardly, what exactly will happen in 20 years? These rules are really annoying. Just wait, that day 20 years from now won't come. For now, Dur was also concerned about one thing. But why are the dragons acting so violently? Does that foolish dragon even know what's happening to its children? Surely you're not referring to me as that foolish dragon? The golden dragon's sarcastic voice echoed, and at the same time 2 feet appeared hovering above their heads. She appeared splendidly as always, in a long yellow dress swaying in the wind. The golden dragon hovered above, looking down at Dur. Dur glanced at her, slightly surprised at how potent his mouth was. Dur said, "Yes, exactly you." Dur looked up and asked her with certainty in his tone, "Have you been following me all this time?" The golden dragon elegantly crossed her legs and smiled enchantingly from behind her veiled face. "I attached a strand of my hair to your body." Dur understood. "You mean a scale fragment?" Dur gestured with his hand at the object and said, "If you want to report it, I can be your witness." "Me?" she asked Dur. The golden dragon sneered cynically. "You? That's ridiculous. Making someone like you, the Demon King, a witness. Do you think humans would believe it if I said, 'Hello, I'm the Demon King. I stopped a hero who attacked dragons and tried to break the peace treaty'?" Dur was puzzled by her attitude. "Why does everyone have such a negative view of demons?" The golden dragon pressed him. "If you're not bad, then why do you destroy the world once every 100 years? Dur nodded, feigning seriousness, and said, "You're right, why do we destroy the world? Why don't we just live content in the demon realm?" The golden dragon shivered at his feigned innocent voice. What kind of stupid question is that? And the one asking it is the Demon King." Dur still feigned innocence as if he understood nothing. He picked his nose with his hand and glanced at her. "You talk too much, Shorty. While your children are being massacred, you're here leisurely talking to me." He put both hands in his coat pockets and leaned against the carriage behind him. "They call those children commodities. This isn't the first time. I understand why they hunt dragons to make equipment now, don't I? Your body is very precious. They are even massacring innocent dragons." Dur posed a question that had long been on the golden dragon's mind. "Isn't this an overt disregard for the peace treaty?" the golden dragon suggested. "Then could you help me?" Dur raised his head and asked, "With what?" The golden dragon replied lightly. "Revenge, for you to massacre my descendants." "To take revenge on the basic races?" Dur looked up at her and seemed to ponder in silence for a long time as if unable to understand. Then he asked again, "Why should I help you? You can do it yourself." The golden dragon said firmly, "I cannot." Dur didn't understand. She explained, "If a dragon leaves its territory and enters the human world, humans have the right to kill that dragon. Just like your century-long battles. That is the rule of this world," she said powerlessly. "So no matter how many of my descendants die, as long as humans exist in this world, I can do nothing." Turned away angrily and shouted, "What is this damned rule? What kind of idiot made it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the golden dragon's eyes flashed. Dur froze at a whispering sound from somewhere without the strength to complain. An invisible force pressed down on him, and Dur couldn't resist collapsing. The surrounding dirt and stones also shattered and flew due to inertia. He hastily put his hand on the ground and a liquid trickled from his nose. Dur touched his hand, extremely surprised. "I'm bleeding. What is this immense pressure?" His red eyes, slightly stained with blood, were drawn to the golden dragon's words. "That is the rule of the world." The golden dragon said from above, "It is the bondage of the dimension in which you and I exist." Dur strongly resisted the immense gravity that tried to crush him to the ground. "First you make an absurd rule, and when I object you apply the punishment." The golden dragon looked down in surprise. Dur stood up completely and shouted loudly, "Stop it now, you damn thing. If you think you're righteous and noble, make rules in your own world and live by them. Why are you forcing us to follow rules in our world?" The golden dragon was intrigued. "Ahaha, that's amazing, to endure the punishment in a mortal body. You seem a bit foolish, but you're still the Demon King." Der threatened, half smiling, half not. Watch your mouth, you foolish thing, the golden dragon spoke as if she had just remembered something. Ah, why don't you want to be the Demon King? Der's head was filled with question marks. The golden dragon spoke excitedly. Do you know you're the first person in the last 666 centuries to refuse to become the Demon King? She laughed as if she had heard an interesting story from the human world. Heaven's will must be having a headache because you're defying the rules. Der looked at her, unable to understand, and asked, why do you seem so amused? She stopped laughing. What? He looked at her with deep eyes and said with certainty, deep down you too have wanted to eliminate this rule for a long time, haven't you? The golden dragon was startled and flustered, denying it. What are you talking about, you foolish thing? I'm just curious because you're the first person to dare to do such a thing. Yes, be careful of Heaven's will. You're safe now, but in 20 years that day will come. They will want to eliminate you, Der said nonchalantly. Want to eliminate us? Do you think I'd fear their trivial schemes? If they want it, they're welcome anytime. The golden dragon returned to the main point. Anyway, what's your answer? Why don't you want to be the Demon King? The conversation continued, but he was still fast asleep in the carriage. She asked excitedly, as if injected with chicken blood, what is your reason for breaking the cycle of the past 665 centuries and giving up on becoming the Demon King? I'm curious about your motivation, Der slowly pondered. Why, it's nothing much, Der slowly replied as if making up a rational excuse. I don't want to be the Demon King because… At this moment Alex walked out of the portal and both of them looked at him simultaneously. Alex's appearance interrupted their conversation. Shall we go, master? I've cleaned up that mess. Alex, upon seeing the golden dragon above, was surprised and realized, were you with the golden dragon? The golden dragon was annoyed. Why didn't you come earlier? You show up at this crucial moment? Alex politely bowed his head. I hope there were no problems, noble divine dragon. She cut him off. Stop talking now and quickly open the door to send me home. Alex obeyed the command. Yes, understood, the golden dragon hastily called out to Der. Hey, you have to hear me out before you go. Tell me the reason, Der replied disdainfully. If I keep arguing with you, I feel like I'll get hit by a rock, so let's do it next time. The golden dragon didn't understand. What on earth are you talking about? He lay lazily on the straw-covered carriage. Beside him, Jack was in a deep sleep. Let's go quickly, the golden dragon called out to him. Hey, Demon King, she still wanted to plead for something. If you can't take revenge for me, at least expose them and tell me how many heroes were involved in this incident. Her eyes were cold. How many innocent children were cruelly massacred? Even in the human world, if they continue to do this, it will violate the treaty, and other racial organizations will deal with humans. Der showed her 3 fingers. 3 times she didn't understand. He reasonably offered a price. This case is a bit tricky, so I'll need 3 times the usual fee. The golden dragon raised her voice. What, you swindler? She cursed Der. Der did not look at her. Yes, because I am a demon. You don't have to hire me. Then you can live in fear every day that your children might be captured. The golden dragon had no choice but to accept this price proposal. All right, I'll give you 3 times. Is that enough? Der cheerfully raised his voice. Thank you, my dear customer. The golden dragon extended her index finger towards Der. Light emitted from her fingertip as if casting a spell. A shining aura enveloped his body, and Der opened his eyes wide, looking down at his hand, wondering, what is this aura? The golden dragon explained. It will magically conceal your demonic energy. Heroes and those with bloodlines react to your demonic energy. You don't have to worry about that anymore. This is nice. Der cheered oh-ho at this reward. Der no longer paid her any mind. He held the one who was sleeping as if passed out beside him and commanded, all right, go now, Alex, let's go. Alex replied, yes, master. The golden dragon, speechless and grinding her teeth, watched them leave. That damn thing, the golden dragon stood in the middle of the green meadow watching the small magic gate shrink like a tiny star, and above the full moon hung in the sky, thinking, am I doing the right thing? Time will tell. The 3 of them looked up at the scenery before them. Jack said, ah, a building. No, a magnificent castle appeared. A gigantic airship proudly stood on the castle roof. The scenery was overwhelming. Jack asked blankly to himself, how can they have so much money to build a castle? Alex explained, it's because they are a hero's family with 60,000 years of history. The place where they stand is the Holy Stewardia family. Der turned to Alex in confusion and asked, that person is a hero, so why does he look like that? Jack felt miserable hearing that. He closed his eyes and smiled subserviently. I apologize for looking like this, master. Alex quickly cut in with a word of advice. Please refrain from saying such things in front of others. Der asked back. Why? Alex explained. They might get angry and rebel, mightn't they? Der still didn't understand. Alex gave up and said, never mind, I've already explained it before. When a hero family becomes famous, countless castles and nobles want to become their patrons. This is because being a hero's patron is tantamount to indirectly fighting for world peace. Moreover, dragon hunting like last night's also provides a substantial economic income. Honestly, it was a fact everyone knew but dared not utter. It was a very difficult thing to say, but they still believed it was right. Der asked curiously, why is that? Jack watched the 2 converse, feeling deflated and as if he didn't exist. Alex explained with profound knowledge, because humanity is at war with the nobility, the dragon race is compelled to assist them. If humanity fails, the dragon race will be the next sacrifice. Der rested his chin in his hand and agreed. That's true. Dragon bodies are quite popular even in the demon realm, Alex added, extremely popular. The magnificent castle of the Holy Stewardia family stood tall before them. Der gradually understood. So the dragon race has to support humanity, Alex replied. Yes, that's right. Then are you suspecting that the Holy Stewardea family and other families are engaged in illegal dragon hunting here, which impacts the pact between the dragon race and humanity? Dur suddenly turned around and asked, Doesn't your family poach dragons? Jack scratched his head in bewilderment and forced a laugh. Ha 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 ha, you'd need to be at least G rank to even get close to a dragon's lair. Dur seized the opportunity to retort, Exactly. If someone like you could hunt dragons, then stray dogs and cats on the street could do it too. Jack collapsed onto the ground in shock. Alex called his name in a worried voice. Jack? Alex held the hurt and listless Jack in his arms, thinking, Jack, bear with it. Jack weakly asked Dur, Master, what should we do now? Dur crossed his arms and said confidently, There's one thing we need to do here. He explained triumphantly, It's like a covert operation. Dur even named the operation, Operation Investigation of Illegal Dragon Hunting. He left excitedly. Let's go now. Alex, still holding Jack, urgently reminded him. Wait a minute. Master, Alex cautiously asked. Jack is fine, but didn't our identities get exposed during the fight with the nobles last night? Shouldn't we at least put on some disguises? Dur paused for a moment as if he hadn't anticipated this issue. He looked at Alex, waiting for a solution, and they simply changed clothes. Dur didn't find this disguise too shoddy. In fact, he had forcibly taken Alex's hat and cloak, and the other two had no choice but to accept it. Dur declared, pretending to be cool. Now we can go. Poor Alex, standing dumbfounded with his pigtails, wondered internally, should I go back? Dur excitedly led the way. All right, let's go. Jack, with a hesitant expression, called out to stop him, wanting to remind him again. Sir Dur, Jack scratched his head again, sweating profusely. He used every word in his vocabulary to tell Dur, it's just a suggestion, but I think it would be better to act with dignity as usual. Not that you're unqualified as a hero, of course. Ha ha ha. Dur listened to his words, stopped moving, and paid careful attention. And he immediately agreed. All right, that's not too difficult, Jack rejoiced. Really? Dur stood before a massive door. Dur bellowed. Hero of heroes, last hero candidate, you shall be the strongest. Jack Ban Holy Bick has arrived. Open the gates, you damned fools. Jack was so depressed he wanted to log out. And Alex looked utterly serious, as if he was already numb. Dur turned and smiled kindly at his companions. I was going to open the door by force, but I solved it with words. Didn't I do well? Jack looked around the room, admiring it internally. Wow, the interior scenery is truly overwhelming. Countless expensive ornaments sparkled on display. He sat next to Dur, looking around like a country bumpkin in the city, internally exclaiming, This is the best. Only Dur and Alex remained serene after entering this place. Suddenly, Jack discovered something, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. He was captivated by a magnificent painting hanging on the wall, and he wondered internally, Is that person from a textbook? The last hero of the 52nd generation fought the Demon King for 13 days and emerged victorious. Hassan Pan Holy Stewardea. The painting showed the back of a blond man with a family symbol tattooed on his face, similar to the one on Barrius's face. Recognizing the person, Jack could only laugh self-deprecatingly. That person is in a completely different league than me. It's embarrassing to call myself a hero like him. Dur comforted him. Child, don't worry too much. Jack was flustered by his unexpected attention, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Dur, as usual, clasped his hands behind his head, turned and told him, Aren't all heroes equal? Don't be afraid. Jack forced a smile and replied, Theoretically, yes. Their conversation was interrupted by a low voice. Alex and Dur simultaneously turned to see who it was. You're right, all heroes are equal. But not all heroes possess the same skills. God bestows the most sacred blood only upon those who can bear its weight. God knows who is truly fit to be a hero. The man was blond with an arrow-shaped tattoo on his forehead. He was almost identical to the figure in the painting Jack had seen. He introduced himself, Welcome, hero of the Holy Bee family and his companions. I am Salyapun Holy Stewardea. I am currently a third-generation hero of this century, retired and managing this estate. Dur glanced at the man and wondered internally. I expected that other person to appear, so he's probably that man's father. The last hero of the 5th generation of this century represents the law of the world. The titles they receive are a glory to their lineage. One of the descendants of a 4th-generation hero, like Jack or Barrius, will be born from one of the saints and become the hero of this transitional period. Jack, like an exemplary citizen, bowed 90 degrees to Solus and greeted him politely. Hello, I am Holy Bee. It is an honor to meet you. He gestured to the side and introduced, These are my two companions, Sir Dur and Sir Alex. Solus calmly replied, I know. Jack asked in bewilderment. Yes, Solus added. I know you and your party. At these words, Jack was very surprised. He spoke calmly. There was almost no expression on his face, only a slight upward curve of his lips. I was a little late because I was checking with the hero management department. Anyway, it seems you've somehow gathered companions. I heard you had given up on the competition to become a true hero. Jack scratched his head in embarrassment. Ah, you might think so, but I haven't given up yet. Ha ha ha. Solus looked at the group before him and assessed them internally. He saw Dur as a wealthy merchant who had paid to become a companion to a fallen hero family. In this era, it was a vulgar and common tale among those who coveted honor. Solus politely asked, Then what brings you to the Holy Stewardea family? Dur, without hesitation, got straight to the point. Nothing much, we just came to check on some strange rumors circulating nearby. Jack, with a trembling voice, reminded him, Sir Dur, please be respectful. Solus responded with a calm and intimidating demeanor. Your tone does not suit your status. A glow already emanated from his green eyes. Dur paid no mind and continued, weren't we speaking as heroes? Or perhaps, despite not holding any current position, you wish to be treated like a noble? Jack was so scared he felt like crying and his face turned pale, but he just quietly called out, Sir Dur, stop it. Unexpectedly, to everyone's surprise, Solus burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He finally relaxed his facial muscles. You're truly honest. I too once didn't mind my position just like you. I acted as I pleased, thinking I could defeat the Demon King alone without caring about anyone. You should be careful. There's always a mountain beyond a mountain. Jack tried to calm the atmosphere with a trembling voice. Ha ha ha, of course. Everyone knows of Sir Solus's reputation. Sir Solus, a D-grade hero. Solus sat on the chair opposite them and asked, Then my young hero's companion, what is this rumor you speak of? Dur casually placed his legs on the table and clasped his hands behind his head. Well, the rumor I heard is that you possess high-quality materials, some of which are what we are looking for. Solus heard that and was internally surprised. He laughed and refused. Ha ha ha, we might have money, but I don't know if you have enough to buy what you're looking for. Our Holy Stewardea family only deals with the highest quality materials. His eyes glowed with a cold green light and his words were threatening. For example, black stone, red lizard skin, the Corpse King's magic core obtained from the Han battle, or the heart of the white-headed giant from the Hoga mountain range. He was internally satisfied. How about that, young man? Feeling a little intimidated now? Dur, undeterred, replied. I don't need such trivial things. Solus was surprised. He thought, internally. Dur continued as if trying to make him understand. I heard you have something even more luxurious than a giant's heart. At these words, Solus was very surprised. Solus internally broke out in a cold sweat and replied, There is only one thing more luxurious than a giant's heart. That is the dragon race. Dur placed a heavy small pouch he was holding on the table. That's right, our hero is still a novice, so he needs items to strengthen his skills. He immediately showed a very generous attitude. He opened the small pouch, revealing mysterious red stones. We plan to forge a set of armor from dragon parts. Solus was shocked, thinking, This is blood shale from the demon realm. How did that man obtain such a rare item? Blood shale was an ordinary stone found in the volcanic regions of the demon realm. Solus said with a trembling voice, Don't you know, this is too suspicious, so Solus couldn't make a decision recklessly. The dragon race and humanity currently have a peace treaty. Hunting dragon parts violates both the law and the treaty. Our Holy Stewardea family does not engage in such illegal activities. Instead, we have other things that are just as rare. How about that? Why don't you make armor from those items? Dur decisively turned to the person beside him and said, Let's go, Alex. It seems there's nothing we need here. He changed his attitude too quickly. Solus had no time to react. Dur glanced at Solus and asked casually, But whose soldiers were those transporting dragons by airship? I distinctly saw the Holy Stewardea family's crest on the airship. At this news, Solus had even more exclamation marks than before. Solus's voice lowered. He said warningly, It seems you've seen something. His blue eyes were now very serious and dangerously narrowed. Dur, undeterred, replied, It's just that we are novices, participating in the hero competition late, and we happened to see it while searching for items everywhere to catch up to others. Hearing unexpected news, he said he just happened to be out looking for items to catch up to others, and saw what he shouldn't have seen. Solus narrowed his eyes, glaring at him, and said, Really? Unfortunately, you should have been more careful. Dur did not back down. Building a tower takes a long time, but a single mistake can topple it in an instant. We are novices, so we don't yet know how everything works in this kingdom. Isn't it natural for us to make mistakes? Perhaps when we're not feeling well, we might spread rumors that old hero families are breaking the law and monopolizing all the good things. At the very least, you'll need something to shut this mouth. The two glared at each other, sparks flying from their eyes, neither willing to yield. Jack, pale-faced, carefully mediated between them. I'm sorry, Solus smiled cunningly. Ha ha ha, then this time I'll ask a question. He looked at them ominously. Have you heard of a masked hero who suddenly appeared and defeated numerous dragons? This question, a certain hero was startled. Dur, completely unconcerned as if it had nothing to do with him, calmly looked at Solus and asked back, What's that? Jack, in stark contrast beside him, felt his heart sink, his face turning pale, though he maintained a forced smile. Solus, hearing Dur's question, smirked and then glanced at the shield Jack always carried. Coincidentally or not, the Doomslagan shield you're holding is made from the materials of the blue dragon and black dragon that masked hero defeated. A certain hero was startled again, fidgeting, and spoke to him with sharp eyes. How did you recognize the Doomslagan shield? Solus explained. I recognize all items of rare grade or higher by color and shape. It is clearly an S-grade Doomslagan, specifically crafted from the scales of 3 dragons and black dragons. There was no such Doomslagan on this continent's treasure list, so it must have been secretly crafted recently. Alex, standing behind him, internally admired. Oh ho, his observational skills aren't bad either. Dur offered no opinion. Solus slowly asked, Your name is Dur, you said. It seems you, not the young hero, are the commander of this team. So I will tell you. Whatever your relationship with the masked hero, if you happen to encounter him, I ask that you inform me. Because he has killed too many dragons, affecting the primary income source of some powerful individuals who use dragons as materials. Solus's face was filled with murderous intent, and a merchant whose business had been so directly disrupted would not be happy. Dur continued to remain silent. Solus continued, therefore, some high-ranking members of large guilds deeply involved in this business will soon move to eliminate the masked hero and everyone associated with him. Jack, sitting next to him, stiffened, thinking, too scary. He's finally stating his purpose. Treasures like Doomslagan should not fall into the hands of a fallen F-grade family. Solus rationally added, the number of legendary items must be strictly managed. After all, rarity is what creates value, whether for equipment or for people. And he stopped speaking as if about to say something unexpectedly unpleasant. Solus stood up and laughed contemptuously. Ha ha ha, I don't know where you heard such ridiculous rumors, but illustrious families like ours absolutely do not participate in illegal dealings such as dragon parts. He didn't forget to promote his stall. If you need low-grade materials for small items befitting a hero, come back anytime. Newbie, I have some things to do, so farewell. After speaking, Solus turned away coldly, and the three followed, looking back. Dur cast his eyes down, following his shadow, saying nothing. Jack looked on in surprise beside him. Dur asked in astonishment, are all heroes like that? It's strange that you ask me this, but is that guy an idiot? Jack just said, and Dur turned his gaze elsewhere. Alex said, in conclusion, are the bloodline families joining forces to hunt dragons and monopolize dragon materials to defeat other alliances, not merchants, and monopolize that trade? Alex confirmed Dur's thoughts. Precisely. The most important thing for a hero is equipment, Alex added. They seem to be controlling the supply of materials needed to craft items. That way they can control other heroes too. This is probably why, while most families have risen and fallen, a few families with wealthy merchants have stood firm throughout all eras. Dur asked suspiciously, could all the famous families be involved in this organization? Alex agreed. That's a reasonable assumption. Jack lowered his eyes and said with a hint of regret, Lord Solus, I really thought he was honest and fair. Not all the heroes I admire could be like that, right? Dur listened and said confidently, HMPH, humanity is truly rotten. In retrospect, we seem better than them, don't we? Alex, with his pigtails, was speechless. Hearing the future Demon King say this, he could only laugh, seeing this expression. Dur growled at Alex again. It's no wonder we won 665 times, is it? Alex, with his pigtails, stopped laughing and started sweating. Without teasing Alex any further, Dur put his arm around Jack's shoulder and said, congratulations, you've achieved your goal. Jack didn't understand anything. Dur winked at Jack and pointed his finger. Didn't you hear? The high-ranking officials of that organization are tracking the masked hero. Hearing that, Jack was shocked. His face turned purple and he cried out, that's right. They're all from D-grade families. What do I do now, Lord Dur? If I'm caught, I'm done for. Dur listened, put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment and said, well, even if they come in droves, it's not a big problem for me. But it's still annoying. Keep focusing on business, our shop will be filled with weapons. Dur looked at Jack and decided, then we'll hide the masked hero for a while so they can't find him. Jack exclaimed in surprise at these words. What did you say? Dur held up a finger. Alex listened to his words, unable to understand. Let's finish the last job tonight. Jack was as curious as Alex. Tonight? Dur had a dangerous look on his face and a wicked smile. There are a few things that need to be dealt with. We'll get rid of the rotten Holy Stewardia noble family and the dragon hunters. We'll smash them to pieces. Jack wanted to stop him but didn't dare. The scene shifted to night and the moon was high in the sky. Dur admired something. Oh, Jack had transformed into the masked hero and stood behind Dur. Dur praised Jack. This castle even has a lake. I'm envious. Jack, flustered, raised his hand and called, Lord Dur. He looked at Dur with innocent eyes. I have a small question. Dur immediately tried to get to the point. Yes? Jack asked extremely seriously. Lord Dur, what are we doing here? Are we sneaking in to steal the hidden dragon corpses in the castle as proof that they've been poaching? It's almost like theft. Dur snapped his fingers, praising him. Precisely. Very smart. Jack, hearing that, was happy again and raised his hand, wanting to ask again, making Dur puzzled. What now? The three looked at each other, unable to understand. We're sneaking into the castle. But aren't we just walking brazenly into the center of the castle right now? Seeing the people and footsteps, Jack was flustered. As the soldiers approached with weapons, Jack became even more flustered. He whispered in a panic, Lord Dur, it's a patrol. We have to hide. We'll get caught. Two soldiers suddenly stopped in front of them. Jack's tension was at its peak. What do we do now, Lord Dur? Then the soldiers passed them by. Jack watched the soldiers move away and turned back to Dur. So you've already used stealth magic? Dur turned his back and confirmed with his finger. Precisely. Jack looked at his back, filled with happiness. Dur went first, hurrying. Hurry up, you follow too. Wait for me. After wandering around the castle for a long time, looking left and right, Jack hurried to follow Dur. He gasped, Lord Dur, I don't think they're keeping dragons here. What should we do? Dur asked him again. Really? After wandering around for a long time, Jack asked Dur, it just occurred to me, where is Alex? I haven't seen him for a while. Dur still said nonchalantly. He went ahead to do his job. Jack hastily replied, I see. Suddenly Dur said in a low voice, you good for nothing. Jack was flustered at his name being called. Dur asked him, has your family ever been this well off? Jack scratched his head and replied shyly, haha, that's almost an old legend, probably never. According to my grandfather's memory, we've always been poor. Hearing that, Dur said meaningfully, well, your family doesn't seem to have worked hard enough yet. Jack didn't understand his words and was still shy. Probably both my grandfather and father were low-grade heroes. Dur was curious. Grades? Do you guys take tests or something? Jack happily explained. That's right, tests. But the first step is to graduate from the Hero Academy. Dur was surprised. You even have an academy? Really? Jack laughed and hesitated. Yes, I'm definitely going to send my children there. Dur guessed it must be expensive. Jack replied, yes. Dur said mischievously. Hero managers are all smart businessmen. They sell humanity's future to make you dependent on them. Jack could only laugh. Haha. Suddenly Der stopped walking and called Jack, you good for nothing. Jack stopped scratching his head and replied, yes. Der asked, you've also noticed that what we're doing now is far from what a hero does, haven't you? Sneaking into a hero family, stealing information and exposing them. Under the moonlight, Der asked Jack, are you really okay with this? You're a hero just like them, albeit a bit different. As the wind rustled his red cloak, Jack answered without hesitation. I know it's a crime. Der was surprised to see Jack continue speaking, but after meeting Lord Solus I realized a few things. Jack was extremely happy. It's that Lord Der is truly an honest person. Perhaps right now we are thieves, but in reality we are chasing criminals who are monopolizing the hero's important materials, right? Jack's eyes were filled with admiration for Der. At first I was very surprised by your actions, but now I understand. Since Lord Der already knew Lord Solus's true nature, you intentionally acted that way to reveal his true feelings, didn't you? Hearing the praise, Der scratched his face shyly. I didn't think that deeply, but you can think whatever you want. Der looked at Jack again, and he seemed completely different. Lord Der, do you remember what you said when we first met? This is an opportunity. Jack turned his palm over. To be honest, I had almost given up on becoming a hero. His blistered, calloused hands seemed to prove his efforts. He had thought how someone like him could become a hero, but he was very happy. Although this isn't the best situation I dreamed of, I even met a D-grade hero, something I never even dreamed of. And thanks to Lord Der I got a good shield too. I know very well that I don't deserve these things. Jack repeated the 3 words, stealing it again. Jack's next words showed his perspective. I just want my younger siblings to grow up well. At least I don't want them to be called failures. His eyes completely changed whenever he mentioned his siblings. I will make sure no one inherits this damned poverty. Der listened silently and said, I will raise them as heroes even if they won't be on the front lines in the 66th battle against the Demon King 20 years from now. At least they can support the battle from behind. Then I can hang a picture of my siblings, like the painting I saw in Lord Solus's room. A picture that will be passed down as a family heirloom for generations. The Holy Bee family participated in the 66th battle against the Demon King in a support role. Jack looked at the distant moon and said, and so the Holy Bee family contributed to defeating the 666th Demon King and lived happily ever after. Der was curious. What about you? Jack was bewildered by these words. Der asked him directly, what did you want to do, what did you want to become, and how did you want to live since you were born? Did you never think about it? If you sacrifice your only life for your family and lineage, will you be satisfied with just that? Jack's drooping hand suddenly clenched tightly. His appearance was completely different from before. Determination was clear on his face. That's all I want. I will end this poverty of the Holy Bee family with my own hands. So determined was he that he said to Der, I would even make a deal with a demon to do that. Der's lips curled slightly. He had a rare, interesting smile. I seem to have picked the right person. All right, let's go all the way to the end of hell. Der called Alex. A pair of legs appeared in the air. Alex appeared on top of a street lamp and replied, yes, master. Beside the pole, Der stood coolly, not waving his hand. Jack saw him and happily exclaimed, ah, Lord Alex. Alex hastily reported, I found it. A smile of excitement spread across Alex's face. Let's go quickly to that damn bastard's secret room. Alex stood on top of the street lamp and Der stood below, with his hands in his pockets as usual. Alex asked, Master, shall we go? A dangerous red light flashed in Der's eyes. It was the look of a predator just before a hunt. Did you find it? Alex replied, yes, and took out a bundle of yellowed documents from his chest. As he took it out, he said, and I also got the membership list of that organization. Masked hero Jack looked up from below. Hearing that, Jack was very surprised. Alex read out the names one by one. Holy Cocoa, Holy Cotton Horu, Holy Chestnut, Holy Genkova, Holy Elder, Holy Silverb, Holy Coke, Holy Cottonwool, Holy Willow, and so on. Der listened quietly from below and his lips slowly curled up. After reading it all, Alex folded the papers and his eyes were full of interest. These 76 families are not simple. All of them have a long history and high credibility. Jack was bewildered as if unable to believe the reality. Many of them are families I saw in my hero textbook. How can that be? Der cast his eyes down and asked with a laugh. Then where are the hidden dragons? Before he could finish speaking, Alex confirmed his guess. Master, that's right. Right under the water. Der's eyes flashed sharply. Jack couldn't believe the answer. Under the water, that's right. Beneath the splendid and luxurious castles of the famous families was a vast and wide ocean. Der commanded. Then start. Alex replied. Yes. And a beam of light like a cluster of bubbles appeared from his index fingertip. Immediately, air bubbles appeared, enveloping Der and Jack's heads. Der already seemed accustomed to it. Jack was bewildered and surprised. Before he could even think, Alex leaped up and landed on the bridge, both Der and Alex wearing air bubbles. Jumped straight into the water without a word. Jack hadn't regained his senses and was flustered again. He looked at the water below and called out worriedly, Lord Der. No one answered, as the two had already swum away. Jack's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly made up his mind and jumped in after them. It was a very grand sight. Wait for me, Lord Der. As soon as he fell, Jack kept sinking into the deep dark water. He thrashed about. Jack couldn't hold his breath. As he scrunched up his face, thinking he was almost dead, he found that he could breathe normally. Can I breathe because of the air bubble? As he rejoiced at this great discovery, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked ahead. He saw Alex and Der there, But what dumbfounded Jack wasn't finding them but what was there. Countless dragons were tightly bound with shackles and magic. They were stuck on the seabed, their eyes filled with rage. One of the eyes, burning red, looked at Jack, and he gasped in surprise. Dur and Alex looked at these dragons. Alex took out the list and touched it to the water, but the papers didn't get wet or damaged. Alex read the report in his hand. According to the report, they took dragon scales. They heal them and take the scales again. This continues to repeat. It's like he paused for a moment to find a suitable name for these dragons. Yes, a dragon scale factory. Alex glanced to one side and slowly said, the oldest dragon. It had thousands of wounds on its body, making it unrecognizable from its original form, and it had been having its scales taken for 230 years. The only sign of life in its eyes was a golden glint. The ugly old dragon's scales grew slowly with age. It cried a few times, looking at them. Hearing Alex's words, Jack was surprised. He couldn't believe his ears. What? How can that be? Dur asked. Does the Golden Divine Dragon know about this? Alex replied. She probably does, even though everything has gotten this bad. The Golden Divine Dragon couldn't do anything. Dur looked straight ahead, his face expressionless. That might explain why dragons are being manipulated by strange parasites to fight humans. HMPH. Now I understand a little. These hypocritical hero families have really gone too far. Alex remained silent, seemingly pondering Dur's words as he looked at him. Then Alex approached the dragon and said, let's just take one scale and leave quickly. Dur replied, bored. All right. Alex swung his claws and forcefully embedded them into the dragon's scale. In an instant, as soon as a red scale was pulled from the dragon's body, blood flowed out. With the task done, Alex grabbed the scale and turned to leave with Jack. Let's go. Suddenly Dur said, something's not right. Alex stopped and turned back to Dur. Dur was still in front of that dragon, not looking like he intended to leave. This sight made Alex very curious. He asked, Sir Dur, aren't you leaving? Dur was still swimming there, muttering. Honestly, Alex replied blankly, yes, it's not my style at all. After that, Dur angrily emitted 2 streams of chi, pressed his lips together and immediately slid a kick at the dragon. Surprisingly, the talismans and shackles on the dragon also broke from the impact. Alex was stunned by this action, unable to close his mouth. Jack, seeing the kick, exclaimed in surprise. Sir Dur, the shackles. Dur continued to bend down, crossing his arms, preparing to do something. The subsequent sight surprised everyone greatly. Dur stood up and unleashed a stream of power from his eyes, sweeping over the dragon's shackles and breaking them in an instant. The dragons roared, stretching their bodies and feeling freedom again. One by one they spread their wings, tearing off the shackles that had long oppressed them. Their eyes gleamed, and the freedom they had longed for became reality. Brave dragons escaped one by one, roaring to the world that they had returned and how much resentment they harbored. Alex merely narrowed his eyes and weakly uttered, ah. At the overwhelming sight before him, above the quiet water, a thumping sound suddenly echoed continuously. The dragons, with their shackles still on their bodies, cut through the water and soared into the sky. The patrolling soldiers were very flustered. Their faces turned pale with shock and they stared open-mouthed, following the dragons flying into the sky. Not 1 but 4 of them had escaped at once, circling directly above the castle. They looked down with burning, resentful eyes at the humans who had imprisoned them. 2 soldiers, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted in panic, "The dragons have escaped." A fireball gradually appeared from the red dragon's mouth. It continued to glare below as if contemplating where to burn first. Then it unleashed the fireball directly downwards and the flames spread instantly, engulfing the entire area. A black dragon also opened its small wounded mouth and spewed purple flames. The purple flames flew directly into a corner of the castle, shattering the wall and causing it to collapse. Other dragons also spewed flames, destroying the magnificent structures one by one. The grand and splendid castle instantly became a ruin, slowly being destroyed and burned away. A platinum dragon flew to another corner. Wherever it flew, it spewed ice, freezing everything. At this time, Jack emerged from the water, clinging to the bank with the doomed Slagan shield beside him. Not as flustered as him, Dur and Alex both calmly leaped onto the water and landed softly. Jack could only look up at this moment. Alex vehemently questioned Dur. "Why on earth did you release those dragons?" Dur pouted and replied, "Well, I just suddenly thought of that naive Solas's face and got annoyed." Alex expected, "Yes?" After finding a suitable excuse, Dur said, "I suddenly got annoyed seeing that stupid Solas's face." Alex was even more flustered by his relaxed and carefree demeanor. He questioned him like a mother. "Didn't we agree to just take the scale and leave immediately?" Dur grumbled. "I don't know, I don't care. I didn't touch any bloodline descendants, so there's no problem." Alex continued to shout, "You caused immense chaos, take responsibility." The two continued to bicker noisily, and only Jack seemed to be paying attention to something else. He looked behind them. The mansion on the opposite bank of the river was now engulfed in fire and ice. The dragons were still continuously destroying it. Jack thought to himself, "I'm sure he said to investigate secretly." The two continued to argue. "Now rumors of dragons here will spread everywhere. What are you going to do?" Dur casually replied. "Let them be, just release them and blow this place up." Jack tried to interject quietly from the side as he called out, "Sir Dur." Alex's question echoed again. "Then why did we act secretly in the first place?" Didn't notice a pair of legs on top of the building nearby. Watching them from above, Boreas glared at the three with his characteristic blue eyes, and a grinding sound escaped his enraged mouth. "Damn it." Boreas was surprised by something he saw from above. "White hair, that's right, I saw Dur." Boreas gritted his teeth and said irritably, "He was here too." Solas held his weapon, his face looking very displeased. He shouted angrily. My castle, how dare they do this to the Holy Stewardea family? Suddenly he saw something and paused. Solus was surprised and couldn't say a word. The masked hero, Jack, unaware of anything, was still happily laughing. That laughter turned to fluster as soon as he heard Barrios's voice, who had appeared without warning, and Dur also looked up simultaneously. Unflustered, Dur flashed an evil smile. He opened his mouth and provoked Barrios. Oh, how are you? Don't touch me. This time I'll kill you, Barrios, provoked, shouted. Damn it. Solus also spoke as if he had been waiting a long time. Masked hero, I've been waiting for you. Jack, flustered, clutched the pot on his head and cried out, Help me. Barrios stomped his left foot and Solus stomped his right foot, the two charged with different intentions, their eyes and faces filled with hatred. Suddenly a gigantic lock-like mouth appeared. As it closed once, Barrios and Solus returned to their ancestors. With the task done, the dragon soared into the air, creating a strong wind. Dur waved his hand, bidding farewell to the dragon. Dur turned to Alex, holding out both hands to show off his clean hands. I didn't touch a single finger. Alex replied weakly, yes. Jack was still too fast to understand what had happened. He's gone, Alex then offered his opinion. Then let's take advantage of this chaos and escape, Dur agreed. Agreed. Jack also had no objection. All right, the three hurried away from the scene, shouting to each other, run, save yourselves. In the end, the only two witnesses who saw Dur's party also died. After that, the history book simply recorded that the reason for the collapse of the Holy Stewardea family was unclear. Sunlight streamed through the window. Jack woke up blankly and looked outside. It's morning. Since he had thought he should focus on the shop from today, he immediately rushed up as soon as he woke up, needing to open the shop quickly before Sir Dur arrived. As soon as Jack opened the shop door, he was surprised to see countless people standing in front of the shop. They said, Is this the weapon shop forged with dragon's breath? I heard there was the best restaurant in the countryside. Why are so many people lining up? Hurry up and wake the owner, someone said impatiently. When does it open? Someone was annoyed at the person behind them. Don't cut in line, another person with a scarred face said to the bald man. Hey, don't push, the bald man replied. What? What's your hero rank? Some people saw the door moving. Oh, the door's opening, everyone cheered in unison. A man in armor asked, Why did it take so long? The mage said excitedly, It's open, let's go in quickly. The bald man in the distance shouted, I've been waiting since dawn. Jack, seeing this, happily greeted the customers. Ah, hello, welcome to Devil Weapon Shop. A man in an iron helmet raised his sword and asked, How much are these 2 swords? Jack immediately replied, That's 7 gold and 87 silver in total. Another person handed him a yellow weapon. I'll buy this dagger, Jack priced it. This is 2 gold and 13 silver. The area around the shop was bustling with people. Oh look, isn't the color a bit different? I've never seen a dagger of this style before. Where's the shield? Someone called out. Hey kid, how much is this? Jack responded with all his heart. That's 8 gold and 7 silver. Thank you. Alex appeared and praised the girl in the yellow cloak. That staff really matches the lady's cloak color. He smiled with his handsome face and said, We're having a buy 2 get 1 free event. Shall I wrap it for you? The girls immediately agreed. Yes. Dur looked down at the countless people inside the shop from upstairs. He leaned on the railing and lazily assessed. Business is good. Dur lowered his eyes and skied. He looked at the people and thought, I thought I'd get excited seeing humanity make money, but it's less interesting than I expected. Jack, busy with business, heard a voice from upstairs. Jack looked up and Dur pointed at the room. I'll sleep upstairs, he replied obediently. Ah yes, understood. The wooden door of the room opened with a bang. Dur entered a place like a 5-star hotel. Dur's room was on the 2nd floor of the shop and was extremely luxurious. Behind the transparent curtains of the living room, Dur approached the bed. He happily lay down on the bed just like we do after being stressed by capitalism. Ah, it's so soft, Dur yawned before falling asleep, leaving one last comment. Farming is nothing special, sleeping is the best. Before he knew it, his demonic name was heard. Demilji, hearing the familiar voice, Dur. Dragon Mother. He opened his eyes and saw the Dragon Mother standing by the bed. Dur asked, You were here, she simply replied. Yes. Like all mothers, she asked, You're always sleeping, aren't you? Must be nice to live so carefree. Dur didn't care about the question. You saw everything about the Holy Stewardea family yesterday, didn't you? The list of participating families is on the table, take it. She looked at the table and said to Dur, I saw everything from beginning to end. They clearly violated the peace treaty between the 2 races. Dur began to question again. Then shall we start a war with humanity now? The Dragon Mother asked him back. For whom? Dur lazily turned over like a cat. It doesn't matter, I just need to get paid. She immediately agreed. I'll pay. Hearing this, Dur's eyes became serious. This isn't something that will end in 1 or 2 years, you know. She remained silent as if calculating something. Dur asked again, Maintaining a peace treaty is truly difficult. You know that, don't you? The sun outside was gradually setting and Dur's voice echoed in the room. He still questioned her. When you found the truth about the Holy Stewardea family, you must have been truly angry, right? As a dragon god, but you didn't intervene. So you came to us to solve that problem, didn't you? Hearing the reply, Not necessarily. From the dragon god, Dur felt confused. She told Dur the truth. Hero families spread mushroom spores to poison dragons, making them attack humans. That was their pretext for attack. That's why dragons are attacking humans and being annihilated. Dur wondered how the dragons would retaliate. She replied, We have our pride. Instead of lowering ourselves to their level, we will attack until there is only one of us left. Will you use other friends, lovers, and families for revenge for losing friends, lovers, and families? Suddenly she said, Now that I think about it, there's something strange about their actions. As a purple mushroom named mycelium appeared, Dur inferred. She confirmed her thoughts. My thought was right, those mushroom spores are truly strange. Humans couldn't possibly create such a terrifying bizarre curse. Who on earth gave such dirty weapons to the hero families? Her eyes were filled with hatred as she mentioned someone trying to profit by exploiting the anger of the hero families and their children. Dur grabbed the golden dragon's dress and roughly shouted at her, "Hey, everyone knows your tribe's baby dragons go out and cause trouble. Who else but their parents would believe they're innocent? You only cause trouble on this continent." The golden dragon, knowing she was wrong, could only utter, "Ah." But even her sigh made the blood boil in Dur's body. "What do you mean, ah? Why not just gather everyone and give them a good beating? There's no need to harm others." This time the golden dragon remained obediently silent. He let her go. The golden dragon spoke apologetically, but before she could finish, Dur helplessly picked up a parenting stone and put it back on his head. "Damn it, I'd rather go back to sleep. Having to listen to precepts and sermons here. Why do you make everything so complicated? You're all suffering from complicated-itis." Dur, who had just emerged from that space, hugged his pillow and glanced at the golden dragon. "Aren't you tired of living by those systems? Why not just break the rules and live peacefully? Live freely and comfortably like me and no one can touch you." Hearing this, the golden dragon merely chuckled. He. Dur was curious about this. The golden dragon narrowed her eyes and laughed sarcastically. "You, a demon king, telling me to live peacefully, that's really terrible." Dur seemed to know he had made a mistake. He looked at her silently embarrassed. Then Dur turned around and waved at the golden dragon. "Just leave it." She laughed again. He. Dur lay down with his arm under his head, leaning against the wall. He closed his eyes and asked, "Why don't you guys think? If you just group up and attack humans, you're bound to win, right?" The golden dragon replied, "We can't." This answer seemed to be beyond Dur's expectations. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, and she said bitterly to Dur, "It's all because of human bloodline we can't win." This was a problem that Dur couldn't understand at all. Why do you and Alex both get noisy whenever you talk about bloodlines?" The golden dragon still stood beside his bed and said, "You haven't seen that day." Dur turned his head to look at her curiously. The golden dragon looked at Dur and said, "The words of prophecy may seem insignificant now, but when that day comes, the day you are destined to invade the human world, you will witness their true power. A grim image will reappear. A desolate landscape with mountains of corpses and those who continue to fight replacing the fallen. You will see their true power. Tenacious and unyielding human heroes will emerge, halos of crosses behind them, and they will resist. Their eyes will always remain steadfast, fighting powerfully and never fading no matter how much you suppress them." The golden dragon's voice resonated endlessly. It was as if she were telling a bedtime story. They would fall with a smile, yet relentlessly rise again. Dur simply listened in silence. The moment you think you've succeeded, a new bloodline awakens, and the counterattack begins anew. Like moths drawn to a flame, a perfect analogy. The moths move slowly, flying towards the center of the light that beckons them. From a few to an entire swarm, they appear ceaselessly, filling every empty space. The real problem is that there are simply too many of these moths. You will even come to feel fear of their courage. Golden light bathed the space behind the golden dragon. Humanity's belief in its final hero will be the greatest enemy you face in 20 years. This is what all previous demon kings have experienced, and Dur will be no exception. The golden dragon cast her eyes down, and something even more dreadful remained to be told. At that time you won't be fighting humanity, everyone will be surrounding the demon king. The image of Dur clad in armor, struggling to fight amidst flames, came to mind. She slowly continued speaking to Dur. That was the endless courage that had helped humanity triumph for 66,580 years. Everything is condensed within the hero's blood. As her pronouncement ended, the golden dragon could only hear Dur's chuckling. She looked at him curiously. Dur looked at the golden dragon and said, "It's hilarious to imagine me fighting D." He sprang up excitedly. "But wait, why don't we just kill the third and fourth generations? Doesn't the final hero appear in the 100th year? If we attack now and kill the third generation, the final hero won't be able to appear and will win." At Dur's words, she was too surprised to speak. Dur even pretended to be deep in thought. "Or we could just wait another 30 years for the final hero to die of old age, right? Why does it have to be exactly 100 years? It's foolish." The golden dragon frowned and retorted to Dur, "Why are you asking me? You're the demon king. Isn't that something you should decide?" Dur replied nonchalantly. "No, I don't know anything. We've been doing it that way since we were born, so I assumed there was a special reason." Dur looked at the golden dragon and said, "Everyone I've asked said they didn't know. Everything has always been this way." The golden dragon pondered deeply, crossing her arms. "Perhaps there is a special reason." Dur's eyes widened and he asked like a sage, "Why must we fight? What is a demon and what is a hero?" The golden dragon's face crumpled and she looked at him as if she couldn't comprehend him. "What a ridiculous question," Dur emphasized. "Don't you think this world is truly strange? Demons have lived perfectly fine in the demon realm for almost 70,000 years. We could just continue to live there. Why do we have to go through the trouble of invading the human world?" That fact was undeniable, no matter how many wars had occurred. The golden dragon explained what she knew. "Because the human world is blessed and the demon realm is cursed," Dur retorted to her. "Why did God bless only the human world and create the demon realm? If he hadn't done that, I wouldn't have to fight you." Hearing that, the golden dragon scratched her chin, lost in thought. "Your words make me realize something, but he must have his own reasons." Dur shrugged. Reasons for what, and what is God anyway? The golden dragon replied stiffly. What do you mean? God is an absolute power who created everything. Dur didn't think so. Then why does he let us kill each other? At Dur's question, the golden dragon finally grew angry. She grabbed his collar and shouted, I don't know why, maybe he's having an 80,000-year midlife crisis or he's just crazy. She let go, and Dur collapsed onto the pillow. My head hurts. Am I the only one who finds these things strange? The golden dragon looked at him as if he were an idiot. Because you're a foolish demon king. Then Dur turned over again and waved his hand, dismissing her. I don't know. If you don't want to be defeated by a fool, then stay away tomorrow. I want to sleep. The golden dragon's laughter echoed again. He. The golden dragon looked at his back and chuckled with relief. I was very depressed, but hearing your absurd words made me feel a bit better. Every time I see you, I start to think about the meaning of everything. Dur turned his body, but his eyes were still wide open. He didn't answer, continuing to dismiss his guest. Business is closed. Customers, please leave. The golden dragon smiled as if calculating something. The next moment she said, Before I leave, I have one last request. Please find the one who gave humans the poison to poison our children. Dur closed his eyes and grumbled, Hey, that's the human elite's top secret. If you, a divine dragon, can't find it, how am I supposed to? The golden dragon gave a hint. Perhaps the demon duke who accompanies you would know. These words piqued Dur's curiosity. She spoke of a situation 10,000 years ago during the 540th Great War, where dragon corpses lay soldered across the land. Everywhere was ruins. One of the demon dukes captured hundreds of dragons, nearly driving them to extinction. A very familiar shadow appeared with white hair and a black hat. He walked over the dragon corpses. It was none other than the legendary strategist, Duke Alex. This news slightly shocked Dur, but he still lay there motionless. He recalled Alex's confident demeanor. What do you take me for? I am the greatest strategist in the demon realm. Dur thought to himself. So he was telling the truth. He can easily penetrate others' minds. The golden dragon left with a word, creating a door with a wave of her hand. I'm leaving. With one foot in the doorway she added, Perhaps you're right. The golden dragon cast her eyes down, smiling as she looked at Dur with interest. This world is truly strange. She disappeared behind the door, and the room became quiet again. But not even a few seconds later, someone burst through the door. Alex, flustered, said, Master, something terrible has happened. Dur's sleep was disturbed for the nth time that day. He shouted irritably, Damn it, I want to sleep. Look at this. Alex held out a small sealed tube and Dur looked at it curiously. Inside the tube was a bizarre seed with an ominous smell. This is called the Hell Scarecrow mushroom. After studying the mycelium on the dragon's bodies, I discovered this. Its mind control effect is amplified 1,000-fold. His sleep disturbed, Dur was still annoyed. So? Alex got to the point. This is a type of mushroom that only grows in our demon realm. Hearing this, Dur was instantly wide awake. Alex spoke seriously, and there is only one person who can freely control all of this. Daros, the king of disease, one of the 7 dukes and an incarnation of plague and poison. In the depths of the demon realm there was a region inhabited by countless grotesque creatures, emitting the light of disease and death. The masked man's eyes, purple eyes, flashed in the darkness. The one who ruled and cultivated them was Daros, the king of disease, one of the 7 demon dukes. Alex looked at him directly and asked, Should we hide this? Dur shouted angrily at Alex, Do you think you can do that? That's a 1,000-year-old dragon. It caused so much chaos. Alex calmly replied. To be precise, it's a dragon over 66,580 years old. Dur teared up in disappointment. Damn it. So we're the culprits after all. There's no evidence that we aren't the instigators. Alex was exasperated by his master's obtuseness. He reminded him, Master, you must understand that the act of driving dragons mad is Daros's domain, not that he merely spread it himself. After being reminded, Dur corrected himself. Of course it's because of demons. Who would benefit if a civil war broke out between humans and dragons? Who else but demons? Dur suddenly paused at the word civil war, asking himself. At this, Dur caught the point, and he kept poking Alex with 2 fingers. Hey, I didn't realize you were the mastermind behind the civil war. I heard you're an expert in internal strife. Alex blocked him with his hand and retorted, That's absurd. Alex seized the opportunity to explain. I have a sophisticated and elegant style. I use psychology. I don't use sticky, damp mushrooms or mycelium like that. Besides, if it were me, wouldn't I have told you, Master? Dur sat on the bed, chin in hand, legs crossed, still seemingly unappeased, yet he had no counter-argument. Well, I guess so. Alex looked at him, unsure what to say in this situation. Dur suddenly raised his head and asked Alex, Why did he do it? Alex was flustered by the sudden question and replied, Dur continued to ask. He used mycelium to make them attack humans? Why? Alex explained, flustered. Didn't you say, Master, to make humans and dragons fight each other? Dur quickly noticed the oddity and asserted with a confident tone, No, if you want them to attack each other, you should use the poisons or curses that humans commonly use. Even a little investigation would clearly reveal this action to be the work of demons. Dur pressed Alex. You know Daros, and you immediately recognized the golden divine dragon when we first met, didn't you? Alex admitted, Of course. Images of the past flashed through Alex's mind. The demon realm with Alex and Daros, the dragon race with the golden dragon. For 665 centuries, how many times had they fought humanity on the front lines? Alex remembered. Dur listened quietly to Alex's old story, but something still bothered him. Yes, something is wrong. There must be some hidden reason. He angrily cracked his knuckles and grinned slyly. It's better to summon Daros. It's time to use the Demon King's torture techniques we learned as children. Alex was speechless at his enthusiastic demeanor. I've been to Darrow's workshop. These words made Dur stop and listen. Alex shattered his beautiful illusion. I searched the entire demon realm, but there was no clue. He has disappeared. Dur, angry at this unexpected outcome, shouted, "Damn it, I just wanted to live in peace, but all these things are spiraling out of my control." Dur's voice again became lifeless like a corpse. "Crazy. How did you find such useless information? You've ruined me." Alex tried to calm him. "No, master, I merely wanted to help you, but to have ruined you." Alex looked at him from a distance, swallowing the words he wanted to say. "Then what about the Duke? You're the only one who can move one of the 7 dukes, master." Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Alex's mind. Could master be behind all of this? Alex looked at Dur, who was ignoring what he had just said. He sat on the bed, hugging his knees, staring blankly like a statue. I'm ruined. Alex broke out in a cold sweat, deep in thought. Come to think of it, yesterday Master plunged the dragon-hunting gangs into chaos and stirred up veteran A-grade heroes. Master gave the Golden Divine Dragon the guild list, attempting to break the peace treaty. Alex put everything together and realized, if Master gives her the evidence of human dragon hunting, even the hardliners who maintain the peace treaty won't stay still. And Alex reached a conclusion about all of this. Ultimately, the relationship between demons, humans, and dragons will collapse. For the first time in history, a 3-way war between demons, humans, and dragons will erupt. An unprecedented war, with unpredictable outcomes. Alex sank to the ground. He stared blankly, admiring internally. What a truly grand plan. He looked at Dur in astonishment, unable to believe him. An overwhelmingly grand plan. Dur still sat there blankly, lost in a sense of loss. Alex frowned, beads of sweat dripping. Come to think of it, even if we get caught now, I can't blame Master. Alex imagined the image of a dazzling library. On the contrary, Master and I will be recorded in history books for our contribution to preventing a war between humans and dragons. An incredible thought flashed through Alex's mind. Could Master have calculated everything? Yes, why else would he have given up the throne? Dur saw Alex's strange expression and looked at him, unable to understand. If Dur had known what he was thinking about him, he probably would have incinerated Alex. Alex reminisced about the past. Since Dur had come to the human world, a young Dur appeared, pointing excitedly at the blue sky. What are those flying petals? Then he softly asked again. Previous demon kings wouldn't have cared about things like this, would they? Dur was bathed in the morning sunlight. He bent down and smiled brightly. It's the best. Being on the surface is the best. Suddenly the image darkened. Instead of warm sunlight, an eerie atmosphere hung, and Dur remained in the same posture. But with wide eyes he repeated the same words in a low voice. It's the best. Being on the surface is the best. Alex admired. He yearned for the surface more than any previous king. He remembered asking him angrily that day. Why did you abandon us? He replied with a light smile. Didn't I already tell you? There's no reason. Dur, who had chuckled nonchalantly, now had a dark and different meaning in his demeanor. No reason. Alex interpreted for himself. He was always vague about why he gave up the Demon King's throne. Then Alex knelt before Dur, admiring internally. My true master, Alex was truly foolish. I was played. Alex looked directly at Dur and said solemnly, My master. Dur asked, What? Unable to understand him. He spoke seriously. I, Alex, was truly blind. Only now can I see the beautiful grand picture you have drawn, master. You kept it secret from me because you had such a foolish subordinate as myself. After speaking, he bowed politely to apologize. Dur was astonished. He watched Alex act like a madman. Did that guy take the wrong medicine? Why is he suddenly spouting nonsense? Alex continued. It's late, but if you still trust me, I will do my best to conceal this matter. Dur, confused, gestured towards him. The Golden Dragon didn't know what nonsense he was spouting but decided to play along. Wouldn't it be even better if he could? But he said forcefully, Yes, you fool, I'm glad you understand. I was on the verge of dying from sheer frustration, Dur commanded as if sincere. Go conceal this matter at once. Alex replied obediently. Yes, my lord, do not worry. All the trouble has been taken care of. Dur was delighted internally, thinking he should go to sleep now. Dur called out to him. Alex. He stopped, waiting for another command. Dur, out of a deep-seated curiosity, asked, But do gods really exist? Alex asked in surprise. Of course, why are you suddenly asking such a question? Dur, startled, hesitated and looked away. Just finally, Dur looked at Alex and said, They always babble about laws and rules, but they don't even care whether the Demon King acts like a Demon King or not. Alex smiled comfortably. Haha, surely they are watching everything. Gods truly exist, Alex confirmed definitively. I have seen them, Dur asked Alex curiously. Oh, what do they look like? Alex said. As if organizing his thoughts, he turned his eyes, reminiscing about the past. I don't know well, I only caught a glimpse from afar. Dur angrily clenched his fist at Alex. You fool, you made me worry for nothing. Just go to sleep. Go to sleep. Alex, after being scolded, awkwardly stepped aside. Yes. He opened a magic door in the room, turned around and bid farewell. Well then, good night. After Alex left, the room fell silent again, and Dur buried himself in his pillow, staring at the ceiling, saying nothing. His eyes seemed to gaze into the distance, deep in thought, as if pondering the question he had just asked. Eventually, the image of dragons infected with parasites reappeared in his mind. A deep voice echoed from within Dur. First, the most rational hypothesis is that the hardliners colluded with Darrows to instigate a war with humans. The Golden Divine Dragon tried to stop it, and eventually, we ended up on Doom Slagon's side. He erased that thought again. But in this case, the Golden Divine Dragon would think that Darrows and the hardliners were using them to target us. The voice that the Golden Dragon had reminded him of that day echoed. Someone is exploiting the dragon race's anger. Dur continued to form hypotheses. Or second, conversely, humanity hid Darrow's mycelium to create a pretext for hunting dragons. He recalled his conversation with Solus. At that time he had asked, "Oh, why are they so well off?" Solus had casually replied. "Because they are very valuable," he asked himself. Did they hide Darrow's mycelium and make the dragons attack humans themselves? If so, then the dragon race is 100 the victim, and the peace treaty will be broken due to the hardliners' anger. The image of a dragon that had lost its dragon form after being imprisoned for 230 years came to mind. Dur paused for a moment to process other data. And finally, the third possibility is that all of this is the Golden Divine Dragon's hypothesis. She is hiding her identity as a human woman to avoid the god's surveillance, and is extremely cautious of other magic. Dur recalled what Alex had told him. The Golden Divine Dragon exists in this world in human form. She is not the true Golden Divine Dragon, he continued to deduce. In other words, Doom Slagan currently does not exist here. The Golden Dragon's frowning face when she mentioned dragon hunting came back to mind. Dur used the elimination method. Then, excluding the Golden Divine Dragon, he grew more confused the more he thought. The events that had happened since he came to the human world came back to him. It was as if the Demon King and the Demon Duke had suddenly come to the surface and were attacking both humans and dragons. There wasn't a single incident that Alex and Dur weren't involved in. With only 20 years remaining until the next cycle, the alliance between the dragon race and humanity was slowly crumbling. At that time, the Demon King and the demons devastated the entire world. So what about this great war between humans and demons? Many forces on the side of the demons used all means to divide them, so that the civil war between the dragon race and humans would continue. But Dur and Alex were changing everything that had come before, and the core of this situation was that if they exploited it, they would gain the authority to control the war in future battles. Ultimately, Dur asked himself, why? What answered him was the insane voice resonating from within himself. If you want to act, just kill them. Dur's face was terrifyingly twisted at this moment. Red, abnormal, and evil eyes covered half of Dur's face. The true Demon King appeared in the space and his calculating laughter echoed. At the demon weapon shop, a girl with a cute face and cool armor asked, "How are you doing?" Jack was happy to see someone he knew and said, "Senior Alexia." Dur, with his legs on the table, seemed unable to understand the situation. Jack hastily introduced, "Lord Dur, this is Alexia, the pride of Zori's and my elementary school classmate, not my anti-hero. She's from the Holic family, an A-grade hero family." Alexia blushed at his words. "Senior," Jack hastily explained, "Alexia is," Dur recalled Alex's words, "there are only two families here, one A-grade family, almost G-grade, and one fallen F-grade family." He thought to himself, it's a fact everyone knows. Alexia looked left and right at the shop and assessed, "I heard you also found a backer, you've done quite well." Jack awkwardly scratched his head. "Haha, thank you, Senior." She turned her gaze back to Dur, who was looking at her like a lazy cat. She asked him, "Why are you staring like that? Is this your first time seeing an A-grade hero?" "Oh," Dur's taunt came back to her. "If you're an A-grade hero, why were you nowhere to be seen when the dragon attacked?" Alexia was angry, but still explained to Dur in a calm voice, "That's truly rude. Our family participated as G-grade heroes in the 660th Great War. You don't seem accustomed to this world yet. Dragons are only for D-grade heroes. Everyone has different roles." Jack immediately agreed. Of course, if anyone could defeat a dragon, everyone would be a D-grade hero. "Then why have you come?" She crossed her arms and Dur seemed unable to understand. She looked at Dur with an annoyed attitude and answered his question. "I heard that tremendous relics are hidden in these magnificent castles, so it was you. I was wondering what kind of guardian deity would choose a mere F-grade instead of an A-grade hero like myself." Alexia's attitude was overtly contemptuous. "But there was no need to come and see. You are just a foolish young master who doesn't know how to respect or appreciate heroes. So it's natural that you wouldn't recognize the Holy Family," Jack chimed in, saying he was just lucky. "If Master had met Senior Alexia first, he would have chosen you, haha." Dur listened and immediately retorted rudely, "You should learn manners before being chosen. Who would protect a hero family that doesn't even show up when a dragon attacks?" Alexia gnashed her teeth in anger. "How dare you?" Dur turned his head, pretending not to look at her. In fact, whether a grade or demon king, he would probably think of them all as mere cockroaches. But there was something between the two. "Stop interfering. Get lost." Alexia was enraged at this, and her sword almost sprang from its sheath. "All right, I'll show you the difference between an A-grade and an F-grade." Jack hastily intervened to prevent a clash. "Haha, Alexia, calm down." She turned away angrily and left. "It's a good thing I didn't meet such a strange guardian deity." "I'm leaving," Jack hastily tried to soothe her. "I apologize, Senior." Dur taunted until the last moment. "Goodbye. Don't come back unless you're buying something next time." Before leaving, she paused and reminded him, "Now that you have a guardian deity, it would be good to take the bloodline grade test. You don't have a grade yet, do you?" But her gaze turned to Dur, challenging him with her eyes. Hearing that, Jack sprang up. "What?" Dur scolded in surprise. "Didn't you say you were F-grade? You haven't even taken the test yet?" Jack awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "It's too expensive, but I'm definitely F-grade, haha." Alexia still advised him to try it. "Maybe you'll be lucky." Dur was gloomy like a ghost. "It costs money just to take the test. What the hell is this cursed place?" Jack scratched his head and explained, "Basic hero classes are free." Alexia added, but that's not enough to keep up, so everyone goes to hero academies and gets private tutoring. Jack confirmed. That's right, suddenly Alexia said. But that's just an excuse. She spoke the truth. Genii pass all subjects without extra classes and succeed. Only such people become A grade or higher elite heroes, Der asked curiously. Selective culling, you mean? Alexia replied. Equal opportunity only makes talent rot. Only the top 5 of heroes protect this world, and lower grade heroes should all give up. Der crossed his arms and said, if what you say is true, that seems to be how hero grades are assigned. Even the bloodline grade test costs money. Alexia gave a societal smile. Senior, how can excellent heroes not earn money? Heroes are needed everywhere. Der asked her, then what about those who don't earn money? She raised her index finger. That never happens. The hero support department will help them. Der looked at Alexia and she looked back at him. Despite Jack's embarrassment, she crossed her arms and explained, she knows he doesn't want to take the test, and even if he did, he would only have his younger siblings take it to confirm his grade. If they're all going to end up like that, it's better to just graduate as low grade. Der asked in bewilderment, if you try to avoid failure that way, you'll end up spending money anyway. And if you're graded F class, does poverty just continue for generations? She replied. Precisely. Der's face showed genuine contempt. Nothing gets solved that way. She crossed her arms. I told you. If you have talent, you'll naturally become famous. Such innate talent cannot be hidden. Der at this time bowed his head and asked the two as if disappointed. How old are you? Jack replied. I'm 17, Alexia replied. I'm 18. Hearing that, Der said, it must have been tough. He waved his hand at them. That's enough, go home. Announce the shop is closing. Jack, let's go. Jack asked in bewilderment. Where? Der replied like a mother hen. Where else? To take the bloodline grade test. Alex, let's go. As his name was called, Alex appeared in the air. Yes, master. Alexia and Jack were startled by the person who appeared behind them. She shrieked in surprise. At the building for hero grade test, Jack, Der and Alex appeared. Der said, we're here to register for the hero bloodline grade test. The staff member there stamped a document, not paying them any mind. Take a number and wait. Couldn't stand it and said, do it now. The staff member pointed with a finger again. The three looked where his finger was pointing, and on the table was a small sign that read, there is always someone watching us. Do not cause trouble and follow the staff's instructions. Der clenched his fist ready to strike, and Jack and Alex quickly stopped him. In the end, they received number 45. Jack looked at the number slip with a happy face and Alex stood beside him. Suddenly, someone passed by and Der looked at him. A muscular man with a sword and axe on his back said to the receptionist, continue with the registration process. The receptionist immediately changed to a fawning tone. Oh, welcome. I'll start right away, haha. Der was curious why he was cutting in line. Jack recognized him and explained to Der, that's Man Camp, the strongest warrior near Zori's. He's not only a hero but also almost G-grade in power. He's famous for his talent. Der asked him, did he say he was a grade? Jack explained that Alexia's father was an A- grade hero, so she would also receive that title when she graduated. Der asked again, then that woman isn't a grade either? Jack replied. But everyone estimates Alexia will surpass her father and reach a grade or higher. She's not very skilled, but her technique is excellent, the receptionist said. Customer number 45, Jack replied in surprise. Here, the three entered the room and met a man wearing glasses. The man began to read a file. Jan Holy B, Jack replied. Yes. He read the file carefully, and he read the information on one page. 17 years old, elementary school graduate. Jack awkwardly scratched his head and replied. Yes, he read the additional information. No ability test record, bloodline purity unclear. The next information was from the Holy B family. Jack listened and said, oh, that's right. Home, he said, and picked up a stamp ready to use it. Since he's F grade, I'll stamp it. Jack only replied yes. Der shouted angrily. Hey, stop, he scolded. Weren't you supposed to determine the grade with blood samples and ability assessments? This grade determines that kid's entire life. Why are you in such a hurry? The man said in a tone that seemed to consider Jack. His family has always been F grade and seemed to struggle, so I wanted to save you two some money. If you have the money, continue with the test. Der got straight to the point. How much? The man replied. 5 gold coins. As soon as he heard the price, Der threw 5 gold coins on the table. It was too simple for Der. That's enough, test him. The man did not reply immediately, but looked at them for a moment and then stood up. Then I will bring the tools. Jack looked at Der and laughed. Senior, you don't have to, master. Haha. Der was annoyed. You want to give up the only chance to change your life for 5 gold coins? The more I learn about this world, the more irritating it becomes. A bizarre object was placed on the table. It was composed of all sorts of parts. Red eyes, hands, mouths, tongues, hair, etc., and talismans were attached to it. A ruby was embedded at the very top. Everyone cried out in surprise. What is this? Are you testing a hero's ability? The mysterious man explained the bizarre tool before them. This is a tool to test bloodline purity. Though it may look like this, it is the essence of magical science. Der, Alex, and Jack all admired his introduction. It's very simple. All you have to do is place your hand on this orb. He asked cautiously, are you ready? Place your hand on it. Jack was slightly nervous and sweat dripped down his cheeks. His lips were slightly pressed together. Jack reached out his hand towards the ruby. It flashed like lightning and everyone waited. Staring at the strange device, his fingertip touched the top of the ruby. A loud noise erupted and Jack was startled, trying to pull his hand away. Der and Alex couldn't take their eyes off the red light. From its disgusting mouth, its tightly clamped jaws suddenly parted and a saliva-laced tongue shot out, spitting a small piece of paper that read in tiny letters, blood purity 10.825. The result was zoomed in, showing the exact decimal, blood purity 10.825. The official was slightly surprised to see the writing. Jack was bewildered. Der said, "What, 10.825? That's incredibly low." The official seemed to realize something. Der pressed the official for an explanation. 10, so what's his grade? What grade is it? Tell me the result quickly. The examiner hesitated. This is a bit hard to understand. He looked at the 3. Beads of sweat dotted his face. It seemed something was wrong. This device appears to be malfunctioning. If you wish to retest, you'll need to pay an additional 5 gold. Jack awkwardly scratched his head and declined. I think it's best to stop here. 10 gold is too much to spend, haha, the official carefully assessed. I believe he's F grade. Sweat drenched both his temples. Der complained again. Hey old man, if I paid you should finish the job, shouldn't you? Why do you keep avoiding it? The result is 10.825. Give us the grade. Under his grilling, the official was clearly somewhat flustered. Jack, looking back at Der with embarrassment, said 5 gold isn't cheap. Since we've paid the requested price, please give us a proper evaluation. He's already F grade, so what's the issue? Sweating profusely, the official didn't know how to respond to Der. He widened his eyes and explained, it's simple. Mr. Jack is a 4th-generation hero, correct? Der looked down at him and retorted. So, he continued to explain, even a 5th-generation hero only reaches about 9 purity. A 10 purity score has never been recorded in history. It's like a number you'd only see in a dream. Both Der and Jack were surprised. This information is truly shocking. He continued, the highest D grade is typically equated with a dragon, and that score is 6. This device is definitely broken. These things happen sometimes, so either pay another 5 gold or we conclude he's F grade, Der spoke assertively. Because of this, the examiner widened his eyes, unable to comprehend. Der ordered him to record it as B grade or D grade. The official hesitated. B grade is quite a high rank. That rank isn't something you can get just by wanting it. This is definitely broken. 10 is simply too unrealistic a number, Der glared, striking the table hard as he shouted. Oh really? Then test him again. But if the result is still 10, you'll have to give us 5 gold. Jack, standing beside him, was also surprised by Der's actions. Lord Der, are you all right? Der had made his gamble. The official calmly replied, Mr. Jack, I am very well aware of your relationship with him. He spoke with a slightly scolding yet firm tone. Mr. Jack, you are probably the type who seeks out heroes in the countryside who are unaware of their own ranks, treating them like lottery tickets. And if you don't get a good result, Der was slightly surprised, but his face was flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected him to say that. As Mr. Jack would expect, he'll kick them out and find someone new. If the next person is the same, he'll discard them again. He lowered his voice. Mr. Jack, while you are clearly helping poor heroes, forcing your desires and compelling me to assign inappropriate ranks to others is fraudulent. After all, the rank will determine Mr. Jack's missions. The examiner, amidst Jack's surprise, carefully assessed the situation. Sunlight streamed through the office window. Der still had his hands on the table, glaring at the examiner. The situation was very tense. Der exposed him. Are you done talking? Honestly, you're just scared, aren't you? Why are you saying so much? He said, so are you willing to try again and bet 5 gold, or will you accept B grade? Der skillfully led the negotiation. Der challenged, his eyes glinting. Honestly, I don't want to give him D grade, so think carefully. The official calculated carefully, intensely conflicted internally. I've heard those testing tools often malfunction, so I know it's a scam. But what if he gets 10 again? No, that can't be. 10 is too rare, but what if it's 1? The examiner, sweating, pondered this bet. Der's calculating face kept replaying in his mind. 5 gold is nothing to him, but it's 3 months' salary for me. That guy is just a useless good-for-nothing who can't do anything without his grandma and grandpa. Ultimately, he decided to refuse the bet. Fine, I'll just send these people away. He confidently declared a middle grade, C grade. He frowned and loudly stated, I'm confirming C grade. I know you wish for a higher grade, but this is not a game. I'm doing this truly out of concern for Mr. Jack. Der rested his chin in his hand, pondering the official's words. An F-grade hero fighting a B-grade monster is too dangerous. He could die instantly. Der confidently shouted, startling them. Don't change your mind before confirming C grade. Stamp it quickly. The old man took out the stamp and without hesitation stamped the paper with a thud. Without unnecessary movements, he lifted the certificate and declared with dignity, Mr. Jack Ban Holy B, you have been officially recognized as a C-grade hero by the Hero Management Committee. The old man held the certificate before them to show it. Jack, too, seemed unable to believe the result before his eyes. He widened his eyes, staring at the paper in front of him. Twilight painted the city red. He casually walked, clasping his hands behind his head, and laughed at Alex. That old man tried to extort 5 gold from me, no, 10 gold, but when I told him to give me back 5 gold, he immediately tucked his tail and refused. What a despicable and cowardly fellow, Der boasted to Alex, gesturing wildly about his newly acquired trophy. How dare he try to trick me, Der, ha ha ha. Jack walked behind the two. Jack, overjoyed, gazed emotionally at the certificate in his hand. It read, You have been recognized as a C-grade hero. Jack recalled the derisive remarks that had been directed at him in the past. Your blood is F grade? Why not just quit school instead of wasting your time? I'm saying this because I care about you. Voices from the air. Aren't you ashamed? If it were me, I'd quietly hide and pretend nothing happened. Such blood is truly useless. So the Holy Bee family is just outsiders? Their blood is no different from commoners. Peeved PFFT, the image of young Jack appeared, carrying one sibling on his back and holding another's hand. To those words he would simply scratch his head, smile brightly and ask, excuse me, but my siblings are very hungry. Is there any work for me? He closed his eyes, recalling those scenes. However, opening his eyes and returning to reality, those times were no more. Jack looked at Dur, who was laughing and talking happily, and thought, Lord Dur, do you know, you're the first person to ever extend a hand to me. Jack looked at the bright shadows of Dur and Alex in the twilight and felt grateful within. The brilliant light of twilight permeated Jack's heart. This is also the first time I've felt such warmth. Jack's eyes were no longer lacking in confidence, they gradually gained purpose. Jack clenched the paper in his hand and resolved, I've decided, I will dedicate this life to you. He realized his destiny. Now I understand, our meeting wasn't a coincidence. Lord Dur must be an angel destined by God for me. Jack clutched the notice, his resolve hardening even further after that. He followed Dur and Alex energetically through the market crowd. Let's go together, Dur called back. Hurry up, you fool, Jack vowed inwardly. My goal is to protect Lord Dur. 1 month later in the deep night, a whoosh sound mingled with a golden flickering current. Looking closely, it was growing larger and more numerous, gathering in one place. Golden lightning suddenly struck without warning, brightly illuminating the surrounding area. The light flashed past Dur's face with immense speed and lightning enveloped him. He looked at it with interest, exclaiming, Oh ho! Dur's eyes shone brightly in the darkness. There were black marks around Dur's face. He whispered excitedly, That one is young Jack. Dur turned around in the air. What should I do? A gigantic flaming phoenix spread its wings and long tails fanned out in all directions. Dur looked at it and said, My attack did no damage. It was none other than the Red Phoenix, one of the 4 guardian deities that had destroyed the old world. The eye in the center of the phoenix suddenly shone brightly. You came to burn this world, not to be the Demon King, did you? Returning to the present, many people were gathered in one place under the sunlight. Dur, Alex, and Jack were also there. In front of them was a golden bulletin board with the title Mission Board at the top. Numerous missions were pinned to it with gold stamps and red ribbons. Jack looked at his master, wondering, Why are we looking at the mission board? Dur glanced at the sun. Dur's platinum blonde hair shone brightly in the sun. He replied excitedly, Now that you're officially a hero, you have to do official missions too. Jack understood. Yes, there was a warrior in iron armor with a horse mane hairstyle. His face was grim with a tattoo around his left eye and a gem embedded in his right eye. He held a mission paper in his hand. He loudly declared, An A-grade mission should be at least this good. I'll take this mission. Odin will take this mission. All 3 heard. Jack exclaimed, Wow, Lich. The man laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Dur continued to look at the mission board. Seriously, what's there to brag about? Tisk, we should only pick C-grade missions. Let's see. Jack laughed reluctantly. I suppose so, haha. There were tattered mission papers. Each paper had stamps indicating A, B, or C-grade missions along with other symbols like plus signs. Jack read a few missions. Retrieve 3 sacks of wild wolf spider eggs. Extinguish the eternal flame of the western snow mountains. Defeat the 7 child spirits that appear behind the mountain every night. He focused on one C-grade mission paper. Mission, defeat the mermaids harassing the villagers. Mermaids? Dur showed curiosity. He asked, What are mermaids? Alex turned and replied, They are a 2-meter-tall half-human, half-fish species, fierce and cruel. They usually appear on beaches on days when the sun isn't too strong, hunting small fishing villages. Dur quickly pulled the mission paper pinned to the board. He excitedly raised his mission-clutching fist to the sky and shouted loudly, All right, get your goggles ready. Let's go for a swim. Jack looked at him, laughing with a slight hesitation. Dur, fully equipped with a vacation shirt, shorts, life jacket, goggles, and snorkel, even wore slippers. He laughed loudly. Come out, fish, it's playtime. Beside him, Jack laughed speechlessly. Alex's face was devoid of emotion, showing no surprise at this sight. Suddenly Dur spotted something in the distance and turned his gaze towards it. A village at the foot of the mountain right next to the beach was fiercely burning. Dur was surprised. What? I thought it was a water scene. It's a fire scene? If there are fish, there should be water, shouldn't there? Alex suddenly said. That's a good idea. At these words, both Dur and Jack glanced at him with curious eyes. In the village, a terrified man holding a freshly lit torch put it to a pile of wood in front of him, and flames blazed fiercely. After that, he held the torch in front of him and continuously retreated. Not only that, women also performed this action. Children screamed and scattered everywhere, and the surroundings were engulfed in flames. Another person also lit a fire, standing before the gigantic flames, watching them burn. He groaned, sweat poured down him, and he still held the torch with all his might. He looked back and shouted loudly, Mermaids are afraid of fire, they won't be able to come close. Quickly light more fires. A village woman, holding a torch, scurried frantically amidst the fiercely burning flames, and urgent shouts continuously echoed. Quickly light more fires, move quickly. Suddenly, water fell on her face from somewhere and fear enveloped her. What? She looked up in surprise. A gigantic and terrifying monster with red eyes was glaring at the woman. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth. Holding a trident in one hand, its gigantic scarred body hung from the second floor of a roadside house, water dripping from its body. The woman widened her eyes, her face drained of color and sweating, and she clutched her hands over her head, screaming in terror. Monster! In the blink of an eye, before she could even realize it, the monster vanished from where it had been. The gigantic monster charged with immense speed, and the trident in its hand plunged directly into the spot where the woman had been standing. It intended to kill the woman. Fortunately, a man was faster. He ran and embraced the woman, helping her evade the lightning-fast attack. The impact of the trident sent earth and stones scattering in all directions. The two, barely alive, stumbled and fell to the ground. Small pieces of stone flew everywhere. The two were too flustered to get up immediately, and the monster was gradually approaching. Wet, heavy footsteps, not just one but a gigantic, hideous legion of monsters approached, emitting strange sounds. No matter how large the flames behind them, they were already approaching. The mermaid's eyes gleamed as they saw their prey, and the two lay fallen unmoving. The man's teeth were clenched tightly, sweat poured down him, and his eyes were wide with vigilance, but he could only let out helpless groans. Desperate screams echoed amidst the flames flying everywhere. "When will the heroes come?" Alex explained. "Contrary to popular belief, mermaids are not weak against fire. That's why those who fight them usually die in the flames." Dur asked again. "How strong are they?" Alex replied. "I'm not certain." "Why?" Dur wondered. "There isn't enough data to calculate," Alex added. Dur looked at the village engulfed in flames, expressing admiration. "Is this a C-rank mission?" "TCH, not bad. By Dur's estimation, Z probably can't handle it alone, can he?" Z was slightly surprised by this. Alex asked, "Should we go down and check it out?" Dur turned his face and replied, "No, you go." Jack was so surprised by his master's words that sweat trickled down his cheeks. Confused, he stretched out both hands to Dur, asking as if to confirm. "Me? You want me to fight alone?" Dur casually explained. "Of course you're the only hero here." Alex also looked at Jack, who was still unable to hide his surprise. Dur added, "You probably forgot, but I'm just a merchant and Alex is just a butler." Z hesitated with doubt, forcing a smile as he thought, "Can I really handle them alone?" He thought, "Didn't I apologize when I said I was F-rank?" Dur seemed confident, and he couldn't help but agree without wavering. "Ah yes," Dur continued. "Didn't you yourself say you were F-rank, not someone else?" Jack was still in shock, unable to refute anything. Dur continued his psychological manipulation. "You're the hero, the leader of this team, the one who fought. And back then Alex got all the praise, but you didn't forget you're the hero, did you?" At this question, Jack calmed down, and this time he seemed to regain some confidence. Dur pointed his finger and said, "From today you are a formally recognized C-rank hero of the nation." The master's words seemed to awaken the sleeping Jack. "And now before you are ordinary weak people dying. They are waiting for a hero to appear," Dur added. Jack slowly realized what he had to do. Dur cast his eyes down at him. "This is your mission. They are waiting for you. Go save them." Hero Jack Holy BZ took every word Dur uttered as his own resolve. Only then did a sound burst from his widely open mouth. It was confidence. His righteous spirit had returned. As twilight fell, he spoke with the burning flame of determination. "You are right. I was once a fool, a failure, a flawed existence. I was once a timid coward, but you awakened me." His face flushed with indignation. He shouted loudly, "I, Jack Holybee, died yesterday and was reborn as a C-rank hero. I swear on my family's honor to defeat them and save everyone." The flame of justice enveloped him, burning brightly. He dashed towards the small village as if flying, and Dur waved his hand, cheering him on with all his might. "Go, hero, go!" Jack shouted with joy as he ran, and Dur pointed his finger, continuously encouraging him. "Before you were foolish and stupid, but now you're different. Go fight." Alex seemed to be thinking something. Alex recognized Dur's sly smile. It was as if he was about to do something bad again. Dur thought to himself, "Phew, I wanted to see my nephews having fun in the water, but a sea of fire is quite annoying. I wonder if this trick will work. Fortunately, he's a fool." Dur's intention was seen through by Alex. "Ah, just like the Demon King, his unchanging habits are truly something." The two pressed their lips together, forcing themselves to suppress their cheerful laughter. Hurried footsteps in the sea of fire. Flames splattered everywhere. A small boy, face swollen and sweaty, wearing a hat, panted and looked back. Unfortunately, he tripped over a small rock in the road. He fell face first onto the ground and his hat flew off. The two people running with him, seeing him fall, turned back in surprise and asked the girl, "Are you all right?" The boy clutched his foot, crying out in pain. The man urged him, "Hurry up and get up." Suddenly, a trident flew from somewhere and accurately struck the man. He fell. Blood splattered everywhere. The girl and boy beside him were greatly surprised by the horrific sight before their eyes. The trident pierced his right chest and he fell to the ground with a thud, screaming in agony. The man screamed in pain, looking at the bleeding wound. The girl turned her face and the flame of despair burned in her eyes. Sweat poured down like rain and her mouth unconsciously opened, but she couldn't scream. The mermaid was already very close. It revealed its sharp teeth and swung a large knife, intending to strike. The scene of death was about to unfold. The monster suddenly stopped. He gnashed his teeth and growled, his glowing eyes glancing behind him. Suddenly Jack appeared from somewhere. He held the doomed slag and shield high and shouted loudly. With the entire village engulfed in a sea of fire, Jack knelt down, shielding the boy and girl who were hugging each other. Purple lightning-like flashes erupted from his shield, sending the mermaid flying into the air, where it crashed into the roof of a nearby house. Dirt and stones shattered and flew everywhere. Jack suddenly sprang out. He shouted loudly, holding the doomed slag and shield in front of him. Purple magical flashes sparkled from the eye in the center of the shield. The shield shot out power, sending the monster flying onto the roof of the house on the opposite side. Its enormous body left a large hole in the roof, thanks to which the girl and boy were safe. Noah and the girl narrowly escaped death, Both stared wide-eyed at the front, their mouths still agape. Before them was Jack's small but firm back. He appeared so coolly, and now he had to face 3 fighting mermaids alone. They looked at him as if they would devour him alive. From behind, a voice called out, "Hero." Jack turned around. At this moment everyone could see his shining eyes. It was a gaze only a true hero could possess. At the 2 words hero, Jack regained his composure. He clenched his teeth and cleared his throat. "I am Jack Hollyby. I have come from the Hero Management Office. Rest assured I have come to save you." Jack, no longer his timid self, formally introduced himself. Hearing his words, the people around him smiled brightly, and the flame of hope ignited in their hearts. They cried out, "The hero has come, thank God!" Suddenly, an old woman cautiously interrupted their joy. She put her hands together and said worriedly, but there was still concern in her eyes. She looked at Jack and asked, "You look too young. Where are your other companions? Are there no older heroes or mages?" A short man with glasses stepped forward and pointed at Jack. He challenged, "Hey you don't even have a sword or armor." Jack, sweating profusely, didn't know how to answer the 2 people's barrage of questions. The short man with glasses was not at all grateful for his help. Instead, he continued to criticize him. "We waited for a hero to come and save us. And this is all we get, a hero and just a child?" Suddenly he said nothing, only gasped. His eyes, reddened by smoke, were wide open. He looked at the naive young man, who was scratching his head, embarrassed at being categorized as a young boy and deemed incompetent. "I apologize, I just arrived. Haha. You had no idea that a mermaid was slowly approaching behind you." He glared at Jack, revealing his sharp teeth. The short man grimaced and shouted, "Hey, behind you!" Only then did Jack turn around in confusion. What? Everyone was as surprised as the short man. Something was seen flashing past Jack's back like the wind. As soon as Jack turned around, he was struck by the monster's punch. Fortunately, he managed to raise his shield at the last second to block it, and purple lightning-like flashes sparkled from his eyes. Jack gritted his teeth and held the shield tightly, but blood spurted from his mouth. Jack growled in pain, and then he was sent flying into the air, leaving a thin trail of smoke behind him. Jack landed heavily next to the man who had been struck by the trident. The man also looked at him in surprise, and the mermaids didn't miss the opportunity, stomping their feet and rushing towards them. Everyone was fierce. The man with the trident in his chest shouted to the people around him, "Run away quickly!" Fearing that his words might not convey the urgency, he opened his mouth wide and shouted with all his might, "Everyone run away!" Only then did the villagers turn their heads and run at full speed. As they ran, they cursed, "Damn it!" Jack and the man were still lying on the ground watching the furious horde of monsters approach. Just as the man with the trident was about to try and escape, Jack put his hands on the ground and sprang up. He dashed towards the mermaid horde, as fast as a storm. The man, seeing this, shouted in surprise, "Hey, what are you doing?" Jack alone held his shield and charged towards the monster horde. He arrogantly left a single word, "I'm buying time, hurry up and escape." The mermaids watched him greedily, waiting for him to charge. The man was too surprised by Z's bravery to close his mouth, and with water in his eyes he could only see with one eye. 2 attacks flew with lightning speed, only leaving fleeting afterimages. Jack held his shield tightly and pushed through the mermaids, his eyes shining brightly. As he let his guard down for a moment, a mermaid leapt up. Jack paused and looked, and the mermaid holding a knife leapt towards him, forcing him to block with the doomed slag and shield. The attack sent Jack flying backward, and smoke billowed from the ground due to friction. Jack painfully spat out fresh blood. His eyes were wide open, struggling to breathe. But in just 1 second, Jack had to be alert again. He glared at the sky. Another mermaid gave him no time to recover. It charged and plunged its trident into the spot where he had been lying. The attack sent dirt and stones flying everywhere. Jack also rolled to another spot due to inertia. He groaned in pain, continuously rolling around, his appearance very disheveled. However, he used that momentum to stand up. He knelt halfway, pulling his shield back, ready to block the next attack. The mermaid again threw its trident at him. A clean movement. The trident struck exactly where Jack was, but he quickly dodged to the side, his left foot just centimeters from the trident. Jack regained his fighting spirit, held the shield in front, and leapt, his eyes emitting a bright golden light. The mermaid horde, seeing him, rushed towards him. They surrounded him, their red eyes hungry for blood. Jack was not afraid, and with his shield he sent one mermaid flying backward. Jack's eyes shone brightly, reflecting a firm and unwavering glance at the enemy. With another spin, he successfully sent another mermaid flying, and a very strong purple light emanated from his shield. Suddenly a wet hand appeared and grabbed his ankle, making him falter. Then Jack looked back in surprise, but it was already too late. He was pulled with immense force, his face pale. The underwater monster grabbed Jack like a toy, lifting him up. Then he powerlessly slammed the small Jack onto the ground as if swatting a fly. The ground cracked and shattered again, and he could only groan helplessly. Jack gritted his teeth against the pain, and blood spurted from his nose and mouth. Jack held the doomed slag and shield tightly with both hands. Immediately after, Jack was lifted again. Tears and snot flew into the air from the pulling force. The monster enjoyed tormenting him. He grabbed Jack's feet and gave him a thrilling ride from a high place to the ground. He cheerfully slammed him back and forth, resulting in 2 indentations in the ground, one in front and one behind. Jack also did not back down. He quickly seized the opportunity to swing his shield with all his might, cutting the monster's hand. The monster immediately dropped Jack to the ground in pain. His arm was cut, but he felt no pain at all. Instead, he kicked him. Fortunately, Jack quickly rolled to the side and dodged. He rolled a few times, used the momentum to stand up, and his eyes still firmly looked at the enemy in front of him. Everything around him was in ruins, but Jack's will remained. He stood up, bent down, and swung the shield in his hand, shouting. The mermaid still glared at Jack. As fast as lightning, Jack charged towards the mermaid, his eyes blazing with golden light. Those eyes emitted bright golden lightning, showing his strong will. Along with it, an attack of immeasurable power flew. Jack swung his shield with all his might, striking the nearest underwater monster and knocking it down. Jack glanced at him from behind his shield, his eyes shining with firm golden light. Then he bravely charged again. The doomed Slagan shot out power towards the mermaid horde, and some mermaids were sent flying into the air. Other mermaids still glared at him. Suddenly, a mermaid prepared to launch a surprise attack from behind. He still looked ahead, unaware of anything, and the monster succeeded, striking his weak back with a powerful punch, causing him to bend backward in pain. Blood immediately spurted from his mouth, and his golden eyes were still surprised by the surprise attack. The mermaid did not hesitate for even a second, grabbing Jack's head tightly and slamming him to the ground. His eyes gleamed with cruel pleasure, gripping Jack's head with one hand. He bent his body to gain momentum, then forcefully threw him forward. Jack charged straight into the burning house. A hole appeared in the house where he flew, and smoke billowed from friction. The people around watched him with concern. After witnessing the sight of this battle, everyone's faces were filled with unspeakable terror. The man, the girl, and the boy Noah all had their mouths open. On a distant green hill, Dur and Alex were comfortably enjoying the sunset and watching the battle from afar. It was as if they were on vacation, not on a mission. Alex looked at the burning village, lost in thought, saying nothing. Dur placed his hands behind his chin like a wealthy man, swinging his legs, wearing sunglasses, and indifferent to worldly affairs. Alex hesitated for a long time before asking, "Master, you don't think that child is so bad, do you? I mean, he's grown up a bit, hasn't he?" Dur lay silently, his expression hidden by his sunglasses. After a moment, Dur said indifferently, "Really?" Smoke billowed from the wall with a large hole in front of it. Burning pieces of wood blazed fiercely, and the light of the flames seemed to illuminate the entire street. Deep inside the hole, dust and smoke flew everywhere, and Jack shouted with all his might. Suddenly a wind blew from the hole, and the movement was fast enough to make the smoke swirl. A bloody Jack, holding doomed Slagan, flew out of the hole. The shield's design featured a large, wide-open purple eye in the center, surrounded by small blue scales. Jack held it in front of him and rushed out furiously. His eyes flashed golden, and Jack, cutting himself off mid-sentence, shouted, "Hero!" As soon as he appeared, 3 mermaid monsters armed with weapons charged at him. A purple vortex shot out from the shield's eye, flying towards the monsters in front, and one of them fell into the flames. The other monsters glared at him belligerently. One powerfully rushed at his side and threw a punch. Quickly blocked the punch with his shield. The punch was so strong that he staggered and nearly fell. The ground around Jack's feet cracked into small pieces. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and groaned. Blood continuously streamed down his forehead. Seeing him stand firm, the monster attacked even more fiercely. It widened its eyes and bared its teeth, preparing its next attack. In less than 3 seconds, the next punch powerfully struck the shield, causing a loud noise and a cloud of dust. This time he had to hold on with both hands. Jack cried out in pain. Jack felt the monster's attack stop. He gritted his teeth and muttered, As he spoke, the hero pushed the shield towards the sky with all his might, and the monster was also flung backward. As soon as this monster was defeated, 3 or 4 other monsters from a distance, each wielding a weapon, fiercely charged at him. He gritted his teeth and looked back at them. 2 leapt with momentum, then swung their tridents, thrusting them towards him. It roared loudly towards the village, engulfed in flames. Jack crouched and leapt high to dodge the attack. As soon as he landed safely, another one attacked him with a weapon. It swung its weapon as if to pierce him, but he quickly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping death. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and cried out weakly, His eyes were still shining with a bright golden light. While dodging, he lost his balance and fell backward. He plunged his shield into the ground to regain balance. The ground cracked and scattered in all directions. After that, he quickly sprang up again and attacked the mermaid monster in front with a sweeping strike aimed at its belly. As soon as one was defeated, another appeared behind him and charged at him. It leaped with a trident, trying to stab Jack. The flames burned more and more fiercely, and he was bleeding heavily, so he closed one eye and looked at it with difficulty. As it flew towards him, he crouched and rolled backward. He quickly returned to a half-crouched position, ready to fight at any moment. He lost focus from looking only forward. When he realized it, there was already a monster behind him. It grabbed him, and he screamed in surprise, struggling to break free. The monster's eyes turned red and glared at him. Veins popped out on its face, and a growling sound came from its throat. It squeezed his body tightly, trying to kill him. Gigantic arms and bulging veins tightly gripped Jack and his shield. Jack found it hard to breathe, gritting his teeth and groaning. He tensed his body and pushed its arms away. As a small space opened, he crossed his fists and swung his shield like a blade, quickly cutting off both of the monster's arms. Jack also successfully escaped. Once free, he observed his surroundings nervously, as there were monsters both in front and behind him. Not allowing him to rest for too long, it began to attack. He quickly leapt behind it to dodge the punch. As soon as he landed, he gathered momentum to leap again. Jack punched its back with all his might. It cried out loudly in pain. Without resting for a moment, he rushed to attack the remaining monsters. They were struck by him and sent flying far away, his small body moving ceaselessly. Suddenly he fell to his knees with a loud thud. Jack placed both hands on the ground, breathing heavily. The continuous attacks he just endured seemed to have exhausted all his strength. The villagers watched the battle from a distance, terrified. Though afraid, they remained vigilant, always holding their weapons. A middle-aged man with brown hair stammered, Enough. He was drenched in sweat, still bowing his head and panting. Enough. Jack was very wary. He raised his head and sharply scanned his surroundings. One of the monsters that had been lying in the direction he was looking suddenly twitched, and it slowly stood up, and he widened his eyes in disbelief and confusion. It changed its attack direction from him to the villagers. The monster roared loudly. Grr! The growl startled the villagers and they screamed, retreating backward. Jack's attacks had no effect on them at all. One by one they all began to stand up. Grr! They even growled at him in defiance. He was still kneeling there, exhausted. He looked up at them. There were no wounds, he thought angrily. If I could just land one powerful attack, I could end this fight. But damn it, I don't have any strength left. The sun was setting below the sea and the flames were still burning, engulfing the entire village in fire. It was unclear whether it was the light of the flames or the twilight that illuminated the village. Somewhere not far from the village on a mountaintop, Dur, wearing a floral shirt and shorts, sat leisurely with his legs crossed on a chair, eyes closed, resting. It was as if he were camping. Beside him was his butler Alex. He coldly stared at the village. He looked at Dur worriedly and asked, "Should we quietly go down and help them?" Dur rested his hand on his head and said calmly, "Just leave him be, he's not dead yet. So why bother?" Alex was quite surprised by his answer. Suddenly he opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Anyway, that kid was fighting a dragon, so he just forgot the important fact that someone is trying to kill him." Hearing Dur say that, Alex silently looked at him. After a moment of thought he replied, "That's also true." At the same time in the village the fight was still raging fiercely. A trident flew. It strongly struck Jack, knocking him to the ground and making him roll several times, and he cried out in pain. Jack struggled to place his hand on the ground and turned his head. He frowned and groaned, looking at the monster. It was still fiercely attacking him. It bared its teeth, laughed loudly, and swung its weapon, charging at him. Jack quickly stood up and used his shield to cut off its trident. The trident shattered and scattered. Taking advantage of its distraction, he used his shield like a blade and continuously struck at it. While he was striking this monster, he discovered another monster rapidly approaching him from behind. Jack turned around and used his shield to destroy its weapon. This time his attack was faster and stronger. He punched with all his might and said, "Die quickly." He successfully split the monster in front of him in two. He swung so strongly that he was slightly propelled into the air. He was too focused on what was in front of him and was hit by another monster's attack. Its sharp claws raked across his back and blood splattered everywhere. He cried out loudly in surprise. He was flung quite a distance before falling to the ground with a thud. His back strongly hit the ground. He painfully brought his hand to his back, curled up his legs, and cried out loudly. As soon as he cried out, he took a deep breath, slightly opened his eyes, and looked straight ahead. In front of him, 3 fierce mermaid monsters baring their teeth charged at him. Jack was surprised and tried to get up, but it was too late. They all punched him. At this moment he could only crouch and defend himself with his shield. He had to endure the punches of 3 monsters, but the purple eye on the shield was still intact. Jack was too exhausted. He hid behind his shield and desperately thought, "Please save me." He was surrounded by countless mermaid monsters. They brutally attacked him. He crouched with all his might and groaned painfully. Not far away, the villagers watched the scene in fear. Everyone stood still and their faces were filled with terror. A short-haired woman with brown hair widened her eyes in fear and said, Suddenly, the boy in her arms broke free. Startling her, realizing the boy was running into danger, she reached out her hand and anxiously asked, Noah, where are you going?" The man who had been stabbed by the trident also cried out in surprise. "Dangerous, stop." The boy stopped and strongly planted his feet on the ground. Seeing Jack fighting the mermaids alone, Noah couldn't stand by. He ran forward and said, "The hero is in danger. We have to help him. He's risking his life to save strangers like us." Noah was moved to tears. He said to the villagers behind him, "I can't just watch my big brother keep doing that. We have to save the hero." As soon as he finished speaking, the small boy, to the surprise of the adults, immediately ran out without hesitation. At that moment, something deep within their subconscious was stirred. No one had imagined that the timid little boy would be so brave. Noah ran desperately, shouting loudly, "Everyone help the hero!" The villagers, including the elderly and children, all followed. They all shouted together, "Wow, hero, we're coming, just wait a little longer." Dur, observing the scene from a distance, watched this spectacle and fell into thought for a moment. Naive farmers are rushing in. Some grabbed arms, others choked necks, causing the mermaids to become disoriented. Shorter people grabbed the monster's legs. They were probably using all the courage they had accumulated in their lives. The mermaids were temporarily subdued and everyone shouted, "Hero, get up quickly, quickly get off the hero, hold tight, never let go." The monsters struggled, trying to break free. Wow, but they couldn't hold them back forever. The man desperately called out, "Hero, we're holding them, finish them quickly." A bloody Jack painfully opened his eyes and looked around. He hadn't imagined that people would come to save him at this moment. Jack cried out loudly and replied, "Understood, I'll leave it to all of you. I won't let their efforts be in vain." Jack quickly stood up. He used his hand to push off the ground, gaining momentum to leap. The doomed Slagan shield shone in his hand and a powerful strike sent a monster flying into the sky. The girl shrank back in fear. The monster grazed a nearby rooftop, causing tiles and stones to fall and shatter again. It wasn't over yet. Jack gripped his shield tightly and, shouting, rushed towards the remaining monsters to finish them off. Jack shouted loudly to boost his morale. As he swung the shield in his hand in a circle, the surrounding underwater monsters were immediately sent flying in all directions. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind him. Jack and the man were surprised and looked back. An underwater monster took advantage of the gap and grabbed the man with glasses. Its trident was raised with impure intent, and its red eyes glared at him. A gigantic hand tightly gripped his neck and the man couldn't breathe. Jack raised his shield and measured the distance between himself and the monster. No, it's too far. But suddenly a very powerful beam of light shot out from the Doomslagon's eye. Power was transferred from the central eye to the 4 smaller eyes around it, and the entire shield seemed to transform. Jack aimed at the underwater monster and unleashed the attack. The shield in his hand flew, cutting off the monster's neck. The shield flew, spun once, and returned like a boomerang. Even Jack hadn't expected it to suddenly emit such immense power. As one was decapitated, the aggressiveness of the remaining monsters increased. They glared at him as if wanting to devour him alive. But this time the situation seemed different. Jack crouched and looked directly at them. He shouted loudly, "Everyone evacuate within a 10-meter radius." At the same time he swung the shield in his hand once again with terrifying force. This time, whether it was limbs or tails, everything was severed. But one still escaped. It took advantage of his distraction, grabbed its trident and charged at him, giving him no time to react. Jack instinctively crouched and blocked with his arms in front. But at this moment Doomslagon had already left his body, damned the shield as if sensing its master was in danger. Doomslagon's flight path changed. It flew back. Just as the underwater monster was about to reach Jack, the shield appeared in time, blocking it. Jack was surprised. Nevertheless, the monster had no intention of stopping. Its red eyes glared at Jack and its trident powerfully thrust forward. Doomslagon surprised its master once again. It moved with lightning speed, blocking all of the underwater monster's attacks. Finally, Doomslagon spun from bottom to top, slicing the monster and knocking it down. The shield flew into the sky for a round, then quickly returned. Its return speed seemed faster than before. Jack reached out his hand but instinctively kept both eyes tightly closed. The shield returned to its master's arm, settling back into place. Everything became quiet. Jack slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. Around him lay the dismembered corpses of underwater monsters. Jack thought to himself with emotion, "It's done, it's done." He maintained the same posture, looking at the shield on his arm with a surprised expression. Doomslagon's power gradually weakened and the color of its eyes faded. Jack hugged and rubbed the adorable shield. "Wow, Doomslagon, you're amazing. I knew it from the first time I saw you. Lagoon is indeed the best shield in the world." Lagoon, upon hearing the praise, also seemed to respond happily. The villagers also rushed forward with emotion and embraced him. Everyone was very happy and moved. "The hero did it. The hero is truly the best. I thought I was going to die. Thank you so much, hero." Suddenly, a sharp roar echoed, interrupting their joy. Everyone was surprised and looked in the direction of the familiar sound. The man said in alarm, "There are still mermaids behind the village. Those people are in danger." As soon as he heard that, Jack without hesitation grabbed his shield and immediately ran toward the back of the village, surprising everyone. "Hero?" Soon after, Jack noticed other footsteps running alongside him. The villagers, as if injected with chicken blood, were all burning with fighting spirit. "We'll go with you, we'll hold them off. Let's fight like we did just now. Don't go alone, big brother, we'll go too." This was probably something Jack had never experienced before. His bloodied face was filled with uncontrollable emotion. He replied happily, "Yes, thank you all for your help." On a nearby hill, Dur was still calmly watching the battle. He exclaimed in admiration, "The atmosphere has completely changed, hasn't it?" Dur's tone carried a hint of mockery. "People who were terrified and running away are now going to hunt mermaids?" Before he knew it, people had surrounded Jack. They came to believe that the being who gave them hope could win if they fought. Looking at the faces filled with passion moving forward, Dur asked himself, "Is that what a hero is?" As Dur turned his head, Alex, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. "What a truly disgusting sight." Alex's face was twisted as if possessed by an evil spirit. Dur glanced at him like a drooling mad dog. "It's disgusting, all right, but something strange." Hearing that, Alex perked up his ears and listened intently. Dur looked at the burning village in the distance. "This kid, he fights better than I thought. When did he grow so much, compared to when I saw him looking weak before? This isn't bad." Alex was surprised. It was rare for his master Dur to genuinely praise someone else. Dur voiced an unknown thought from deep within him. A fervent feeling welled up inside him, wishing for the kid to grow even stronger. He was like a young father with high hopes for his young son. Dur's face was filled with excitement, wishing for him to get stronger, even stronger and cooler. Behind his sunglasses, Dur's deep gaze was hidden. "For some reason, I want to smile more." He particularly liked the boy's sincere smile, full of passion. Hearing that, Alex merely watched his demon king in silence. Of course, the readers also couldn't know what the two of them were thinking. Below, Jack's battle with the mermaids was still raging fiercely. With all the underwater monsters flying into the sky, Doomslagon bravely dealt with all the mermaids in an instant. It was a truly shocking battle. After completing its task, Doomslagon returned to Jack's arm, having fulfilled the mission entrusted by its master. The corpses of the underwater monsters lay strewn about. All had been eliminated. The villagers embraced the hero, overjoyed. "Wow, you did it, hero, we won." After defeating the monsters, the villagers were deeply moved and the mermaids were vanquished. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces and some were so overcome with emotion by what they had thought impossible just hours ago that they burst into tears. "Hero, you did it. Now the mermaids won't be able to come here. Thank you so much for saving us, hero." Jack, his face smudged, was surrounded by the people. He offered a sincere smile to the villagers as well. Amidst the cheers, a trembling voice was heard. "I'm sorry." Jack looked to the side. It was the spectacled man who had previously scorned him. He said, crying, I'm sorry for not believing in you. We never thought you would fight like this, risking your life to save us. Hero, you are the benefactor of our village." As soon as he spoke, the surrounding villagers also apologized in unison. "I'm sorry for not believing you at first. Actually, me too. I'm sorry, Hero, at first." "I'm sorry, Hero, I'm sorry." Jack was flustered. His face looked blank. "Ah well," but the surrounding noise drowned out Jack's voice. "Hero, please forgive us." Finally, Jack replied with a bright smile like the rising sun. "It's all right." The red-tinged twilight slowly descended over the sea. This area had finally regained its peace. Small smudged feet approached Dur and Alex. He smiled and greeted the little hero. "All done?" Jack looked at him gently and said, "I'm back." His body was covered in wounds and his clothes were tattered. Dur replied, "You're back." He smiled at Jack from behind his sunglasses and asked, "How did it feel to fight from start to finish with your own power?" The sun seemed reluctant to set, still hanging in the sky. Jack hesitated and replied, "Well, at first I thought I had to save the villagers, but as soon as they brought out their shields I just wanted to fight with all my might. You might not believe it, but I really sent them flying." Jack poured out his honest feelings. If it had been Dur, he would have thought, easier than I thought, but they got back up, and were completely unharmed. I completely ran out of strength. Alex looked at the boy with a frown. "In the end I was trampled by the mermaids, and when I thought, is this all?" Suddenly the villagers rushed at the mermaids. At that moment it felt like I was pulled from the depths of despair, and I clenched my hands tightly. Thinking back, I'm still excited. Jack recounted the situation again with excitement. "They rushed at them to save me. They shouted, 'Hero, defeat them.' You really should have seen it then." At that moment power suddenly surged through my body. That moment Doomslagan appeared like a god, and I automatically gained power. From then on it was like a painting. A painting Maris probably couldn't even imagine. Doomslagan sent me flying and blocked all the mermaids, automatically defending me every time an attack came. It was truly agile. Jack looked up at the sky. His actions were truly, he seemed to be searching for the most fitting word. A white butterfly gently fluttered by. Jack said excitedly, "It was really cool." Dur smiled. "All right." His eyes hidden by sunglasses, he looked at the boy in front of him. Dur casually asked, "Did you feel good?" The delicate white butterfly still fluttered, but the light struggled to pass through its wings. Jack narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile, "Yes." His smile was as sincere and simple as before. Dur suddenly stood up, turned and left. He said impatiently, "All right, it's finished. Well, I'm hungry. Make me some ramen." Jack replied blankly, "Yes." The boy scurried after him. "Lord Dur, wait a moment." Dur looked at him as if he didn't understand. Jack hastily pulled out a crumpled, blood-stained piece of paper from his chest, smudged with mermaid blood. The paper was torn in a few places, but the content was still clear. This was a certificate of commission. A certificate proving that the hero had successfully completed the entrusted mission. Jack laughed awkwardly. "They said if I submit this to the management office, I can get 3 silver in commission." Dur looked at the paper in Jack's hand for a moment, then turned and continued walking. "Why are you giving that to me?" Jack hastily replied, "Of course, because Lord Dur is the master." Dur said casually without looking back, "I didn't do anything. You finished this alone, so of course you should get the commission. You fool, stop whining and go make ramen quickly." Leaving the 2 people behind, Dur walked away impatiently. Jack let out a blank "ah." Alex tapped him on the shoulder, startling Jack. "Let's go," he asked. "You remember what I said to Master yesterday on the way to check on the heroes?" Jack stared blankly at Alex and asked back, "What happened yesterday?" Alex immediately replied, "Well, yesterday Master was in a predicament because he didn't have money for a school trip. He said he didn't know how to tell you." Hearing that, Jack realized, Alex's calm and slow voice echoed again. 3 silver is nothing to Lord Dur, but Master wants to send your siblings on a trip with money you earned yourself. Master wants to instill a sense of self-worth in you." Hearing that, Jack's eyes widened as if he had never expected this to be for him. Dur's voice echoed from ahead, "Because you are our hero." Alex and Jack gazed at Dur. Emotions swelled within them. He was convinced in his heart that he was his angel. The boy said loudly, "Thank you, Master." Dur didn't look back, merely raising his hand as a sign that he heard. Tonight the moon was truly round and countless stars sparkled around it. The market was still bustling and the ramen shop still had many customers. With a sauce-stained mouth, Dur struggled to slurp up a large piece of ramen. As soon as he swallowed the ramen, his face overflowed with deep satisfaction. "This is the taste." Dur huffed, pointing at Jack. "This kid, this is what you should do. Quit being a hero and just cook." Jack scratched his head shyly and replied, "Haha, is that really a compliment? Please give me a bowl." A familiar voice was heard, interrupting their conversation. As soon as the golden dragon appeared, everyone's attention was drawn to her. What? Even seeing the crowd, she didn't care at all. She casually observed how delicious it must be for everyone to be making such a fuss. Dur picked up some ramen with his chopsticks and asked the dragon who had just sat beside him, "What brings you here?" The golden dragon replied, "Team A always has the responsibility to check if Team B is performing their missions well, you know. But where's that long-haired guy who's always with you? He's not around today." Hearing that, Dur stopped eating his ramen and looked at her. He replied with a playful smile, "Are you crazy? Team B also has a private life." Dur recalled something from a short while ago. Alex had said, "Master, then I'll go finish what I was doing." Dur looked at the white-haired fellow trying to escape through a spatial portal. "What you were doing," Alex replied. "Before the golden dragon finds out, I need to find Daros and figure out what happened with that. It was something that could potentially influence the 666th Great War." Der realized, Alex turned his head and mumbled in a low voice, "No, I'm already busy to death and Master brought another foolish hero mission." Of course Der heard that. He glared at him with sharp eyes. "What did you say, Alex?" Alex hastily entered the portal and replied, "Nothing at all. Haha, I'm busy so I'll be going first." Returning to the present, Der still looked at the golden dragon with a smile, probing her. Was she asking because she knew something, or was she asking without knowing anything? She's a dragon 66,580 years old, so I really can't tell what she's thinking. As the two fell silent, Jack suddenly spoke. He gave the golden dragon a bright smile. "Hello, I'm Jack Hollyby, a hero from Lord Dur's team. It's a pleasure to meet you." Meeting her master's acquaintance for the first time, she replied to the boy in front of her. "Nice to meet you, Jack. I've heard about you. I'm the golden dragon, a mage. You must have had a tough time following this foolish fellow around to make you open a shop when your whole body is covered in wounds. He's truly crazy." As the dragon openly badmouthed him, Dur's eyes widened and he leaned close to her. Jack hastily replied, "I just wanted to earn some money, so I opened the shop. Lord Dur didn't force me." A bright smile still graced his face. Jack was impressed to see the two getting along. As expected, they were friends. Their way of acting is the same too. The golden dragon covered her mouth and whispered, "He said we were friends. He. Der also replied with a sinister chuckle, "Ha ha ha, friends who returned from death." A moment later, Jack offered a bowl of ramen. "Here's your ramen. Enjoy your meal." The golden dragon was surprised to see the large bowl. The golden dragon kept her veil on while eating. She picked up a strand of ramen with her chopsticks and slurped it down with ramen still in her mouth. The golden dragon hastily said, What? Is it really delicious? Don't follow this fellow around, open a shop." Jack laughed shyly. "Are you really complimenting me?" Der, with a sauce-stained mouth, also chimed in with the dragon. "It's really delicious." The golden dragon continued eating ramen but didn't forget to ask, "Didn't you say there was a hero test today?" "Jack, what grade did you get?" Jack replied. "I received a C grade," Der continued, speaking for Jack while eating. "His blood purity is 10.825. At this answer, the golden dragon was so surprised that she buried her face in her ramen bowl. She asked Jack in surprise, "It's over 10. Jack hastily waved his hand and replied, "No, Lord Dur is just teasing. The machine was broken then." The golden dragon looked slightly suspicious. "Really? Truly?" Der added another word. "We don't know if it was really broken or not." The golden dragon fell into thought. "In any case, 10 is an impossible number, but if that's true, Jack will become the last hero who can end the battle with the demon realm, and be the sworn enemy of demon kings for generations." Hearing Jack's result, the golden dragon fell into thought. "In any case, 10 is an impossible number. But if that's true, Jack will be the last hero who can end the battle with the demon realm." Hearing that, Der stopped eating his ramen. The corners of his sauce-stained mouth curled slightly, and a low chuckle escaped him. Der mocked the golden dragon. "Are you an idiot? How could someone with only 10 blood purity end a battle that even the first hero couldn't finish? You clearly know that a 4th-generation hero can't be the final hero, so why are you saying such things? Stop spouting nonsense. You're just trying to select a 4th-generation hero to create a 5th-generation hero. They're all just toys for those guys up there in the end," the golden dragon replied unpleasantly. "I just wanted to say it was an amazing figure. Why are you taking it so seriously?" She pouted and said, "But there's wealth and fame, you know." Der immediately retorted, "That's something you have to make yourself, not something given by others. I didn't get it easily either. I also suffered, imprisoned for 80 years. The golden dragon didn't stay silent either. She accused him. You ruthless envoy of hell, what suffering, you just slept." Der replied proudly, "Do you think sleeping for 80 years is easy?" Jack just watched them, forcing a laugh. "You two are really alike," Der shouted angrily. "Really ruining a pleasant meal. If you have nothing to do, get lost." "Oh right, I forgot because you were talking so much. I came to give you this." As she spoke, the golden dragon put her hand into space searching for something. She pulled out a dark sword. "Here, a celebratory gift for Jack officially becoming a hero. The famous sword Doom Slin." The golden dragon held it out to Jack. "As a hero, he should at least have a proper sword. So I brought an item from the same series as your shield." Jack recoiled in surprise. "Are you really giving that to me?" Der, who was beside him, quickly snatched the sword. "Show me too," the golden dragon shouted in annoyance. "Hey, that's for Jack." Even as she said that, she still waited carefully to examine the sword. This disgusting smell. This was a very familiar scent of darkness. "This sword smells of the demon realm." Before he could guess, the golden dragon replied with a sly laugh, "Because this sword is made from demons." She clearly introduced it. "Offensive weapons from the demon realm are the best. This sword is made from Dakino's black horn and Beehunter's tentacle oil. It's a poisonous sword that can pierce through any shield." Der, listening from the side, looked at the sword in his hand, lost in thought. The sword's hilt had a grinning mouth with bared fangs. Der asked the golden dragon, "Do I feel this way every time I see a dragon weapon?" He just laughed. I don't know." Der looked at the dragon beside him and smirked. "Why are you giving my hero a demon's sword? You, after 60,000 years, are truly incomprehensible." The golden dragon responded with a similar laugh. "Oh my, it's just a Doom series item. What's so special about it? Are you kidding? Alright, whatever," he said, throwing the sword to Jack. "Here, it's yours." Jack was flustered, taking the sword with a worried look on his face. Yes, as soon as he grasped the sword. Jack suddenly felt an immense surge of power. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar region with the ground below burning red. Jack frowned and covered his nose. A disgusting smell of sulfur. He hurriedly looked around. Ultimately, everything in his sight was burning. Is this the demon realm? Around him were rocks, roasted for too long and glowing red. A growl sounded, and Jack turned around, finding a sword faintly visible beneath the lava. The sword opened its mouth. My name is Doom Slin. I am the embodiment of the hatred accumulated within you. In a noisy and chaotic world, a lament of hatred is nothing. The mouth on the sword's hilt smiled eerily. If you accept me, I will protect you and help you stab every enemy who stands before you. Immediately after, an immense power erupted from the sword, and Jack felt such a powerful force that he could barely keep his eyes open. When he opened his eyes again, Jack's face was filled with terror. He stared intently at the sword in his hand. Dur rested his chin in his hand and asked, "How is it? Do you like it?" Jack answered honestly. Yes, perhaps because it contained demonic power. This time it was slightly different from Doom Slin. He felt an incredibly eerie whisper from the beginning. It's really powerful. While Jack was still confused by the sword, Dur spoke again. Then shall we go test the new sword? He was still eating ramen. Jack was so surprised he felt like he was going to die and asked incredulously. Yes, the golden dragon leaned close to Dur's face and scolded him. Hey, your hero is going to die, let him rest a bit. Dur pushed her away. Shut up, making trouble is something you do yourself. The commotion subsided. Jack drove the carriage, taking the two to the outskirts. Dur's voice was heard. I told you. He angrily pointed at the dragon knitting in the back. Why did you follow? This is my territory. The golden dragon replied tearfully. I'm just passing by, so I'm going along. Jack could only laugh awkwardly. Ha ha ha. He was the driver, but he was confused and asked, but where are we going now? Dur offered him a mission paper with an evil smile. Miners went to dig for minerals under Mount Kaho 5 days ago, but no one has returned. The heroes who went to investigate the cause have also lost contact. Please uncover the secret of the mine mountain, Dur said excitedly. I handled the mermaid incident and this looked interesting, so I brought it along. It must have been occupied by foolish fairies, and there's another reason. It's a chance to test the new sword and get some blood on it, right? It was hitting two birds with one stone, Jack replied awkwardly. Ah yes, he bit his lip, seemingly hesitating. Eventually Jack turned and asked, Lord Dur, kind of monster is the Demon King anyway? Why does he keep destroying the world, putting all living beings in pain without giving up even after 60,000 years? It seemed to be a question Jack had harbored since childhood. I really wanted to ask the Demon King this question. I wanted to ask if he knows how cruel all the sins he's committed are. Hearing that, the golden dragon silently shot a glance at Dur. Unexpectedly, he answered immediately. Jack looked at Dur in surprise. You could say that. I don't know why that fellow is so weak yet so rushed, he said, putting his hands behind his head and looking up at the night sky. Dur's voice remained calm. But who knows, maybe that fellow has his own difficulties too. Maybe the Demon King doesn't even like fighting. These words surprised the golden dragon a little too. Jack forced a laugh and refuted the idea. Ha, it's absurd to say the Demon King hates war. That fellow is the cause of all the trouble. Dur also laughed in response. Ha, Jack looked at him, unable to understand. Dur smiled comfortably and said, I think so too. Dur's eyes stared intently at the sky. It was truly difficult to know what this Demon King was thinking. There was really nothing to say. The carriage continued to drive towards the mine all night. After driving for a long time, the old carriage wheels finally screeched to a halt. The three looked to the right curiously. There it is. They stood on a cliff opposite the mine. This was Mount Kaho mine, and the mine below was clearly visible. Then you know, right? I'll sleep here so you finish the job and come back, Dur said lazily. Jack answered without hesitation. Yes, I'll be back. The golden dragon was flustered and stopped him. Hey, wait. She couldn't help but scold him. Oh my, these fools. At the same time, the golden dragon raised her hand and light burst from her fingertip as she flicked her finger. Jack suddenly felt something surging within his body. He opened his two eyes wide and looked at his hand. Power overflowing through my whole body, the golden dragon said contemptuously. Truly foolish, even for a slave contract. Fighting twice a day is too much, isn't it? I've given you a bit of a buff, so as a hero you must protect yourself no matter what. Jack gave the golden dragon a grateful smile. Thank you. Jack's small feet ran quickly along the road. He had enough weapons and power. Now it was time to fight. After running for a while, Jack stopped and stared ahead. The old mine appeared. Here it is, but there were no people or monsters here. Jack cautiously looked around and mumbled to himself, where are the fairies? Why is there nothing? It's too quiet. And he noticed a helmet and armor lying nearby. Is that armor and a sword? From the looks of it, it seemed to be the belongings of the heroes who had come here as if new. There were no signs of use at all. Jack's expression changed again. He seemed to have discovered something. Jack bent down and picked something up from the ground. It was near the armor. Jack picked up a feather, which was a bit strange to find here. After that, Jack heard a strange sound from his right. It seemed to be coming from deep within the dark forest. The sound pierced every corner as if it had a soul, capturing Jack's attention. It was someone singing. After confirming that the sound was coming from within the forest, Jack immediately ran. It was a woman's voice coming from not too far away, he thought as he ran. This singing might be luring the fairies. It's dangerous, I need to hurry. The surrounding scenery rapidly rushed by. A thought crossed Jack's mind. But why is there a woman deep in the forest in the middle of the night? Suddenly he stopped and his two eyes stared ahead. It was where the light was coming from, and where the singing had started. A very peculiar sight unfolded. Dozens of miners were all kneeling, gathered around someone in the center. Jack stopped not too far away. He He slowly approached to observe the situation. In a corner Jack couldn't see, the miner's face was pale, and an unfeigned smile was on his face. In the center, a girl's face was visible, and her mouth was open, emitting a singing sound. But then her mouth opened wider and sharp teeth protruded. The sight was probably too bizarre. Jack decided to stop 3 meters away. The girl's neck suddenly extended strangely. Below it, there was something like bird feathers. In the blink of an eye, her neck extended by a meter, covered in feathers. It was clearly a monster. After watching it for a moment, Jack's eyes blurred and his pupils dilated. Just like the miners at the monster's feet, his face was completely blank. Jack was so captivated by the monster that he even praised the horrible thing. Beautiful. Unbeknownst to him, 3 other monsters appeared behind him. One had already opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, trying to devour Jack. The golden dragon spoke a name. Happy. It seemed to be the name of the monster that had captivated Jack. Dur looked at her boredly. Ha, the golden dragon explained. The happy I mentioned are birds with human masks that captivate people with their songs. They're similar to you demons, Dur asked curiously. And what do they do after captivating them? Of course, they play with them until they get tired and eat them. The golden dragon looked worriedly at the foolish Jack, who was grinning blankly at the monster below, and asked Dur, aren't you going to help him? He looks like he won't be able to do anything. Dur didn't answer. He rested his chin in his hand and stared intently at the situation below. Let's just leave him be. The captivated miners suddenly looked back. They seemed to have discovered Jack's presence. As soon as they saw him, they smiled and invited him. You come here too, come and be with us forever. That's right, come here, it's so warm here, so warm, so happy. Their eyes were completely vacant. The sweet singing still echoed through the forest. Jack quickly put down all the weapons in his hands. He ran like an idiot, his arms wide open. A blank smile was on his face. He even praised his masters, not forgetting them. Lord Dur, golden dragon, you two come quickly and see this too. The other happies behind him flew down from the nearby trees one by one. Jack's face distorted in ecstasy. He laughed and said, there's something really amazing here. Hurry up and come see. In front of the monsters with disgusting human masks, Jack laughed more and more madly. Lord Dur, come quickly. Ha ha ha, an eerie voice echoed, fool. Immediately after, Doom Slin flew with the power of the demon realm. With one powerful and decisive slash, the neck of the singing happy was immediately severed. Jack was startled too. Black blood gushed like a spring from Happy's severed neck. Black blood splattered everywhere, even on Jack's face, who was standing right next to it. His empty blank eyes became clear again. With his mind restored, Jack became aware of the scene unfolding before him. He froze in place with its neck severed. Happy made a very chilling sound. Jack recognized the object flying in the sky and immediately called the name of his sword. Slin, Doom Slin, in response to its master's call. Instantly returned with the speed of light. The sword from the demon realm rested comfortably in Jack's hand. Doom Slin's angry voice echoed. How dare you who tries to use me be degraded by someone inferior to me? Don't be captivated by those low-level demons. Kill them, chop off their heads. The remaining happies immediately opened their mouths wide, full of teeth. Their glowing eyes stared intently at Jack with vigilance. All of them sang simultaneously, but this time it was a completely different sound from before. It was sudden, sharp, irregular, and very chilling. As if in response to them, Slin immediately opened its mouth wide and shouted. Shattering their magical singing, Jack covered his ears, enduring the chaotic sound. Still holding the sword and aiming it at the birds, the happies all closed their mouths and fell silent because of Slin's sound. They seemed a little frightened by the sound. Doom Slin shouted madly, do you think you can control me, a sword made of Dakino and Bee-Hunter, with such trivial tricks? Ha ha ha, I'll show you the difference between a high-ranking demon and a low-ranking demon. Jack covered his ears with one hand, holding Slin high with the other. The sound, amplified by magic, continuously spread around. Beams of magic flew one by one, instantly severing the birds' necks, and the job was cleanly done in a few seconds. Following that was the performance of the Lagoon Shield. Its power emanated decisively. As 2 streams of power burst forth simultaneously, Jack had to crouch down to block them. Pink and red exploded together, covering the entire forest, indicating how immense its power was. Only after a long while did the immense magical aura slowly fade away. Lagoon and Slin majestically completed their mission. Behind the shield, Jack opened his eyes and looked ahead. The sight astonished him. The entire sky was neatly cleared. Burnt trees formed a perfect circle, revealing the beautiful night sky behind. Jack slammed his shield to the ground with a thud. Doom Slin suddenly darted forward, slightly surprising Jack. After a moment, Jack uttered 2 words in astonishment. Horrible. The miners were still kneeling, their heads bowed. As soon as the happy singing disappeared, the hypnosis was also broken. The miners regained their senses, and everyone rejoiced, looking at their bodies. What is this? I'm back. Wow, my body can move. When they looked to their side, they saw Jack standing tall with his sword raised high. That person. Everyone cheered and shouted, it's the hero. All the people ran together, grabbed Jack, and expressed their gratitude. Wow, hero. Formal words continuously echoed in his ears, and human smiles long unseen surrounded Jack. Thank you so much. I thought I was going to die. Thankfully. Thank you so much for saving us, hero. At this moment, the golden dragon smiled and said, hey, demon sword isn't bad, is it? Shall we replace all our family's weapons with demon ones? But when she saw Dur, the dragon mother's eyes suddenly hardened. She looked at Dur, who was sincerely smiling at Jack. The golden dragon's voice broke Dur's gentle gaze. Be careful. She pouted her lips and reminded Dur. I told you, what is your blood? Der replied with a smile. I told you, don't underestimate the Demon King too much. Anyway, with Jack's skill, how can he be defeated? Ha ha ha. But the Golden Dragon didn't think so. She reminded Der again, it was just that expression. Don't make that face, it only wears us both out more. Seeing Der's sincere smile, the Golden Dragon reminded him not to make such an expression. Der asked, puzzled, why? The Golden Dragon paused for a few seconds, her eyes deep in thought, and then said, you felt moved? Jack was a little surprised by these words. He turned his face and awkwardly repeated, felt moved? The Golden Dragon replied silently, never mind, it's useless to talk to a crazy person. With everything at a dead end, she moved on to another topic. Alright, just handle that thing I mentioned before. Der, with a bewildered expression, turned back and asked, that thing I mentioned before? The Golden Dragon said impatiently. How long has it been since you were the Demon King? Why did you quit? Was it because the little ones below didn't listen to you, or did you just want to rest? There must have been a reason, right? Why on earth was it? Der only made an awe sound. He replied with a bewildered look, I told you back then. The Golden Dragon looked ready for a fight at any moment. She glared at Der and said, what did you tell me? You said you'd tell me next time and then disappeared. Der rested his chin in his hand and replied nonchalantly. Die. These words made the dragon even more irritated. Hey, you're trying to change your story. Ah, it's too much trouble, just keep it a secret. The Golden Dragon clenched her fist and raised it towards Der. She shouted, hey, but she knew she couldn't do anything to this demon. The dragon god decided not to care anymore. Do whatever you want, even if you told me, it would probably be a ridiculous reason anyway. Der grinned and replied, thanks for understanding. Suddenly the Golden Dragon said, but thanks to you I got a chance to talk to the Demon King, so it wasn't bad. She looked up at the high sky and asked, why is the Demon King in that position? I've always wondered why. It was truly difficult to read anything from the glittering eyes of a dragon who had lived for over 1,000 years. Even though we are on opposing sides, it's a similar position to mine. They must have many problems too, right? I was just curious. Everything seems so small before the vast expanse of heaven and earth. She turned to Der and asked, were the previous Demon Kings, even the 665th, the same personality as you? Der seemed puzzled by this sudden question. He rested his chin in his hand, looked up at the sky and replied, I don't know. I hardly talked to them, even less so 80 years ago. Back then I was just a child and the other party was already a frail spirit. We probably weren't alike. He seemed quite old-fashioned. The Golden Dragon chuckled. Haha, yes, one personality like yours is enough. Der also grinned, glancing at her. Indeed, the Golden Dragon's voice softened. If the previous Demon Kings were like you, the war might have ended long ago. I'm really tired of all this. She smiled, but the smile looked sad and lonely. Suddenly, Der clapped his hands at her. He laughed and said, ha ha ha, congratulations. Der slammed his feet onto the seat. He seemed to have fully stood up. Der spread his arms wide and said heartily, there's no such thing as a Demon King anymore. It's completely a relic of an old era, something that only exists in fairy tales now. Goodbye to the tiresome wars. The era of peace everyone has long awaited has arrived. The Golden Dragon looked at him, seemingly in deep thought. Der's voice still resonated loudly. So ride this mood and come here. The dragon god's lips gradually curved upwards. Der looked at her excitedly. Dance and sing and enjoy life like me. The Demon King and wars will no longer appear in the world. Finally, the Golden Dragon burst into laughter at Der's foolish appearance. The Golden Dragon asked him, is this also within the acceptable range? Der asked, slightly puzzled. Acceptable range. The Dragon Mother smiled and looked at him. You really don't know? Why do you think you can be here? This is either a script being played out or something is being calculated. Der still had a bewildered expression, seemingly understanding nothing. Script? Calculation? What on earth are you talking about? The Golden Dragon replied. I don't know. All my thoughts feel infected by your foolish virus. I'm starting to get curious about strange things. I'm leaving first, Der said, irritated. What? Answer me first before you go, the Golden Dragon retorted, pretending not to hear. Same as you don't tell me either. At these words, Der was speechless. Damn it, suddenly she called that crazy person's name again. Der put away his annoyed expression and looked at the Golden Dragon. The dragon god said, I don't know. I don't know what your acceptable range is, but honestly, even if you don't remember, we've been fighting for 66,580 years and it's truly exhausting. Yes, this is the first time we've ever talked like this. Talking to you was quite interesting. Der didn't know how to react to this sudden compliment. You will die in 20 years, but I will continue to live until the world ends. But this moment today, right now, will be a day I sometimes recall. The carriage was still stopped on the secluded cliff. Suddenly, Der raised his foot and slammed it onto the car. The Golden Dragon looked at him, puzzled. Der spoke to her clearly. You fool, when did I say I would die? I will never die. Even if God turns this world into a sea of fire, I will not disappear. Just you wait, I won't become the Demon King, and I won't die. I'll keep showing you this face until you're sick of it. The Golden Dragon also smiled and replied, all right, you fool, keep your promise. Then I can endure a little longer, even forever, or this tiresome script. As soon as she finished speaking, Jack's call echoed from behind. Lord Der, the boy holding his weapon, waved at the two from afar. Mission accomplished, Der joked. Your second little tail is back. I'm really going now. Saying this, she immediately created a spatial door. Before leaving, the Golden Dragon threw a red piece of cloth at Der. And you wear this? Der looked at the cloth in his hand, puzzled. What is this? The Golden Dragon turned back and replied, it's a scarf. That thing around your neck looks too ominous, so cover it. Der pointed to the thing around his neck, which was no different from a dog collar. This, he asked the dragon, puzzled. How is this ominous? But her figure had already disappeared into the portal. Hey, now only Jack, trotting towards the carriage, and Der remained. The boy quickly pulled out a piece of paper from his chest. Lord Der, look, this mission earned 7 silver. That's 5 months' worth of ramen sales. After that, Der noticed that one person had disappeared from the carriage. Where did the golden dragon go? Der briefly looked at the boy's face and pursed his lips. It was as if he was choosing from all the false reasons he could invent. In the end, he replied nonchalantly, dealt with. Jack asked in surprise, what? But Der immediately cut him off. It's late, go to sleep quickly. Jack could only shut up. Ah yes, the carriage continued to drive through the night, and the round moon shone high and yellow. Der lay with his arm under his head, staring blankly at it. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curved up as if smiling, but he said nothing. A few meteors suddenly streaked across the night sky. The two rode quietly under the star-filled sky. Upon arriving at the shop, Der waved his hand at Jack, telling him to rest. And he quietly and alone climbed the dark stairs and entered. The room was exactly as he had left it, nothing had changed. Finally, he contentedly laid down on the soft and lovely bed. Ah, the bed is still the best, but the smile only lasted a few seconds, and Der fell into deep thought again. He picked up the scarf the golden dragon had given him and examined it closely. Just then, a familiar portal suddenly appeared across from the bed. Der knew who it was without looking. He held the scarf high and said, bored, I'm going to sleep now. Come tomorrow, Alex. Alex entered and called out, Lord Der. Der didn't even look at him and repeated, I said come tomorrow. Alex decisively walked to the side of the bed, his eyes flashing, and stared at Der, saying, Darrow's just died. Only then did Der's eyes turn to Alex. This was shocking news. His pupils gleamed with anger. Alex said he couldn't reveal the truth. He said he only suffered from the pressure from the monarch, and then he drank poison and committed suicide in front of me. Now we only have 6 dukes left. Alex stared intently at Der and questioned him. Even though we had our disagreements, we always fought together in the demon realm for 660 centuries. So tell me, what happened between the monarch and Darrow's that you didn't tell me? Did that incident lead to Darrow's death? Alex's eyes seemed about to burst with rage. If not, what else in this world could make one of the 7 dukes commit suicide? There is only one other person besides the monarch, the dragon god, the golden divine dragon. That golden dragon, the one who had just been chatting with Der. Therefore, Der immediately refuted this idea. It wasn't her, she was with me just now. But Alex asked him back, I heard the golden dragon can have 10,000 clones. That's why she can live for 66,580 years, unlike you. Are you sure the person with you was her true body? Hearing this, Der's hand immediately clutched the scarf tightly. He instantly sprang to his feet. Der asked again, what about Darrow's funeral? Alex replied, it's being prepared. Der coldly walked into the spatial portal and ordered, prepare black clothes. It was a color darker than night and deeper than the abyss. Alex bowed his head respectfully and replied, yes, it was only now that he truly looked like the Demon King. The end of the world, a city of 10,000 dark night, Mado Eidos, a place with towering castles and lava flowing everywhere. Footsteps and singing could be heard. My friend from the darkness, do not fear, you will return to where you were born. Death is our home, our friend and ourselves. A faint lamp swayed in the darkness. Sing beyond your sorrow, we will claim the sacred land, the earth. The people of the demon realm were collectively sending Darrow's off. In Der's hand was his portrait. Der's eyes were sharp. Let them watch us triumph in the darkness. They crossed the lava mountains together. When sorrow passes and we take death's hand, they arrived at the edge of the hottest lava. It emitted a faint light like a metal. I will take you home, the singing echoed, and the coffin was lowered. The coffin sank into the lava, until it was 2/3 submerged, finally disappearing completely. Then the darkness of the underworld will gradually vanish, and they will all become immortal in broad daylight. A shadow quickly rushed out of the demon realm as if trying to block the doorway with its hand. The demon in the room put its feet on the table. Is the monarch just leaving? That person replied. Yes, the demon complained again. Leaving without a word, tisk, how heartless. They were in the space of the demon duke, flame spirit Jorich. Jorich was puzzled. What on earth did Alex do that requires the monarch to go investigate personally? There's a limit to hiding subordinates. What do you want me to do? And near the door was soul spirit Shaitan. It seems Vice Monarch doesn't like the 666th generation, does he? Jorich was annoyed. Is that even a question? The young demon king goes to the human world every day, and one of the dukes is too busy chasing the blue spirit to even contact us. This situation, with only 20 years left until the great war with humans, is truly chaotic. If things continue like this, not only will we be defeated, but the demon realm will be in danger too. A laugh echoed from the opposite side. Ha ha ha. The two demons bickered identically. Then should Vice Monarch seize the Demon King's throne and lead the Great War? That's what you want, he. How audacious. That's the Nightmare King. Chartina, who has the color of desire, nurtured by human desires. Twin Blood slammed the table in anger, and his face twisted menacingly. Don't just babble with your big mouth, you're just a useless being who relies on dirty nightmares. Chartina truly has 2 mouths. You really don't know anything? How boring. I heard another prophecy is sprouting within your desire-filled soul. Right? Shall I go extinguish it? Flame Spirit was annoyed. It's really irritating to hear 2 of you babbling in one body. Choose, I'll take the chance to kill one of you and explain it to you. Well done. The Nightmare King was also annoyed. Do we look like 2 people? We are one, got it? Ho ho, Jorich flared up. This is the last warning. Shut up. Shaitan's eyes also revealed demonic glares. Look, Yaret, my brother is going crazy. Envy Demon King Vina cheered. Go on, kill each other. Oh, foolishness only brings death. Another demon heard that and slammed his bowl down. It was Gluttony Demon King Oaks. He thought he was making delicious soup with these corpses. At his words, everyone around him looked at him. Oaks was embarrassed. Back in the small house on the vast plains, Rick was comfortably asleep on his bed. He opened his eyes in surprise and saw a familiar shadow. It was Dur. He was sitting in front of the window watching him. Dur laughed happily. Hee hee, what brings the monarch to this small place? Suddenly Dur's hand stopped him. He prevented him from getting up. Jack awkwardly didn't resist. Yes. Seeing the yellow bandage wrapped around his arm, he couldn't help but ask. What happened? Dur confided. He was always in a corner. Strangely, he played and talked to plants. He wasn't very talkative, so it was hard for us to communicate, but he was still dependable. Millions of people wanted to kill him, but no one could. He wasn't an easy opponent to defeat, but today he died too easily. Jack thought he had touched on his pain. Forgive me. Dur's gaze instantly shifted from gentle to sharp. Someone might kill him, but to corner him and force him to commit suicide, only one person comes to mind, no matter how he thought about it. He thought of the Golden Dragon. It was irritating that all the evidence pointed to that damned bastard. I should have known when she suddenly appeared and dumped all that nonsense on me. Jack seemed to prefer conversation over suspicion. My father always used to say that. Dur merely chuckled lightly at his words. But we've already passed that stage. There will be no more death like that. I hadn't realized that. I seem to have some familial affection after all. Dur's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and with that annoying pest on his mind. How dare you touch my family, he called out to Jack. But Jack understood nothing. Yes, I'll be gone for a few days to take care of something, so please look after the shop during that time. Jack naturally agreed to the request. Yes, suddenly Dur spoke again. When you wake up, if I don't return, the shop is yours. Jack quickly got out of bed and chased after him. What are you saying? Jack tried to stop Dur, but he simply waved goodbye despite Jack's distraught expression. He had already left Jack's house. As Jack called out, Dur quickly flew off, becoming a mere speck in the black sky. Dur's eyes were filled with determination. He recalled the Golden Dragon's words, to prevent innocent children from being used as tools of war and dying miserably. That is the rule of the world we live in. When she had been pleased. Did you know I was actually really looking forward to it? You're the first person to step down from the Demon King's throne in the past 665 centuries. He also remembered when she had spoken quietly, that scarf around your neck isn't pretty at all, so cover it up. And watching his friend's coffin drop into the lava, Dur stared blankly as it sank. Behind him, Alex analyzed. A clone will surely be powerless. If you, my lord, act directly, the Golden Dragon will have no choice but to reveal her true form, my lord. Alex genuinely wished for him to display his power before his enemies, recalling the Golden Dragon's smile at that time. That's right, you fool, that's what you have to do. He flew even faster. Golden Dragon, you damned bastard. A man in armor suddenly realized something. What? This immense energy. Next, a man with a bow also noticed the red streak in the black sky. What's that? A mage also noticed. Then numerous bloodied soldiers detected a strange sign, and among them, in the Holy Imperial Palace, the world's sole sanctuary, the Holy Emperor, who had been unbelievably serene moments before, reacted. This is an immense defilement I have never felt before. I am the Holy Emperor, blessed by divine favor. Dur returned to the place where he first met the Golden Dragon, opened a door and entered the domain. Dur thought, this is indeed the place. Dragonhead, you've really gone to great lengths. Though it was indiscernible from the outside, as his hand touched a point in space, it tore open. In any case, it's just a trivial trick of a reptile. Before him stood dragons of all kinds, completely intact. Dur's face was filled with menace. Found you, you lizard bastards. The dragons were shocked. Who are you? How can a human break through the sacred barrier and come this far? Dur uttered just one sentence. Call your mother, because this was a matter between adults. An annoying white dragon asked, who are you to dare to give orders? It opened its mouth and spewed ice-cold power. Die. After the icy aura dissipated, all that remained were the dragon's surprised eyes. Half of Dur's body was frozen. Indeed, I can't do anything in this human body. It should be fine to reveal myself here, right? Because this was a dimension different from the surface world. He enveloped his body and said, I'll show you what true power is. Red light emanated from Dur's entire body, and the power seemed to envelop the space. The dragons grew uneasy. What is this? My eyes feel like they're burning. It's too hot. What is this light? The white dragon suddenly flinched. Dur had already completed his transformation, returning completely to his demonic form. Kneel, he introduced himself. I am the King of Death. None who behold this form shall survive. The white dragon was too shocked to even scream. Guara, another dragon, quickly unleashed its power. Die. But it was quickly blocked by the Demon King's wings. He lightly snapped his fingers. Useless beings. Become muscle. As soon as he snapped his fingers, all the dragons were cut in half. Become bone. When he snapped his fingers again, they were cut into 6 pieces. Become soul. The dragon's corpses immediately separated into 12 pieces. The final snap of his fingers. Become nothingness. The dragon's corpses were torn into many pieces. He laughed wickedly. Ha ha ha. The dragon's screams could be heard. Quickly block the intruder. One dragon was flustered. He's an intruder. Quickly block the intruder. Another dragon shouted. He's the one who killed our kin. All the dragons encouraged each other and charged. Kill him. We must protect the boundaries of the domain. Attack the intruder who invaded our territory and avenge our kin. Dur sneered. What? You were all hiding here. Good, it's better if you all come out. He gazed menacingly at the flying dragons. No matter who you are, you won't leave this hell alive. Der uttered just one sentence. I'll kill all of you. He took a deep breath and unleashed his demonic power, sweeping through all the dragons. He glanced to his left. Dragons had their heads severed, spewing blood. He glanced to his right again. Dragons had their heads severed once more and vanished amidst the rain of dragon blood. Der chuckled eerily. Cuckoo, so my only demand is for you to bring your mother. Dragon corpses rained down, and one dragon announced to everyone. Right now an unknown intruder has appeared. He is destroying all the boundaries of the domain. They knelt, and a gigantic dragon called out to a noble dragon, for his glory, for the pride of our race, please defeat the enemy. It spread its wings. The domain is being destroyed by such a mere being. It sneered at the azure jade dragon's wings flying forward. Don't turn your back. Fight and protect the boundaries. A red dragon swiftly crossed the gemstone mountains. A gray-footed dragon flinched in surprise. The red dragon shouted, O noblest of the noble, the boundaries of the domain are protected by swordsmen, by the warriors of the black jade dragon. Our domain has been defiled, everyone. Show the wrath of the dragons before the enemy. A dragon's hand reached out. How dare you step your filthy feet upon my land? As it gripped its red power, it appeared brilliantly. Truly filthy, reclaim purity with your death. On the other side, a gray dragon fled and a white dragon cradled its eggs and pleaded. O wise ones of the white jade dragon, help us. A lazy dragon said, an intruder has appeared in our domain. It extended its claws and called to its comrades. Comrades, the dragons are taking flight and charging. Unleash your mana. Der, still with his wings spread, felt displeased by a few words. Truly rude. A gigantic elder dragon has appeared. How dare you trespass upon our sanctuary? Despite being hailed as divine guardians, they intend to bring blood and death here. Der laughed contemptuously. Rude, you say? That is my very existence. Cuckoo. Why are you calling your brother? I told you to bring your mother. The elder was enraged. Mother, you say? How dare you refer to our most noble being in such a manner? It charged and immediately snapped its filthy jaws shut. With a swift biting attack, it fell to the ground, growing arrogant, thinking it had bitten him. You are probably a high-ranking demon, yet you grow arrogant for merely breaking through the barrier, you filthy shadow. This place is not for you, the abandoned ones of your god, to dare to trespass. Ha ha ha, Der chuckled triumphantly and spread his legs 180 degrees, opening the dragon's mouth. Hello, my lazy, good-natured neighbor. His eyes flashed red and the dragon's mouth, engulfed by his power, rapidly exploded, blowing up the ground, stones, and even the elder. The young dragons were horrified. Der emerged from the dragon's corpse like a demon. Ah, he was the demon king. He swiftly flew before another black dragon. Before it could even react, he raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. The dragon was split in two. Its corpse fell before it could even yawn. Brown dragons shot red arrows. They flew towards Der, defile the domain no further. However, they were all intercepted by the dragon's corpses from earlier. The dragons who thought the corpses were just dead were astonished to see them still effective. Der waved his hand. Things on the ground. The corpse of the elder dragon from earlier slowly stood up and flew like a terrifying zombie. Before its neck, still twisted, could even comprehend the situation, he waved his hand again, signaling to it. The dragon's corpse was cut into pieces as if carving meat. A blue dragon was so terrified it could only scream. Ah, it shrieked frantically. Demon? Der wiped the blood from his face. No, I am the demon king. He snapped his fingers, forming a heart shape. All the dragon corpses were cut into pieces as if picking meat and flew up. His two hands spread open, then suddenly clenched tight. The pile of dragon corpses merged into one, while the living dragons watched the scene in stunned bewilderment. The resulting dragon corpse heap, when looking down, had no head in some places, and the elder's inverted head was very clearly visible. Der asked their comrades, what do you think? The strongest dragon in the world was complete. Since I've created the strongest dragon in the world, am I your god now? The dragons were as shocked as a 3-year-old learning to speak. They all quickly fled. Run, he's a demon, quickly run, Der sneered at the dragons. Stupid lizards, still conscious and groaning, grr. He spoke again, displeased. I am the demon king. Power began to spew from the mouths of the strongest dragons, and they emitted colorful light in all directions. Golden silk ribbons flew into the air, blocking the dragons who were on the verge of death. Der recognized the approaching figure. Oh, golden silk fluttering in the wind. The golden dragon appeared and greeted him. Since you left displeased, the dragons rejoiced. Your Majesty, golden dragon. He smiled as if he had seen love. Your mother has appeared. Seeing the golden dragon appear, Der quickly realized. Oh, golden dragon, you are truly annoying, so I'll get rid of you. The young dragons cheered. Your Majesty, golden dragon, the golden dragon warned. Do not insult my children any further. Der sneered upon hearing this. He replied. Fine, I'll just insult you then. The golden dragon retorted sarcastically. You spent all day chasing mushrooms, and now it seems the mushrooms have entered your brain. And to make this place such a mess, as the dragon corpses seemed to have something to say, Der waved his hand and scattered them, and their tears burst forth. Mother, what were you doing outside to make us like this? However, these words were actually spoken by Der. It's all Mother's fault. I hate Mother. Mother should die quickly because of Lord Der. Mother, the golden dragon, without a word used her power. The dragon corpses vanished into thin air. Der dodged. Oh ho, so you know how to handle death too. The golden dragon remained silent and bowed her head. She sadly recalled her children. My children, you fought the Demon King and sacrificed yourselves heroically. May you rest in peace, Der scoffed. Kukakuku, who are you praying to? Some distant god? The Golden Dragon was highly displeased. How dare you insult my children? You've crossed the line, Der spoke again. What's wrong with you? You're the one who ended the peace treaty first. She didn't understand what he was saying. Der paid no attention to her expression. Anyway, if you know how to handle death, then I should act in an honest manner. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. After speaking, he unleashed a technique upon the Golden Dragon. Fortunately, the Golden Dragon was able to evade quickly. She truly had to commend the breach in the barrier. If I had taken that attack, would I have been all right? He is truly foolishly strong, the Golden Dragon thought with glittering eyes. Then, her eyes flashed. Come, let's change places. Der was teleported to a place where planets rotated. Where is this? She replied. It's within my mind. The outside has been too severely damaged, and here I can do anything freely. Don't cause any more trouble. Only one of us will leave here alive. Der thought this was quite cool. She added further information. No Demon King has ever intruded into this domain alone until now. The Golden Dragon looked very magnificent. I admit it, I was truly too careless. I thought we had become a bit closer, the Golden Dragon suddenly acknowledged. I thought I had lived long enough. But it seems I was still foolish. I am not worthy of being a god, Der sneered. Nonsense, he propped his hand up and gazed contemptuously. Don't play the victim with that hypocritical face. Who's next? The Golden Dragon didn't understand. What are you talking about? He, already tired of explaining, prepared his technique. Kukuku, I knew you wouldn't admit it. I won't fall for your old tricks anymore. Black power erupted from Der's hand. Die, dark vortex. The Golden Dragon remained very calm. That's right, demons and dragons have been enemies for a long time anyway. She too was ready to fight. Let's see what the power of this 666th generation is like. Golden silk ribbons flew towards Der. He lightly swung his hand, cutting the ribbons in two. The severed ribbons, as if regaining life, returned to Der and bound him. As if not to miss a single opening, the Golden Dragon lightly touched the air. Golden rupture orb. Reddish threads enveloped Der as if to burn him. But no, he still thwarted this technique of the Golden Dragon. Damn it, I'm so annoyed, she muttered unconsciously. Crazy bastard to counter my technique. It seemed Der had started to take it seriously. This is really troublesome. I'll end everything in one blow. He used the soul-shattering dark form throw technique, and the surroundings turned a purplish black. This energy flew towards the Golden Dragon, and she was still calmly ready to counter. The Golden Dragon used her golden plume technique, and two streams of dark purplish black and golden power mixed like coffee and milk. Golden yellow light shone in the midst of the mysterious black. They squeezed out all the strength from their limbs. A terrifying storm of dark energy raged, shaking even the celestial realm, and even the Golden Dragon's face was injured. The 666th generation is truly strong. But we are getting closer and closer. The Golden Dragon approached Der even closer with her golden power. Remember, light is always stronger than darkness. Light appeared from her hand. Der seemed to notice. He chuckled with amusement. Ha 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 ha. Try to avoid each of the hundreds of millions of sword blades hidden in the darkness. Even a slight brush can rot your soul and take your life. To come so close, her light drew even closer. He couldn't help but admire that what he heard about the Golden Dragon wasn't false. He smiled, and his smile accurately conveyed what he was thinking. She must have thought she could definitely defeat me with this. However, Der's eyes turned red. I'll show you true darkness. Darkness that swallows even light. He used the soul-shattering dark vortex technique, and skulls appeared from all directions. The Golden Dragon widened her eyes at this sight. At this moment, outside the Dragon's island, Der's power overflowed beyond the Golden Dragon's mind, spilling outwards. The dragons gaped in astonishment, and a familiar arm appeared. The Blue Dragon seemed most surprised, as well it should be. As he had shattered the Golden Dragon's mind and casually taken her arm, the dragons looked at the familiar arm. Golden Divine Dragon, they all anxiously called out her name. Golden Divine Dragon, Der warned. No one can touch my family. He tossed her arm aside like an object. The Blue Dragon quickly ran and caught the arm. Golden Divine Dragon, Der paid no mind. He swung his arm and tore apart the barrier. He arrived at the ruined temple. Earlier the Blue Dragon had stopped him and said, "That is not cursed." It declared, "We, the dragon race, will never forget this day. For 10,000 years or 100 million years, until the Creator reclaims this world through speech, writing, spells, and all else, we will pass on today's humiliation to our descendants. We will curse you forever." Der replied nonchalantly, "Do as you wish." As he left, the dragon let out a cry of agony. Ah! As Der emerged, moonlight still shone on him, and Alex's hand draped a coat over his shoulder. Alex respectfully greeted him. "Welcome back, Master," he announced. "I have avenged Daros." Alex was surprised. "I thought you had given up on the demon realm, Master." However, his next words shocked Alex. "I did give it up. I gave up on the demon realm, and I discarded the destiny the world imposed on me as I pleased. I just wanted to live normally as I am now." He raised his head, looked at the bright moon, and stated firmly, "Der, that is who I am." Alex called out to him, gritting his teeth, but Der understood Alex's intention and briefly explained, "Daros was my family, and I merely avenged my family. That's all." He swished his coat and said, "Let's go back to Jack's shop." Alex tried to stop him. "Master, please, that is not a place you can return to. If we become enemies with the dragons in 20 years, this war will be extremely fierce. The dragon race will use every possible means to destroy you, Master, and eliminate us demons." However, he replied, "What does that have to do with me? I am no longer the Demon King. Whether it's the 666th generation or the 66.66th, you all deal with it yourselves." Alex recalled the two words, family. Didn't Master say he wouldn't easily forgive those who harm his family? Der turned around angrily. He pointed at Alex and shouted, "You fool, imagine your family living peacefully, and then someone suddenly comes and kills them. Do you think it makes sense to compare finding the cause of a family member's death with diving into an unwinnable war? Who could stop me from going to my death?" Alex also lightly retorted. "Master, the expression risking one's life seems too exaggerated. After all, it is a war that is like a long-held dream for the demon realm." Der became angry. "That's a disease like being possessed by a ghost. Every 100 years it acts up and millions of people die meaningless deaths." Alex thought he couldn't live forever in such a false land. The demon realm had become a twisted world where animals and plants were transformed to live in the darkness of the underground. Although transformed over 66 centuries, they had adapted and accepted it as a natural fact. Alex retorted as if praising Der, "Master, you have achieved the greatest feat among all demon kings throughout history. You infiltrated the dragon's domain and brutally murdered the golden dragon. You, Master, are truly the savior the demon realm has long yearned for." Der turned away, looking embarrassed. "I don't know. Even the VIP customer is dead. So where will I earn money now?" Alex didn't understand. "Are you more concerned about that than the demon realm, Master?" Der replied, "Who doesn't like money? Of course I am. Who would give benefits to others for free?" Alex realized he couldn't persuade him and asked seriously, "Then what will you do about Darrow's successor? The position of the Duke of Disease cannot be left vacant." He delegated the task to them. 6 dukes, you all deal with it yourselves." Alex knew their personalities well. It would never be that simple for them. They all considered themselves exceptional. The protagonist found thinking tiresome. It's bothersome, just leave the position to Darrow's son, all done." "I'm leaving." When Alex called him again, he seemed to lose patience. "What is it now?" Alex bowed 90 degrees and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." He bid farewell to Alex. "All right, go, disappear quickly." He pushed off the ground and swiftly flew away. He flew rapidly over green forests and towering mountain ranges. Der quickly flew to his shop. Der plopped down onto the bed, seemingly lost in deep thought. He quietly noticed something and questioned it. "That's enough, isn't it?" A faint light and a familiar voice in the room. I've been found out." The golden dragon still walked out of the light in her same appearance. "I thought it was a perfect plan. As expected, a demon king is a demon king." Der suddenly moved very quickly, approached the golden dragon, and grabbed her arm. The golden dragon reminded him, "Don't use your power here. Otherwise all the heroes and enforcers in this world will immediately know that the demon king is here." Der was very displeased by her cunning trick. "Golden Dragon, are you playing these hypocritical games again? Tell me why you suddenly acted that way. At first it was clearly your true body, so why did you switch to a clone at the end? You intentionally created a situation to make it seem like I killed you, didn't you?" Instead of getting angry, she praised him. "You're a good actor. Thank you for acting in front of my children. I also thought you'd notice." He was confused by these words from the Golden Dragon, especially the phrase, "It seems we've fallen into a trap." The Golden Dragon stated her previous conjecture. "I knew from the beginning that the poisonous mushrooms spread among the dragons belonged to Darrow's, and I thought the figure behind Darrow's was you. I conjectured that you were trying to use the poisonous mushrooms to create discord between dragons and humans," he countered. "What you said was in the past tense, wasn't it?" She emphasized. "That's right, you were blinded by the pretext of revenge. As long as you don't invade our mirror world and kill everything, everything will still be all right." A question arose. Who on earth orchestrated all of this to make the Demon King, King of Demons, and the Golden Divine Dragon, God of Dragons, oppose each other? Who laid such a large-scale trap? Who had the courage to simultaneously turn us into each other's enemies? Another question came to mind. "All right, so why did you feign death?" she explained. "Due to the variables of the trap she had created. I don't know who orchestrated all of this, but they certainly wouldn't have wanted a situation where the Demon King killed the Golden Dragon. Things got too big. By now they must be very flustered." He also realized, if that's what they were aiming for. She also smiled meaningfully. "The outcome won't change. If their objective from the beginning was my death, then by now they would have started acting seriously. Because it would be a plan that could only be executed if I disappeared. Let's observe who benefits most from my death." He still harbored some doubt. "Are you still suspecting the belligerent dragon race? Is it possible they are working with the demon realm, acting without your and my knowledge?" As he understood, the golden dragon's eyes gleamed, including that, everything. Der finally let go of her arm. "Damn it, my head is really going to explode. Honestly, I don't want to get involved, but if I back out alone, it seems you'll have to take all the responsibility." The golden dragon looked relieved. "Of course, we're in the same boat, aren't we? The 3 races rule the world, and you, who rule the demon realm, killed me, destroying one of the remaining pillars." The golden dragon suggested. "We're incompatible, yet stuck in the same boat. Let's catch the one who orchestrated this and deal with him." Der asked the golden dragon. "Then what about the queen, the children? Were they completely destroyed?" The golden dragon replied. "I don't know right now. At this very moment I want to tear you to shreds and avenge my children. But anyway, you also lost one of the 7 dukes who accompanied the Demon King for 665 centuries. We must return all of this to the one who made it so. We cannot let them achieve their goal," Der replied. "Even after 665 centuries I have no memory. From my perspective they are just foolish losers." The golden dragon's eyes gleamed with golden light. "I remember everything. You were the ones who created that hellish spectacle." She pointed at Dur and said, "Anyway, starting tomorrow I'll join your team as a mage." Upon hearing these words, Dur immediately shouted, "What?" She smiled, looking at him. "For now I'll live completely as a human. Wouldn't it be more convenient to investigate together? Another objective is to keep an eye on the dragon's team and you, the suspicious team of the dragon." Dur immediately shouted, "You fool, Alex knows you. Do you think a fake death won't be exposed in a day?" The dragon replied contemptuously. "Good heavens, who do you take me for? His magic is nothing compared to my power. No one will notice. No one in this world will be able to tell." Dur immediately understood the dragon's intention. With murderous eyes he seemed ready to cook the dragon. "In the end she's going to monitor me 24/7. This wicked snake-headed creature, but don't think you can stop me by doing that, alright? Anyway, I'll be the suspicious one on the dragon's team to you." After understanding all of this, Dur replied, "Fine." The golden dragon still observed carefully. "Take a leap to her challenge in this hellish feast." The golden dragon replied comfortably, "Thank you." Night fell upon the ruined castle and the moonlight made it even more desolate. A noblewoman clutched her coat, sobbing. Ooh, suddenly someone spoke to her. "Duchess," the plump Pitch staggered closer and said, "Please don't mourn any longer. Cheer up, Duchess Emily." Emmy looked at the two broken swords before her with tear-filled eyes. "I lost my husband and son on the same day." She looked up at the ruins of war. "Even the castle has come to this state." Workers moved busily clearing the debris. "Move quickly, you brutes, we need more people here, and the demons here too. Don't rest, hurry up." Seeing the sight of houses destroyed and people dead, Duchess Emmy wept even more loudly. "How am I to live now?" This woman was Duchess Emily von Holy Stuartia, wife of Sis von Hahn Stuartia. Suddenly Pitch rushed over and took her hand. "Madam," his greedy plump face was openly revealed, he said in a sincere voice, "Since things have come to this, I, Patrick, will do my best to rebuild the Harris Stuartia family in any way possible. Please leave everything to me, madam, and go somewhere with good air to rest. In the meantime I will handle all troublesome matters. Patrick will take care of it." These words were like scratching an itch for the frustrated woman. Duchess Emmy looked at Patrick intensely, then moved, embraced him tightly. "As expected, only you, Sir Patrick, truly care for me." "Thank you so much." Pitch laughed triumphantly. "Hee hee ha, I know." As they conversed affectionately, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, someone's shouting from behind the wooden table." "Who's shouting?" Patrick shouted with a righteous expression, still embracing the woman tightly. "Who's there?" That person stood up from behind the table. In a perfunctory tone, "Aha, I've been discovered. It seems I interrupted your pleasant conversation." He approached the two and greeted them amicably. "Pleased to meet you. I am Caden, an investigator from the Holy Imperial Office." Patrick was startled, becoming a stuttering mess, unable to speak. That person is an investigator from the Holy Imperial Office? Could it be one of the 12 sacred weapons of the Holy Emperor? There are only 12 people in this world who have been granted the title of organizing a blood warrior of D grade plus Zodiac, and this person before me is one of those 12? Patrick, chilled to the bone, immediately knelt before Caden. "It is truly an honor, investigator. Why are you here?" Caden replied, still smiling. "What are you saying? Lord Patrick, you hold a higher position than I do. Since you already know, it will be easier to converse, won't it? Allow me to explain in detail." Patrick looked at Caden with unease, his eyes glinting dangerously. "As you probably know, Oma Castle was a magnificent fortress, but it collapsed in an instant due to an unknown force. And as if by coincidence, strange rumors began to circulate in various villages thereafter. They were rumors of a masked, mad dragon hunter. It was unbelievable that although dragons had recently appeared everywhere, only one hunter was able to defeat them all." Lady Emily and Duke Patrick could only listen in silence. Caden's voice continued to resonate. "But no matter how much we searched, we couldn't ascertain the hunter's identity. Isn't it truly strange that someone with such remarkable skill would have no report in the Holy Imperial Office? The power that destroyed the castle and the power that protects the castle appeared simultaneously. What is the relationship between the two sides? We must clearly understand how great that power is, whether it is an ally or an enemy." Caden smiled, but his smile sent shivers down their spines. "I have been tracking the dragon hunter and conducting my own investigation." Upon hearing this, both of them broke out in a cold sweat. Caden slyly continued, "I discovered that some high-ranking lineage families are organizing large-scale illegal dragon hunts, and I also found that the Harris Stuartia family is at the center of it all." As soon as he finished speaking, Duke Patrick and Lady Emily's faces were filled with horror. It was at that very moment that the castle found itself in this predicament. Caden maintained a friendly yet sharp smile from beginning to end, which struck even greater terror into Patrick. He stammered, No, that's not the issue." Caden smiled and turned his gaze to the woman beside him. "Madam, although it is still under investigation and has not yet been reported to the Holy Imperial Office, illegal dragon hunting is a grave crime, and if it involves a reputable lineage family like the Harris Stuartias, the crime becomes even more severe." Caden kindly reminded her, "Not only will you be expelled from the lineage family, but all your positions will also be revoked. Even all your property, including this castle, will be confiscated." The more he spoke, the wider Emily's eyes grew. and her tears flowed even more profusely. Caden courteously empathized. In that case, madam, having lived your entire life in this beautiful castle, you must be in great distress. Surely the cold world outside is only fit for beggars like me, who are accustomed to violence, Lady Emily replied, trembling and dazed. Please just don't report it to the Holy Imperial Office. To their surprise, Caden raised a single finger. He smiled and proposed, I've heard that the Harris Stewardia family still has a youngest son. Please raise that child to be an excellent warrior. I will come to collect him in the year he turns 20. This was the condition Caden presented. Our Holy Imperial Office always needs reliable individuals willing to dedicate themselves to the Lord and this world. Both their faces were filled with shock, especially since a lineage family like the Harris Stewardias being in positions of power would never voluntarily participate. This method is the only way to recruit them. One more thing, there must be a recorded notebook somewhere in Mount Kaho. A notebook listing all the families involved in illegal hunting. I will come to collect it in 5 days, so please have it ready. The children of those families will surely be talented as well. Ha! Finishing his chilling words, Caden turned abruptly and departed. Then always be comfortable and joyful. I've heard that a parent's happiness is very important for a child's mental health. It was a very humane and profound message, but only God knew Caden was hiding a knife behind it. The quiet space, the sound of his shoes echoed, and Caden finally left. The Duchess and Count Patrick looked as if they had endured extreme suffering. Their faces beaded with sweat and filled with terror. The scene shifted to Dur's weapon shop. The Divine Dragon's voice resonated amiably. Hello, the Divine Dragon greeted them with a radiant smile. Nice to meet you. I am Zhang Jiam, the new member of the team and the new mage at the weapon shop. Alex replied courteously, seemingly not recognizing the other party. I had no idea such a beautiful person was acquainted with my master. I had no idea at all. It is an honor to serve you. I am Alex, Master Dur's butler. The Divine Dragon also chuckled and replied, Oh ho ho, a pleasure to meet you too. Dur watched their conversation with curious eyes. Jack also approached and greeted her. Dur stared intently at Jack's face, checking if he recognized the hypocritical dragon. But Jack seemed not to. Jack said shyly, Hello, I'm Jack Holybee, the team's warrior and manager of various tasks such as cleaning, laundry, accounting, warehouse management, cooking, and errands. The Divine Dragon praised him. Wow, Jack is the team's warrior. That's amazing. Aha, thank you. The Golden Dragon asked again. What is your lineage grade? Jack replied. I'm C grade. C grade already as a minor, that's impressive. Really? Ahahaha. Dur observed the two skillfully complimenting each other but couldn't find any clues. Does he really not recognize her as expected? That disgusting dragon head, he thought to himself. Ha, good thing no troublesome things then. Perhaps finding it bothersome, Dur turned around and said, Then teach the new employee the ropes. I'm going to bed. Jack politely replied, Yes, good night. But the Golden Dragon, of course, wouldn't let him go that easily. She called out to Dur, Hey team member, could you show me around the village so we can get to know each other better? The meaning of these words was clear to both parties, but to the two listening nearby it was different. Jack's eyes sparkled. Getting closer like a date? Alex also came up with an idea for the 667th generation. A beautiful day with a blue sky, white clouds and golden sunlight. Dur remained silent, looking down as if lost in thought. The Divine Dragon rested her chin on her hand and asked him proudly, How is it? Surely this is a sight you've never seen before? Where they stood there was a gigantic hole, and inside a baby dragon was curled up asleep. Dur asked her, perplexed. So a baby dragon was born, so why did you bring me here? The Divine Dragon asked back excitedly. Aren't you curious? Dur replied indifferently. Nothing special. The Divine Dragon pouted. Oh really? That's a shame. Dur called her. Hey, he angrily brandished his fist, confronting the idle dragon before him. You crazy lunatic, don't you have anything better to do? The Divine Dragon also raised her voice, asking, What now? Dur said, You can just gather the warriors and the hardliners with your power, deal with them all and clean up. Why are you dragging me around to these useless places? The Divine Dragon reminded him, annoyed. Did you forget the peace treaty? If the Divine Dragon directly intervenes, wouldn't it be a declaration of war on humans, you fool? Dur's anger still flared. No, you can just go as a human in your current form. Alex didn't even recognize you, so no one else would either, you fool. The Divine Dragon raised her voice and replied, No. Dur immediately asked why. She replied, I cannot become a heretic of this world. This answer slightly confused Dur. A heretic, the Divine Dragon explained. Well, as you said, I am currently human. No matter how strong, it's impossible for a single mage to wipe out D-grade and G-grade lineage families. If I do that, it will attract the attention of the transcendent beings. Dur frowned and asked, Transcendent beings? Are you talking about angels or gods? The small dragon curled up inside the barrier layer watched with wide eyes. The Divine Dragon replied, That's right. Sudden heavy rain or floods are not considered heretical. But if rain falls and then suddenly flows upwards to form clouds, that can be considered heretical. If I carelessly do such a thing, even I will be detected by the transcendent beings. Hearing this, Dur grasped the core point. He asked, You mean I shouldn't break the rules of this world? She nodded. That's right. Dur grumbled. Rules again, the Divine Dragon impatiently replied. It's true, isn't it? Then the Divine Dragon looked at Dur with curious eyes, waiting for what he would say. Dur's eyes gleamed with a wicked red light. I wonder if I've been detected. I've been destroying castles and killing dragons as a human as I pleased. That was something the Divine Dragon had also been curious about for a long time. I'm really dying of curiosity too. With a thump, a stream of water shot out from the hole below. The divine dragon screamed in surprise. "Ah, you startled me." The baby dragon below finally broke out of its egg and seemed ready to fly. The divine dragon hastily said, "It's born, quick. Hide." They hid behind a nearby bush and observed the newly hatched baby dragon. The divine dragon asked the demon king, "How is it?" A gigantic baby dragon was struggling in its hole, shaking its wet wings and letting out a baby-like roar. The divine dragon proudly showed off the greatness of nature. Dur looked at the baby dragon and replied, "It's unsettling. If I attacked now, I could finish it in one blow. That's why I'm here." As the divine dragon's expression turned serious, Dur paused for a moment. Just then, a dark red adult dragon soared over their heads, its size immense. The divine dragon looked up and said familiarly, "They've arrived, the hardliners, the black jade dragon, Juno. They are the faction opposed to the divine dragon." The gigantic black dragon magically transformed into human form and landed on the ground. It was a woman with black hair and a dress, her face so sharp that no one would dare challenge her. Dur immediately said upon seeing her, "Oh, a perfect villain's face." The divine dragon beside him glared at him. "Who?" The woman approached the baby dragon and injected it with her dark power, making the baby dragon writhe in pain. Of course the divine dragon and Dur witnessed all of this. Dur asked, "So since it's not sacred, you're trying to infect it with poison right after it's born, at its weakest moment? I heard that factions like yours who love battle form giant teams immediately after birth. Are you trying to infect such strong individuals with poison?" Suddenly Dur burst out laughing. "Kukakuku, you truly are no different from humans. Unbelievably cruel. This isn't the underground. This is hell itself." "The hell of light," the divine dragon said. "I thought so too, until I found Daruz's mycelium," Dur asked. "You mean you used to think that?" she replied. "No matter how strong the hardliners are, they wouldn't join hands with you. I suspect there's someone acting as a bridge in between, someone behind the scenes." Dur's eyes also sharpened. "Your children have made great progress." The divine dragon did not answer that. She announced again, "They've arrived." Dur also turned his gaze forward. Dur leaned back and looked up, and two more adult dragons appeared, one blue and one red. They too quickly transformed into human form. The blue one was a man and the red one was a woman. They landed softly and Juno greeted the two. "You've arrived? When and Julie?" The woman replied, "Sorry we're late." Juno's eyes flashed as she asked Julie. "The tail?" Julie smiled confidently and replied, "It's gone. Since the golden dragon no longer exists in this world, moderates are now like snakes without a head. Finally, this world will be ours." Juno corrected her words. "No, we are too. Until God decides on a new soul, there will only be chaos for now. If humans find out, everything will be over." Wen smiled and suggested, "Why don't we challenge that position once?" Julie glanced at him discreetly, but Juno dismissed the idea once more. That talk. "When everything will happen according to God's will. We are merely creations who have no right to question God's will." Hearing all this, Dur seemed a little lost in thought. At that moment the baby dragon let out a painful scream, drawing the attention of the three. Wen replied, "That's right." He slowly approached the baby dragon. He stopped about a meter from the hole. "We must do what we can, no matter how pitiful you are. Be comforted that no family will suffer anymore." Finishing his words, Wen reached into his chest and searched for something, and he pulled out a glass tube containing Daruz's familiar poison. "Everything is for our race." Witnessing this scene before her eyes, the divine dragon finally became agitated. She looked ahead with hateful eyes. Why are they doing such a thing?" Dur beside her revealed his demonic face. He said, "Arrest them in the act." At these words the divine dragon paused slightly. Dur seemed about to rise from the bush and he slyly winked at her, asking, "Should I kill all three?" The golden dragon hastily stopped him. "Wait, it seems the golden dragon is about to bring down divine retribution. You must consider the causality. Why did the children have to resort to such methods and what would be the outcome? And if we finish this now, what will the future hold? Everything must be considered." Dur scoffed and replied, "What does that have to do with me? You're truly cowardly." "Stop thinking and act already." The golden dragon's eyes deepened. "We are all part of a grand order, and sometimes sacrifices and losses are part of that flow, but what does this tragedy signify?" Hearing that, Dur pouted his lips. This is bothersome." "All right, let's go with the second option then." The golden dragon asked him with curious eyes. "Second option?" Dur's eyes shone red. He smiled and replied, "A little violence, kidnapping, confinement, torture, and an interrogation with plenty of time should do it, right?" The golden dragon looked at him and was silent for a moment. She seemed to be considering this option. Eventually she replied, "Go easy." The baby dragon screamed in pain once again, looking very pitiful. Owen opened the tube in his hand and said, "Then let's begin." The dragon continued to growl. Then it was startled to see the man in front of it pouring the contents of the tube. Owen said, "Just bear with it a little longer. It'll be over soon." But in the blink of an eye something flashed past and Owen's arm was suddenly severed in front of the baby dragon's eyes. He could only gasp. Seeing the man smiling, holding his severed hand, Owen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and asked, You, who are you?" Dur, shaking the bottle of poison, smiled brightly and replied, "I am Dur." Juno acted quickly. She yelled, "Everyone run!" then took a deep breath. Immediately after, Juno forcefully spewed purple and black energy into the air from her mouth. Against that technique Dur only sneered. He extended his hand and a small black hole appeared above it. Something eerie immediately occurred. The black hole in Dur's hand sucked in both the black energy and Juno, and Julie and an adult dragon, too shocked, quickly vanished. Dur clenched his fist and looked at the remaining two, saying in a bored tone, "You two are next." Julie and Owen recoiled in horror. Both of them were greatly wary of Dur's abnormal power. "Run!" As if on cue, the two flew in different directions, kicking up dust from the ground. Der said with amusement, trying to survive by running in different directions alone. He looked at the two glowing red and blue dots in the sky, waving his hand this way and that. Guess which one I'll catch. Ding dong ding. Finally, his hand pointed at Owen's blue dot. Der smiled brightly and said, the blue-haired one's the winner. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew into the sky. Only a red flash's afterimage was visible. The golden dragon still didn't appear, silently hiding behind a tree, following Der's shadow. Owen, transformed into his dragon form, was fleeing with all his might, cursing continuously as he flew. Damn it, damn it. He had never imagined his whereabouts would be discovered. And by Der of all people, the demon who killed the golden dragon, how did he know about this place? Is there an inside traitor? Owen spotted a red dot flashing behind him. Someone was approaching in the blink of an eye. Light flashed past Owen's eyes. Der leisurely blocked Owen's path, startling Owen. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the dragon before him. Congratulations on winning. Owen immediately gathered energy in his mouth. Before the icy aura could even be fully spewed, Der swung his hand, slicing across Owen's neck, and blue blood splattered everywhere. Der said impatiently, I'm busy, so don't say anything. After finishing everything, Der said to Owen's severed torso, see you in a bit. After that, he quickly disappeared. He twirled a few times in the air with delight, then shouted excitedly a few times. Arohoho. In another direction, the red dragon Julie was flying with her mouth agape, seemingly very frightened. Julie kept repeating to herself, Owen, I'm sorry, but at least I have to survive and inform the other teams that the Demon King is targeting us. When it comes to speed, I'm second to none. But after just a few seconds, Julie felt something appear behind her. It was a very small red dot, but it greatly flustered Julie. Der flew over with a smile. He placed his blood-stained hand on his forehead and said hello as soon as she saw him. Julie's pupils immediately constricted. She quickly noticed the suspicious blue blood on Der's hand. Owen's blood? Julie cursed internally. Madman. She turned around and gathered a fire orb in her mouth. Flame breath. As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce pillar of flame erupted. It enveloped the entire sky and stretched far, but Der didn't care at all, skillfully slipping through it. Der twirled in the air, humming a cheerful melody as if taking a stroll. Julie stared at Der in horror. Her attack couldn't even reach him. Der tilted his head back and looked behind him. His eyes shone with a somber red light. He opened his mouth and whispered in a voice that seemed to come from hell. Dark void chains? Immediately, small doors appeared in the sky and chains poured out from them. Black chains tightly wrapped around the gigantic dragon. Julie's entire body was unable to move. She roared in anger, but Der didn't care. With her wings bound, Julie free fell downwards, continuously spewing fire from her mouth. Julie's eyes were closed and she seemed to have lost consciousness. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Julie groaned with difficulty. As if remembering something, her gray pupils immediately widened. Julie also regained her senses. As she regained consciousness, Julie found herself tightly bound by Der's dark void chains. She thrashed in panic. What is this? A cough was heard beside her. Julie looked beside her in horror and called out Owen's name. He was also bound like her, with blood flowing from a deep wound on his neck. A lazy voice was heard. What's going on here now? Julie looked beside her in surprise. Der approached and said with a smile, from now on there will be violence and pain. And it's also time for the truth to be revealed. Julie tried to lunge at Der in anger, but was stopped by the chains. Demon, I curse you, Der sneered and replied. Curses are my specialty. I got an A in the general lecture on curses back in the day. Then he smiled gently and said, all right, let's start with the first question. Der raised the bottle containing the pathogen and asked, where did you get this? Julie shouted angrily. Why are you stealing other people's belongings like a thief? Der narrowed his eyes and sneered, asking her back, other people's belongings? Didn't you steal it? You intended to harm humans with this, didn't you? Hardliners, is that what you call yourselves? You'd better be as honest as possible. Tell me who's pulling the strings behind you and how you got this demonic thing. Hearing these words, Julie's face immediately turned pale. But after only a few seconds, she instantly changed her expression and said indifferently, Cuckoo, do as you please, you won't get anything from me. At those words, Der merely smiled silently. This made Julie even more uneasy. He said nothing and approached, then poked Owen's side, and Owen flinched in pain. Julie cried out hastily. Der rummaged inside Owen's body with his hand, found something, and immediately clenched it tightly. Owen writhed in pain, only gasping sounds coming from his throat. Der smiled and said in a feigned voice, Our Owen is truly pitiful. He wants to scream, but his throat is blocked. Julie, who was nearby, saw her comrade suffering and shouted, Stop it. Torture me. He couldn't bear it any longer. Der said contemptuously, Idiot, you don't know what real torture is, do you? I won't touch a single strand of your hair. Julie was startled. Der replied with an evil face, Instead, Owen will continue to suffer until you speak. From Juno to the last dragon in this world, I'll make them all die in agony before your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Der's hand stabbed Owen's belly again, and Owen groaned in pain. KKH, Owen. Der's hand clenched Owen's intestines even harder. This time the pain was doubled, and Owen could no longer bear it, screaming towards the sky. She couldn't watch anymore. Julie squeezed her eyes shut and said, There's no mastermind, we're just doing this alone. Der narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Judging by your intelligence and thorough preparations, there's no way there's no mastermind. So who is the mastermind? You clearly have a leader, don't you? Julie lowered her eyes and replied in a trembling voice, Juno is Juno. Der feigned a sound of So the black sword I just absorbed was Juno? If so, catching the leader just got easier. Now I just need to catch the rest of the hardliners and deal with them. Hearing these words, Julie vehemently explained, We are different from the ordinary hardliners. Those among the hardliners who were most dissatisfied secretly formed a separate group. The other hardliners are not guilty. They are not hardliners, merely cowards. Der stared intently at Julie with red eyes. Then what kind are you? Julie was silent for a moment, then uttered a name. The Four Seasons Society. Der still knew she was hiding something. He didn't give up. The Four Seasons Society, is this a gathering of the hardliners' leaders? Anyway, ordinary dragons can't do this kind of thing. So who are the other members? Julie screamed in annoyance. KKHIAK. Eventually she squeezed her eyes shut and named a few more. Zen, Pep, Mar, Jun, Na. Der immediately guessed. September, October, November, December. Julie was startled to hear this. She replied in a trembling voice, similar. Sep, November, February. Deck, how did you know that order was top secret? Der looked at Julie as if she were an idiot. Are you stupid? The Four Seasons Society isn't January to December. Is that your group name, or did you just happen to gather because your names sounded similar? Julie replied. No, they're all our real names. We just happen to have similar pronunciations and we thought it would be fun to name our group the Four Seasons Society. Der narrowed his eyes and continued to ask who named it the Four Seasons Society first. Was it Leader Jun? Julie's voice faltered. No, who is Juno? We just started calling ourselves that at some point. Sweat silently trickled down both her temples. Der processed her statement. So the most idealistic among the hardliners formed a group and all the group members coincidentally had names similar to months from January to December? Does that even make sense? Questions continued to pour out. It's clear that you 12 were selected according to someone's plan from the beginning. Was it Jun? Did she start it? Julie hastily defended herself. No, our only goal is to free the oppressed dragons. All members of this group participated voluntarily. Der seized on the key word. He asked again, oppressed. Who oppressed you? Julie replied indignantly. The world's notions, the non-aggression pact. Humans are destroying this world. Not only our alliance, but they are destroying themselves as well. You saw the baby dragon that was just born, didn't you? Actually, dragons can only be born in secret domains. This proves that this place was originally part of a secret domain. The more she spoke, the more Julie expressed her rage. This world was originally our territory, the dragons. Humans stole our land, drove dragons beyond the borders and oppressed them. Our gods and creators are ignoring all of this. Humans are not worthy to be the masters of this land. To these impassioned words, Der replied contemptuously. Now some bastard comes along and claims this was originally their land. So you'd rather destroy this land. Fine, let's assume that's true. Then how did you get this from Zers? As he raised the bottle in his hand, Julie replied, Zers, what does that demon have to do with this? Der smiled amicably again. I already know everything, just be honest. But suddenly he paused, his expression changing as if he had realized something. Only now did Der scrutinize the tube containing the pathogen in his hand, asking himself. What is this? He recalled when he was at the weapon shop earlier. At that time, Alex had shown him the last pathogen sample. Alex rummaged inside his clothes and said, So this is the pathogen found in the dragon's bodies. The hell fungus makes puppets go mad. He pulled out the collected pathogen sample tube and showed it to Der. Der immediately noticed that it was clearly purple. Then he looked at the pathogen tube in his hand again, but this one was pink. This was not Zeres's pathogen. Der raised the sample tube and asked Julie this. Where did you get it? At this, Julie hesitated again and didn't answer. That I cannot say. Before she could even react, the chain suddenly loosened. Julie unexpectedly fell to the ground, her face showing a bewildered expression. What? Before she could even question, the chains wrapped around Julie's neck again. The surrounding scenery turned blood red. Julie and Owen were suspended in the air, their necks bound by Der's chains. Julie asked in horror. Gasp, where is this? As soon as she finished her question, Julie froze at the sight before her eyes. Beneath her feet was an endless sea of death with twisted faces intertwined. Der's voice was heard. Julie turned to him. Allow me to introduce you. This is the deepest part of the demon realm. The most wicked souls, those that cannot even be classified in hell, are sent here. They simply wait for a living being to fall once every few hundred years. Below, countless hungry arms stretched out as if competing with each other, and groans continuously echoed in her ears. Grr, I'm hungry, please just kill me. Again it said, like a dedicated guide. A dragon will reincarnate as another dragon when it dies, won't it? But if you fall in there, you will never find salvation, I guarantee it. A terrifying scream echoed. This is a place even gods find abhorrent and turn away from. Julie's face upon hearing the story turned deathly pale with shock. Der asked her again, do you remember the promise? His smile, eerie and perhaps terrifying, appeared. The voice of death echoed, not a single strand of your hair will be harmed. This one is the one destined to suffer. To show his trust, Der released the chains binding Owen. Losing his support, he free fell into the swamp of death. Julie screamed, Owen? This time, without further hesitation, she immediately blurted out, I bought it from the dwarves of the Southpeak tribe. She squeezed her eyes shut, even shedding tears of fear. As soon as she finished speaking, Der moved them back to their original spot. The chains also disappeared and both suddenly dropped from the air. Julie, the only one who could utter a sound, screamed, The terrifying moment just now had put Owen on edge and his face turned pale. Gasp. Julie looked at him worriedly and asked, Owen, are you all right? Before she could calm down, the golden dragon's voice suddenly echoed, and Julie froze. Dwarf, don't lie, Julie. She was so surprised to see the person she thought had disappeared reappear before her that she was speechless. Gee, golden dragon. Julie was so overcome with emotion that she burst into tears. She asked incredulously, "You're alive?" The golden dragon suddenly stepped forward and said angrily, "I am certain that you naive children are being used by others. Ultimately, the one who harms dragons is the dragon itself." The golden dragon's eyes were filled with rage. "I never imagined you would join hands with a demon duke to kill your own kind. No matter how great your hatred for humans as dragons, you have crossed a line." Julie felt she was the most wronged. She said, crying, "We cooperated with a demon duke? Are you saying that without even knowing who you're standing next to right now? Aren't you the golden dragon who's in league with a demon?" The golden dragon questioned her even more angrily. "Julie, tell me the truth. This poison is definitely Darrow's, isn't it?" But before she could even finish her question, Dur raised his hand with the black hole again. Without a word, to the golden dragon's astonishment, he sucked both Julie and Owen inside. The two were instantly sucked into Dur's palm. The golden dragon asked angrily, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't we need to find out more?" Dur lifted the pathogen tube he had taken from Owen and said, "Darrow's poison is slightly different from this." Hearing this, the golden dragon was also surprised. "All right." Dur tossed the pathogen sample to her so she could see it herself. "If you look closely, the color and shape of the eye within it are slightly different." The golden dragon looked at the tube in her hand and asked, flustered, "Then whose is this exactly?" Dur replied, "The dragons bought it from the dwarves in the south." But the golden dragon immediately retorted, "No, the dwarf race are experts in stone. Such chemical manufacturing is absurd." Dur also agreed. "I agree with what you just said," the golden dragon conjectured. "Then that means a different kind of poison, not Darrow's, is also being circulated." But Dur denied it, saying, No one in this world can create such a poison." This made everything even more confusing. "That's right, I think so too. But Darrow's is already dead. If this isn't his, then where did it come from?" the golden dragon asked Dur suspiciously. "Could that child have been lying?" "Maybe they just said whatever came to mind in a hurry," Dur replied. "You saw it with your own eyes. Those were words born from the depths of agony." "So it's 100 true." The golden dragon looked at the pathogen tube in her hand even more flustered. "Could there be a second Darrow's? That can't be. What exactly is going on?" Dur answered honestly, "I don't know." He casually glanced at the person beside him. The golden dragon hypothesized, "Don't you think we've misunderstood from the beginning? Darrow's, you're definitely dead, aren't you?" Dur was also surprised by this question. "She thinks I faked my death?" The golden dragon pointed out the absurdity of the situation. "The world's greatest poison expert commits suicide with poison. Don't you think that's strange?" Instead of directly calling his friend foolish, Dur shrugged and replied, "Hey, it's your story to write, but don't expect to impress the readers. I personally attended his funeral." The golden dragon angrily pointed to the tube in her hand. "Then what is all this exactly?" "I don't know. Given the current clues, what could be the common goal of the Four Seasons Society and the demon realm?" Dur replied, "The destruction of the human world. The enemy of my enemy is my ally, isn't it?" "You're right, this incident is truly strange. Recalling the Holy Stewardia family's smuggling case, rarity equals value, and the actions of the Four Seasons Society implied a relationship between beneficiary and executor." Owen said, "Just bear with it a little longer. Everything will be over soon," before being poisoned. "And the ones who suffer losses are different. The poisoned dragons were the catalysts for the crime." Hearing Dur's analysis, the golden dragon's eyes fell into deep thought. New clues had emerged, and now even the dwarves were involved. Thus, 3 factions had appeared. But the problem was, who was the beneficiary of all this? The hardliners and those who wanted weapons made from dragons. Dur added, "The same goes for the demons. The deeper the hatred between humans and dragons, the better for them." Certainly the roles were clear. The executors were her children, the Four Seasons Society. Dur narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. "I don't know if something's wrong with our heads or hands and feet, but it seems only you and I are unrelated to this incident," the golden dragon also agreed. "That's right." Dur yawned wearily and said, "All right, at least we're past the ringleaders. From the Four Seasons Society's perspective, with 3 of them gone, the remaining members won't act immediately. In the meantime, we need to hurry." The golden dragon asked, "Where to?" Dur pointed to the sky and replied boldly, "Didn't you hear? We need to go underground to the south and retrieve the dwarf's poison." The green trees gradually gave way to a parched, desolate cliff landscape. There were no trees here, only twisted metal pipes protruding everywhere. The dwarf symbol, covered in dust and smoke, looked gray and small. Dur's party of 4 stood together before a large old door. Alex spoke. "From that time, this has been the territory of the dwarves," Dur replied nonchalantly. "You can tell just by looking. This is the prison of the Southbeak tribe dwarves." Jack's footsteps echoed clearly on the dry ground. He was holding a torch and leading the way through the dark tunnel. Alex suddenly laughed loudly and said, "A merchant, a butler, a warrior, and even a mage. Our team is quite complete now." Jack also laughed along. "That's right, me too." Dur asked, "Really?" The golden dragon chuckled and interjected, "Ho ho ho, it must be because of me." Dur agreed nonchalantly. "Ah, I see." Suddenly he asked his butler, "Alex, when did you get that poison you gave me?" Alex replied with a proud laugh, "Who do you think I am? I got it right from the first dragon I caught." Dur asked again, "Is that true for the dragons caught recently too?" Alex replied, "No, there's no need to get it from all of them, is there? I've already collected about 4 or 5 samples since I was in Jorich's." So you haven't gotten any recently? Alex asked. Yes, why? The golden dragon, who was behind them, heard all their conversation. Dur rested his chin in his hand and replied vaguely, no, just asking. Suddenly Jack spoke. Lord Dur, he said cautiously. Until now I've just silently followed your orders, Lord Dur. If you tell me to do it, I'll do it. Perhaps there are things a low-ranking soldier like me shouldn't know. But in fact Jack thought Alex and Dur were D-grade hunters. Seeing his hesitation, Dur urged him, what is it? If you have something to say, just say it honestly. Jack didn't dare look at him and asked, what exactly are we looking for? Dur replied, I explained it roughly when we left, didn't I? Corrupted dragons are dealing with demons. We are tracking everything related to that. Jack asked again, is this related to the dragon that attacked the village on the day I first met you, Lord Dur? Dur nodded and replied, yes, that dragon was also infected with demon poison. Suddenly Jack shouted excitedly, I knew it. Dur looked at him curiously as he furiously clutched his bag strap. Jack poured out his true feelings. At that time, Mr. Tony next door and my little sister downstairs, many people were hurt. There was a peace treaty between dragons and humans, so why did they suddenly attack humans? I thought it was strange. It was because of the demons after all. Why can't they stop plunging this world into continuous suffering? Why don't the gods punish them? They are truly terrible beings. Dur looked elsewhere and replied nonchalantly. Yes, that's right, Jack said excitedly. This incident involves both dragons and demons, and it's on an unimaginably grand scale. I kept thinking about it. Do the three of you know, perhaps even including the golden dragon, need me? Is it to hide everyone's identity? To carry out this massive mission secretly by disguising yourselves as a low-ranking team? After speaking, Jack laughed awkwardly again and said, I'm sorry, it was too harsh a statement. Dur spoke. Hey, Jack glanced at him beside him. He didn't look at Jack and explained nonchalantly. Live your own life, I won't interfere. Jack was a little confused. Interfere, you mean? Dur stopped him from asking further. He said again, someday, perhaps in the near future, even if you feel you've been deceived, just ignore it and live your life as you always have. These words might be something Jack would remember forever. Jack replied with an awkward laugh. Of course, how could I dare? With all that Lord Dur has done for me until now, I don't think I could ever repay that kindness in my lifetime. So what I mean is, Dur's face still showed no change in expression. He trailed off, just saying you'll find out later. Jack was confused but still replied, yes. The golden dragon just silently looked elsewhere. A continuous buzzing sound came from the twisted metal pipes embedded in the cliff. The four people continued to move inside the tunnel. Jack walked burdened with luggage, panting. They walked for a long time, but the formation remained unchanged. Only Jack's breathing grew heavier. The slope changed to a gentle incline. He was still leading the way up. Following him, Alex was also panting, carrying Dur on his back. Finally, the golden dragon flew behind them, her feet not touching the ground after walking for a long time again. The marching order was still the same, but Jack and Alex were panting like exhausted dogs while Dur and the golden dragon still casually followed behind. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Jack dropped his torch and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Dur shouted angrily at the panting Alex. Hey, how much further do we have to go? We've walked for ages and I haven't seen even an ant. Alex's face was drenched in sweat. He replied, I don't know either. Dwarves dig underground all day, so it's easy to get lost even in their own kingdom. Some say it's 1,000 times more complex than the Minotaur's labyrinth. Hearing this, Dur raised his fist as if to hit Alex. Why are you telling me now? Alex replied with an innocent expression. If I had told you in advance, you would definitely have gotten angry and tried to burn everything down. Dur sprang to his feet. You did well. I'll burn you down too. While the two were arguing, the golden dragon slowly looked around. Strange, dwarf caves are normally complex, but why isn't there a single dwarf? They had walked for a long time. Dur angrily spat fire. If I find those dwarves, I'll pluck out all their hair. Alex supported the pitiful Jack. Jack, you must have walked too long, snap out of it. But Jack was still unconscious, his face was even abnormally pale, beads of sweat dotted his forehead and he continued to pant. Alex, startled, called his name. Jack, Alex's eyes flashed and he looked ahead in horror. They had finally found the dwarves, but they were all dead, piled up in the cave and blue smoke was rising around them. This is poison. Dur was also surprised and asked him, what? Didn't dwarves have immunity to poison? The golden dragon replied calmly, if it's Darrow's poison, that's a different story. Hearing this, Alex secretly glanced at her. The sight of the mass poisoning of dwarves was truly horrifying. Dur muttered, what on earth is going on? The golden dragon reminded him. First, we need to save Jack. She cast a spell towards Jack with her finger and Jack shouted in surprise. Gwa? The golden dragon smiled kindly at him and said, you'll be fine in a moment. Jack hastily replied, thank you. Alex looked at the golden dragon meaningfully and said, magic that grants immunity to poison, even Darrows would have known you were no ordinary mage. The golden dragon still pretended not to know and replied, oh my, you flatter me too much? Suddenly the tunnel wall next to them exploded from something. A group of dwarves wearing gas masks and carrying large hammers approached. It's you then, Jack, holding his sword and shield, asked. Who are you? The dwarf leader asked angrily. You're the demons who are poisoning this entire Southpeak tribe, aren't you? Dur replied boredly, crossing his arms. Yes. Yeah, and what if I say I did? The dwarf immediately replied. We will kill you. Dur then asked another question. Then what if I say I didn't? The dwarf was still focused. He replied, then what are you doing here? If you're not a fool, you'd obviously choose the latter. Dur slowly stated, then we didn't do such a thing. Another dwarf beside him whispered in the leader's ear, see, I told you it wasn't them. It's because of the 24-hour zone. Hearing that, the leader's speech faltered. Then what are you doing here? Der didn't answer but countered, what's this 24-hour zone, and if I say I didn't do it, will you believe me? The man beside him continued to whisper in the leader's ear. I kept insisting that the poison came from the 24-hour zone. But the leader only focused on Der's words. What? So you're lying, Der countered. What if I am lying? Then he asked the man beside him again. Then what exactly is this 24-hour zone? The leader shouted, if it's a lie, I'll kill you. The man beside him still whispered, there's a sacred gate called the 24-hour zone. Der continued to exchange words with the two fools. What if I'm telling the truth? A gate? What does that gate have to do with the poison? The two dwarves shouted simultaneously but said different things. Then what are you doing here? The people of the South Beak tribe touched that gate. At this foolish conversation, the golden dragon finally lost her patience and blasted all three of them away. Speak one at a time, you imbeciles. The leader calmly sat up and re-explained the situation. We are from the West Beak tribe. We heard something happened in the South Beak tribe and quickly sent people to investigate. When we arrived, there was poison everywhere. Everyone was dead, and while searching for the cause, we met you all. Der nodded. That makes sense. We also came looking for the source of this poison but found everyone dead. Damn it, Der said, intrigued. The culprit behind this keeps escaping every time I think I've caught them. The trail has gone cold. He asked everyone. Where should we go now? Jack interjected. What is the gate you just mentioned? Is it related to the poison? The dwarf replied, startled. There's an ancient gate in the 24-hour zone tunnel of the South Beak tribe that was discovered 30 centuries ago. This gate is made of a rare type of mineral, and it's a mysterious gate that cannot be opened by any means. No one knows what's inside. It might be a god or a sealed demon. But recently, I heard that the Southerners started using a lot of explosives recklessly to break open that gate. All the other tribes tried to stop them, but they continued. So they were cursed. A curse from the sacred gate. The dwarf grew even more indignant. In fact, the miners working in the 24-hour zone kept dying, but because they didn't stop, the sacred gate got angry and wiped out those foolish South Beak tribe dwarves with a poison that can kill even dwarves. The man beside him reminded him, what are you saying? You believe in such superstitions? A person in black clothes with gems on their lips released this poison. We need to catch that guy. But the dwarf still stubbornly said, humans cannot create this kind of poison. This is a curse from the sacred gate. The golden dragon, grasping the core point, was surprised. A person in black clothes with gems on their lips? Der also realized the person being mentioned was Jun. She quickly asked, tell me more about that person. The hat-wearing dwarf replied, recently, there's been a rumor that a person in black clothes with gems on their lips appeared in the 24-hour zone. That is a sacred space, not a place just anyone can enter. For a human to trespass there, they must be the one who spread the poison. We have a lead. Der stomped his foot and commanded, let's go. He told the dwarves. Lead us to the 24-hour zone. All clues point there. The leader replied, a poison there is too strong for even our gas masks to withstand. We will give you a map instead. A dark, long tunnel with blue poisonous gas floating everywhere. This time the golden dragon led the way, and Jack gasped, crawling behind the line. The dragon god illuminated part of the tunnel with the light in her hand, but the front was still pitch black and the concentration of poisonous gas increased. She thought to herself, the closer we get to the 24-hour zone, the stronger the poison. Even a poison dragon couldn't endure this. What incredible detoxification abilities. It's as if there's something to hide. Rick suddenly collapsed to the ground. His knees hit the ground with a thud and he couldn't hold on any longer. Jack gasped, his hands on the ground. The golden dragon looked back to check on Jack's condition. Lean back comfortably. She thought to herself, it is indeed Darrow's poison. Even with my magic, it's hard to overcome, let alone in a human body. She smiled at Jack and said, you've worked hard. From now on we'll handle it. Rick, go back to where the dwarves were. It's dangerous, so you can't continue. Jack's face was already pale and drenched in sweat, but he forced a smile and replied, I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. As expected, a C-rank mission isn't easy even with a team. Der asked Jack, do you know the way? Jack replied. Yes, so the three continued forward. Rick rested there for a while, but it was unclear if this dense poisonous gas would weaken him. Eventually they arrived at the place where the dwarves had died. The golden dragon raised her light high and said, here it is, the 24-hour zone. Dwarves lay scattered everywhere. Der looked ahead, his expression hardening, and asked, what is that? In front of them stood something enormous. Whether a gate or a machine, it was hard to tell. Its design was very intricate and complex. The golden dragon marveled at the sight before her. The dwarves were hiding something like this. It couldn't have been easy to hide, could it? Der asked her, curious. What is it? The divine dragon replied. I don't know either. Der became even more confused. Then why did you say it was difficult? Because they don't know. The conversation fell silent, and Jack stared at the dragon before him with surprised eyes. Wait, she doesn't know about that gate, a gate discovered 30 centuries ago, and this dragon who has lived for over 665 centuries doesn't know about it? Suddenly, he spotted a human shadow flashing past the entrance of a cave in the cliff. He seemed to know he had been discovered and immediately turned and fled. Der shouted, he's escaping. He commanded Alex beside him to catch him. Alex clearly replied. He put down his luggage and immediately leapt into the cave. Jack asked, is that guy the mastermind behind all this? Finally, clues were gradually emerging, but he suddenly stopped and looked at the golden dragon. The divine dragon gently touched the surface of the metal block, and her eyes sparkled as if remembering something. Below this metal block they truly seemed like ordinary small beings. They asked, if even someone like you who has lived for over 665 centuries doesn't know, then is it a relic from a previous era? He speculated, then immediately denied. It couldn't be the Silver Age, could it? I learned when I was young that there was another world before this one began, the Golden Dragon replied with a smile. It's the era before that. At this answer, Jack was startled. His eyes widened in disbelief and he said, You mean the Gold Age? The Golden Dragon replied. Yes, before vampires and demons even appeared. It was an era when only humans ruled this world. They traveled across the sea of stars beyond the heavens with great flames, exploring places they thought impossible. But it didn't last long. Eventually, the first world, which challenged the gods, perished in some way. That was the Gold Age. To talk about the Gold Age, we must start from the very beginning, the first world. The Lord created heaven and earth and placed humans there. The Lord was very pleased, and they even created the masters of the world. Humanity reigned supreme in the food chain. Like all other races, humanity had male and female sexes to sustain and flourish their race. The most prosperous era they achieved was the Gold Age. Even without magic, they could converse with people on the other side of the world. The Tower of Achievement rose infinitely until it reached the heavens. They possessed the power to leave this world and cross the sea of stars to conquer other planets. The level of scientific and technological advancement was truly immense, but in the end they destroyed themselves with the weapons they themselves created. The achievements of an era instantly turned to ashes. Everything was stained with the red of destruction. Fire scorched the land, boiling the earth. Even all the seawater evaporated. War plunged the world into darkness. The sea covered the sky, raining toxic rain for 1,000 days. All life disappeared as a result. The Lord was deeply saddened by that event. The era the Lord loved most thus perished in foolishness. The Golden Dragon looked at him with the serene eyes of an experienced person. Jack seemed quite surprised by that story. A new sky of knowledge unfolded. But out of love, the Lord created humans again. And the Lord took away the technology and science that had destroyed humanity, giving them magic instead. Just like the Gold Age, humans possessed magic and quickly built a brilliant magical civilization. That was the second world, the Silver Age. To manipulate water, fire, and earth at will with a single small staff, to float countless materials in the sky, to turn silver seas into gold, to create rain and wind, to revive the dead, it was truly a powerful force. But even that beautiful civilization didn't last long. Conflicts erupted between various factions. The elemental war was inevitable. Fire and ice opposing each other clashed, and the third force was dark magic, full of death. The balance was broken over the ownership of the magic stone, the source of magic. A war that lasted 500 years destroyed them once again. The Lord, having witnessed all those processes of destruction, was once again saddened. The Golden Dragon's eyes were still very calm. And finally, in the current world, the age of chaos, our world, demons and dragons were born. The Lord still seems to hold on to hope. The Lord created the world once again, but this time only gave humans the simple and unremarkable continent of Hos. But underground dwarves dug tunnels and made them their territory. You demons nested in training grounds which are still remnants of the Gold Age. And finally, beyond the boundary of the Age of Magic and the Age of Dark War where I was born is where the dragon race rules. The Lord created the current world by combining the characteristics of the previous two worlds. Dur listened and replied, Right. I learned such things when I was young before being trapped in an eggshell. I hardly paid attention then, but thinking about it now, it's really an unbelievable story. The divine dragon looked at him with curious eyes. Dur continued, The Gold Age lasted only 80 centuries before perishing, and the Silver Age was even shorter, lasting only 20 centuries before being destroyed. In the end, the current age of chaos, though the most dangerous for humans, has allowed humans to endure the longest, instead of being unable to cross the sea of stars and losing the power to control everything with magic. They are not as strong as before, but their survival ability is the highest. The Golden Dragon laughed and replied, Then perhaps it's a good thing. Humans are foolish beings. It's precisely their foolishness that has brought tears to the great Creator's eyes time and again, the Golden Dragon said. The jar of stars. Jack didn't understand what she was referring to, until she pointed at the gigantic mass inside the cave. This is it. People call this the jar of stars. Here's some basic information. The hardness of the intricate metal surrounding it is 3 times stronger than diamond. Just a few millimeters thick can prevent all physical and chemical damage. With this colossal spaceship, humanity left this world, crossed the sea of stars, and conquered other planets. The Golden Dragon looked at it as if peering into the past. This is the pinnacle of technology created by humanity during the most glorious period of the Gold Age. Now only the Lord and the angels can control it. Beings like us cannot touch it. It's a forbidden zone. As soon as she finished speaking, Dur withdrew his hand, assumed a stance, and punched. The force was so strong that the Golden Dragon beside him was also thrown sideways. Gak, she tumbled like desert dust from the sudden attack. After stopping, the dragon god angrily shouted, Hey, what are you doing? To test the Golden Dragon's words, Dur unhesitatingly punched the metal wall, but not a single scratch appeared. Ka, is it truly indestructible? How annoying. The divine dragon leapt up and said, What if it really broke, you fool? Those words seemed to provoke Jack's stubborn nature even more. He replied gruffly, Don't annoy me any further. Can't you go over to that corner? I'll open this. The Golden Dragon approached and pushed him aside. If you don't know anything, move aside. I'll open it. She fumbled along the blank surface and then suddenly exclaimed, Found it. As expected, it was here. but no matter how hard Dur stared as if his eyes would pop out, he saw nothing. The divine dragon pressed a spot on the gate and immediately a control panel appeared. It was a very intricately hidden control panel. The golden dragon tapped the control panel a few times. The way she operated it so skillfully was completely unfamiliar to Dur. He asked, astonished, "Are the light patterns on the slab magic?" "What are you doing?" the golden dragon replied. "Operating the panel." "I'm restoring the program." Dur asked what kind of program it was. The golden dragon replied that it was Gold Age technology. Behind this slab, gigantic lightning bolts were connected, creating magical effects. Currently, this technology was lost. The golden dragon seemed quite regretful about it. Her hands still moved skillfully over the control panel. Dur asked out of curiosity, "Do you know everything?" The golden dragon replied. "I only know the basics. I don't understand the principle, but I learned how to decipher it." Hearing that, Dur was astonished. "Learned it? From whom? Did you meet a Gold Age race?" Hearing this, the golden dragon was silent for a moment before saying, "Though the Gold Age and Silver Age both perished, the legacies of each era didn't completely disappear. I think you demons inherited the legacy of the Gold Age. Seeing how the demon realm worships fire and dominates the world with power, it aligns with that ideology." Dur asked out of curiosity, "The Jar of Stars or programs like that?" "I don't know anything about them," the golden dragon replied mysteriously. "Perhaps someday you'll create them." Dur looked up at the giant mysterious object before him, contemplating, then asked again, "Then did you dragons inherit the legacy of the Silver Age?" The golden dragon replied, "That's right, we dragons live by magic. Without magic we probably couldn't even fly." Dur was astonished as if he had discovered a huge secret. "What? Don't fly with wings?" the golden dragon replied mockingly. "Have you ever seen a bird that big? There are even wingless dragons," Dur exclaimed. "Wow, I didn't know that." Strange Gold Age language flowed from the control panel. A circular image appeared on it. The golden dragon exclaimed, "Decryption complete." The huge heavy door opened up and down and the two peered inside curiously. What unfolded before their eyes was a room of white metal with a unique design straight out of a science fiction movie. Dur exclaimed, "What is this? What a bizarre ship." The golden dragon pushed him aside and interjected, "If you're not going in, move." Dur said, "Hey, this is a Gold Age relic. Won't there be trouble if we just go in carelessly?" the golden dragon said indifferently. "It's fine, it's probably nothing," Dur retorted. "How do you know?" The golden dragon went straight to the highest point and replied as if scolding a fool, "It says dried food storage on the floor. What are you afraid of, you coward?" As soon as Dur stepped inside, he noticed the large letters on the floor. He stomped his foot heavily and said, "Food preserved for 1,000 centuries? Then there might be some kind of monster in here. Come out, I'll take care of them all." The golden dragon ignored him and operated something on the central control panel. A projection screen with complex diagrams appeared. The golden dragon's eyes were fixed on it, and she muttered, reading names like Keter bin Ahad. "This is Malkuth." Dur saw it and approached curiously, asking, "What's that now?" The golden dragon replied, "It's one of 10 last Gold Age spaceships humanity built to escape this planet just before its demise." The map displayed on the screen was the Sephirothic Tree Root Project. The golden dragon's eyes were filled with light, clearly showing admiration. "The entire ship is trapped here. This chunk seems to be the food storage of those ships. It looks like they were in too much of a hurry to fly off and were left behind here," she speculated. "This has nothing to do with the poison. It's probably a place the dwarves value, so people rarely come here. They must have chosen this place to trade mycelia, thinking no one would come here." Suspicion arose in Dur's eyes. He asked, "Who the hell are you?" The golden dragon, without turning back, laughed and replied, "Ha, people in my position usually have many secrets." Dur said, "I thought you were a pretty powerful being as a demon king, but you really don't know much. As expected, your current body is just cannon fodder for war." The golden dragon glanced at him and replied, "Are you upset?" But then she turned away indifferently and said, "Never mind, such useless things have no value. Even the demon king abandoned it, so what meaning do other things have? I need to quickly meet Alex and catch the guy who just ran away. I need to punish him right now." But she hadn't taken many steps when a laser beam suddenly shot directly at Dur from the ceiling. Fortunately, he narrowly dodged it, but the golden dragon was also startled. Dur looked at his punctured hand and exclaimed in horror, "My hand is pierced." Dur's brightly shining eyes looked up at the ceiling. A spider robot was watching him there. Dur exclaimed, "What is this? I don't feel any presence at all," the golden dragon said. "He's not a living being. He has no magic. That metal lump is a robot, a Gold Age golem." Tentacles stretched out and the red-hot muzzle was still smoking after the recent shot. Hearing the golden dragon's words, the smile on Dur's lips twisted. "A robot," the golden dragon explained easily again. "It's a Gold Age golem. It seems to be the guardian of this place." Before she could finish speaking, the robot's muzzle glowed red again. Seeing this, the golden dragon quickly pushed Dur back and simultaneously created a magic shield. "Watch out." A cold red laser was fired at them. Tremendous destructive power. The golden dragon held up her shield and endured with her whole body. But the power was so strong that the two were pushed back. Dur, his blood boiling, shouted at the robot, "You're not the only one who can shoot." A stream of power also shot out from his red eyes. After firing, the robot's muzzle softened and it detected Dur's attack. A defense mechanism activated and a red transparent shield turned on. Dur's attack hit the shield and was bounced off in several directions. A vibrating explosion echoed. Dur's eyes still glowed red. Seeing no damage, Dur became even more furious. He exclaimed, "It blocked it, then I'll shoot harder." He gathered strength in his mouth, preparing to fire again. Seeing this, the golden dragon quickly covered Dur's muzzle. "Don't shoot." "MMPH." Dur turned around annoyed and asked, "Why?" The golden dragon said, "Didn't you hear? This is a Gold Age ruin. Are you trying to blow up this entire place?" Dur replied bravely, "If you're scared, hide behind me. I won't let you die." "It's not that. This spaceship is a nuclear energy-powered ship that flies in the sky," he asked, unable to understand. "What's nuclear energy?" "Of course, if you pull the trigger, the entire reactor will blow up." "Bro," the golden dragon had no choice but to be brief. She told him to just listen for now, as there was no time to explain. "Are you trying to destroy this entire world?" While they were arguing, the robot jumped down from the ceiling. It landed next to them without a care. Each tentacle was equipped with a weapon. A sharp leg was raised and swung at Dur. Flexible legs and tentacles continuously sliced at Dur. The two had to constantly retreat and dodge. Dur exclaimed, "Damn it, this guy is serious." For self-defense and out of annoyance, Dur threw a punch in retaliation. "Die!" Purple magic flashed and the powerful punch sent the golden dragon flying sideways again. Robot Argon still blocked it with its shield. Of course this time too, Dur couldn't even damage a single screw on the robot. His face stiffened and he said in disbelief, "This blocked it too, this spaceship too, what the hell are these things?" Instead of answering his question, the robot continued to hit him several more times. Dur quickly leapt high to evade. As he leapt, Dur simultaneously summoned two void chains. The chains sprang out and firmly bound the robot's limbs, making it unable to move. One of the robot's tentacles suddenly raised and in the blink of an eye transformed into a sharp laser sword. The robot swung the sword as if dancing, turning all the chains into scrap metal from hell. Dur shouted in annoyance, "This doesn't work either." The robot continued to raise several arms. As its flat muzzles opened, infrared light, as if emanating from the depths of hell, was fired. Dur turned his body and fled, exclaiming, "What should I do? This is really annoying. Damn it, I can't take it anymore." He filled his lungs with all his might and his cheeks puffed up. "Everyone die!" As Dur opened his mouth and exhaled, immense power was about to erupt simultaneously. But golden silk ribbons flew unexpectedly. They bound Dur's muzzle tightly like a wrap, and the bullet that had reached his mouth couldn't be fired. The golden dragon below exclaimed in surprise, Hey, are you crazy? If you had shot wrong, this entire place would have exploded," Dur replied stubbornly. "I don't care, it's fine if everything explodes, only this guy needs to die." The golden dragon jumped up and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Rick and the others are still somewhere in this cave. Are you going to kill them all?" Dur replied without thinking. Yeah, those weaklings are no help anyway," the golden dragon said exasperatedly. "Tisk, look at your personality." Dur turned his body and leapt to another spot. The place where he had stood exploded due to the robot's bullets. "It's not me, this guy will destroy everything." The attack range was wide, so the golden dragon also had to leap to evade. "I have to stop that guy." Dur asked, "How the hell do I do that?" "I can't help it, I don't know. I'm still thinking." The robot didn't even allow them to rest, continuously firing something from its chest. They were elongated warheads with tracking devices. They flew chaotically around the room, and each warhead was equipped with a laser muzzle. As they flew, they fired bullets crazily, a quite artistic sight. Dur exclaimed, "You're really funny," and quickly leapt, tilting his body to evade the fierce barrage of gunfire. The golden dragon covered her head and exclaimed, This is too chaotic." Dur was annoyed, and his two eyes glowed red, losing the ability to speak. Suddenly he remembered the day he fought the dragons and the golden dragon. Something yellow had blocked all his attacks. Those silk ribbons had absorbed all of Dur's magic and secretly swallowed it. Dur's pupils constricted as if he had realized something. "That's it, that's exactly it." He quickly turned to the golden dragon and said, "You blocked all my magic with that cloth last time." The golden dragon, dodging bullets, asked, unable to understand, "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Dur tilted his body, dodging a passing bullet, and said, "Use your power. Wrap this entire place with that cloth." The golden dragon looked at him, unable to understand. At the same time, the robot suddenly leapt, its legs no different from chicken feet. The robot, holding weapons, charged at Dur. He flew backward, retreating, and said to the golden dragon, "Wrap this place like a wall to protect the people outside and completely isolate just us inside your space." Only then did she seem to realize and reply, I understand." The dragon god immediately flew up, and behind her, immense yellow silk ribbons poured out. With a single gesture, she manipulated them to wrap around the two and the robot. Dur puffed out his cheeks and before attacking, kindly reminded his enemy, "Hey, Metal Can, why don't you put up your shield too?" But before the robot could do anything, Dur opened his mouth and exhaled a shrimp paste-colored breath at the robot. "Take this, Demon King's breath." The robot turned on its shield, but this was nothing more than taffy in the face of Dur's immense power. It shattered with a single breath. The cave was as quiet as when they first arrived. However, a huge yellow object, no longer emitting purple light, protruded from the spaceship's entrance. The golden dragon slowly retracted her silk ribbons. The robot lay quietly on the floor, burned black. Dur dusted off his hands and said, "Done." Suddenly, Alex's voice echoed in his head. "Master, I've caught him." Hearing the news, he said to the golden dragon, "Alex caught him. Let's go quickly." The golden dragon replied, "You go first. I'll interrogate him and then go. I need to clean up this place before I go. There are a few things I need to check. I have to hurry." Hearing that, Dur silently looked at her. In the end, he replied, "Come quickly." Elsewhere, Alex was casually walking out of the tunnel. He used his tentacles to reach out towards the suspect. "Whoever you are, give up." Otherwise you'll die a very painful death. The suspect was firmly pinned to the ground by Alex's tentacles, unable to move. Suddenly, Dur's voice echoed, "Hello." Alex turned to him. "You're here?" "Wow." Dur dodged Alex's tentacles and approached. He smiled brightly, went up to the guy and said, "Finally we'll know the true face of the mastermind." Cough, cough. The guy kept coughing nervously. Heh. Dur raised his hand and took off the guy's cloak. The guy nervously clenched his teeth as the cloak was removed. The moment he saw Dur, the guy immediately said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Dur was also surprised to see his face. Viscount Kim Hong, a transformation mage. "What are you doing here? Not in the demon realm." He hurriedly bowed his head and replied, I was just following Duke Slaughter's orders. Duke Slaughter ordered everyone to keep it a secret." Dur raised his voice and asked. Demonic energy began to spew from his red eyes. "Orders? What kind? Tell me everything. Otherwise I won't let you off." Viscount Kim Hong immediately replied, "Corrupting heroes, instigating dragon revolts and breaking the alliance between both sides in the 66th Great War. This is a grand plan. So when I was carrying out that mission, I transformed into a dwarf to trade some of Lord Darrow's mycelium with some extremist dragons. I was discovered by the dwarves, had to release the poison and hide, waiting for my next orders." Deus and Alex froze at this answer. He asked, "Did I give such an order? Did Darrow's plan everything himself?" Viscount Kim Hong still had his head bowed, sweating profusely. "It's because the Demon King left the demon realm and said I had to do everything I wanted. But for some reason, no matter how many telegrams I sent, there was no reply. I've been waiting here indefinitely." Deus said, "Of course not. Darrow's is dead. He suddenly committed suicide." Hearing this, Viscount Kim Hong looked up at him in a fury. He hastily explained, "That can't be. Lord Darrow's would never do such a thing. Your Majesty must have been deceived by someone." Deus pouted his lips and replied, "That's why we came here too, because we want to know the truth. I thought you would have the answer, but you know even less than we do." Viscount Kim Hong lowered his head again and muttered, "Then it can only be that guy, in fact. Besides Lord Darrow's, there's one more person involved in this plan. I always suspected that guy." Then he raised his head and said, spitting in a rage, "The one who first proposed this plan was the only dragon who met Lord Darrow's directly, the leader of the extremist faction. That guy. He must have done something sinister." Deus replied, "The leader of the extremist faction? You mean Juno? That guy's already been captured." But Kim Hong's answer was even more shocking. He denied Juno, saying, "It's not that person, Your Majesty. The true leader of the hardliners always stayed hidden, so even they don't know the white dragon." At this answer, Deus was once again shocked. Another hidden figure had been revealed. Kim Hong replied with a voice full of conviction, "That guy definitely said that back then." He recalled his meeting with the white dragon. She approached and asked, "Are you Viscount Kim Hong?" Kim Hong replied angrily, "You dare to seek me out, a dragon? What is it? What's your scheme?" The white dragon's face was covered by a cloak, only the corners of her lips casually smiling. "Ha?" The white dragon approached and whispered into Kim Hong's ear. "Listen carefully. I have a very good idea. In the 66th Great War, let the dragons and the demon realm cooperate to wipe out the despicable humans from this world. So let me meet Darrow's." When the white dragon came to Viscount Kim Hong, she whispered into his ear. "Listen carefully." Each word resonated chillingly in Kim Hong's ear. "I have a very good idea. Let's get rid of all the garbage humans. In the 66th Great War, the dragons and the demon realm will join forces to sweep away the humans. So let me meet Loss." Deus, having heard Kim Hong's statement, asked again, "So?" Kim Hong answered honestly, "I reported it to Lord Darrow's, and not long after, he met the white dragon alone in secret. I don't know what they said after he returned. He ordered me to transform into a dwarf and deliver the mycelium poison to the Four Seasons Society members. He told me that no one, except the white dragon, should know that the demon realm was involved in this plan." Deus asked menacingly, "Then what about the other mycelium poison?" Deus said part of the truth to probe him. "Recently I caught one of the Four Seasons Society members, and their mycelium poison was slightly different from Darrow's. Where did that come from?" Hearing this, Kim Hong was surprised. He replied as if innocent, "That can't be. Recently they definitely didn't take any mycelium poison. But there can't be any other mycelium poison. Mycelium is the demon realm's top drug manufacturing technology. No one can imitate it." Suddenly, the golden dragon appeared and asked, "So the conclusion is you don't know much either." In the end, the mastermind behind the Four Seasons Society was their hidden leader, someone even the extremist faction found hard to locate. "Then what about the rest of the Four Seasons Society members? How do we find them?" Deus was also surprised and turned to look at her. "I mean, the appearance of the fourth person seemed to surprise Kim Hong." Who is this person?" Deus replied nonchalantly. "Don't mind her. She's a member of my team." Hearing this, he hastily said, "Your Majesty's team member? My apologies." Returning to the main topic, Kim Hong said, "I know their hiding place. It's truly an unexpected gain. Initially, when they had difficulty controlling the mycelium poison, I went to their hideout to help them. Agayasta Canyon. That's their base." There was no trace of a lie on Kim Hong's face, and he probably wouldn't dare to. Deus asked, "Agayasta Canyon, where is that?" The divine dragon who was beside him replied as if bursting with what she had been holding in, "It's the tomb of the early dragons. It's a very sacred place for dragons, so no one can enter it easily. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. That place is on the other side. If we had passed through there, we could have gotten clues from Jorich's." But Deus turned back and replied, "And let's go home now." The divine dragon asked him, Agai asked a canyon. Deus shrugged and replied, "It's the same direction anyway, let's go home, rest a bit, and prepare thoroughly before we leave. I'm going to eat a bowl of ramen and sleep at home." At these words, the divine dragon was a little annoyed. "What rest? We have to go right now." Deus turned and said, "Don't you remember when we came here we didn't know there was poison and Jack almost died? Their base will definitely be much more dangerous. From now on there will be no adventures that Jack's level can't even imagine. We have to let him rest." The divine dragon was slightly surprised by his consideration for others. "What, is Jack your mother or something?" Deus shouted. "Do you want to die?" Suddenly Alex stopped him. "Master," he pointed to the guy stuck in the wall and asked, "Then what should we do with Viscount Kim Hong?" Deus said humanely, "You've worked hard. You can go back now. Go, live your own way. You're free from now on." The matter passed like that. 7 hours later, Jorich's village. It was now night. The moon hung overhead. The golden dragon slammed her beer glass onto the table with a clatter. "Ah," she said to the owner, "you've worked hard today too. Jack, give me another one." Seeing her staggering, he said, "That's enough now. You've had too much to drink. It's bad for your health if you drink more." The divine dragon waved her hand. "It's fine. Those brats made me so angry. Jack, you wouldn't understand a parent's heart. Oh, I guess you didn't know I have children." No, Deus, eating ramen beside her, said, "Jack, just do as she says. She's just messing up her own body anyway. Besides, you can sell alcohol, right? Isn't that good? If she gets drunk, mess with the bill a bit." Jack could only laugh at those words. "Ha, Lord Deus, really?" Alex approached mysteriously and said, "Do as you wish, my lord. Tonight a little Deus might even be born." Rick's face turned beet red at those words. What? Deus of course heard Alex's words. He messed up Alex with magic and warned him, "Don't talk nonsense." Alex reluctantly replied, "I'm sorry." Alex held his crushed head and silently shed tears. Deus turned and ate his ramen, asking Rick, "By the way, how was your siblings' trip?" Jack replied emotionally, "Thanks to Lord Deus, the children left safely. Thank you." Deus asked again, "How old are those children?" Jack replied with a proud smile, "My younger sister is 15 and my younger brother is 9. Deus asked, 9 years old and going to a boarding school? Yes. Famous families send their children to boarding schools for intensive education from elementary school. He said to Jack as if understanding, "It must be tough. Next time something like that happens, just tell me. Don't keep it to yourself." "Yes," the drunk divine dragon beside them suddenly interrupted, grumbling, "Why are you so lenient with only Jack? You even charge me for a plate of food." Deus replied arrogantly, "Because I want to." This dragon, whose brain circuits seemed to be off, suddenly asked, "Hey, you don't like Jack, do you?" Deus replied angrily, "Are you crazy? Don't talk nonsense when you're drunk." The divine dragon leaned back on her beer glass and muttered again, No, don't fall for each other. You two can't just be normal friends." He wanted to cover her mouth, but Deus merely gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, keep going." The strange atmosphere was broken as Jack greeted an approaching customer. "Hello." Deus also turned to look at him. He approached with a disingenuous smile and introduced himself. "I am Caden, an investigator from the Holy Imperial Office." Jack was a little surprised to hear this. Holy Imperial Office?" he stammered. "Hello, I am," before he could finish speaking. Caden interrupted him. "Jack, Holy Bee, I've come to see you," he asked. "I heard you recently received a C grade, is that right? I've come to inquire about a few things regarding that." Jack replied, flustered. "Yes, is that a problem?" Caden answered. "It's nothing serious, it's just a special case. I heard that the Holy Bee family doesn't have the means to pay 5 gold coins. You suddenly received a not bad C grade in the evaluation. I have sufficient reasonable suspicion. Perhaps there's some corruption involved." Jack tried to reply calmly, "No, there's no corruption. That's something that can only be known through investigation. It's not corruption, but there's definitely something irrational." While he was saying this, Caden continued to wear an exaggerated smile. Finally, Deus spoke. "Hey you, the investigator or whatever?" Caden quickly turned and replied, "Yes, Lord Deus." He asked, a little surprised, "You know me too?" Caden smiled brightly and said, "Yes, a strange merchant who suddenly appeared and invoked the name of an ancient god. The woman fallen over there is queen, and the gentleman over there is butler Alex." Under his hat, Alex's face immediately filled with wariness. Deus was surprised for a moment, then said, "Since you know so well, that's enough. Now get lost. Don't interfere with my business." Caden replied smoothly, "Oh, then can I come as a customer? I happen to need a dagger on my travels. I lost my weapon a few days ago when the dragons were unleashed in the Holy Stuartia territory." Deus's eyes sharpened. He asked, "You were there too then?" Caden replied, "Yes, there were many others elsewhere too." His smile was quite irritating. Caden no longer beat around the bush. He asked, "Then I have a question. What was Jack's blood purity test result?" Deus replied, probing, "The report has probably been submitted, so you can check that." Caden replied, "Yes, it has been submitted. That's why I'm asking, what was the percentage?" Deus decided to feign ignorance. "I don't remember." He asked the boy again. "You don't remember either?" The kid stammered. "Oh, aye, Caden added. "Honestly, it's really hard to believe that the report states 4.2. Rick easily fell into the trap. He also agreed and replied, "That's right, it's 4.2. Seeing him fall into the trap, Caden smiled and said, "You're wrong, it was indeed a fake report. The report stated 3.62. Deus interjected. "He's a 17-year-old boy from an F-grade warrior family. He has no parents, no power, no money. If his blood purity is too high, it'll actually be harder for him to live." I lowered it a bit. "If you have a problem, go ask the person who reported it." Caden looked at him with deep eyes. "Is that so? Believe it or not, I don't care. If you understand, get out, okay?" Finishing his words, he took another mouthful of ramen. Caden smiled and replied, "There's no need to be so confrontational. I came to help Jack." Deus retorted sarcastically. I've never seen anyone who says that actually help. If you really want to help, send about 10 gold coins anonymously every month. Jack's life might change. The Divine Dragon put her hand on Deus's shoulder and reminded him. That's enough. As an investigator from the Holy Imperial Office, your authority is high. You could immediately revoke Jack's warrior qualifications here. Even the general of Jorich's village wouldn't dare treat him so casually. Caden spoke again. Still, I came today to receive fair treatment. After investigating through various channels, it seems Jack is at least a G-grade warrior and might even reach D-grade. Such cases are quite rare, especially considering he's only 17 and still in his growth phase. It's truly rare. Deus glared at him and grumbled, You're really being a nuisance. This is thanks to the expensive weapons I made. This guy's body doesn't have such abilities. Caden's voice suddenly rose. That's really strange. Deus glanced at him warily. It was that familiar probing gaze again. Caden said, interested. Most warrior guardians want their warrior's grade to go up, but you're the opposite, Deus replied cunningly. If his grade gets too high, it'll be hard for me to use him. Caden was speechless for a moment at his cunning reply. What, that's? Deus calmly looked at him and replied. As you know, Jack is a warrior with no money or power. If no one helps him, he won't even be able to participate in the grade evaluation. He can get a free evaluation when he graduates high school, right? But Jack hasn't even finished high school, so he'll definitely have to take an external evaluation and live as an F grade for the rest of his life. Caden observed him carefully, but he continued to say, conversely, I have a lot of money but no status. The fastest way to get promoted is to be a warrior's companion. Just being a little famous is enough, but if I get too famous, I'll be in the spotlight too. I don't want that. Caden's green eyes gleamed, observing his prey. He marveled, what a truly selfish mindset. Deus pressed on. Jack needs money, and I need the status of a legitimate warrior's companion. It's a win-win for both of us, isn't it? So don't interfere anymore. Caden's smile changed, and he replied, that's only a disadvantage for Jack. If he becomes a D-rank warrior, he will gain status equal to high-ranking nobles, immense support from the Imperial Palace, and opportunities to do noble work for the world and the gods. You are merely exploiting Jack. Deus suddenly asked, what if Jack's rank doesn't meet expectations? Deus pressed him. What if the evaluation result is still C rank or even lower D rank? But Caden's lips curved even further upwards. He said confidently, that won't happen. At his voice, Deus looked puzzled. Caden smiled and played his hidden card. From what I've investigated, Jack is a masked warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack's face turned pale. Caden smiled confidently, showcasing his individuality, and replied, there's no way. According to my investigation, Jack is a masked hero. At those shocking words, Jack's face turned pale. He covered his face and screamed, but no sound came out. Deus asked again. According to your investigation, it seems this guy won't let me achieve my goal easily. There's no evidence, so there's nothing definite, is there? It's just your conjecture, right? What if the test result isn't D rank or C rank? These few words flustered Caden. Deus added a few more words. Or maybe he was just lucky last time. What if the result is even lower, only F rank? Will you still treat him like a G rank or D rank? As Deus pressed him, Jack also looked worried. Caden's green eyes narrowed. If that happens, he will have to live a life befitting that rank. But that won't happen. Deus, annoyed, slammed his elbow hard on the table, sending ramen broth splattering everywhere. He asked, why? Deus looked at him provocatively. Because you investigated, so you're going to bet Jack's future and life on your investigation results? The conversation from Deus's lips drifted in another direction again. He looked at him meaningfully. You're a rich kid, aren't you? Caden replied, not understanding. What does that have to do with anything? Deus said. You think you can achieve anything if you try hard enough, right? No matter how many times you fail, if you don't give up and keep trying, you'll eventually succeed. You always think such stories are natural. That's why your generation won't make it. Caden's eyes gleamed again as he asked, are you ridiculing effort? Deus replied, I'm not ridiculing effort. It doesn't matter if you keep failing, but it's funny not to avoid difficulties with someone else's help. Deus honestly defended effort. Failure is the mother of success. Jack has lived a life where one failure could ruin him, but no, he even chose to fail for his siblings. He even lived in fear of failing even to choose that failure. Cautiously, one step at a time, slowly, everyone told Jack, don't live like that. Each time Jack would say he was sorry and continue living, ignoring those who understood nothing. So are you saying all this happened because he didn't try, didn't challenge himself to live that way? You're ignoring his current life, but how did Jack achieve this failure? What did he pay to achieve this failure? Are you going to challenge him to prove that you've done immense research? What if he fails? After speaking, Deus, feeling a little hungry, went back and slurped up a delicious mouthful of ramen. Deus chewed and said, I'll take care of Jack. You don't have to worry anymore. Order 2 bowls of ramen and leave. That's the only way you can help Jack. A chilling blue light flickered in Caden's eyes. He said, high-ranking warriors are valuable assets to humanity. Deus slurped his noodles and replied, then you should have managed them properly from the start. How can someone who can be called a D-rank warrior work as a porter or cleaner and not even go to school? Caden fell silent at Deus's sharp logic. Eventually he smiled and admitted defeat. Caden said, your resistance is stronger than I expected. I will come back later. Jack, you should also think carefully. Jack reluctantly replied, yes. Deus grumbled, I told you not to come, now goodbye. Caden turned to leave. Suddenly Deus called out to him, hey, He held up a single finger and said, "You have to take care of this before you go." Jack looked at Deus but couldn't see what he was referring to at all. A blue light flickered in Caden's eyes and he quietly looked back. A thin thread slowly appeared from Deus's index finger. The thread wrapped around Deus's body and his neck. Jack was also completely wrapped, but he seemed unable to see it. Jack asked, puzzled, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Alex's dangerous parts were also tightly tied with the thread. He chewed a piece of ramen and said, "They've been working non-stop until now." Alex's words were difficult to understand until the path of the thread became clearly visible. The thread extended to the customers happily laughing and talking in the market. They were still happily eating and talking, unaware that a blade was at their necks. And the center of the thread was Caden. He was manipulating all these weapons with the exquisite glove on his right hand, encircling the entire market. It looked like a simple accessory. He raised his right hand with a feigned smile. "I apologize, I forgot." For some reason the thread quietly disappeared from Deus's and the surrounding people's necks. The threads quickly returned to Caden, retracting as quietly as they had been deployed. All the threads were stored back in his right-hand glove. Only then did he politely bow his head and say, "Then please excuse me." Good-natured Jack replied, "Yes, thank you for coming, goodbye." Only then was Caden able to move and leave. A blue light flickered in his eyes and Caden thought as he walked, he noticed something that even a D-rank hunter couldn't see. "I need to thoroughly investigate these people." As Deus was diligently slurping his ramen, Jack suddenly called out to him. "Ah, Lord Deus," the boy said with a genuinely bright smile. "Thank you." Deus with puffed cheeks looked at his ramen and replied, "Idiot, I'm just using you too." A splendid night sky unfolded, the moon shining brightly in the center surrounded by stars. Deus's weapon shop experienced another night, but tonight was a little noisy. Deus kicked open the door holding the drunken dragon. He grumbled, "Good heavens, I told her to drink, but she really drank until she collapsed." The other two turned away, pretending not to notice. "I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. I also need to tidy up the shop," Deus shouted in annoyance. "Damn it, I'll kill them all tomorrow." Deus growled and carried the divine dragon into his pitch-black bedroom. After throwing her onto the bed like luggage. Deus sighed. "Damn it, she's heavy as hell," but the golden dragon still showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Deus panted, staring intently at her sleeping face. Deus's mind recalled the divine dragon smiling and saying, "You know, actually I was really looking forward to it. You're the first person to step down from the Demon King's throne," or when they argued, her disappointed expression. "Honestly, I let my guard down. I thought we had gotten a little closer. Don't use your power here. Immediately, all the hunters in this world and the enforcers will know that the Demon King is here," she had threatened. But that dragon still had something that could be a friend. "Under that night sky," the divine dragon had said. "Fool, just keep doing that and you'll be a little more comfortable." That vivid expression was completely different from her current defenseless sleeping face. Deus stood by the bed and looked at her with lightning speed. He suddenly transformed into a demon, raising his claws to plunge them into the divine dragon's temple. But just before touching her, Deus's claws stopped. He turned away in annoyance. This foolish bastard to be so unguarded in front of the Demon King. The divine dragon was still deeply asleep. Seemingly unaware of anything, Deus returned to the living room, which was as dark and quiet as the bedroom. He threw himself onto the sofa. "I'll just sleep here for tonight." Deus stared expressionlessly at the ceiling. There was a crystal chandelier sparkling from a few rays of light entering through the window. Deus closed his eyes and looked no more. He cursed, "Damn it, what the hell are you two trying to do?" Deus's words were answered by two rough voices from hell. "Yes, my lord. What exactly is your true intention?" Deus opened his eyes and looked not far away. Two long legs were sitting. The Nightmare King's twins spoke simultaneously. "You left without a word even at the funeral. We were truly sad. You always used to visit us when we were young. Have you forgotten everything now?" Deus's eyes gleamed. He leaned back in his chair again and asked, "Why are you here?" One of the twins asked him. "How long are you going to keep doing this?" Deus asked back casually. "Doing what?" The two spoke again. "This hero game only has 20 years left." Deus closed his eyes impatiently and said, "Stop preaching and get to the point, I'm sleepy." One of them replied, "Please do not interfere with Darrow's affairs anymore." Deus frowned and looked at her. "Don't interfere," the two spoke simultaneously. "Saoka didn't dare to say it and just asked me to say it instead." Deus's dark eyes looked ahead. "What's going on? Convince me." As soon as she finished speaking, the twins rose in unison and approached him. The two spoke simultaneously. "Persuading is our specialty." She took off her wide-brimmed hat, revealing a lace ornament covering her forehead and eyes. One went behind Deus and wrapped her arms around his neck. The other stood in front and touched Deus's clothes with slender hands. The two worked together to block Deus from front and back. They struck a very suggestive pose that should not be seen by anyone under 18. "Shall we play an interesting game for the first time in a long while, master?" Deus's red eyes dangerously looked at the opponent in front of him. "What are you two doing?" the Nightmare King replied slyly. "We are persuading our master." Before everything went beyond 18, Deus swung his arms and legs, driving away the two demons. "Damn it, I was a fool to try to talk to you seriously. Why isn't there a single decent one among the dukes? That's why you always lose to cheap bloodline soldiers." The two demons still laughed with amusement. "Hee." Deus said in annoyance, "Stop beating around the bush and speak clearly." "What happened to Darrow's?" Santina replied in her initial rough voice. "Don't you know everything, master? Why are you pretending not to know? Alex killed Darrow's." As soon as he heard those words, Deus froze, his eyes wide open. It was as if he had been hit by Son Chai's second technique. What? The answer Santina brought was completely unexpected by Deus. He asked again, Alex killed Daros, is that a conjecture or is there evidence? Santina replied, it's mostly conjecture, but all the other dukes think so too. Deus frowned and asked, what's the reason? Santina turned around and pressed Deus. We really want to ask you, Master, why did you stop Daros? Deus replied in disbelief, stopped me? Why would I do that? Santina said from behind. We know everything. You and Alex dealt with the dragons that went mad from Daros's poison. The two simultaneously pressed Deus. Why did you stop Daros from using the dragons to attack humans? Why did you order Alex to kill Daros? Is leaving the demon realm not enough for you? And now you're taking humanity's side? Deus thought to himself. This situation is really complicated. He hurried around explaining to the two. First, my business with the dragons is too complicated for you to understand, so let's skip that. On what basis are you saying I ordered Alex to kill Daros? Santina replied. Based on facts. The last person Daros met was Alex. Frankly speaking, Daros met Alex at the time he was killed. Daros' suicide is only Alex's word. No one knows how he died. As the left one finished speaking, the right one spoke again. And currently, Alex is your closest attendant, Master. Deus glanced at her and replied. Who's an attendant? He just follows me around on his own, Santina's right asked. Then you're saying it wasn't your order, Master? Deus nodded. Of course not. If so, this is troublesome, Deus asked Santina. Then have you been monitoring me and Alex ever since? She replied. Yes, but honestly, from what I've observed until now, Master seems to be living without any particular thoughts. Deus was a little embarrassed but had to admit it himself. Yeah, you're right. The one on Santina's right said, we came to explicitly ask if Alex handled everything alone, Deus asked. So Alex betrayed the demon realm, Santina replied with a cold laugh. Exactly, Deus sneered. The relationship among the 7 dukes is truly excellent, isn't it? One dies and the rest just suspect and monitor each other, Santina stated. This is because it's a rebellion against the Demon King, Deus suggested. How about we take this opportunity to completely shut down the demon realm, abandon everything? The demons adapt and live in the human world. What do you think? Santina asked. Is that what you wish for, Master? Deus replied, feigning ignorance. I was just spouting nonsense, it has no special meaning, Santina said. Please return. Deus glanced at the one on his right. Santina, as a vassal, still wanted to persuade him. Do not defy fate, please return. You are the master of billions of demons, Deus replied boredly. I've heard all that from Alex already. If you've said all you want, get out. Go investigate or fight in your own way. Do as you please. Santina did not bother to reply. She quietly put her wide-brimmed hat back on. Her feet retreated, passing through the wall and disappearing. More precisely, both of them retreated through the back wall, saying simultaneously, Then we shall meet again. Their bodies gradually faded, followed by their smiling faces. Finally, the Nightmare King twins completely disappeared behind the wall. The living room returned to its original silence, and it was now time to just get some sleep. Deus's footsteps echoed. Damn it, in the quiet of the night, the Demon King silently flew off. His destination was the demon realm. A beautiful building appeared. The surroundings were entirely filled with the red of lava. Deus placed his hand on the iron ring of the door. As he opened the door and entered, Alex looked at him in surprise. He quickly rose from his desk. What brings you to my office, Master? Deus entered with his hands in his pockets and suddenly said, I've thought deeply about this matter. He shocked Alex with a single sentence. Indeed, you killed Daros, didn't you? Alex replied with a frown. What are you talking about? How could I kill Daros? Deus said, looking straight through Alex. No matter how I think about it, Daros had no reason to commit suicide. You were the only one beside him when he died. If it wasn't suicide, then you killed him. Alex's eyes also flashed sharply. Deus summoned the Demon King's power, and his hand turned purple and his claws lengthened. It's time to tell the truth. Alex, speak quickly. Considering our long-standing bond, I will grant you a painless death. Unexpectedly, Alex knelt and bowed his head, replying, I was born in the demon realm, and I live for the demon realm, and I am ready to die for it. Although I do not like the other dukes, I would not harm them to cause a loss in the demon realm's power. If you cannot trust me, even with me always by your side, Master, though it pains me, there is nothing I can do. Alex's expression could not be seen as his head was bowed. As he raised his head, the flames of loyalty burned fiercely in his eyes. If I too were to disappear in this 66th Great War, with Daros gone and you, Master, absent, the defeat of the demon realm would be unavoidable. I absolutely cannot die here, by any means necessary. Deus carefully observed Alex's every gesture and expression, saying nothing. A few seconds of silence passed and Deus blew, returning his hand to its original state. Alex, with a bewildered expression, seemed to have taken off his hat in surprise. What? Deus crossed his arms and replied, It's your usual way of speaking after all. You passed the test. As expected, there's nothing but war in your head. Alex exploded in frustration and challenged him. Did you really come in the middle of the night just to test me, Master? If you're so idle, you should learn more about how to use magic, Deus said. You foolish bastard. Just now, Santina came and told me you killed Daros. Alex was startled by the accusation. What? Deus explained. From the perspective of the other dukes, I can understand why they'd think that. It's because of the things we've done in the past anyway. Once we catch the mastermind behind the Four Seasons Society tomorrow, everything will be revealed, Alex asked, unable to understand. Mastermind, you say? Didn't you personally deal with the golden dragon, master? Aren't you just catching the remaining ones now? It was then that Deus realized he had said the wrong thing. He muttered "oh right" to himself. Deus immediately calmly corrected his words. It was probably a simple misunderstanding, Alex asked in surprise. What? Deus replied firmly. It was merely a simple misunderstanding. Alex sprang to his feet. You killed the god of the world and you intend to pass it off as a simple mistake? Well, there's no other way, is there? Deus warned Alex. Anyway, all the other dukes suspect you. No one knows what will happen from now on. Hide carefully until I call for you. Alex's face was clearly filled with displeasure, but he still replied, understood, Deus added. And did you recheck the pathogen sample I gave you before? I also gave you another pathogen sample, Alex replied, looking at the glass bottle beside him. I am only studying that one. The one on the sample plate is the red pathogen you gave me, master. It is clearly different from Darrow's. Deus's eyes deepened. Then someone might have impersonated Darrow's, or Darrow's might have intentionally created something else while he was alive, Alex replied. I have decided to believe the first possibility. Based on my observations over 660 centuries, he is not one to seek great change, Deus said. If necessary, anything can happen. Even the Demon King who existed for 660 centuries has disappeared this time, hasn't he? Alex corrected him, saying he had not disappeared yet. Alex said seriously, Master, no matter who orchestrated this, since the pathogen is from the demon realm, it must surely be a plan by one of our comrades. I no longer wish to know, rather, the deeper we dig the more complicated everything will become. So let's stop here. Alex advised Deus to return everything to the way it was. Deus's lips twisted as if he had heard something amusing. Return to the way it was, he asked Alex back. Return and become the Demon King, follow what you've prepared. Learn the Demon King's strategy, and invade the human world and fight heroes in 20 years, Alex said. That is the Demon King's destiny, Deus asked, glancing at him. Even if the outcome of the war is already decided, Alex retorted heatedly. Master, this time it's different from 660 centuries ago. This time the demon realm will surely win, so please prepare with us for the war in 20 years. Deus's red eyes looked at Alex teasingly. He chuckled and asked, You think my aimless wandering like this is a terrible waste of time, don't you? Listen closely, Alex. Yes, master, Deus said. From now on I won't give up. One of you 6 dukes can become the Demon King, or all the demons can gather and elect a new person. Do as you wish. Exclude me. You handle the rest yourselves. But Alex immediately retorted, That cannot be. Because the demon spirits of past demon kings are still within your body, master, Deus asked playfully. Shall I return them? Alex replied. Without them, you would be nothing more than an ordinary demon, master, Deus said indifferently. Then I'll return them. Alex stared at him fiercely. You are the most powerful being in the world and everyone fears your authority and power. You are a being who can possess anything you desire, and I truly cannot understand. His voice was agitated. Why do you seek to abandon the authority you hold in your hands, master? Why do you strive with all your might to fall from the highest place? Deus stretched and yawned. Just listening to it makes me bored and sleepy. The Demon King is truly a boring existence, Alex called him. Master, Deus told him, everything you say is meaningless. If you have no intention of accepting the demon spirits, then don't nag me anymore. This investigation story is at least more interesting than the story of the Demon King who repeatedly loses for 100 years without any change, isn't it? Alex's face was distorted. It was as if an old father was helplessly watching his rebellious son, but Alex did not dare to retort. Deus turned around and left. Anyway, once we catch all those 4 Seasons Society guys tomorrow, everything will become clear. I'm leaving, he reminded Alex to hide well during this period. Because from now on you're the #1 suspect. Both their eyes glowed red as if they each had their own calculations. Deus lay sprawled on the sofa, lost in thought. He recalled the 3 he had met from the 4 Seasons Society, Darrow's, Viscount Kim Hong, especially those called heroes. The true leader of the 4 Seasons Society was the one behind all of this. Would this matter really end like this? What, but something is still left, he suddenly paused in his thoughts. Deus suddenly rose from his seat as if something had occurred to him. He connected all 3 factions, wondering if perhaps everyone was involved. Right, there's no law saying everyone can't be guilty, is there? Darrow's used the pathogen to create discord between dragons and humans, and the 4 Seasons Society spread it among their own kind. Everything proceeded exactly as Darrow's led. When the dragons attacked first, the warriors rejoiced, hunting dragons and accumulating wealth and weapons. Could all of this have been planned by someone? What if everything was interlocking like cogs for each party's benefit? He speculated. Then conversely, if there's no single core, no clue can be found, can it? What if that strange mastermind is also vague? But Deus was lost in thought again. Then why did Darrow's die, no matter how much he thought about it? This point made no sense at all. Why did that guy have to die and complicate my head like this? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, stomping his foot and cursing. Damn it. He went to the side of the bed and called the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon replied languidly. I was sleeping soundly. What's up? He raised his hand, which contained a cosmic black hole. In the quiet space, screams could be heard. Arg, help me, let me go. Arg, it hurts. Arg, arg, Yuwa. The divine dragon could not close her mouth at the sound of those screams. Please release me, please kill me. Yuwa, they were holding onto the iron bars, wailing like zombies. Let me go, please save me, please. Arg, please, give me anything, Yuwa. It's a flying monster, it's a flying monster. Inside were two members of the Four Seasons Society, Owen and Julie. Wails and jeers echoed from within the iron bars. He. A new person, come here. When will you finally release us? We've been here too long, the divine dragon sneered with a devilish personality. Is this a prison inside your body? You don't seem to care much about the prisoners' human rights, do you? Deus said. Really? I think I'm taking good care of them. They're still alive, aren't they? And even if they want to die, they can't without my permission. She looked around, curious. Where are we going? Deus said mysteriously. You'll see when we get there. There's one last thing to check before attacking the Four Seasons Society's base. Deus's footsteps quickened considerably. They stood before a door he introduced. Here, I specifically put that guy in solitary confinement, the divine dragon asked, unable to understand who it could possibly be. As the door opened, he greeted them. Been well? Still alive, are you? The divine dragon's eyes widened beyond words. Jun was the person inside the cell. She was bound by intricately entangled chains, her body barely visible. Hearing Deus's voice, she barely opened her eyes and said, Since I've come this far, just kill me. But upon seeing the divine dragon, her eyes widened even further. Deus, I want to kill you right now, but it's not over yet. The most important thing is that this person next to me vehemently opposes it, Jun said in a trembling voice. You're alive, golden dragon, she shouted, challenging her. Right. The Demon King found out about our actions, so you really abandoned us. How could you join hands with a demon and plunge us into such suffering? It's truly unbelievable. The golden dragon could not endure it any longer. Even if I side with humans, the fact that you injected poison into the bodies of your own kind's children out of hatred and tried to drive those children into human villages, that alone. You are already finished. You are no longer part of the dragon race. Jun explained. I did everything for the dragon race. My hands are already soiled. She asserted that she was not wrong. Just a few centuries ago, humans fought the demons alongside us, risking their lives, and we thought they could be good allies. But what was the result? They kill our parents, siblings, and children and wear them like ornaments whenever they get a chance. You are our mother and our god. Yet you only told us to endure. How rotten must we have become during that time? Deus laughed contemptuously. So you voluntarily sacrifice your own kind to achieve your goal? Jun supported her claim. Not only us, but everyone desires it. There simply haven't been enough incidents to justify making such a decision. The first Spark incident is something we brought into reality on their behalf. Soon, numerous enraged allies will start a war. The divine dragon's expression turned pitiful again. Jun, I understand the deep sorrow in your heart. I know you lost your beloved husband and children to humans. Your husband's claws became their blades and your child's eyes became a noble's earrings. I didn't stop you from opposing the peace treaty with humans, even when you led a larger group and pleaded with me. I listened quietly, although it may not seem like a noble dragon now. Just listening isn't enough. She seemed to have gone mad. Our mother, our divine being, golden dragon, noble divine dragon, why did you make an agreement with humans? They are so greedy. Somewhere right now they are still coveting the bodies of our dragon race. Today they will use my flesh as a shield, and tomorrow they will make a sword from my husband's right arm bone. And the day after that they will use those weapons to harm our children again. Until the last dragon is gone. Jun's eyes were clouded. They are just demons, so why did you make an agreement with them, divine being? The divine dragon turned without answering. Let's go back. The two quickly exited the special prison. Just then a scream was heard. Help me, child. Deus was impressed. It's like they say, if you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. This won't do, he scoffed. Are your children the embodiment of rage? The divine dragon froze, appearing dazed with disappointment. Deus said as if comforting her. They probably just wanted revenge on humans, no other motive. It's nothing special. The Four Seasons Society in their way, the demons in their way, and the heroes in their way. They're probably just doing what each wants. Rather than following some great plan, perhaps they just lived in their respective places and gradually became monsters, the golden dragon suddenly asked. Humans, truly disgusting. Don't you hate humans? He paused, startled by the question, then walked away first. Enough nonsense, let's just go to sleep quickly. The Demon King's eye was clear in the red sky. You fool, if you want to win, you have to leave early tomorrow morning. Surely everything will end tomorrow, the divine dragon agreed. Yes, in the darkness. Jack was still fast asleep on his straw bed. Alex was gazing at the sky of the demon realm. The golden dragon had turned over. It was unclear if she was asleep or awake. Deus was not sleeping but deep in thought about something. The star-filled sky seemed to say that this peace would not last long. The scene shifted. Footsteps echoed on water and a priest offered a greeting. Long time no see, Sir Caden. Was your journey smooth? He chuckled. Ha, seasickness is no joke. Indeed, night flights are not easy. The place they were talking about was the Holy Imperial Palace, the world's only sanctuary. The man who had just spoken said meaningfully, he is waiting. Please come in quickly. Caden bowed respectfully. May glory fill the Holy Imperial Palace, and may the two archangels bless him. The Holy Emperor sat majestically and said, I have heard the story. Report in detail. Caden began his report. GN Holy B is 10.825. We have obtained a confession from the one who measured him directly. Your Holiness, this is unprecedented. The Holy Emperor was surprised. Unprecedented. Caden suggested, we must bring him to the Holy Imperial Palace. If he leads the cavalry in the 66th Great War and prepares, we firmly believe we can completely annihilate the demon realm. The Holy Emperor still spoke calmly. I have heard the opinions of the dukes long ago, Caden continued. Your Holiness, I can fight even 20 years from now. All D-class and G-class heroes have the same resolve. In the past we always had strength left but stopped at the entrance of the demon realm. We cannot let this history repeat itself. This probably touched the Holy Emperor's heart. Because history always ended with the hero dying in battle against the Demon King, this time would be different. If he led the cavalry and fought, it would be possible to achieve a different outcome than before. Caden even explained future plans. For the next 20 years I will teach him combat tactics and magic. He will become a talent comparable to the last hero. With him joining the 5th generation last hero in 20 years, we will be able to annihilate the demon realm with 2 last heroes. In the hallway a flattering voice was heard. No matter how busy I am, I always feel insignificant in the face of your efforts for the world and justice, Caden replied. Haha, you flatter me. I'm not very smart, so I have to work hard with my body. That person looked at Caden and said, you excelled in all your subjects, so why are you so humble? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the two stopped upon seeing a group of people. The man who came with him introduced them. These are the next generation of warriors and saintesses here for a tour. Showing these children such a sacred place directly will be very good for instilling faith and loyalty. These are the 5th generation. Who knows? A last hero might emerge from among the children here. A nun cheered upon seeing them. Oh, my Sir Joachim Caden, she introduced him to everyone, telling them to greet him. This is Sir Joachim Caden. He possesses the most powerful lineage in the world and he is the Holy Emperor's sword. The children chattered excitedly. Wow. The children surrounded Caden. It's an honor to meet you. Hello, ahahaha, so cool. One child introduced himself, trying to seem older. Hello, I am Kwang Holy S of the Holy Rose family. My grandfather is also a Zodiac member. I've heard a lot about you, senior. Another girl came forward and shook Caden's hand. Hello, I am El Araben Holy Pros of the Holy Pros family which produced the first last female warrior. He was slightly flustered. Ah. Hello, nice to meet you. An orange-haired boy said excitedly. My mother said that our family produced 3 last saintesses. Caden had no choice but to reply. Ah, is that so? That's truly amazing. The surrounding children continued to chatter loudly. The last hero is much more amazing. A hero alone can't do anything without a saintess. Caden was trapped. Everyone is truly amazing, they boasted. If our Holian family hadn't existed, this world would have been destroyed by the 320th Demon King. Our ancestor was also a last hero. Suddenly one child turned around. Hey, does your family have anything to boast about? Wasn't the greatest family of this era Shin Van Holybee? The other children also realized. Oh, that's right, the Holy Bee family is here too. The girl whose name was called held her younger brother's hand and was embarrassed. Ah, the child who had just asked now rudely teased. Ha ha ha, hey, do you have to ask so cruelly knowing they have nothing? Ha ha, the girl was embarrassed. Yes, our family has nothing, ha ha, the child who had just heard scoffed. Isn't that obvious? Why ask? The teased girl was J.K. Shin Van Holybee's 15-year-old younger sister. The boy holding Shin's hand shouted, my brother is a C-class warrior, he just got that rank. The girl called her brother Regin. The boy was J.K.'s younger brother, Regin Van Holybee, 9 years old. The children paused upon hearing that, then all laughed at them. Ha ha ha, we're talking about the last hero and saintess and a C-class dares to butt in? Truly amazing. Exactly, for an F-class family a C-class warrior is excellent. Ha 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 ha, they teased each other. I heard your brother became an anonymous attendant and bought his position with money? Wow, how pathetic. Such people should have their warrior status revoked. Even prestigious families like ours are ashamed. Tisk tisk. Don't worry, no one will know who it is, one child grumbled. Hey, don't tease them too much. Anyway, when you're in a bad mood, just looking at Shin and Regin instantly makes you feel better. It's really good for changing your mood. Everything has its role. Shin was too embarrassed to retort. Ahaha, really? Then that's good, the child scoffed. Exactly, ha ha ha. Caden interrupted this conversation. Are the 2 children Jay's siblings? Shin was surprised. You know our brother? The other children were also surprised. Caden smiled gently. Of course I know him. Didn't your brother say we're close friends? Shin and Regin, right? The girl replied in a trembling voice. Yes, he said, feigning sincerity. Jay has boasted about you countless times. I am his regular customer. Shin's face turned red with embarrassment. Oh, so you know him, I see. It's truly surprising that a great person like you calls our brother a friend. Ha ha, Regin was different. The boy was proud of his brother. My brother is a business genius. He earns a lot of money and sent my sister and me to this boarding school. My brother is not only good at carrying heavy things but also at washing dishes. He's also good at driving carriages. There's nothing my brother can't do. Caden suddenly knelt, surprising everyone. You must really respect your brother. Regin was surprised but still spoke clearly. Yes, my brother is the coolest person in the world. Caden squinted and chuckled. Regin, Jay is a really strong warrior, strong enough to be a helpful force for people like us right now. So you should always be proud of your brother. Suddenly he opened his eyes and said, who knows, he said extraordinarily. That child might become more famous than any family here. The nun seized this opportunity and suggested, Sir, could you give these children a word of blessing today? Caden suddenly stood up. Heroes are not protagonists. The true protagonists are the people who survived in the world after the Zero Age. Warriors are merely supporting actors, just a stepping stone for them. His gaze was fixed on a distant place. That place was probably heaven, but it was also the most noble stepping stone in this world. He raised his gold-adorned hand. "You must remember this." The children fell silent at this nonsense. He scratched his head and said, "Did I speak too seriously? Ha ha ha, well then goodbye everyone." The man who had just finished interacting with him praised him. "You worked hard, thank you so much." Caden laughed shyly. "Haha, I'm a little embarrassed," the nun reminded the children. As Zodiac Caden said, "We must not forget the spirit of sacrifice for the world." The children shouted, "Yes." The scene shifted to a poetic and romantic riverside. Deus was lying stretched out beside the divine dragon, who was diligently reading a book. As always, Jay was rowing the boat. He praised his brother. "You're good at rowing," Rick said. "I tried catching small fish when I was 9, Deus exclaimed. "Really? That's amazing." The boy was shy. "You're too kind." Thinking about it again, dragons are stronger than humans, so why didn't they conquer the host continent earlier? He looked up at the sky thinking about something. Suddenly he thought again, dragons are stronger than humans, so why didn't they conquer the host continent earlier? She explained. "Unlike demons, the dragon race is not greedy, so they enjoy a peaceful life in harmony with nature," Deus asked, seemingly unable to understand. "Then what about the boundary of the border?" Like an encyclopedia, the divine dragon said. "The boundary of the border is the area connecting the dragon's territory to the host continent. It's like a magic gate." RJU said, "It's ultimately a gate to the human world, isn't it? Why don't they try to occupy the land? Not just dragons, even dwarves don't come up to the surface. Why isn't occupying land a richer way than mining underground?" The divine dragon was speechless at his way of thinking. "Hey, don't you think your way of thinking that war is better is strange?" Rick listened to their conversation and chuckled. "Ha. Deus asked again, still unable to understand. "Then why did demons try to come up to the surface?" The divine dragon, even more exasperated and angry, said, "That's something demons should know. No one can answer, so there probably isn't a justifiable reason. Someone had once said they were thirsty. But haven't they lived well for 66 centuries without the sun? Dwarves underground, elves in the forests, dragons at the border, humans on the host continent, and demons in the demon realm. Is it abnormal to be divided like this?" The divine dragon, like a seasoned boss dealing with a lazy newcomer, was angry. "You move too. If you think too much, a fool like you will go crazy. What on earth is strange, you madman?" Deus, like the Gen Z generation, couldn't understand why the territories of each tribe hadn't mixed for 666 centuries, and still remained the same. Even if there were changes, it was a long enough time for everything to change. Rick only then realized, thinking about it again, it's the same for the human continent. For 666 centuries, national borders have remained the same. Although wars occasionally broke out over the throne, he thought nothing much had changed. The divine dragon began to fluster. "That's right," thinking about it again. "Mountains, rivers, and nature haven't changed much either?" Deus was startled to hear that. "Really?" Jack looked. "Such things don't usually change much, do they?" The divine dragon agreed. "Well, it's been 6,000 years, so there should be some changes, but I don't know." She started to chuckle. "Perhaps it's proof that the balance of the world created by the Lord is perfect, isn't it?" Jack agreed. "That's right, that's probably the most accurate answer." Deus fell into thought. Perfect balance? His thoughts were interrupted by Jack's question. "But Lord Deus, where did Alex go?" The divine dragon was also curious indeed. "Where's your butler?" He threw out a remark. "I killed him." The faces of the two in the boat twisted. "Really, master?" He quickly corrected himself. "Just kidding. He left on personal business. I was about to tell you. When we get back, put up flyers at the shop door to find a new butler." The divine dragon, of course, didn't believe him. "How could that guy abandon you? Are you two plotting something again?" He told her not to mind her own business, but Deus was puzzled to hear her say, "I really hope he comes back," Jack said awkwardly. "I guess I was the first to form a team, and I thought we'd be together forever. I guess I was the only one who thought that." "Ha!" The divine dragon noticed the distance. She closed the book she was reading. She told them to stop chattering and get ready. "We've arrived. This is a safe zone, the ancient dragon's tomb, Agayasta Canyon, where magnificent dragons live." The divine dragon rummaged through space. "Rick, catch this." She pulled out a suit of armor. "I saw a few titanium fragments left from that star shell last time, so I refined it a bit with magic. You can't enter a dragon's lair in ordinary clothes, can you?" Deus was surprised. "Titanium?" The divine dragon's gaze confirmed its immense power. Rick received the armor in a daze. Space technology. As soon as he touched it, his eyes widened. He saw towering skyscrapers and flying robots. "Where on earth is this?" Red energy slowly radiated into the air, making him uncomfortable. The armor, like an electronic code, emitted zeros and ones from the last line. It emitted dazzling red energy. Jack accepted it as if a superhero was gaining power. He returned to reality, and Rick realized the armor's energy was from a completely different world. Deus urged him to put it on quickly. Rick hurriedly changed his clothes. Yes, understood." After putting on the armor and packing his belongings, he boasted to his two special companions, "How is it? The armor design is a bit unusual, but does it suit me, in your opinion?" The divine dragon praised him, probably out of politeness. "It's truly beautiful," Deus said formally. "It's all right, I guess," Rick naively added. "Now that I'm wearing armor, I don't think I'll be afraid even if a dragon comes, ha ha." Ha! A four-eyed face appeared on the peaceful water. As it swung its tail, the small boat flew and Rick screamed in surprise. A dragon monster appeared. Go away, it warned. This is not a place for you humans to set foot. Turn back immediately if you don't wish to die. Who is Deus? He pointed straight at the dragon, lazily provoking, he said. Jack, dragon hunt. Rick, attack. The boy turned pale and flustered. Deus lay lazily in the boat, cheering him on. Oh, hero, defeat that thing. Rick's face turned ashen. You're joking, right? Divine dragon snapped. Hey, are you trying to kill him? Deus was unperturbed. He's seen it many times. It's time for him to do it himself. The divine dragon gave up. Do you think dragons are like slimes? They're creatures that even hero armies can't catch. Deus turned and scoffed. Army? What a bunch of fools. The divine dragon was angry, but could do nothing. You're the fool, Deus instead suggested. If Rick doesn't want to do it, you catch it yourself. The divine dragon thought she had truly met a strange one. Isn't it weird for me to catch a dragon? He challenged. Then shall I catch it? That dragon is too weak. If I can't control my power properly, it won't be my fault. The divine dragon gritted her teeth in displeasure upon hearing that. The four-eyed dragon above was still warning them. What are you doing? Get out of here quickly. The divine dragon gave up. She used her power. I don't know, Rick, take this. As soon as Rick received the dragon's blessing, he became a different dimension. This immense power, the divine dragon briefly explained, all types of top-tier buffs have been activated. In this state, you could easily destroy a small castle. She also asked him, Jack, please don't kill that child. He scratched his head, incredulous. That's a child? I'd die more easily than that. Then he was already caught by Deus. Before Jack could even comprehend what was happening, Deus threw him towards the dragon. Jack, Superboy, attack, he shouted as loudly as someone doing the work of an entire department for 5 million won a month. Rick flew towards the gigantic dragon. The dragon gathered energy in its mouth. Die, used the windstorm instant technique. Rick quickly pulled out his shield and blocked the attack. The shield cut through the wind in a straight line, flying rapidly. The dragon, bewildered, prepared to draw its sword with the moonlight technique. The third technique, Demon King's Pierce, he seemed to have wounded the dragon. Blood splattered everywhere. But the dragon's tail swung forcefully. It spread its wings, despising the small human. Do you think such a direct attack would work on me? Rick was pushed far away by the wind. His shield flew into the bushes and fell into the Black River in midair. 2 anchors flew out and firmly grabbed the dragon's horns, startling it. The small human was hanging from the dragon with chains, and Rick still hadn't let go. This truly surprised the dragon. It knew that even a slight movement at this moment would give Rick a free ride on a carousel. He hit a rock and screamed. Blood flowed from his hand and one of his fingers bent backward. But Rick held the chains tightly, and a thought gave him strength. Lord Deus and Lord Alex both fought their best for everyone. I must never give up either. He started rummaging through his belongings. I dropped Akluin. I need something that can be a weapon. He touched an object with a handle. There's something, that's right. What he pulled out was a frying pan. Damn it, I wish this was a sword. Damn it. The magical frying pan, as if reading his thoughts, transformed into a glowing sword that looked freshly forged. Rick was also surprised by this. Even with one eye covered in blood, Rick fought his best. At times specifically, Jack sent the dragon flying. It flew straight into the river without a chance to resist. Jack never thought he could send a dragon flying into a river. The dragon submerged itself in the water and pulled Rick down. He wasn't a fish, so he quickly felt suffocated. He was uncomfortable. He couldn't breathe. The dragon went deeper and deeper. Rick also felt his consciousness fading. After forcefully slamming Jack into the riverbed, the dragon flew straight up into the sky. It seemed to ignore the human following it, flying rapidly. It turned its body, trying to shake him off. Rick still held on tightly. The dragon angrily screamed, "You humans, die quickly!" The dragon went into a frenzy. The dragon's power sent him flying far away. Deus and the divine dragon both watched tensely. But then, the divine dragon paused, seeing Rick enveloped by the armor's power. The armor continued to emit zeros and ones like source code. Smoke billowed from his back. The armor seemed to breathe, fitting Rick's body better. The armor shot out a sharp red substance. Before the dragon could even realize what was happening, it was hit by the red substance and emitted smoke. The armor now changed into a strange form. It emitted red light, illuminating the dragon. The water surface also swayed. The boat rocked. The divine dragon looked up, watching her child being hit and emitting smoke. It fell near their boat. The divine dragon looked up in surprise. Phew, no stars visible. Only one dragon was roaring as the dragon, hit by fire, fell straight into the river. Jack in the sky began to gather his strength. He gritted his teeth and shouted the name of his precious sword, Ruin. It shot out over the water like lightning, quickly piercing the dragon's tough shell. The sword, washed in dragon blood, returned to his hand as if it had never left. He resolved again. The third technique, Moonlight Slash. The armor once again emitted smoke as before, helping him to fly rapidly. All buffs. He pierced the dragon's heart directly with Demon King's Pierce. Everything was too fast for the dragon to evade. The dragon's eyes became dull and its entire body collapsed against the nearby mountain. The divine dragon was surprised. Originally, those weapons and buffs could not be completely separated from hero techniques. I don't know why, but doesn't Jack seem much stronger? Deus was unconcerned. It's good if he's stronger. Hurry up and heal him. We need to catch the next dragon. The divine dragon was speechless. To this man nothing mattered but power. He was indeed the Demon King. After the battle, the boy's closed eyes opened at Deus's call. Hey, you're awake. The boy tied to the rock was startled. What's wrong? Deus briefly explained. What's wrong? You were defeated by our hero. Boy, no, the dragon in human form naturally didn't believe it. Lies. A dragon that could determine the rise and fall of an empire lost to an ordinary guy. How could that be? He held out the mushroom mycelium, threatening the dragon. Answer my questions, otherwise I'll stab that mushroom mycelium poison you love into your eyes. The dragon was surprised. How did you get that? Who is Deus? I know everything you've done. You used your comrades to attack humans. Why are you doing this? The dragon still blustered. We will build our own kingdom on this blessed land. Then we will drive out humans and dragons will rule this world. Deus scoffed in his face. You're just repeating those words like a parrot. You're trying to rule the world after just setting up a small kingdom. Is your head just a bird brain? You're all delusional. Haha, the dragon realized something. It's you, isn't it? How could 3 out of 9 lose contact so suddenly? You're the culprit. What did you do to Juno, Julia, and Owen? After speaking, he paused. The dragon cautiously asked, Could it be your angels? With that thought, he struggled to explain. You're trying to stop us from above, aren't you? But we have no intention of violating your rules. We only wish to receive the Creator's blessing and choice, so please understand. Deus's words stopped him short. I'm sorry, but it's quite the opposite. The nightmare of everyone in this world. I am the Demon King. He held out his hand with the black hole. You are merely a foolish being caught in meaningless delusions. Now go join your friends, Deus reported to the divine dragon. She was busy healing Jack. Did you hear? Everyone says the same thing. The conclusion is me. I solved an unprecedented case. When evil dragons tried to crawl onto the surface, I didn't do it perfectly, but I still deserve 10 times more money than before. Customer, the bill please. He paused after speaking. The divine dragon's face was lost in thought. Seeing that look, Deus realized it wasn't the time to ask for money. He went elsewhere. Wake Rick up. We need to catch the remaining 8 and finish this quickly, the divine dragon quietly replied. Okay. The sky also gradually turned a poetic orange. Deus couldn't help but praise it. It's truly beautiful. I should call this the sunset. Jack had recovered. Ha, I never thought Lord Deus would be so sentimental. Lord Deus must be the only person in the world who doesn't worry at all about going into a dragon's lair. He lay on Rick's back looking at the sunset. Really? Jack suggested. But can we take a short break? Ha, Deus passed this problem to the divine dragon. Oh mage, our hero seems too tired. Give him a buff. She snapped. You crazy bastard, walk on your own 2 feet. Deus changed the subject. Wanna bet how many will come next time? The divine dragon predicted 3. Deus asked if she had a basis. She asserted, dragons are always like that. If one doesn't work, 3 come. The divine dragon was panting with exhaustion. Damn it, I forgot this body is human and used all my magic on buffs and healing Jack. Deus was still looking at the sunset. So is it 12 then? The divine dragon, though very tired from climbing the mountain, explained. The number 12 has many meanings. The number of archangles is also 12 and a year has 12 months. He asked his subordinate. All right. The mage bet on 3 and 1 gold dragon. How many are you betting on? The divine dragon shouted. What? When did I bet money? Jack was puzzled. Me, he was sweating from the heat and fatigue. Then I'll bet on 2. Deus immediately confirmed. Rick bet 1 gold coin on 2. He was flustered. I don't have that much money, but don't worry. I'll lend it to you first. You can pay me back slowly. The divine dragon couldn't help but ask. Are you a thug? Jack was curious. Yes, then what about master? Deus didn't hesitate and immediately predicted. 7. Jack didn't understand why. He slowly pointed to the sky. Isn't it there? It seems like one is missing. The divine dragon was flustered. Jack said in surprise. I'm too tired to see clearly. The red dragon spoke first. How did you get here? Where did the gatekeeper go? Deus replied very impudently. You'll meet them soon. Don't worry. He chose his subordinate again. Rick. Charge. Jack hesitated, calling Deus Lord Deus. Jack was ashen, pale as a bled cow. 7 is a bit much. I'll vanish without a trace. Deus got off his back. It really is a bit much. He looked at the dragons and made up his mind. It's a bit annoying, but I'll have to step in. Jack, you don't want to see me fight, so stay far away. Jack stood before Deus with his sword. I always follow your commands, Lord Deus, but this time I refuse, even if you are my master. Fighting 7 dragons alone is too difficult. I'm C-grade, so I can't offer much help, but at least, before Jack could finish, he was tossed aside like a sack. Go guard the boat. I'll be right there. The divine dragon also finished her preparations. Damn it, without magic I have to use my life force just to open a door. Before leaving, she didn't forget to caution him. I'll go find the last remaining child. Don't overdo it, be moderate. Deus casually reassured her. Don't worry, I never intended to go all out. I just wanted to show them a bit of the difference in grades. It's just annoying that there are guys who dare to attempt something our team failed 666 times. The divine dragon couldn't help but sigh. Tisk, arrogant bastard. Deus gave a cool farewell. Thanks, I'll follow soon. Deus looked up at the dragons. Been waiting long? Shall we begin? As soon as he finished speaking, his shadow vanished. Deus leapt and charged in 0.5 seconds. The 6 eyes of 6 dragons exploded. Next was the void chains technique. Within the next 0.5 seconds, 4 dragons were bound. Deus wore a dangerous smirk only partially revealed. Within the next 0.8 seconds, their bodies were easily destroyed. The only dragon that could still perceive Deus's movements barely managed to breathe. But Deus was 0.05 seconds faster. Before the dragon could even spew fire, Deus presented it with a red light that pierced its heart. His eyes gleamed with eerie interest. The dragon tried to resist even in pain. Just as Deus was about to prepare to fight, a voice called out, stopping him. Stop! The blue dragon, having lost a wing, pleaded. Please stop. We've lost. We'll retreat quietly with our kin, so please stop this slaughter. Deus immediately judged. Retreat? At least you can think. The red dragon couldn't bear it. No, go back to the border and bring the hardliners to kill that guy. Our kingdom, a new world is at hand, the blue dragon reminded the red one. Stop, we're lucky to stop here, since Jun disappeared. We're almost finished, we barely made it this far, but will the Lord forgive this? Jun and April said they received the Lord's command, but if what they said isn't true, what have we done? The red dragon was in pain. Deus was surprised. The Lord's command, the blue dragon said, puzzled. Only 2 among us received a prophecy. If their story isn't true, what exactly have we done? Suddenly he paused at something. May rushed in and pierced his heart. How dare you doubt the Lord's messenger? A traitor like you deserves to die. Deus quickly flew away. You fool, you just destroyed your only path to survival. May was immediately dismembered, her head far from her body. The blue dragon fell under a rock with the red dragon's corpse. He coughed heavily. Cough, 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 cough. The blue dragon was truly confused. I heard someone was chasing dragons, and a few days ago that person invaded alone and even defeated the golden dragon. Surely you're behind all this, aren't you? The demon king or the Lord's messenger? No, not even that. Perhaps even the Lord is angry at our arrogance. Deus's silence made the blue dragon even more nervous. Humans casually destroyed the world just because they were chosen by the Lord. They cut down trees for cultivation and extinguished countless creatures, but I've never heard of them apologizing to the squirrels that lived in those trees. Deus snorted. Are you going to judge them on behalf of the squirrels? The blue dragon didn't think so. Even today, they're probably hunting dragons somewhere. I heard the blood and tears extracted from the tortured bodies of our azure dragons become their perfume. Weapons and such are no longer important, Deus asked, perplexed. The peace treaty? For him, the treaty was just a meaningless piece of paper. Who will protect them? Who would dare say they can kill dragons who attack humans? Is it just an empty promise? They just provoke dragons into attacking and that's it. That's why dozens of humans die every year. Deus asked if he was genuinely dissatisfied. The blue dragon understood that humans needed to prepare for war with the demon king. Weapons made from dragon bodies were a necessity, not a choice. Then we can lend them, but not give our bones. What if they want our hearts next? You want to know who's using the mycelium poison? I think it's the golden dragon's will. Deus's eyes remained unwavering at those words. He concluded it was a tribute for humans to win the Centennial War. Deus said, I don't think she's that kind of person. The blue dragon was suspicious. She is the god of the dragon race and a co-creator of the world, so she must have seen a lot, so you probably decided this was the only way to maintain peace. Deus was genuinely perplexed. So someone delivered it to you indirectly through the dwarves, and that was the golden dragon? The blue dragon speculated that someone among them cooperated to get the poison. If I'm right, then the culprit is definitely April. The white dragon, the golden mage beside you went to find. April is the golden dragon's own daughter. Deus asked where she was. The dragon merely pointed to the mountaintop. Deus turned, saying, Since you spoke, I'll spare you. Leave this place quickly. The dragon stopped him. No, we've failed. We've even lost the golden dragon. All of this is our fault, but if we go back like this, we'll eventually be captured by those humans and my tears will become their damned perfume. As a proud dragon, how can I endure that? The dragon's eyes flashed and its entire body glowed and exploded, startling Jack. Jack, having been thrown into the river, worriedly called out, Lord Deus. Deus shielded himself from the dust from the dragon's suicide with his clothes. After the deed was done, Deus went down to the tree where the divine dragon was sitting, lost in thought. A magic circle was carved into the ground. The pink-haired woman held in the divine dragon's arms said languidly, We needed a reason to deal with those troublesome things. With this, there'll be peace for a while at least. What do you think? Wasn't I a pretty perfect villain? The pink-haired woman sobbed. Did I do well? Humans are so corrupt and weak. We'll probably really lose this war. We sacrificed too many people. None of them did anything wrong. The golden dragon hesitated. I didn't want this to happen. The pink-haired woman raised a trembling hand. My God, my mother, my most beloved mother, my poor mother. The woman struggled for her last words. I understand everything. You had to bear a huge cross and pretend to be strong, but in truth you were the saddest among us. I have one wish. I hope you find peace just once. The one I love most in the world, my golden light. After delivering her final words, the woman completely passed away. Deus asked, perplexed. Suicide, the divine dragon continued to answer. That's right. Deus still asked. She was behind all of this, right? She still replied. That's right. So is everything over? The divine dragon replied. Yes, it's over. Deus informed her that the others below had also committed suicide. The divine dragon fell into thought. We chose pride. Thanks for letting me know. Deus was truly the demon king. He reminded her. Words alone aren't enough, the divine dragon replied. I know. He asked how she would conclude it. She was confused. How to conclude? Everyone lived happily ever after. Deus spoke a grim truth. Do you think everything will end well if you just release the hardliners and respect them? The divine dragon was unsure. Perhaps. Deus had no more words. He decided to expose her. The one who just committed suicide said weapons made from dragons are essential for humans. You're turning a blind eye to the dragon's deaths, aren't you? And you're suppressing that rage under the name of a peace treaty. Sounds plausible, doesn't it? But the dragon's rage is growing, and even you, as the divine dragon, can no longer control it. This child gathered the core members of the extremist faction to form the Four Seasons Society, creating a legitimate reason for you to deal with them, didn't she? Didn't you know about these things, and you think you ordered them to spread the pathogen? And that's why you asked for my help in catching the mad dragons, right? Anyway, it's just a process. With this, you prepared for the war 20 years from now, and humans once again obtained many weapons made from dragons. The core members of the extremist faction were also eliminated. As if everything was pre-planned, this is the best scenario for you, the divine dragon wasn't in the mood to retort. Think what you want. A being like the golden dragon cannot endure her position if she cares about good or bad reputations or personal feelings. He asked her again, "Are you a guardian upholding the order of the world?" She snorted. "Sounds truly grand, doesn't it?" Deus looked at her, slightly surprised. He looked elsewhere, but he was crying. The divine dragon sobbed and continued, "Just wait a moment, will you? 60,000 years is too short a time for me to forget the children I've lost," Deus urged the divine dragon. "Let's go now," she agreed. "Okay." Before leaving, she used her divine dragon power. The pink-haired woman's face was filled with peace, and she transformed into glowing particles like fireflies, rising into the air. The divine dragon watched them, crying. She sincerely wished for them to be good children in their next life. The task was done. The divine dragon stood up. She left. "All right, let's go down now." Deus realized everything was solved, but she didn't seem happy. Of course, with things turning out this way, how could she be happy? Deus flapped his wings, preparing to fly. He extended his hand to the divine dragon, understanding her current mood. "Why don't you try?" Seeing the demon king extend his hand, she decided to take it. Okay, he flapped his wings, preparing to take flight. His feet were already pushing off the wind. He grabbed the divine dragon entirely and lifted her, surprising her. Arg, he took her high up the mountain, letting her watch the sunset from there. In the sky, the demon king was soaring, holding the divine dragon's hand. He encouraged her to scream. "Just scream your heart out until you feel relieved. No one will hear your screams here," the divine dragon said sadly. "No. The Lord is everywhere and hears everything. Who is Deus? Watch and learn, you fool," he cursed lengthily. "Damn this world, holy place my ass, there's nothing holy about it. The demon realm is much better in my opinion. May this disgusting world just perish." The divine dragon relaxed slightly. "You want to kill everyone?" Coming from the demon king, it sounded quite serious. He continued to curse. "Damn it, what's a demon king? What's a golden dragon? What's the demon king of the demon realm? What's the god of the dragon race? This entire world is just a designed machine and we are merely meaningless cogs. Where is the blessing in the end?" The divine dragon was also infected. "Ha, why are those idiots acting on their own? I told them there was no need to," she even cried. "I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to kill all the humans and for us to live happily and joyfully. I didn't want a single one to die like that. Did you want to stain your hands with blood? My heart hurts so much I can't breathe and now it feels dead. Do you understand this cursed fate of mine?" She stopped crying, hearing Deus curse even more fiercely beside her. "That's right, you idiots, you were truly unfilial. Stupid and reckless, do as you're told, die if you're told to die. You idiotic lizards." The divine dragon was naturally displeased. "That's a bit too much," Deus scoffed. "Oh really? Then," and then she started shouting again. "I've blessed you for thousands, tens of thousands of years. How much have I sacrificed for you? I've given everything to protect you." Next was the demon king. "You damn bastards, can't you see your mom crying? You unfilial brats, you're hurting your mom to death," the divine dragon said angrily. "No, it's not that serious." Deus looked surprised. My bad, I got too carried away." Suddenly, he stopped shouting and looked at the sky. "Might as well curse God while I'm at it. Isn't he a peeping Tom who likes to watch? Why doesn't he come down himself and just watch from above?" the divine dragon reminded him. "Heaven and earth gods, you are truly rude. You'll go to hell for that." Overpowered by Deus's cursing, she said, "My life is already in hell anyway. Being born as the king of hell isn't everything. If you're angry, don't just stay silent and pretend to be serious. Come down here and fight me," the divine dragon scoffed. "Ha, you dare to fight me?" he retorted again. "The demon king will be upset if he hears you scoffing at me," the divine dragon reminded him. "The reputation for being omnipotent isn't for nothing. Not even the Lord's angels could defeat me." Deus thought angels and divine spirits were merely figures from old tales. The divine dragon stopped herself from retorting. "No, they're the same. They've never appeared, so can one truly say they exist?" He was surprised to see the divine dragon's face. "Your complexion isn't good." The divine dragon wore a tired expression. "It seems this is the limit for a human body." He eventually flapped his wings and flew down. "You fool!" He descended as fast as an arrow. "If you're tired, just say so." The two landed back on the ground. The divine dragon quickly let go of Deus's hand, walked a distance and said to him, "Thank you." Deus asked again incredulously. "What did you say?" the divine dragon said more loudly. "I said thank you." Demon King Deus was only interested in money. "Then pay me back with money." The divine dragon burst into laughter, finding it so amusing. "But I don't have any money right now." Deus's eyes smiled at her as if winter had met spring. In the twilight, the two created a peaceful and rare scene. "But why did Daros die?" The scene returned to Deus's shop. The people inside the shop were looking at one spot, some exclaiming in awe. "Oh my!" Deus sat on the sofa listening to the murmuring in the shop, lost in thought. "What? Scary. That guy's face looks stupid," he thought, bewildered. One dragon fighting a group of heroes, 1,000 dragons could probably handle them easily, like eating a meal. But why did we lose when fighting heroes? Is a hero's power really that great after all? A hero with a sword defeating a demon king, Jack had to reassure the customers. "Everyone, don't worry, that person is more respectable than they appear, really." People looked at Deus worriedly. "He looks like he's been brainwashed by Happy." "Scary." Deus saw something. He stared blankly at it as if possessed. The divine dragon appeared before him. Deus immediately realized. "You're leaving?" The divine dragon chuckled lightly. "Yes, our joint work on the mycelium is over. I feel a bit sorry that you lost the honor of killing the golden dragon." Deus didn't care. I don't really need it either. Then how do you plan to explain it to your children? Naturally, the divine dragon had no other choice. Anyway, I'll gather them all and persuade them one by one. The Four Seasons Society broke the peace and instigated a war, making everyone misunderstand it as your demon race's plan. So chaos erupted, and in the process of solving that problem, I had to pretend to be dead and handle everything in secret. Deus got a headache just listening to it. If it were me, I'd stay here. I wouldn't go back even if it meant dying, the divine dragon said playfully. Why would you be sad? Oh, if you begged me, I might stay a bit longer. Deus was disgusted. Ah, you're really shameless. A 60,000-year-old elder tormenting an 80-year-old child, the divine dragon teased him. Oh, 60,000 years old? Do you have proof I was born in the age of chaos? Deus was startled. You mean you were born in the Silver Age? She wore an all-knowing expression. Ho ho ho, sometimes it's better not to know everything, child. The divine dragon drew a circle in the air and suddenly said, dying once every 100 years. Her eyes were gentle. Perhaps the Lord loves you more than me, farewell. She stepped into the circle and left. Jack approached and asked, did the divine dragon leave? I didn't even get to say goodbye properly. Even Lord Alex, everyone's just leaving suddenly. So will the divine dragon not come back now? Deus thought for a moment. Who knows, that woman is impulsive. A man stood in Deus's shop holding a piece of paper. Are you Lord Deus? The paper read. Butler urgently needed. Owner's assistant, cleaning, laundry, cooking, shop management, business promotion, security, armory management, night shifts, and other odd jobs. Conditions. Only very strong individuals recruited, salary negotiable. After putting down the paper, Deus looked closely at the man. The young man had a rather large scar on his face. I've come to apply for the butler position, Deus replied without thinking for 2 seconds. No, the young man was surprised. Deus said again, it's clearly written there. Only strong people are recruited. You're too weak. The young man didn't understand why a butler needed to be strong. Deus said, because you have to make coffee while dragons are flying in the sky. He said mysteriously, speaking of which, where did the owner of the crown go? Did they leave because the matter was resolved? Deus heard the strange nickname, owner of the crown. He was startled. It seems you don't yet know that person is called the golden dragon in this world. That person will be back soon. The law of causality is very powerful. Your presence here is the greatest proof. You came from underground after all. Deus was displeased. It seems you know something, don't you? Tell me. Why did you come here? He said firmly. I told you I came for a job, didn't I? Deus stared through him. Do you think I'll believe that? He still smiled. Yes, but it's true now, Deus asked again. So you know my identity and the golden dragons, but you can't say how you know and you still want to hire me? He smiled again. That's right, Deus speculated. I can't even tell if you're an ally, an enemy, a dragon, or a high-ranking mage. Are you saying you want to hire me anyway? He said firmly, yes, and my abilities are excellent. The fact that you don't currently know who I truly am is proof of that. I believe I have enough ability to make coffee while dragons are flying in the sky. Deus was truly intrigued. What's your name? He introduced himself. Please call me Scatwanal Toja. Deus pointed at Scatwan. All right, from now on you're my butler. I don't care who you are, but since you're hired, don't talk back to me. He was bewildered. Threatening someone so openly on their first day of employment, Deus didn't care. If you don't like it, get lost. You have a purpose for approaching me anyway, don't you? Right? For now, I'm just keeping you around because you're interesting. His eyes shone. I will make this clear. As long as I am your butler, I will be absolutely loyal to this job. However, the day I quit this job, that statement will no longer be valid. Deus looked at him dangerously. Does that mean you'll betray me someday? Scatwan's eyes were curved. I will not lie, Deus decided. Very good, intriguing. I like you. Your salary is 3 gold coins. Start work today. He was delighted. Yes, master. He called his subordinate to take over the new butler. It seems this fellow is a bit naive, so teach him carefully from beginning to end. Jack was surprised. Really? Scatwan greeted. You're Jack? Hello. Jack replied. Yes, hello, nice to meet you. The scene shifted to Jack's noodle shop. It was twilight. People were gathered with friends. Deus ate noodles as usual. As night fell and the streetlights came on, it was time to say goodbye. He tidied up the shop and went home via the mountain path. Deus arrived at his temporary lodging. He quickly drew his sword. Under the star-filled sky, Jack closed his eyes and felt. He recalled the times he had met monsters and dragons. He remembered the moonlight grass technique. The 8th technique, Demon King Slayer. Jack swung his sword from left to right with all his might. The sword's movement was like cutting through the wind. He remembered Deus's words. Your being an F-grade warrior isn't because of others, but because you chose it yourself, isn't it? Remembering his powerlessness. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. A D-grade mission was really too difficult for me to go with everyone. Do you know the way? Yes. When Deus threw him, he was afraid he would be badly hurt. Go guard the boat, I'll be right there. Deus swung his sword even harder. He knew. Even if it's impossible, if I can just carry a burden beside Lord Deus, if I can avoid hindering the mission, I need to become stronger. Suddenly a voice was heard behind him. The sword energy was filled with anger, working all day and training late into the night. Truly a beautiful sight. Jack recognized the person. Lord Caden. He was surprised. What brings you here? Caden immediately drew his sword and charged. Nothing much, I just wanted to challenge you. Show me your true strength. Jack barely blocked with his sword. He was pushed back directly. Jack was surprised. Caden, why are you suddenly doing this? He leapt. Fights always begin without warning. If you're a hero, show it. He continued to slash from left to right and Jack was wounded all over his body. Unable to block in time, Jack gritted his teeth in agony. He swung his sword in anger. Stop, stop, Jack quickly drew his sword and charged. But his eyes suddenly froze. Jack saw his sword entangled in threads, unable to move. Caden reminded him, don't overexert yourself. Your limbs will be torn apart. Jack also realized that his body was wrapped in threads. He looked at his left hand. The dagger is just to draw attention. Then he looked at his right hand again. The true weapon is never shown to the opponent. Caden stood on his threads. Ha 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 ha, he said with superiority. This is the difference in ability granted by the Lord, he asked. Moonlight grass. Is that the swordsmanship passed down in the Holy Bee family? Jack was flustered but still replied politely. Yes, I learned it from my father when I was young, Caden pointed out. Your movements are too unnecessary, your weight is too far forward, and your footwork isn't good. You still need a lot of practice. This is just playing with a sword. It's not a great technique. It's merely something you, with no real combat experience, imagined and created, Caden suggested. Jack, you are a flower named Holy Bee, growing and blooming in the mud. This place is not suitable for you. Accept proper hero training, he wanted. Jack, I officially propose, come with me to the Holy Imperial Palace and become a Zodiac like me. Together, let us fulfill the God's sacred mission. Assist the last hero in the 66th Great War and kill the Demon King. Jack immediately refused. That's impossible. Caden speculated that he was worried about his siblings' tuition. If it's a tuition problem, the Holy Imperial Palace can pay at any time. He was startled. The Holy Imperial Palace will pay tuition? Why? Caden revealed. Because your purity is high. Do you know what the last hero's purity is? It's 9. Lower than yours, so come with me. I will surely make you the greatest paladin, befitting your lineage. Paladin means a noble knight. Jack nevertheless refused. Thank you for the offer, but I will stay here. Names like Holy Imperial Palace or Zodiac are beautiful, words one can only dream of. Just receiving an offer from you is incredibly honorable and makes me happy, but that's not a suit that fits me. I know my limits. He remembered Deus, who had helped him from the beginning. And now by my side there is someone who is willing to trust and be with a flawed person like me, Caden said bluntly. That person is simply using you, Jack retorted instead. Then what if, as Lord Deus said, my purity test report was wrong? Would you still make me a JNE? Caden said firmly. I won't lie, that's impossible. A warrior with low purity doesn't have high potential. No matter how much you try, you can't change innate abilities. Jack thought that if he couldn't even become a D grade, let alone a G grade, it would be meaningless. Lord Deus accepted me even though I was F grade. When I was at my lowest, he was the only one who offered me a hand. His eyes shone. Lord Caden, my mission is to follow him. He can kick me out if he doesn't need me, but the reverse is impossible. Caden's hand moved slightly, and the threads wrapped around Jack and his sword loosened. He landed on the ground. It can't be helped. Unfortunately, I found you too late. I will withdraw for now, but I haven't given up, Jack, Caden implied. Just being a little better than before isn't enough. You are merely a new fungus growing in the shade. A flower without light is bound to die eventually. Jack was bewildered upon hearing this. After the matter was finished, Caden left. All right, farewell. Jack was left there with a confused mind. The next morning, Jack was cleaning the shop in a daze. Deus also asked, Hey, what happened yesterday? While the dazed look, Jack greeted happily. Lord Deus, he actually said he had met Sir Caden last night while training in the yard. Deus didn't remember who Caden was. Jack had no choice but to explain again. When the Holy Imperial Office investigator came to see me last time. Deus finally remembered a little. That was you. You said Sir Caden offered you to join the Holy Imperial Knights. Deus was slightly surprised. Scatone appeared from somewhere. Holy Imperial Knights? Do you mean the Zodiac Knights? Ha ha ha, that's really something, Jack. Jack said awkwardly. No, Scatone still said innocently. What's there to worry about? The Zodiac Knights are the highest-ranking warriors who directly serve the Holy Emperor. You should quit this shop and join them immediately, Deus said flatly. You don't know where heaven is and where hell is yet. Suddenly Deus's ear twitched. If you want to go, go. There are plenty of warriors like you in the world anyway. I'll just bring someone else and put them in your place and control them like a puppet. Jack bowed his head and said sadly, That's really true. Deus crossed his arms and said arrogantly, But it's more convenient to have you here anyway. Jack asked happily. Really? Deus added. You cook well and you're obedient. Jack was even happier. Really? He was so happy that he asked outright, Do you perhaps like me? Deus said irritably. Shut up, you brat. He opened one eye and looked at Jack, saying, Looking at you, it seems you have no intention of leaving. Jack said sincerely, I've received so much from Lord Deus, how could I leave? Deus nodded and said, Then that's fine. Jack said sincerely, No, I really don't want to go. Deus turned his gaze and heard Jack add, And talking with Sir Caden, I felt like my parents, grandparents, and even the entire Holy Bee family were being invalidated. My grandfather and father were both F grade, but they trained hard and passed down the Holy Bee swordsmanship to me because they would participate in the Great War someday. In the fight with Sir Caden last night, I lost without even landing a single blow. Jack lowered his eyes. And then he said something about our family and I couldn't retort. Deus said, Hey, stop, let's close the shop and go. Jack asked, startled. Go where? Deus wouldn't allow Jack to belittle himself. I need to see for myself what the problem with your family's swordsmanship is. The three went to the forest area together. Jack aimed his sword at Deus. He hesitated. Can I really do that? Deus said in disbelief. I don't know who should be worried. Scatone also sat down and cheered him on. Go for it. Jack gripped his sword tightly. He swiftly swung his sword at Deus. Moonlight slash, 8th technique, Demon King Slayer. Deus easily dodged it. Scatone sat watching and seemed to realize something. Jack stabbed straight at Deus again. 6th technique Pierce. He turned his foot and used 1st technique Mighty Leap before landing. Destroy the Demon King with a sword. He stopped and noticed a shadow approaching from behind. A murderous gaze sent chills down his spine. Deus lightly placed his hand on Jack's neck. Scatone interrupted. Stop. You know what the problem is now, Deus also realized. Impossible. Jack looked up at Deus. Deus thought Jack's family swordsmanship was impossible, that it wouldn't work even with a lifetime of training. Jack smiled awkwardly. You're right, this flawed swordsmanship has been passed down for generations, so what have I been doing all this time? Ha, Deus asserted. Your ancestors must have been stubborn. That swordsmanship was created to only face one opponent, the Demon King. Jack was surprised to hear the analysis. This swordsmanship was created to land a decisive blow on the Demon King. It ignored goblins and other riffraff from the start. That's why it couldn't be detected with ordinary tests. Deus turned to Scatone. Hey butler, you know swordsmanship, don't you? Scatone confirmed. Of course, Deus commanded. From now on, you're Jack's swordsmanship master. You must teach him every night, understood? Scatone didn't refuse. Yes, I will follow your instructions. Jack suddenly spoke, startling Deus. He said with tears in his eyes, it wasn't useless after all. Deus quietly looked at Jack. He turned and left, saying, elsewhere it will be useless. From now on you have to learn properly from the butler, Jack said happily. Yes, Deus looked down. His hands were trembling and sweaty. Deus recalled what had just happened. Certainly, if he hadn't been wearing the Demon King's armor, his sword would have pierced. The armor's weakness was pierced by the attack. As Deus opened the room door and entered, the Nightmare King was in the room. Master, you've returned. We've been waiting for you. The two approached Deus together and seduced him. Lean on us, you surely need some solace for your soul, Deus said, unable to understand. What are you two doing right now? The Nightmare King confirmed again. You're embarrassed. Do you really not need solace for your soul? Deus turned his body. Then stop with the nonsense and get out, understood? She shook a piece of paper. Then that's good. I can give you this comfortably. Alex's funeral invitation tomorrow. Deus turned back to them in surprise. The Nightmare King bared her teeth and laughed. Do you need solace for your soul now? In the Grand Divine Dragon Palace, the Divine Dragon was buried in documents. She recalled the moments she had spent with Deus. This world is already twisted. Dance and sing like me and enjoy life. The Demon King and reincarnation will never appear in this world again. Rules and order, to carelessly discard them and force others to blindly follow is truly autocratic, the Divine Dragon admired. You weren't just a puppet, were you? Someone rushed in and interrupted her thoughts. Respected Golden Dragon, someone has trespassed the border and is looking for you, the Divine Dragon asked, unable to understand who. The person reported, it is one whose name is even sacrilegious to utter. The Divine Dragon's eyes widened, and she rejoiced like a mother whose son had returned. She hastily threw down her documents and dashed out like the wind. Outside the palace gates, Deus stood on the familiar Dragon Island. It wasn't to collect dragon orbs. The Divine Dragon called out loudly. Deus turned back. You've come, the Divine Dragon bounced. You fool, why did you come looking for me first today? Deus went straight to the point. I want to ask you to go somewhere with me. The Divine Dragon's eyes sparkled. What kind of foolishness have you gotten yourself into again that I have to clean up? Or is this a date invitation? Deus replied. Yes, if infiltrating the demon realm in disguise and slaughtering bandits is a date, then yes. The Divine Dragon was speechless. What did you say? She was surprised to hear the story. Number 1 attendant died, Deus explained. Yeah, all the other dukes think Alex killed Daros. That's why I told you to hide for a while, the Divine Dragon asked. So? Deus flew with the Divine Dragon to a certain place. I have a fundamental question that's been on my mind for a long time. As they flew down, he asked a question he had harbored for a long time. What exactly are the 7 dukes? The Divine Dragon looked at him. Is the Demon King really asking me about the 7 dukes? Deus had no choice. You've lived for over 60,000 years, haven't you? The Demon King kept repeating a cycle of awakening from an egg for 100 years, learning magic and then dying as soon as the war started. If you look closely, weren't the 7 dukes the ones who actually ruled the demon realm for 660 centuries? The Divine Dragon also pointed out. That's right, but only those who inherited the name Damien Gauze have access to the Demon King's weapons. For that reason alone, the 7 dukes of the demon realm had no choice but to obey the Demon King as their master. The 7 dukes, as their name suggests, are the representatives of the demon realm's families, Deus said irritably. No matter how I think about it, I don't know what a Demon King is. What authority does a king who dies every 100 years have? The Divine Dragon asked. But why did you come to the demon realm? Deus replied. There's someone I need to find. The Divine Dragon found it strange. Who? Deus asserted. Daros and Alex. I'd bet 1,000 gold coins. They're not dead. The two finally arrived. The deepest bottom of the world. City of countless black towers. The demon realm Eidos. The Divine Dragon covered her nose. Ah, the terrible smell of sulfur. I already missed the surface. Deus flapped his wings and flew. I'll go ahead, hurry up, the Divine Dragon shouted irritably. You brat, how can you leave me alone in enemy territory? Come with me. She didn't understand where they were going, but he was flying too fast for her to catch up. Where do you want to go in the end? Deus replied. Almost there. The Divine Dragon gasped at everything before her. A blue light appeared. She realized this was the lawn of Genesis outside the demon realm. She reminded him, you can't cross here. Deus understood. I know, we've arrived. Look at your feet. Below were perforated circles emitting blue light. Deus explained to her. This is the demon race's golden zone. Do you know why it's called that? Because it's where the morning star first fell, the divine dragon continued. Lucifer. Deus was not surprised either. As expected, you know. Who is the divine dragon? Of course, he was the first Damien Gaz. Deus continued to fly. Let's go down. The two landed on the ground. Seeing the boiling liquid, Deus explained, this is the demon cauldron. The first demon king took monsters from this demon cauldron and created the demon race. We've arrived. For 100 years he gathered ghouls, dragons, demons, and beastmen to invade the human world. And naturally, but the result was failure. He destroyed half of the human world, but in the end the demon king died at the hands of a hero. The divine dragon had seen such things many times. That's right, 100 years later the second Damien also tested the human world once again. But this time he was defeated by humans who were fully prepared. This time half of the demon race was massacred. Ru was a very talented angel favored by God. He thought, why can't I become God? That sin eventually became a great sin that led to his expulsion. Deus looked at her. It's an old story, but it happened 660 centuries ago, so you must have been alive then, the divine dragon confirmed. Yes, Deus asked directly. Was there something between you and Lucifer? The divine dragon did not answer directly. I'll continue to pretend I know nothing about this old story, but why did you come to this golden zone? Deus mentioned that the dwarves considered the 24-hour zone and the dragons considered Agai Asta Canyon to be places the demon race dared not cross. Then Deus immediately jumped into the cauldron. The divine dragon couldn't help but curse. Damn it, where are you going? Isn't that a trap? But she also followed Deus and jumped in. Deus stopped immediately. Here, the surroundings were red, and in the center was a black star-like object, the alien point of the fallen angel. Deus couldn't help but wonder, this is my first time here. What is this? It's been maintained for 660 centuries. The divine dragon recognized Karma Boros, the vortex of karma. Karma is the shadow of the relationship formed between existence and the world. Just as gravity forms where there is matter, or a magnetic field appears around a magnet, immensely powerful beings become a focal point, drawing everything to themselves. Enormous energy was flowing completely undisturbed for 660 centuries. Deus didn't understand. I don't understand anything, but you know a lot of strange things. You even know our demon race too well, the divine dragon said in a low voice. That's because I've been involved in this war for too long, Deus saw. Not only that, you know about the Silver Age. Back then, the demon race didn't even exist. Moreover, you also knew about Gold Age technology. She smiled gently. The divine dragon startled Deus. Dragons are creatures created in the Silver Age, and humans once lived here in this demon realm. Deus was filled with suspicion. Humans really lived here. The divine dragon suddenly became angry. Don't ask any more questions. Just know that the host continent was created in the Age of Chaos. Deus was startled again. What? So the host continent didn't exist before that? The divine dragon scoffed. Ha 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 ha. How could a demon king like you be born? Is it perhaps God's intention? Deus thought seriously. Why do the demon race always lose to humans? The divine dragon said irritably. It's simple. Because the demon race is weaker than humans. Deus refused to accept it. Fool, think about it. It's not like we lose once or twice in 660 centuries. We lose in the same way every time. The demon race trains a powerful army and invades the three nations of the surface, and at the last moment a hero awakens and successfully counterattacks. The demon king and the hero eventually die, and the world returns to peace. This repeating cycle has been repeated 665 times, the divine dragon asked directly. So, are you going to run away? Deus was displeased. I'm not running away, I'm just not being foolish. The premise of the war was wrong from the start. Why do we insist on occupying the human world? The divine dragon offered a familiar answer. Because we want to occupy the surface. Deus was annoyed. It's not necessary. I've lived underground for over 60,000 years and have already adapted. I can do everything with the trees and animals of the demon realm. She scoffed. Oh, the demon king is a pacifist? Deus was very displeased. The human world is not an indispensable territory for the demon race. There must be another reason. Instead of continually invading and losing, we need to change our strategy. What if we launched a large-scale invasion suddenly in the 80th year? Do you think the bloodline soldiers could stop us? As for those Holy Family guys or whatever, if I unleashed my magic, there'd be nothing left but bone dust, you know. She retorted. No, if the demon king appears, angels will bestow blessings upon the heroes. Deus pressed his point. I'm not officially the demon king yet. Right now I'm just a physical body and I haven't received the soul of my predecessor, she vaguely guessed. Ah, so you receive it in the 100th year? Deus continued to explain. That's why I can't be called the demon king yet. Do as you please. If you truly want to annihilate the human world, you need to feign attacks from behind to strike the front, and create confusion on the right to bypass the left. Why must the Demon King announce the birth of the next generation and attack only in such a formal manner? The Golden Dragon found it funnier the more she listened. Ha, this is truly amusing. You are certainly not suited for the position of Demon King. I wonder what expression God would make if he saw you. The Golden Dragon couldn't understand. Then why on earth did you come here? Deus smiled brightly. I'm planning to break this first. The Golden Dragon exclaimed. What? She repeated. I just vaguely explained it earlier. It was originally an immense energy mass. Deus didn't care. Yeah, even things in the demon realm are mine. Who can say anything if I destroy my own property? The golden dragon had to shout. Hey, who knows what will happen if you destroy Karmaboros? Not just the demon realm, but the host continent up there will be destroyed too. Deus still smiled brightly, unconcerned. That's fine too. If the lid opens, light will shine down here. The golden dragon tried to stop him. You said you were going to find Alex and Daros, so why are you trying to destroy this now? Get a grip. Deus was already preparing to destroy the object. If I had my wits about me, would I have left home? Step back. Let's see if the host continent breaks apart, just as you said. The golden dragon suddenly rushed and stood in front of the object. If a child acts recklessly, an adult has to take responsibility and teach them right. The golden dragon was very serious. Stop while it's still advice, Deus continued. You know me, I do what I say. If you don't move, I'll go right through you. The golden dragon was also ready to retort. What a truly Demon King-style date, he confirmed again. Shouldn't that be our style of date? Deus pulled his hand back. He unleashed his first technique, Black Shadow Vortex. The golden dragon crossed her arms and rotated the silk wrapped around her body with her Dream Moon Butterfly and Mirror Moon Ring techniques. The golden dragon couldn't understand why Deus wasn't continuing his techniques. He turned around. Hey, it failed. I thought Alex would rush out to stop me if I did this, but no one's here? The golden dragon was startled. What? It was just an act, Deus said innocently. Yeah, I figured if I pretended to destroy the most important thing in the demon realm, they'd panic and show themselves. The golden dragon felt he was asking for trouble. Hey, you crazy bastard. Shouldn't you at least tell me beforehand? What if I had just jumped in? Deus explained. If you knew beforehand, the act wouldn't be convincing, would it? You know how sharp Alex is. The golden dragon gave up. You maniac. I almost actually killed you. Deus flapped his wings and left. Do you think I'd die that easily? Anyway, my idea is done. Let's go eat now. The golden dragon was exhausted. I just got back. Arg, you're going to make me die young. He teased her even more. How long do you plan to live anyway? She let out a lion's roar at Deus. Her eyes were revealed, eye-shaped dishes like hamburgers, poisonous mushrooms with smiling mouths. Deus ate heartily. Why aren't you eating? This is the most delicious restaurant in the demon realm. The golden dragon whimpered. If it were edible, I would have eaten it. He offered her this dish. Cheerfully stir-fried mushrooms and angry-eyed hamburgers. And even demon larva noodles and demon eye coffee. The golden dragon had enough. The more I hear, the less appetite I have. Just tell me I've already eaten. She looked out the window at this world. The red of lava was burning beneath the buildings. He asked her, isn't the scenery beautiful? This is Monster Mountain. 13,000 kilometers above sea level, the highest mountain at the heart of hell, the largest volcano in the demon realm. A monster. She looked down in surprise. Oh, is that an ancient dragon? A creature with a dragon's face and a fish's body was swimming in the lava. Deus was surprised. You know that species? Golden dragon knew. Saya, the progenitor of the dragon race. Just as humans were monkeys before they gained intelligence, this is what a dragon looked like before it gained intelligence. So ancient dragons still live in the demon realm. Deus couldn't understand. Is that so surprising? The golden dragon also realized he was right upon reflection. Thinking about it, it's natural, because this place was once humanity's home. Deus also looked down. He too was beginning to believe. So humans once lived in this demon realm? What? The golden dragon speculated. Probably it was a very long time ago. Deus pointed upwards. So that host continent up there is a new continent that formed later. The golden dragon replied that it was certainly possible to think that. She wondered, by the way, about Daros and Alex. Are you saying both of them are faking their deaths? Deus speculated that the Four Seasons Society was also completely destroyed. The mycelium poison incident was just the result of three races pursuing their own interests. It's good that it's over. But no matter how I think about it, I don't know why Daros would commit suicide. It was too sudden. There's definitely a misplaced cog somewhere in the mycelium poison incident. There's something moving stealthily, like a parasite. Alex was the only witness to Daros's death. But Alex died too. He's not someone who would die that easily. Something suspicious. It's not the disgusting and unpleasant smell of mycelium poison, but the scent of a cunning individual plotting something. The golden dragon couldn't understand. What on earth are those two plotting? Deus thought that before asking what they were plotting, he needed to clarify who they were faking their deaths in front of. She immediately guessed. In front of you. The golden dragon didn't believe it. Two dukes deceiving the demon king and acting in secret. Are they planning to betray you? That can't be. If a demon duke were to rebel, it would mean siding with humans. But you're already in the human world. Deus rested his chin in his hand. Impudent brats, what on earth are they hiding from me? The golden dragon suddenly said that the only way to return everything to how it was before was for him to go home, sit on the demon king's throne and accept his destiny. Deus was surprised. So all these problems happened because I left home? The golden dragon thought he had realized. He asked again, so it's all my fault? The servant standing by the table was flustered. My lord demon king, what are you saying? I've never heard such a thing. The golden dragon confirmed. Exactly. She wasn't sure what he would do. So what are you going to do now? Deus was unconcerned. I need to find them and put them properly in their coffins, right? So help me find them. The golden dragon was surprised. Me, he said indifferently. I've used all my cards, so it's your turn now. The golden dragon slammed the table and stood up. Hey, you idiot, let's go back for now. Nothing will be solved by staying here longer. If Alex and Daros have hidden themselves, then whether it's the demon king or me, it'll be very difficult to find them right away, won't it? Elsewhere, Jack was still diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Scatone still looked comfortable even after a long session of sword fighting. "We've rested a bit so we can continue now, right?" Jack replied obediently. "Yes sir, Scatone," but he immediately picked up the sword beside him and mercilessly attacked Jack. "This is Holy Boyan's Wind Pierce technique. This is Holy Band's Grand Sweep technique. This is Holy Band's Reverse Strike technique." Jack had no time to react. Jack was bruised from the blows and the swordsmanship kept changing. It was unpredictable. Scatone taught as he attacked. "Focus. Open your eyes and observe the subtle movements of my attacks closely." Scatone's gaze sharpened. After using a technique he used Holy Vass's Engaged Sword technique. Jack turned his body and thrust his sword towards Scatone's waist. This time, Scatone spread his legs and counterattacked. "You need to watch out below too." Jack couldn't evade and fell to the ground. Scatone plunged his sword into the ground. "Not bad." "No," he returned to his elegant posture. "Your learning speed is much faster than I expected. This technique is quite difficult, so to endure it to this extent is truly commendable." Jack didn't forget even then. "It's all thanks to the weapons Lord Deus gave me." Scatone didn't think so. "I'm not just saying that. I heard you even caught a dragon. Those guys aren't opponents just anyone can handle with a sword and shield. It's probably thanks to the Holy Bee family's swordsmanship. It seems like a technique designed to face giant enemies. By practicing that swordsmanship every night, you were unconsciously able to evade and nullify the attacks of giant creatures when you fought. Otherwise your body wouldn't have been able to endure." Jack hesitated. Thank you, but actually it's thanks to Lord Deus. I don't know why, just looking into his eyes I feel courage welling up inside me. I feel like I can defeat any opponent, no matter how strong." Scatone laughed heartily. That's not so difficult," he asked frankly. "Jack, do you want to know Lord Deus's true identity?" Scatone suddenly asked. "Jack, do you want to know his true identity?" Jack asked blankly. "Identity," Scatone replied. "Think about it. Someone who can fly freely in the sky, defeat a dragon with a single blow without batting an eye and even remain unharmed by a dragon's breath. Can such a human truly exist?" Jack's eyes were glazed over. The boy muttered. "Lord Deus isn't human." Jack's hand resting on the ground unconsciously clenched. Jack replied firmly. "I don't want to know. If he wishes to keep it hidden I will pretend not to know." Scatone also admired him. "Oh, what great trust," Jack said with sad eyes, "for someone insignificant like me. To my siblings he was like a savior who bestowed magic upon the Holy Bee family. Whatever his past, whatever he truly is, that fact remains unchanged." Scatone felt it sounded like faith, but Jack's serious expression confirmed it. "I wouldn't dare say he is greater than God, but unless God himself commands it, I will never do anything to disappoint Lord Deus." Scatone smiled and said, "Jack, you are a good person." Jack replied, "Oh no, I'm just trying to do my duty. Shall we stop here for today?" As Scatone turned to leave, Jack called him. Scat." Jack hesitated and said, "I'm sorry, but could you teach me a little more?" Scatone replied, "There's no need to overdo it on the first day." Jack seemed impatient with his training. "I just want to get strong quickly and surprise Lord Deus." Hearing that, Scatone understood. He looked at Jack and smiled warmly. Scatone suddenly asked, "Then do you know magic?" Jack was a little flustered. Scatone said, "You should become a magic swordsman. You'll learn very quickly. Let's start with simple magic." In the quiet of midnight, Scatone's teaching echoed in a corner. "Imagine the image of a burning flame in your mind. Understood? Now concentrate that image on your fingertips." "Understood." Jack shouted each word powerfully. He did as he was told and a fireball was launched. It was truly effective. The fireball flew forward and burst with a pop. The next morning, outside Jorich's castle, many residents gathered bustling. Soldiers stood guard intently on the watchtowers. Suddenly the soldiers saw an unexpected shadow fall, followed by a rumbling sound. When they looked up, a gigantic sword, much taller than the castle walls, appeared before their eyes. The sword plunged unhesitatingly towards the watchtower and the ground shook entirely. The residents fled in disarray, and crumbling wall fragments and stones randomly covered the unfortunate. Arg ran away quickly, while everyone was panicking and fleeing. Those who had fainted lay on the roadside. A boy stood frozen on the spot, looking up at the sky. His chubby face was clearly filled with terror and tears streamed from his eyes. The scene the boy saw was of enormous horrifying giants destroying the castle walls. An orange-haired man said seriously, "Honestly, this is beyond my capabilities. That one is Lesya Caden von Hahn, father of the tribe, the lord of Jorich's castle." Mondon sat at the strategy table listening to Caden's words and deep in thought. He replied, "Of course, you are an A-grade hero but that monster outside is a G-grade giant." Another general shouted in rage. "What on earth is the Holy Imperial Office doing? Just recently dragons appeared, and now giants. When such monsters appear, shouldn't they provide a solution?" The priest interjected again. "This nation is clearly in disaster, my lord. Offer sacrifices to the giants to appease their wrath," the bald general said irritably. "Those things are monsters that know nothing but destruction and slaughter. What good would that do?" "Enough." Aiden raised his hand to silence them. He said, "I've sent a telegram to the Holy Imperial Office, and they will send troops immediately. In the meantime, I will lead the army and somehow hold them back. Everyone evacuate quickly." After speaking, Caden turned and left, ordering the general, "Assemble all forces." "Understood." The Lord urgently called him. "Caden." Caden clearly knew what the other person was worried about. He turned around. "Even in my prime, a grade was my limit. Now I am older, but I am still a hero. Mondanio, I ask this not as a lord, but as a fellow hero from days gone by. Should anything happen, please look after my daughter Leia." Leia saw the residents fleeing in chaos in front of the weapon shop. "The giant is attacking Jorich's castle. If the castle falls, our village is next. Run away quickly. Scatone leaned on the window ledge, observing the situation below. He said, giants are supposed to be at the end of the world, so why are they suddenly attacking Jorich? Deus turned and asked Jack, do you notice anything strange? When he turned around, Jack was busily moving around. At some point he had put on his armor, slung his shield on his back, and held his sword in his hand. Scatone asked, are you planning to go to battle? Your opponent is a G-grade monster, Jack replied with vigor. I know, I am a hero too. While Lord Deus is not here, at least I must go to the battlefield. It's good if I can save even one person, and good if I can stop even one monster. Just then, Leia also rushed over and shouted, Jack, the giant is attacking, run away quickly. But when she saw Jack, she was surprised. What? You're going to the battlefield? Jack brushed past Leia and said, yes. Among the two hero families of Jorich, I am the representative of the Holy Bee family. Lady Leia, please leave this place quickly. Leia helplessly called out to Jack, but his figure was already disappearing down the corridor when she turned around. Scatone also brushed past her. He smiled and said, if a warrior goes to battle, an assistant must follow. So I'm going too. Leia gritted her teeth and stared helplessly at the two. She swore, damn it, a C-grade showing off, huh? I'm coming too. I'm also one of the Han tribe. After that, Leia also hurriedly chased after them. Jack's footsteps were very fast. He thought Scatone was right. Giants are supposed to be at the end of the world, so how did they pass all the city walls and villages to get here? To Jorich's castle in the middle of the continent. Jack was puzzled. No way, but he immediately shook off the thought. No, now is not the time. First, I need to focus on the battle. I need to get into the castle quickly. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared next to Jack. Scatone smiled brightly and said, Rick, let's go together. Giants always move in groups. They're different from dragons. Rick looked at him in surprise. Lord Scatone. Just then a second voice was heard. Hey, I'm coming too. Leia caught up to them. She grumbled, don't try to be the protagonist by yourself, just focus on assisting me according to your rank. Lady Leia. Just then a giant's arm suddenly slammed down on the path they were running on, sending all three of them flying. Arg! Scatone soared into the air to survey the situation. He said, looking at the giant trying to climb the city wall. I heard they were inside the castle, but one of them has strayed from the group. Hearing about giants was one thing, but witnessing one in person was different. And Leia's eyes widened in surprise. A horrifying monster with one eye sealed by a nail stared intently at the two of them, baring its sharp teeth. Leia froze on the spot, tears welling up in her eyes. She was so shocked that she opened her mouth wide. What? The giant is this big? How do we defeat this? It's a gigantic monster. As the giant's eyes looked directly at Leia, she trembled in fear and thought, horrible, I need to run away. Right now, but her body wouldn't move. Just then, Rick jumped up fiercely. Holding his sword, he resolutely plunged his sword into the giant's wide-open eye, surprising the giant. The giant writhed in pain and stumbled backward. All the nearby residents stopped and watched. After stabbing the monster, Rick landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, Scatone, who was in the air, immediately cooperated with him. He raised his hand and fired a fireball over the monster's head. Great wave. The magical flames quickly burned the monster, but the monster still reached out its arm. The monster snatched Jack, who was standing in front of it, and Jack was slightly surprised. As soon as it grabbed Jack, the monster clenched its fist. Red blood still flowed from its glowing red eye. Leia screamed, Rick? But only a few seconds later a sharp sword aura erupted from the monster's fist. Something had cut the monster from the inside. The giant's fingers were instantly cut into several pieces and scattered into the air. As the fingers fell, the shape of a shining sword was revealed. Don't miss it. As the monster counterattacked, he used his techniques consecutively. Moonlight slash third technique, Demon King Pierce. Jack's pupils gleamed golden, and the hero's blood in his veins boiled. Jack plunged his sword into the center of the giant's chest, making the giant stumble backward. A gradually enlarging shadow appeared on the calm water surface. Just then the giant fell with a thud and water splashed everywhere. Red liquid flew from its chest. After the deed was done, Jack landed lightly on the ground once again. He had successfully defeated the giant, and Leia was astonished. As she still stood blankly, a slender hand reached out to her. Rick smiled and asked her, Lady Leia, are you all right? Leia's face suddenly flushed as if she had fallen in love. She came to her senses and placed her hand in Jack's. Oh my, Scatone looked down from the rooftop. He laughed to himself. There are no interfering elements around, but he's already activated G-grade. Jack's growth was too fast. If he didn't get faster, he might lose his place on the team. Rick helped Leia up. Before the two realized they were still holding hands, someone shouted, Rick, help me. Rick saw the old woman walking out of a nearby building with a cane and asked, Grandma, what's wrong? The old woman replied, crying, my grandson went to build the Jorich city wall, and now giants are attacking the castle. Please save that child. You're a hero. Jack readily replied, I'm also on my way to the city wall. I will definitely find that child, so don't worry and please take shelter for a while. Scatone came down from the roof and said, let's go to the city wall quickly. The soldiers there won't be enough. Rick replied, yes. Scatone spoke to the villagers again. That giant isn't dead yet. Tie him up tightly before he wakes up, he asked with a bright smile. Please help me deal with the giants inside the castle. I will return soon with reinforcements, so please hold out until then. Who could dislike such an attitude? The villagers felt a heavy responsibility placed upon them. Everyone earnestly replied, yes. Rick turned to Leia, who was still standing blankly, and said, Senior Leia, let's go quickly. Oh right. After replying, she looked elsewhere again, her expression stiff. Below the river, the charred corpse of the giant still lay. She thought to herself, what just happened? I froze in fear the moment I saw it. I couldn't even run away. After that, Leia looked elsewhere again. Seeing Jack's face full of determination and confidence, she wondered if he was the same foolish Rick she knew. Is that the little Rick? For some reason, Leia suddenly gritted her teeth. Annoyed, she squeezed between the two and walked forward. Damn it, stop grumbling, I know. Rick hurriedly chased after her. Let's go together. Senior Leia, Scat-1 slowly followed behind them. The villagers quickly divided tasks and acted. Did you hear? Everyone with strength, follow me downstairs and tie up that monster. Understood. The rest of you, go home and bring all the ropes and clothes you can use to tie it. Understood. Near the Jorich city wall, a gigantic axe was destroying another building. With just one attack, the building's structure completely collapsed. The cast-covered monster gripped its axe again. It looked at the people fleeing in chaos below, preparing its next attack. Oh dear! The archers had already drawn their bows, waiting for the command to attack. The commander waited for a moment and then shouted, "Fire!" Countless arrows flew through the wind, forming a thick rain of arrows. All the arrows embedded themselves in the giant's body, making it look like a hedgehog. Next was the catapult's turn. Huge stones were launched consecutively. The giant was hit by the stones, becoming unrecognizable. After the first attack, the archers drew their bows again. The commander shouted, "Ready?" And the soldiers replied, "Understood." But just then a gigantic sword pierced the city wall, making it shake violently. As soon as the sword was plunged in, it was lifted upward. Soldiers in the city wall were thrown together. A piercing scream was heard. "Arg, oh dear!" A soldier collapsed on the ground, his leg severed next to him. He groaned continuously, and that sound seemed to attract the monster. The monster lowered its horrifying face and stared intently at the soldier. With one attack, his fate was sealed. A scream was heard. Arg! People nearby were also thrown into the air by the vibration. The one who had just been turned into a hedgehog by arrows and stones seemed to have been momentarily stunned, but now it slowly stood up again and stared intently at the soldiers guarding the castle. By now only fools would remain. The soldiers who had just toiled in vain immediately fled. Arg, run quickly, but it wasn't easy. The giant's rotten black foot immediately stomped on the catapult below. Everything was instantly shattered. After stomping, it smiled contentedly, looking foolish. Hee. Just then, arrows with ropes were fired consecutively. This time, the monster was not only hit by arrows but also tied up tightly. As soon as the arrows bound the monster, the commander ordered pull. While the monster was being subdued, the catapult team started working again. Fire! In the fierce storm, the monster fell again. Thick dust rose into the air. The soldiers cheered, "We got one!" A flash of lightning was fired. Judging by its color and size, it had immense power. The mages used it to electrify the one who had just slammed an axe into the city wall, and its head glowed like a torch. Croor! After a moment, the giant was paralyzed by the electric shock and collapsed. The sound of someone's footsteps was heard, and that person quickly leapt. It was Caden. He appeared and swung his true severing blade technique, and a sharp, decisive sword cut down the gigantic monster. It seemed the problem was solved, but the wound was barely a small cut on its arm. The monster opened its eyes again. Its glowing red eyes stared intently at Caden. It swung its arm without hesitation, sending him flying, and thick dust rose into the air. The aging Caden fell backward mercilessly. On a distant rooftop, someone's feet quietly appeared. Deus and the divine dragon slowly walked out of a spatial gate. He leaned on the railing, looking at the scene before him, and said, "What's this? As soon as I get back, it's such a mess." The golden dragon also wondered why the giants were here. While they were still confused, a sudden bullet was fired from behind. From over there, the monster, after knocking Caden down, swung its arm again to kill him. But before it could even attack, it was hit by several exploding bullets in the head. Caden barely escaped death, surprised. The shot giant stumbled, about to fall. Its upper body was burning, and not far away stood Jack, the exorcist hero, with a lightning-like flash in his hand. He charged, shouting, "Oh dear!" Jack plunged the lightning-like flash into the monster's head, causing its head to dent. Jack's golden eyes gleamed and monster blood dripped down. Caden's face clearly showed astonishment at the sight before him. Croor! With the decisive blow, the giant collapsed to the ground. Thick dust rose into the air after that. Leia hurriedly rushed over and called out to her father. She approached worriedly and asked, "Father, are you all right?" He was surprised by her appearance. "Why are you here? I told you to take shelter," Leia replied. "Where should I go? I'm a hero too. I should fight with everyone." "Wow, we got it." Hearing his daughter's words, Caden finally noticed the movement over there. As the smoke slowly cleared, Jack's small figure was revealed. He stood atop the monster's chest. The soldiers cheered joyfully. "Oh, we got another one, woohoo!" Jack stood triumphantly over his victory. Due to the intense movement, he was still panting. Suddenly, a soldier pointed and shouted, "Look, it's Lord Caden and Lady Leia. The Han tribe defeated the giant." As the soldiers cheered, they saw him and his daughter standing on the city wall next to the monster. Hearing that, Caden tried to open his mouth, but it eventually caught in his throat. The words he eventually uttered were a complete evasion of the problem. "Don't worry, I'm here. We will deal with the remaining giants together. We will defend our castle until the Holy Imperial Office Army arrives." The soldiers enthusiastically replied, "Understood." Leia instinctively looked down and saw that Jack was already running. She stood a little dazed, seemingly contemplating something. Leia stepped forward to chase after Jack. "Jack, I told you I'd go with you," Caden called out to her. Leia, daughter, where are you going?" "Not far away." Deus had clearly witnessed everything. The golden dragon admired from the side, achieving G grade without my buffs. Indeed, bloodline soldiers seem to have truly awakened. She smiled regretfully. "It's a shame. Jack, if you had been born in the Zero Age, you might have become the last hero." Rick hurriedly ran. He passed through the desolate street where no one was present. After that, he opened the wooden door of a house and entered. He quickly ran up the stone stairs until the door on the second floor came into view. He hurried and flung the door open. Light from outside suddenly streamed in. Jack continued to run onto the rooftop. Heavy breathing echoed continuously. He then leapt vigorously, vanishing from the yard, and in midair a goat's figure appeared as he raised the sword in his hand and performed the moonlight slash. Third technique. The two gigantic monsters below heard the movement and looked up at him with bulging eyes. Jack fortunately spotted one giant rush towards it and performed the Demon King Pierce. The monster's face noticeably caved in and a few horrific front teeth broke from the impact. Blood spurted. After dealing with one, Jack leapt again, preparing a gift for the remaining one. Moonlight slash. First technique. White smoke billowed from the doom-slown shield on his back. Jack swung his sword, performing the Demon King's decapitation vertically on the remaining monster. When Leia arrived, the two giants were already down. She froze at the sight before her, panting from having run too fast. Jack, memories from the past flooded back. A boy lay on the ground, his wooden sword having fallen long ago. The boy with his chubby body looked exhausted as he stared at the person standing before him. Leia proudly carried her sword on her shoulder, her face smudged with dirt yet clearly exuding the aura of a victor. The onlookers marveled. Wow, Leia won again. She defeated all the centaurs. That's Leia for you. It was the sight of a young 11-year-old Leia von Hans. Suddenly she shouted, startling the boy. She warned him, if you bother Jack again, I won't let it slide. Afterward, Leia took her sword and ran to the closed room. She opened the door and said to the person inside, Jack, come out. Little Jack still had a bucket over his head. His entire body was already soaked. From inside the bucket, Jack's voice echoed, no, if I act rashly, Sir Pow will scold me. Leia's eyes flashed with anger. You idiot, you always just get beaten, why don't you fight back, he replied dejectedly. No, then I might not get the cleaning job at Sir Pow's house next time. I'm fine, you should go, senior. Having nothing more to say, Leia slammed the door shut in anger and left. You idiot, stay trapped there your whole life. Only Jack remained in the dark room. From then on, Leia would just pass by if she saw Jack being bullied. Jack, why are you always like that? But he still remained in her heart. During class, Jack even brought his younger siblings, becoming the target of everyone's teasing. But he just smiled shyly. Soon after, Leia saw him carrying a large apple box as big as himself and walking with a smile. His younger siblings trailed behind him. Feigning indifference, Leia couldn't help but look back at him. It was still Jack's characteristic smile. She felt she had never once seen him angry. Why do you always just smile? That day was an important one. It was the Jorich's Warrior Elementary School graduation ceremony. The principal announced, congratulations to all of you on your graduation. The students below cheered joyfully. After the ceremony, Leia hastily ran to the dock holding a bouquet and a piece of paper. She shouted towards the boat that had just raised its anchor and was departing. Jack, she held up the paper in her hand and said, Jack, why didn't you come to graduation? You said you weren't going to middle school. This is your graduation gift. But suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, snatching the paper from her hand. The paper fell straight into the sea. The boat before her gradually sailed further away. Leia cried out in surprise, don't get wet. But it became increasingly soaked and graduation certificate was written on it. It certified that the student had completed all courses in the Warrior Department of the Jorich's Warrior Elementary School and the Holy Imperial Office. Jack's voice was heard. It's all right, Senior Leia. He smiled and waved at her from the boat. I'm going to earn money. See you again in 3 months. Until then, stay healthy, Senior. Hearing those words, Leia silently gripped the bouquet in her hand. She threw the bouquet to the ground in anger and cursed him. You idiot, don't force yourself to smile because you can't cry anymore. You should be angry, Leia wanted to say it, even knowing he wouldn't hear. His old self had now transformed into the warrior Jack, wielding a shield and sword, dominating the battlefield. Since when did the naive Jack become so strong? Leia stared at him blankly, her mind in turmoil. Jack's eyes were shining and a combative, confident smile played on his lips. Leia asked herself, are you enjoying this situation right now? Ha ha, Jack shouted as he slashed the face of another giant. But this time the monster also raised its fist and counterattacked. Upon sensing the attack, the doom-slown shield's eye glowed. As the monster's fist flew, the shield also fired a strike, and Jack instantly vanished from that spot. The fist cut through the air and Jack was pushed back, falling to the ground. Naturally, the monster didn't miss its chance. Before Jack could even get up, the monster raised its fist again. But before it could do anything, it was hit on the head by a barrage of stones flying from the air. It turned out the soldiers below were throwing stones in support. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The commander's voice echoed, reload, fire. Massive stones continued to fly. Just then, Scatwan's voice was heard behind Jack. He was chanting a spell. O Eldrani's omnipotent guardian of life, in your name as the protector of balance, I implore you for the power to tear apart the heart of chaos before me. Hear my call according to the ancient covenant, and bestow upon me great power. Jack looked at Scatwan with surprised eyes. Seal the enemy before me. As the spell concluded, Scatwan soared into the air, magical light gleaming in his blue eyes. A gate appeared and an arm extended from within it. Similar gates appeared in other directions and another arm extended. The giant was tightly constricted by those arms, not 2 but 3 arms. Scatwan chanted a spell with one hand and pointed forward with the other. Holy breath, light of the heavens, O Eldrani's, pierce that enemy. Another arm appeared from behind Scatwan. This time that hand held a weapon. A sacred spear immediately pierced the monster's chest and blood splattered everywhere. Then he said, Jack now? Jack snapped back to reality and replied, ah yes. The doom-slown sword appeared on the battlefield once more. Jack leapt high, holding his sword. He was clearly about to land a decisive blow on the giant, but something unexpected happened. The monster released one hand and grabbed Jack. He cried out in surprise, ah! Leia also called out his name in fear. Jack, it turned out she had arrived in time and slashed the giant's hand. As the hand loosened, Jack was also freed. Even in that situation, he still smiled happily and greeted her. Senior Leia, Leia shouted. You idiot, Jack, don't stop, just go forward, Jack replied loudly. Understood. He then took a lightning-like flash and thrust it into the center of the giant's forehead, and blood gushed like a spring. The giant fell onto the adjacent building, and its two massive feet leapt over Scatwan's head. Not one but two more appeared. Scatwan's magic quickly blocked one, and the remaining one sent Leia and Jack flying simultaneously. Leia flew to the left and Jack fell to the right. Scatwan still tried to defeat them using Eldrani's magic, but he was hit by the giant and slammed straight into the wall. Jack slowly got up then and looked up at the three giants staring at him with bewildered eyes. One bared its teeth and laughed, even drooling. Jack recalled Scatwan's words. Unlike dragons, they always move in groups. He could handle one or two, but how could he win against so many? Leia's father Lesya shouted, Those monsters! He swung his sword with all his might. Get off our land! Jack was extremely anxious. Sir Lesya! He was easily grabbed by the giant like an ant. The giant held him as if to crush him, and his bones seemed to break. His eyes staring at the giant were blank. The monster was about to taste him like a delicious meal. Jack couldn't believe his eyes. He was anxious. Ah, no! From somewhere, something like a meteor flew towards that giant. It struck the monster's mouth, preventing it from eating. Jack turned his head towards the fiery rock that had just flown past. Airships bearing the Holy Imperial crest and priests were arriving here in massive numbers. Caden looked down at the scene below from the airship with an air of sophistication. Jack happily recognized the person above. Sir Caden, the residents cheered joyfully. The Holy Imperial Army has arrived. Reinforcements are here. We are saved, Caden commanded. Fire on the subordinates. Gather energy and use the Hellfire destruction technique. Laser-like beams of light poured onto the giants, making them explode. The knights, with swords in hand, bravely charged downward. Together they relentlessly stabbed the giants. The swords in their hands glowed, piercing through the giants. At all three locations where giants were present, the Holy Imperial forces eliminated them. Below, the knights stabbed them with swords. Above, mages fired flames, destroying them with hellfire. The giants were hit by techniques all over their bodies, and they continued to attack the giants. Jack couldn't help but marvel at this astounding sight. Is this the power of the Holy Imperial Office? Meanwhile, Deus and the Divine Dragon were also watching this scene. It seems to be over now, the Divine Dragon asserted. Jack is no longer C-grade, he's growing abnormally fast. I don't know why. She was surprised to see the person next to her laughing amusingly. Deus said wildly, What is this feeling? My heart feels like it's burning. I suddenly want to fight him. The giants finally fell. Everyone rejoiced. Finally, they're all dealt with. The beautiful city lay in ruins. Caden landed first. He pointed with his finger. There might still be enemies beyond the mountains. Send out an aerial squadron to search thoroughly. The rest of you, help dispose of the giants' bodies, his followers replied. Understood. Lesya Caden von Hahn approached. Thank you for coming, he introduced himself. I am Lesya Caden von Hahn. Our Hans family did our best to hold out until the Holy Imperial Office sent people. Caden shook his hand and said, The giant's fierce attack is a rare occurrence. Everyone worked hard. Caden then looked to his left and saw Jack standing blankly. He asked, I heard there are other families in Jorich besides the Hans family. Did they also participate? How was it? What were that warrior's achievements? Lesya recalled Jack's unusual gaze at that moment. He muttered, How could a C-grade fight a G-grade? It would only be a hindrance. They are a ruined family, so don't mind them. Besides, would you like to meet my daughter? Thanks to her, we were able to stop the giants in this battle. She is a born genius warrior. I'm sure she will be a great asset to the Holy Imperial Office. Caden said as if knowing everything. Is that so? Lesya replied. Yes, this is not just my opinion as a father, but also my thought as a warrior. Jack was still gloomily looking at the people buried in the rubble. Their faces looked tormented in death. Jack felt truly heartbroken. Just then a soldier approached where Caden and Lesya were talking. Sir Lesya, a message has arrived from the Lord. The Lord wishes to personally invite Sir Jode Negi to the victory celebration for defeating the giants. Please invite him. He sent the invitation. Sir Jode, please do not refuse and join us. Caden also did not refuse. Of course, it's an honor. And then the two left together. Let's go then. Yes, it seemed only Jack and suffering remained in the world. The scenery was desolate and eerie. That night a grand festival was held on every major street in Jorich. Colorful festival lanterns hung. All the restaurants inside the castle were filled with people as if trying to chase away the fear that had frozen their hearts. People laughed, drank, and shared their joy. In another corner of the city, the Lord and heroes held torches and looked at the giant. Seeing it in person, it was much larger than imagined. The Lord was surprised. You face such an opponent, you are truly remarkable, Lesya laughed. Ha, you flatter me. The Lord suddenly discovered something and pointed to the giant's head. That cross-shaped gash doesn't seem to be made by your sword. Then perhaps it's the work of your daughter Leia. The Lord laughed heartily. Leia also participated. Remarkable, it seems she surpassed you. Perhaps we should entrust the escort to Leia instead of you. Ha. Lesya didn't deny it. Ha, it seems I'll have to train the child more strictly if she is to catch your lord's eye. Caden appeared and cut in. I don't think so, the Lord calmly explained. Well, Sir Caden, even if you are a Zodiac Knight, it's still hard to believe that a minor can fight a giant. Isn't that right? But Leia received the title of a grade warrior since middle school, and she is the first person in Jorich with the potential to become a G-grade warrior. Caden naturally knew Leia well, but he didn't believe it. The Lord again pointed to the giant's head and said, "It's not easy for Sir Lesia's daughter who uses large dual swords to make such a sharp and delicate gash." Caden's eyes seemed to pierce through the mundane. "Sir Lesia also uses swordsmanship, so you must know, right?" Lesia avoided his gaze. The Lord was surprised. "Then besides the Hans family, who else in Jorich could face a giant?" Caden said, as if he had been waiting for this question. "As far as I know, there is another family," the Lord said with suspicious eyes. "You don't mean the Holy Bee family, do you?" "Sir Caden, it seems you still don't know much. The Holy Bee family is F grade. Let alone a giant, they wouldn't even be able to catch a slime in the forest." Caden suddenly smiled meaningfully and looked up at the sky. Sometimes even the gods play mischievous jokes. Even in this situation he seemed to be making a joke. He was always a great humorist. The Lord and Caden were confused by these words. Meanwhile at JK's noodle shop people were happily chatting. "That gigantic monster swung its club once and the roof flew off, don't lie. You were hiding in the warehouse trembling then. Come on, don't fight, let's have another drink." The beer mug hit the floor hard and the divine dragon grumbled unpleasantly. "I told you to only take 3 silver. All the heroes and soldiers who participated in defeating the monster received awards, so why didn't you?" Rick chuckled, feigning indifference. "Oh, it's fine. I earned as much as I could today. I think stopping the giants was enough." Deus, even while eating noodles, didn't forget to nag. "You idiot, weren't you someone who calculated every penny? You defeated that thing yourself, you should get at least 30 gold. Deus couldn't understand why Rick kept smiling. "It's really fine, and if I stand out too much, Lord Deus will be in trouble." He stopped eating and looked up at Rick. Rick's eyes were filled with sadness. "Most of all, I'm really happy that you two are back. You both suddenly disappeared and I was worried I might lose another person like Lord Alex." At Rick's affectionate gaze, Deus started eating his noodles again. "From now on I'll tell you in advance when I'm going somewhere." "Really?" the divine dragon asked in surprise. "Are you okay?" Deus was embarrassed and fell silent. Someone approached Rick and questioned him. "Who on earth are you? Are you really the person I know?" Rick stood in the middle of the shop and asserted, "No matter how low the evaluation, I am a G-rank hero today." Suddenly Leia said in surprise. Suddenly Leia was surprised. "Why are you here? Weren't you always with the Lord?" Leia was embarrassed. "I just came to see if you were okay. Am I not allowed to be here?" "Deus, please come in, have a seat," Leia grumbled to Deus. "You just fought for your life and you're making that child do this again. You're truly a demon," Deus asked sincerely. "How did you know?" Rick explained. "Ah, don't worry. Lady Holy Sword used healing magic." Leia looked at the divine dragon in surprise. "Healing magic? You even used such high-level sacred magic," Rick said unpleasantly. "Can you stop being so surprised? We were wearing dragon-scale equipment from the start, so isn't it obvious that we're not an ordinary hero team?" Leia still asserted. "But that's F-rank." Deus rested his chin on his hand and asked Rick, "So, are you supposed to live as an F-rank hero your whole life?" Leia sat down. "I just fought with my dad about that, so don't say anything more." Deus was only interested in this question. "What? I didn't tell you to sit down." Rick grinned. "Is it because of me?" Leia didn't deny it. "Yes, because you defeated a G-rank giant. My dad said he wanted to train you properly. But when I told him not to, he didn't listen." Rick smiled like a benevolent mother. "Lady Leia, why did you say such things?" Seeing his smile, her heart seemed to brighten. "You always have to be the best, so why react so strongly?" Leia hit the table in embarrassment. "Shut up, it's not because of you, it's because of Jorich. Don't get arrogant just because you defeated one giant." Also played a part. Rick was flustered. "Ah yes, I'm sorry," Leia crossed her arms. "Anyway, I'm going to prove to my father that I can complete a G-rank mission with JK. If I can do that, my father will have no choice but to acknowledge me," JK said quietly. "Whether I'm acknowledged or not isn't very important." The divine dragon seemed like a young couple squabbling. "I told you to be quiet. Whether I do it or not is up to me. You just have to listen to me, okay?" "Yes, yes," the divine dragon admired. "Still not honest? So cute. Youth is indeed the best entertainment," Leia shouted angrily. What do you mean?" the divine dragon smiled meaningfully. "Nothing, it's just that you and JK are so cute together." Leia screamed. "What together? Please don't associate me with that JK, it makes me want to throw up." The divine dragon didn't back down. I'm sorry, I must be too drunk." JK quickly intervened. "Ha ha ha, I'll treat you to a bowl of noodles. Calm down," Leia called Rick. "You say something too," the divine dragon was annoyed. "Ah, shut up, please disappear." Suddenly someone in the distance called Rick. An old woman with a cane asked Rick, "My grandson Jay still hasn't returned. What happened?" "I asked you to find Jay." Rick recognized Grandma Joe. He finally remembered Jay. Jay was the boy buried in the building debris then. Rick bowed his head in sadness. "I'm sorry, Grandma Joe. By the time I found Jay, he was already..." the old woman asked in a cracked voice. "Why?" Grandma Joe cried out. "Why did Jay die even though you went there? You're a hero." Rick bowed his head. "It's my fault. I wasn't capable enough." She pointed a trembling finger at Rick and continued to cry like a child. "You damn bastard, you let my grandson die and you're here happily selling noodles. I can tell by looking at you everyone else got hurt, but you don't have a single scratch. You must have been hiding somewhere. I took pity on you since you were young and gave you odd jobs, and this is how you repay me." The old woman cried louder and louder. I was a fool to trust a hero from a pathetic F-rank family. This is all your fault. Rick, my J died because of you, Leia stepped forward to explain. No, Grandma. J.K. defeated all the giants. Rick raised his hand to stop her. He admitted his fault. Yes, Grandma, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, Leia called Rick's name. Rick, Grandma Jo still sobbed like a child. She turned and left. I don't want to see you. Don't call yourself a hero again. She left, leaning on her cane, leaving everyone bewildered. A voice broke the atmosphere. Ha, interesting. Caden had arrived. He was still the same. Rick was surprised. Lord Caden, weren't you supposed to be in the castle? Why are you here? He grumbled. Sitting with those old men is boring and doesn't suit someone like me. Deus was annoyed. Ah, what day is it today anyway? Why do I keep meeting such awful people? Caden sensed something different. Where's the curly-haired gentleman who used to be by your side? Deus replied nonchalantly. He died. Don't worry about it anymore. Rick was cooking noodles. I don't know how it will taste, but I'll treat you to a bowl. Caden suddenly asked Rick. Rick, are you satisfied? Rick asked blankly. He immediately got to the point. Someone who did nothing is standing next to the Lord receiving favor, while the most qualified person like you is sitting here. Are you really satisfied? Rick's eyes widened at these words. His eyes seemed to pierce through the red dust. I personally saw all the giant corpses. Those sharp and fatal sword wounds. You defeated a G-rank monster alone. Without you, at least half of the residents here would have died. Caden looked at Leia. Even those who strut around under the name of an A-rank family are the same. J.K. didn't think so. No, everyone helped me. Caden suddenly clenched his fist, surprising everyone. So it's fine, I told the Lord that it was your achievement, but he absolutely refused to accept it. No matter if they are the Lord of a city or A-rank families, how can they accept the fact that they owe their lives to an F-rank family? Rick listened intently. That's why they intentionally didn't invite you. If you were G-rank, no, even D-rank, the Lord would be trying to curry favor with you right now. Even though your skills wouldn't have changed, he truly couldn't understand. This is how the world is. Skills are important, but sometimes background is more important. Can you really accept all this? He thought to himself. Not at all, not at all. Rick was still firm. Thank you for the advice, but my answer remains unchanged. Since his advice didn't work, Caden turned his gaze to Deus. You should also think carefully. There are many other heroes in the world. I can give you more than just money, which you only need. Deus pretended not to hear him. Until you become D-rank, Caden looked at Deus unpleasantly. He turned and left. The Divine Dragon advised, skills cannot be hidden forever. Someday there will come a time when you can no longer tolerate it. Despite Caden's unpleasant departure, the shop remained lively. Rick was deep in thought about something. Deus picked up a strand of noodles. Why do people become heroes? Rick was startled. He gave the standard answer. What do you mean? I'm just a member of the Holy Bee family. Deus didn't understand. I heard you could abandon that surname. An F-rank family isn't just unacknowledged, they're scorned, they don't make good money, they have no honor or glory, even small achievements are met with suspicion and hatred, aren't they? Deus asked, looking at the noodle bowl. So why do you still want to continue? Because it's what your ancestors did, because it's your family's dream, or just because you were born into it? The Divine Dragon looked at Deus meaningfully. Rick returned to his peaceful smile. I've never deeply thought about that question, so I'll just tell you what comes to mind now. I believe everything in the world is thanks to the sacrifices of heroes. He looked up at the sky. The fact that people can laugh with peace of mind under such a clear night sky is because of the sacrifices of countless heroes in the past, isn't it? Today is no different, because everyone fought their best and won. We can sit here and enjoy ourselves. Leia stared blankly at Rick at this moment. The star-filled sky seemed to mirror his heart. Even if it's a small sacrifice, if my sacrifice can make the world a better place, what could be more meaningful than that? So if there's something I need to protect, I want to be a hero who never falls. No matter what enemy appears, Deus said sarcastically. Never falls, you'd be knocked over by one hit from the Demon King. Rick scratched his head, embarrassed. Is that so? He spoke with conviction, and Deus paused while picking up noodles. That's probably a fantasy every hero has at least once. But if I'm the last hero facing the Demon King, I'll never fall. Even if I die, I'll get back up and keep fighting, Deus hypothesized. But if the Demon King appeared before your eyes, would you fight without hesitation, even knowing you couldn't win and would die alone, for this trivial world, for a world that scorns you? Rick narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes, Deus also stared blankly at Rick. I would fight without hesitation, Deus truly wondered. What on earth has this world done for you? What about your siblings? You said they were important to you. The Divine Dragon listened in surprise. My siblings are also heroes. They'll understand, in fact, they'll be even prouder of me than if I were just doing odd jobs in the village. Because that's the most glorious death for a hero. Leia still stared blankly at Rick. Deus surprised J.K. I truly don't understand all the bloodline soldiers I've met so far. No, all those people swarming outside are different from you. So if such trashy fellows appeared under the name of the last hero, if I were the Demon King, I would kill them all without hesitation. Alright, I'll admit it. The last hero I'd always imagined was exactly someone like you. Rick's eyes gleamed, and Deus suddenly became angry. Thinking about it again, it must be someone with such a ridiculously crazy conviction. That's why the Demon King ultimately can't win. This is how the world is. Those who have always try to get more. While those like you who have nothing actually try to give more, Deus suddenly said to Rick. You can go, if you want, you can go to the Holy Imperial Palace. I won't stop you. I really feel like you're wasted here. Let's pretend there was no contract. I'll set you free. If you want to leave, leave. Rick's too comfortably resting hands suddenly clenched tightly. He pleaded desperately, no, please hold me back. Please, please hold me back. Deus was also surprised. Please, please don't abandon me. Ever since Lord Deus appeared in my life, I've truly felt like I'm the protagonist of this life. So please don't send me anywhere. Deus put down his chopsticks on the table, pointed his finger, and declared, this is it. There's no turning back. You wanted this yourself. Now I'm not responsible. Don't complain later. Rick became cheerful again. Yes, Deus didn't forget to nag. Kicking away the only chance to escape on your own. What an idiot. Truly foolish. Rick was still cheerful. Yes, I'm a fool. The divine dragon sighed. You two are truly foolish. Deus strangely didn't deny it. You're right, he genuinely suggested. Someday when you become very strong, let's fight each other. Rick quickly waved his hands. No, I can't. How could I dare to fight Lord Deus? Deus rested his chin on his hand and consoled Rick. Don't worry, I'll go easy. How could I be mean to you? The divine dragon looked at him meaningfully. The demon king is always destined to die at the hands of a hero. Like an unchangeable law, it hasn't been broken once in 665 centuries. The battle that repelled the giant's attack seemed to be the end of everything, but it was merely a small beginning of the massive changes that would follow. The next morning, Rick had an audience with the Lord. Are you Holy Bee? He sweated nervously. Yes, that's right, the Lord greeted him. Pleased to meet you. You must be surprised to be called so early in the morning, aren't you? Rick shook his head. No, not at all, the Lord said. It was nothing. I heard you played a very big role in defeating the giants yesterday. The Holy Imperial Office Investigator also mentioned your achievements. Rick humbly replied, You flatter me. I merely did my duty as a warrior of the J clan. The Lord suddenly laughed. A warrior of the JCK clan? Ha, yes, a warrior should certainly do that. He got straight to the point. I called you to entrust you with a mission as the Lord. I ask you to take on this task. Beyond the hot spy mountains at the end of the northwestern world there's a village called Phobosville where a lich seems to have appeared. Rumor has it that the entire village population was massacred. Rick was startled when the Lord entrusted him with the mission. I want you to deal with that monster. Rick hesitated. Yes, I apologize, but aren't the hot spy mountains giant territory? Moreover, a lich is an L-class monster. My lord, I'm truly sorry, but I am only a C-class warrior. The Lord didn't believe him. Yesterday, the Holy Imperial Office Investigator said you personally defeated the giant monster. If that's true, your rank is much higher than Sir Caden, the pride of our Jorichs. Sir Caden, only you can accomplish this mission. The Lord's eyes were full of suspicion. Did the Holy Imperial Office Investigator perhaps lie to me? Rick was flustered. That's not what I meant. A money bag was thrown in front of him. It will take at least 7 days just to reach the Hot Spy Mountains. I've prepared more for your reward, Caden solemnly said. This is an important mission entrusted directly by the Lord. Express your gratitude quickly. Rick looked up in surprise. The Lord trusts me, he happily agreed. Yes, I will definitely defeat the lich and repay your trust, my lord. Rick hurried down the corridor. Father, the Lord has finally recognized our Holy Bee family. In the room, the Lord slammed his palm on the chair. He was very angry. If the rumor spreads that Jorich's territory was saved by such a young kid, what will other territories think? Caden, are you sure that kid defeated the giant monster? Did the Holy Imperial Office people or you finish everything and that kid just happened to take the credit? Caden was still confused. I was also too flustered at the time to be sure. But the truth doesn't matter. If a knight of the Jode Knight said so, everyone will surely believe it. If it's revealed that Jorich's territory relies on an F-class family, it will become a laughingstock throughout the land. Caden looked at the Lord. No, perhaps other families will even covet this castle. Such matters must be handled decisively. The Lord exchanged glances with him. The Lord said, I almost forgot. What appeared in Phobosville wasn't a common lich, but the lich. If that kid is G-class, he'll surely survive. The Lord had already calculated everything. If he really kills that guy, it wouldn't be bad to give him a temporary title and make him a knight of the castle, but I will always ensure his rank remains low. Don't worry, a good friend would naturally do that, wouldn't they? Anyway, people now think you and Leia defeated the giant monster together. If you say an F-class family defeated the giant monsters, disregarding an A-class family, your family will also be ruined, the Lord smiled meaningfully. Well, it would be even better if that kid disappeared entirely, since he's from a family no one cares about anyway. Haha, an unchanging world. Rick was still happy, unaware of the power broker's schemes. Peace. Isn't that right? For an F-class family, 5 gold coins would be more than enough for condolences. Thus, the hero team consisting of Demon King Deus, Divine Dragon, General Goms, Gun, and Hero Rick set off. Deus grumbled in the carriage. The Lord only gave 5 gold coins, he's too stingy, the Divine Dragon explained. It's not about the money. The fact that the Lord personally entrusted him with the mission means he's been recognized to some extent. Deus was still a money-obsessed person. Recognition should be expressed with money. You can have the verbal recognition yourself, the Divine Dragon retorted. Then how much do you recognize Rick to pay him such a paltry salary? Deus dodged. Wow, how cold. How can you measure a person's heart only with money? Rick was still excited at this time. I can do it, I'll definitely succeed. Their carriage sped through the forest towards the northwest. Deus didn't forget to ask Han, by the way, I heard Rick's siblings went to the Holy Imperial Palace? Rick said excitedly, yes, they went on a school trip. They're very excited because they'll get to see the Holy Emperor in person and many interesting things. Deus further asked, what are your siblings' names? Rick replied, My sister is Shin and my youngest brother is Regin, the divine dragon asked in admiration. They left very quickly, Deus said naturally. What do I have to do with their lives? Rick continued excitedly. Both of them consider you their benefactor, Lord Deus. They said they're studying hard to become great heroes and help you, he said as if it had nothing to do with him, end the exploitation with you. What you earn is your achievement alone. Don't drag me into it, the divine dragon was surprised. At least he has some conscience. Deus yawned. Of course, he looked at Rick. Someone sacrificed their whole life to raise them, so they should become even greater heroes. Rick also understood his meaning. He smiled gently. Deus was puzzled when Rick showed no reaction. He began to wonder, Rick, what do you think a hero is? When his name was called, Rick said blankly, his answer, heroes are people blessed by God. They are the ones who won the battle against the Demon King 665 centuries ago. Deus scoffed. Don't give me textbook answers. I'm asking about the title of hero that you, your ancestors, and your siblings risked their lives for. You must have your own definition of a hero, right? What you truly think. Rick was startled by the question. He looked up at the distant sky. I think it's endless courage. The Demon King is very scary, isn't he? No, not to mention the Demon King, there are countless monsters and demons in this world and not a single one is weaker than humans. Compared to them, humans are so weak, but the moment a hero appears, hope reignites, a hero has come. If a hero stands firm and unyielding in front, people will think the hero hasn't fallen yet. So let's try a little harder. If 10, 100, 1,000 people work together, I believe humans can overcome anything, even if the opponent is the Demon King. Deus was deafened. Why are you talking so verbosely? To summarize, if you're not afraid, there's no failure, right? Rick couldn't deny it. I guess so. Then Deus understood even less. Then why divide into F class, D class, and so on, and what's with pure bloodlines? In the end, anyone can become a hero if they have the will, right? But why do some people become rich because of such ranks while others are scorned and live hard lives? Rick had his own thoughts on this, but anyway, the Demon King is very strong, so will alone isn't enough. Since we have to fight and defeat the Demon King, shouldn't we choose heroes with excellent combat abilities? Deus had a headache. Combat ability, magic power, elementary, middle, high school, university scores. Is that not enough? Academy, money, sponsors, pure bloodlines, it's too much. He suddenly changed the subject, startling everyone. Actually, I thought heroes were people who received a divine revelation from the heavens, beings unmistakably chosen, enveloped in light. I was even a little afraid because it was a destiny one could recognize from the first encounter, but it's truly ridiculous. Deus and the divine dragon exchanged meaningful glances. Rick said embarrassedly, according to what everyone says, I have nothing. Education, money, sponsors, lineage. None of the conditions are met. He laughed as if it didn't matter. I'm a complete failure. Just an F class. That's exactly why I chose you, kid. Deus's eyes gazed indifferently at the sky. And I, who have been decapitated for tens of thousands of years and am the leader of fools like you, will probably be the greatest loser, the divine dragon suddenly called him. Hey Deus, how was the new servant? Deus realized she was talking about the new butler. He explained, I put up a recruitment notice and that guy came to me himself and pleaded. It seemed that way. The divine dragon seemed to know something. She covered her face and whispered to Deus, be careful of that guy. He couldn't understand. Do you know him? The divine dragon was also not certain. I have my suspicions but I can't say. Deus laughed, which flustered the divine dragon. He reminded her, did you forget who I am? Everything in this world is just a game to me. There's nothing I need to be careful of. The divine dragon eventually gave up. Tisk, do as you please, I warned you. He chuckled. Deus knew very well that Scatwan's eyes were always following him. Don't worry, I'm acting as reckless as possible. Their carriage sped through the forest. As night fell and the moon rose high, they gathered around a pot of ramen. Each happily ate a bowl. When they got bored, the divine dragon went far away and sparred one-on-one with Scatwan. Rick fought, sweating profusely. Deus sat bored watching. When the work was done, they collapsed on the grass and fell asleep. Scatwan was different. He stood on a rock, looked around, confirmed everyone was asleep and then ran off somewhere again. The next day, they ate wild boar hunted by Scat. The carriage wheels continued to roll. They traveled northwest together. At sunset, they ate their fill of ramen and after dinner they practiced swordsmanship. At night they slept soundly, and the next morning they drove the carriage again. Long ramen dinners in the forest, sleeping under the bright moon, bathing together in hot springs, sleeping tangled in the narrow carriage and then driving the carriage again the next morning. From morning till sunset and then late into the night, they drove on. Finally they arrived at their destination. It was the Hot Spy Mountains. Beyond this mountain where giants lived, humans could not survive. Deus also glanced at the magnificent mountain range. Scatwan pointed with his finger. Look, that distant thing is the Wall of Sin, Rick exclaimed. Wow, I read about it in a textbook too. That's the Wall of Sin, the final defensive line hastily built 500 years ago to stop the giants in the Great War between humans and giants. They said the bodies of fallen warriors were piled higher than the wall. I never thought I'd see direct evidence of the warriors' sacrifices. Scatwan guided the way. Now if we go around this mountain range for about 2 days, we'll reach Phobosville. Let's start quickly. Rick was filled with anticipation. Yes, they drove the carriage again towards the village. Rick looked at the pitch-black sky. The surrounding scenery was desolate and eerie. Is this the right place? Phobosville. At the entrance to the village, hanged corpses hung and the interior was terribly desolate. Deus called him. Rick turned back. He pointed at the village and said, "Go, catch the lich." Deus was pale with fear. "And me alone, I'm too scared." Corpses hung in the windows, one house leaned against a pillar and corpses were everywhere. There was a terrible smell, and everyone seemed to have died long ago. Rick looked around. "Where's the graveyard? I want to catch the lich quickly and leave this place." A little further, Rick found the graveyard looked like a haunted house from a horror movie. He patted his pale face and said, "I fought giants and dragons too." "Snap out of it, Rick." Finally, he opened the door and entered. He still politely greeted, "Excuse me." "Ha." Rick confusedly looked up at the ceiling and saw several pairs of feet. Rick burst into tears. "So many corpses hanging. What on earth is this?" a voice echoed. "I have 5 silver coins in my hand, passerby. Please help me." "If you give 7 silver coins, heaven will be closer." A cloaked man approached with a staff. "I'm short 7 coins, so if you want to pass this way, give alms." The man with a blood-stained face held out his hand and said, "If you don't want to, I will personally row this boat to the afterlife." Rick was momentarily blank, but despite such a sight, instead of being afraid, he scratched his head and politely refused. "Aha, I'm sorry, but I don't have that much money. Shouldn't I be the one pushing you? How can I be pushed by you? Oh, and Grandpa, you shouldn't be alone here. There's a lich here." Having gone through all sorts of things with Deus, Rick no longer paid attention to strange things. The old man paused after hearing Rick's words. "A lich?" he asked. "Hey, young man, did you come looking for a lich?" "Why are you looking for a lich?" Rick smiled brightly. "To defeat it, of course. I'm a hero." The old man's eyes gleamed. He asked in more detail, "A hero? You mean a bloodline soldier?" Rick said embarrassedly. "Yes, but not a pure bloodline." Suddenly, the old man laughed like a villain. "Finally, you've fallen into the trap. Crew, ha ha." Rick was startled. "What? You really were a villain?" He immediately summoned his power. "I don't need silver coins anymore. I need your blood to open the tomb chamber." Rick quickly pulled out his shield and blocked, but he was forced back by the intense power. Arg! Only then did Rick recognize the old man. "Ah, you were the lich who used that fireball technique." The lich disappeared as soon as it was hit by the fireball. Jack suddenly disappeared. Rick quickly appeared behind him and said, "You can use such a trivial trick too." The lich quickly slammed down where Rick was sitting. Black impact. Rick not only dodged but also quickly counterattacked. As he swung his sword, the lich disappeared again. He reappeared behind Rick and struck his waist. Rick continued to swing his sword. He disappeared again. "Damn it!" Rick swung his sword with all his might and the lich laughed in surprise as he disappeared. "Struggle all you want, you foolish hero. Do you think you can catch up to my illusion magic?" He prepared a technique to kill Rick. Rick was quickly enveloped by his power. Rick blocked with difficulty, observing. Because of the illusion, he seemed as fast as a clone and Rick couldn't catch him. Rick reminded himself, "Snap out of it. Open your eyes and observe the subtle changes in his movements closely." Finally, as he concentrated closely, Rick realized. He quickly rushed to where the lich actually appeared, but he disappeared again. "Ha, I told you that you would never catch me." Rick recalled that in his duel with Caden, the dagger was merely a decoy. Rick applied that lesson. "Don't worry, that's just an assessment." And then he successfully cut off the lich's head. The head rolled like a ball. Rick spun his sword. Moonlight/6 technique. Demon King Pierce. His cross-slash appeared, but he was bewildered to see the sword absorbed into its body. Ha! A horrific black liquid gushed from its body. Deus complained even after seeing it gush out. "Oh, what is this? It smells disgusting." Deus was surprised to find that Rick was already cheering, having defeated him. "I caught the lich," but an eerie clapping sound echoed. The hanged corpses seemed alive. It was exactly like a horror movie scene. Deus turned around in fear to see the lich's corpse slowly crawling up. Its head laughed loudly. "It is complete. Delicious entrails, flesh, brain, bones, and even the chosen blood of a blood soldier." Rick was so surprised he stood blank for 5 seconds. He still laughed, saying he had achieved his goal. "Sacrifice the blood of the Hans family to resurrect the great Lord Simmer." A drop of blood fell from Rick's wounded forehead. As a single drop of blood hit the floor, vein-like structures appeared around it. They seemed to have life and rushed towards the coffin. The one inside the coffin said as it received the blood, "More, more." Power gushing from the coffin spread to the walls. All the hanged corpses also grew stronger. Rick was shocked. The lich had just pointed at Rick with a trembling hand. Its head commanded, "Catch him." The zombie-like corpses rushed forward. As Rick's blood fell to the floor and was absorbed by the coffin, the surrounding corpses immediately mutated. Veins clearly protruded and all of them upgraded, their muscles bulging, looking twice as horrific. All of them rushed at Rick from the ceiling. He was the source of blood they needed. The monsters with red eyes and sharp teeth made chilling growling sounds. Hee, growl. Suddenly, horrific rotting hands shot out of the ground. Other hordes of zombies burst through the floor and poured out. In the darkness, their red eyes looked even fiercer. All of them were staring at Jack. Rick was somewhat terrified by the sight before him. And in the blink of an eye, hordes of zombies rushed forward like bloodthirsty beasts. Rick immediately swung his sword in a defensive stance, but there were too many of them. As everyone rushed at Rick like frenzied mad fans, Rick had no choice but to raise his shield to block. Black shriveled hands gripped his shield tightly. Rick struggled to hold onto his shield. After a struggle of several seconds, the doomed Sloan was finally taken. Rick frantically followed it. My shield! An enraged Rick cut a corpse in half with his sword. As the sword hit its torso, the corpse gripped his sword tightly with its hand. The insolent corpse, gripping ruin, disappeared along with its body, which was cut in half. If its face had remained, one could imagine this impudent fellow smiling very cunningly. Rick, having lost his defensive weapon, was like a delicious piece of bread on a plate. "Eat me, zombies." One of them rushed at his arm and bit him. Sharp fangs tore through his flesh. Blood flowed down. A single drop of that blood slowly fell to the ground, forming a beautiful arc. The coffin in the center glowed once more, and a satisfied sound echoed from within it. At that moment the hordes of zombies also began to mutate all at once. Horns grew on their heads and their teeth became even longer and sharper. Sharp thorns sprouted from their backs, sharp claws grew on their bulging hands, and their skin turned red. All of them now looked no different from the reapers of hell. They were utterly horrific. Rick witnessed this sight, panting, and thought to himself, "Do they get stronger every time I bleed? I can't bleed anymore." The monster opened its mouth wide, filled with teeth, and made a growling sound, staring intently at the prey before its red eyes. All of them rushed forward once more, trying to complete their given mission. A robot leg shot out from behind Rick, its muzzle opened and it fired forward. The monsters within the attack range were immediately sent flying, but the other monsters still rushed forward in a frenzy. This time Jack had nothing. He was overwhelmed by the monsters and could only scream helplessly. "Arg, ah!" Rick's small body was instantly surrounded by monsters. Only his screams could be heard. "Ah!" Rick was so pressured he had to curl up his body. "Arg!" He was holding on with great difficulty, and the monsters executed their intentions. Rick's blood trickled down his cheek, dropping to the ground one by one. The veins leading to the coffin grew even thicker and darker, and when the time was ripe the coffin lid was finally shattered by what was inside. Rick looked forward in surprise with half-closed eyes, but immediately had to turn his gaze to something else. The previously chaotic hordes of monsters suddenly lined up in formation, all prostrate on the ground. Rick also instinctively lowered his body, but still couldn't understand what was happening. Among the prostrate horde, Rick saw that the lich whose head he had just cut off was also kneeling. Despite having its head cut off, it held its head up, tilted at a 45-degree angle. The head mumbled, "Our king, lord of the liches, please resurrect with all our hearts." Hearing those words, Rick looked up in surprise and stared at the center. He saw a shadow with silver hair, or more precisely, the silver hair of a skeleton that had opened the coffin lid and stood up. The skeleton still had one red eye. He said in an eerie voice, "I am Simmer, and from now on all living beings, including humans, elves, beastmen, and even demons, shall kneel before me. Tremble, world, for true evil has arrived." Rick, having witnessed all this, was only slightly surprised, and that expression was caught by the red eye. Simmer said, "Your expression is a bit strange. You don't fear me?" Rick carefully replied. "How can I be honest?" He honestly stated his feelings. "I'm not scared. You said you were true evil, but honestly you're a bit." Hearing those words, Simmer shouted in anger, "I am the king of liches. All who face me should naturally be seized by primal fear, their hearts pounding, so why aren't you?" Rick was also asking himself this question. Why is that? Suddenly, Deus's familiar smile came to his mind. Remembering it, Rick also unconsciously smiled. Why is that person coming to mind at this moment? That expression provoked Simmer even further. He opened his remaining eye in anger and shouted, "You're smiling? How dare you smile in front of me? You must have a death wish." Just then, Deus, leading the divine dragon and Scatone, burst through the stone door. He said sarcastically, "I have to step in just to catch one lich. Why is it taking so long? Let's deal with this quickly and go. I really want to die." Hearing Deus's voice, Rick smiled and turned around. Rick, reunited with Deus, shouted happily like a child seeing his mother return from the market, "Lord Deus." Instead of answering, Deus looked at the one standing in the coffin with curious eyes. Deus uttered a venomous remark. "What is this? Who is this withered and gloomy fellow who looks like he's been rotting for 10,000 years?" When criticized, both people and corpses have their pride wounded, and Simmer was no exception. He was so angry that his mouth twitched and words barely came out. How dare you say such rude things to me?" Because his skin was shriveled, veins clearly protruded on his forehead, he immediately commanded the other liches, "Dead ones, kill them at once, give them the most horrific end." As soon as he finished speaking, the liches fiercely turned around and rushed at Deus. The three standing by the door were still composed, and Rick shifted into battle-ready stance. Facing the approaching hordes of liches, Deus simply yawned loudly. "Yawn?" After finishing his yawn, Deus casually waved his hand and the hordes of liches before him immediately doubled. This time, Simmer's eyes widened in surprise. "You defeated my magic-filled subordinates in one go? Who are you?" Deus did not answer and instead asked him, "Then who are you?" Simmer shouted in anger, "I am Simmer, the strongest being who has transcended the human realm, the monster realm, the hell realm, and even the purgatory realm. If the Zodiac Knights hadn't sealed my heart, this world would already be under my dominion." Deus's eyes glinted. He asked him, "Rule the world? You're going to do what even the Demon King couldn't?" Simmer confidently replied, "The magic flowing through my body surpasses even that of the Demon King. If I obtain true power, no one will be able to stop me." Deus smiled and said, "Interesting. Then I'll unseal you. Do as you wish, but if you can't, you have to grant me one request. How about it? Will you accept?" Hearing Deus's tone, the divine dragon and Scatone were speechless. But of course Simmer had no way of knowing. He laughed and replied, "Ha, even I, Simmer, cannot break this seal." Before he could even finish speaking, he found Deus had appeared before him and with one hand broke the chains connecting his seal. The divine dragon said worriedly, "That idiot is causing trouble again." Deus unhesitatingly broke the old lock in his hand and said in a provocative voice, "Go on, try." The answer to this was Simmer's laughter. "Ha." Deus looked at him with curious eyes. The next moment, an explosion occurred before Deus's eyes. He was thrown backward and the ground shattered.